It wasn't really anything special, he admitted modestly. Observation is crucial, came the retort. Professor Belatti never underestimated the value of emotion perception magic. A duel between mages was like a collision of two different worlds. To gain the upper hand in such a collision, one needed the keen ability to read the opponent's world first, and you must have also mastered emotion control magic, he guessed. There was a pause. Though prepared, the revelation that his secret was already known was bitter. Mages may not fall for it, but it's useful against those who can't handle mana, he pointed out. Yihan hesitated, but it worked on all the students of the Blue Dragon. Yihan scoffed at his friends. How carelessly must a mage live to fall for such magic? Keep practicing. Your transformation magic is still focused on iron, I presume. Yes. Professor Belatti seemed to know more about the transformation magic curriculum than the students themselves. The current course was focusing on the most basic aspect, transforming the clothes a mage wore into iron. Familiar objects were easier to transform, and iron was one of the most common and accessible materials for mages. Swish. With a swift motion, Professor Belatti whipped out a handkerchief from an unseen angle. It transformed into iron, lashing out like a whip. Caught off guard, Yihan reacted instantly, throwing his coat and shouting cloak turned into iron. Fortunately, he timed it right. The handkerchief hit the coat and fell. Professor Belatti, who almost struck his student's chin, spoke calmly, increase your speed. Yes, Yihan wanted to say, stop the ambushes, please, but held his tongue. Speaking out would be as effective as talking to the walls of the Blue Dragon Tower. Don't be too greedy with divination and healing magic. Yes, yes. Yihan paused, surprised. Don't be greedy. Is he asking me not to divine the future 1,000 years ahead or not to heal even if several holes are blown through the body? If anyone hears it, they would think I'm greedy. What do you mean by not being greedy? Just as I said, divination magic is unstable and capricious. Forcing it might exact a great toll. Yihan felt uneasy. He had used divination magic a few times, but realizing its real danger was alarming. Divination magic is indeed perilous. When Professor Belatti said it was dangerous, it carried a different weight. Wait, is healing magic also unstable and capricious? Yihan asked, puzzled. It's different. The reason to not be overzealous with healing magic was similar yet different from divination. Healing magic without enough experience could backfire until one was fully capable. Acting hastily could only lead to greater harm. Aha. Although Professor Belatti didn't assign any specific homework, he provided numerous pieces of advice on various magics. Develop the ability to move skeletons and combine poison with curses to enhance them. Master Mr. Oghanin's illusion magic. Aim to reach the fourth circle as quickly as possible. I heard you've completed the iron shield. Now, try casting it without the aid of a magic circle. Yihan thought to himself, why not just give me an assignment instead? He kept his thoughts internal, knowing well that voicing them might actually lead to a real assignment. Be careful with fire magic. Yes, Yihan looked up, puzzled by the sudden advice. Fire magic was a widely known elemental magic, but for him, it was a different story. Due to the nature of the fire element and his abnormally large amount of mana, a moment's carelessness could turn him into an arsonist. As such, Yihan always wore several layers of fire-diminishing artifacts when using fire magic and kept the scale of the magic as safe as possible. Professor Belatti must have known this, so why the warning? Are you always cautious? It's better to be more careful. According to Professor Belatti, a slight aura of fire magic was being detected in the Academy mana flow. Naturally, the environment strongly influences the natural mana. In the hot summer, the aura of fire. In the cold winter, the aura of cold. In Einregard, one of the places with the most amount of mana in the Empire, the impact of seasons was even more pronounced. But summer hasn't even arrived yet. Is it still dangerous? It must be because of the festival. Yes, the Phoenix Festival. The students must be celebrating it. Mages, those who change the world with their will, naturally influence their surroundings, whether consciously or unconsciously. A festival commemorating the Phoenix, heralding the onset of early summer, naturally strengthened the power of fire. Yihan was speechless. The already distracting and chaotic festival atmosphere was now causing this sort of problem. He was already starting to dislike the festival. Swordsmanship class. 1 hour before it started, Yihan relentlessly hit the backs of the White Tiger students with a branch he was holding. Is that what you call calculation? Do it again. If you mix potions like that, the pot will melt and get holes. He had promised to help the White Tiger Tower with their studies, so he was aiding his friends before the swordsmanship class. Of course, the White Tiger students were miserable. Take a short break. Rest for just 5 minutes, but don't stray far. Why is Wardenaz being like this? He's several times worse than usual. Who messed with Wardenaz? Did someone get caught insulting Wardenaz? Damn it, I told you not to curse him. The White Tiger students whispered in shock and fear. They were going crazy with comments like, your potion is so weak that selling it would land you in jail. Some even preferred when Yihan resorted to violence over this torment. The White Tiger students were fundamentally not used to sitting and studying for long periods. Wardenaz, you might not understand, but we come from knightly backgrounds, so studying isn't really our. Shut up and sit down, or would you prefer to get hit and then sit? Normally, Jiggle would find anything Yihan did irksome, but this time it was different. Insult more. Wardenaz, keep insulting. Jiggle didn't regret joining the White Tiger, but sometimes there were moments of regret. One of the reasons was that she couldn't strike her fellow tower students too hard, given they were from the same tower. Normally, these students avoided studying at all costs, but the presence of Wardenaz had them suddenly attentive and struggling with their studies. "What are you all doing?" asked Professor Ingirdle, an elf, in bewilderment. To his surprise, he found the students in the hallowed hall of the swordsmanship class, hunched over tables, deeply engrossed in their work. "Professor." The students, seeing the professor arrive 30 minutes early, were so relieved they almost cried tears of joy. "Wardenaz, he forced us to study." "Aha," responded Professor Ingirdle, looking at Yihan. "You're doing a good deed for your friends, even though you're not from the same tower. I'm touched." "No, Professor. We're all comrades in swordsmanship training," Yihan replied insincerely, to which Professor Ingirdle seemed genuinely moved. A student from the White Tiger, sensing trouble, quickly suggested, "Since you're early, why not start the class?" "No, there's still time. Continue studying a bit more. I'll wait." The White Tiger students were drenched in sorrow and agony. Professor Ingirdle remarked, "It's been common for those learning swordsmanship to neglect their studies. Don't be like that." "Yes." After enduring an additional 30 minutes of study, the White Tiger students stretched and stood up, feeling as if their bodies had turned to stone from sitting for so long. Professor Ingirdle, holding a sword, waited for them with a smile. "You've all worked hard studying. I wonder how you're preparing for the final exams. You don't need to worry. Yes, it's like turning mountains into gardens now. What shameless braggarts. That's such an outrageous boast." Yihan and Jijil were appalled at the remarks of their White Tiger friends. These were the same ones who had nearly met their end when the Curari lizards appeared, now boasting as if they had ironclad faces. "I'm glad to hear that, but thinking you might still need help, I've invited someone to assist today." "Is it the White Wood Knight Order?" The students wondered if the knights from the White Wood Knight Order, who had visited previously, had returned. Did those guys really help? They seemed clueless about the mountains. "Let's take them to where the Curari lizards appeared. Are these guys really knights?" Yihan was dumbfounded by his White Tiger friends, scheming as if they had already lost. "It's not the White Wood Knight Order. It's them." As Professor Ingirdle called out, two strangers, never seen before, walked forward. They looked far more equipped than any adventurers Yihan had seen in the town the day before. Though their gear appeared rugged and worn, it radiated complex mana, clearly artifacts. The potion bottles and tools on their belts, their steady gait and posture. Are they famous adventurers? "Here is Mr. Beishada from the, and this is Mr. Getzi from the." Yihan was surprised. He knew very well about the, often mentioned in his conversations with Nilia, the patrollers of the northern mountains. The patrolled the western wilderness of the empire. Both were renowned groups, but their notoriety differed significantly. Though with their intriguing name, active in the more populous western part of the empire and known for producing famous personalities, were more recognized. "Those are so sly. Really, really sly. They must have bribed the imperial newspaper. We don't even come down from the mountains, but dedicate ourselves to the people of the towns below. Those guys just wander the wilderness and take long rests in towns, all the while pretending to be the coolest in the empire." I better not mention this to Nilia. Already stressed about the finals, Nilia might collapse upon hearing that we're here. "These two will advise you on how to spot monsters and how to strategize against them," announced Professor Ingirdle. Before he had even finished, the White Tiger students began to subtly move, naturally gravitating towards Getzi of the. In contrast, Beishada of the stood still, seemingly not expecting much attention. Beishada was taken aback. 3 students had gathered in front of him. "Moradi, it was decided by majority vote, so no complaining." "How is it a majority vote when Daljiu is on your side? If you feel it's unfair, then you should have bribed Daljiu too." "I wasn't bribed. I just thought it would be better to learn from someone from the." Jijil had always thought it was better to learn from a member than from a. "The S are just too showy for my taste." They were skilled, but their excessive flair caused a sense of aversion. "Really, are you thinking of learning from me?" Beishada asked hesitantly, his voice cracking slightly due to nervousness. "Is that not allowed?" "It's not that it's not allowed, but..." Cough, just a moment. Beishada opened his water bottle and took a sip. Then he drank a potion for relieving tension, when he wouldn't normally drink even when hunting large monsters. "Honestly, I thought you all would go to him. He's better than the..." At Yihan's words, Beishada's black eyes sparkled. His eyelids fluttered as if deeply moved. "Is that really true? I didn't expect an Einregard student to think that way." In truth, it was because of his friendship with Nilia, but Yihan and his companions chose not to mention it. The sight of the hunter before them, so evidently joyous, was simply too touching. Even Jijil remained silent. "Great, I'll make sure you guys can hunt something even more remarkable than the other students." Beishada spoke with enthusiasm. He never expected such an event at Einregard. He planned to share this with the other patrol members once he returned to the northern mountains. His colleagues would be so delighted. Just a moment. Actually, we've already finished preparing for our final exam assignment. Beishada was taken aback. So was Dalju. When? Weren't you friends? Beishada looked confused. They had seemed close. When we were chased by that lizard. We met a giant and cut off some of its hair. Yihan, I'm your friend, but that's too cryptic even for friendship. Dalju spoke with a headache-inducing expression, discussing the giant's hair as casually as picking up a stone on the road confused Dalju. It's a bit of a long story. Yihan briefly explained the events. Meeting the giant unable to play chess, winning a bet, escaping with the spoils. The giant was that bad at chess, apparently. Jijil wanted to say something but held back. It would only hurt her own pride. I'm sorry, Dalju. I should have told you earlier, but I didn't want the other White Tiger students nearby to feel disappointed or jealous. That's all right. I understand. It's really a relief. Wait, mages. Beishada struggled to keep up with the conversation and finally caught up. So you're saying you want to bet against a giant? All right, let's assume that's true. I'm still confused about the other stuff, but okay. So you have the spoils now? Yes. So what am I supposed to do now? How about we go hunting together? We need some meat. Beishada was momentarily disheartened, but soon regained his spirits. Above all, the students valued the overthe, and that was what truly mattered. That's good, but is that okay? Beishada tilted his head in wonder. Of course, he wanted to let these young mages know that they was superior to them, but this seems like a trick, certainly. If the result is good, then it's acceptable. That's what we're taught at the Magic Academy. Really? That's surprising. With some time on his hands, Beishada took the 3 students hunting and offered various pieces of advice. Do you know how to walk on a slope like this? Don't hurry and try to step with the whole foot, integrating breathing and stepping to minimize fatigue. That's right. Impressive, isn't it? Beishada was genuinely surprised. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be from a noble family, unlikely to have grown up climbing mountains, yet he was so adept. Had his status not been apparent, he might have thought he was trained by other members of the It's getting harder to speak. It was difficult to admit he had been trained by the other party was so enthusiastic in teaching them that to say, we've already learned this, required courage. Come on, try walking up. Is this how it's done? That's right, you're doing well. Dalju, who knew Nilia, looked at Yihan with an incredulous expression. Yihan pretended not to notice. Beishada skewered a few birds he had shot down. After plucking the feathers and removing the innards, the roasted bird meat was a delicacy for the hunters. Is it because of the Phoenix Festival? The fire seems a bit strong. Beishada adjusted the fierce, crackling flames. Yihan, who had already been warned by Professor Belatti, did not overlook Beishada's comment. The flame's energy does seem to be intensifying. By the way, has a phoenix ever been summoned at the Magic Academy? A phoenix. The 3 students were startled by the question. A phoenix, one of the rarest summoning creatures, a monster of unknown origin. Never seen one, but why do you ask about a phoenix? Oh, I haven't seen one either, but I heard they occasionally appear during festivals. I thought if they did appear, it would be at a Magic Academy, right? They are summons, after all, and would be drawn to places with a lot of mana. Ha ha ha. If that were the case, the Magic Academy would have already become a den for countless monsters, Mr. Beishada. Dalju said, laughing. Yihan thought to himself, it already feels like half a den of monsters. The information that summons were attracted to places with high mana was quite ominous. Yihan shook his head to dispel the uneasiness and addressed Beishada. You shoot the bow well. I'm not very confident with bows. Yihan, who usually volunteered to learn almost anything, was hesitant about archery. He knew the basics of fitting an arrow to the bowstring and shooting at a target, having learned them from Knight Arlong. But hitting a small, moving target from a distance was a different matter entirely. Such a skill required arduous effort. True, it takes a lot of time to get used to the bow. And as a mage, there's no real need to master it. How about imbuing magic into arrows? There are magics for that, right? Beishada's suggestion stemmed entirely from his non-mage status. An experienced mage would know such a suggestion was quite absurd. Instead of shooting with the skill and experience of an archer, the shot was assisted with various enchantment magics. At first, it sounded plausible, but in reality, it was more trouble than it was worth, casting multiple spells on a single arrow each time it was shot. Even the simplest enchantment spells consumed a significant amount of mana. Moreover, layering several enchantments on a small object like an arrow significantly increased both mana consumption and difficulty with each casting. However, Yihan, still an inexperienced first year, thought it was a fairly good idea before recalling this fact. Certainly, I've learned a few useful enchantment spells. Recently, Yihan had been studying ridiculous properties like levitation, automatic defense, and reflection, but in reality, there were much simpler ones. Properties like acceleration, weight increase, and penetration enhancement that assisted in power. Yihan, already adept at handling orbs with magic, had been thinking of trying these enchantment spells to enhance power. Imbuing a water sphere, a conjured object maintained by his magic, with additional spells was too difficult. but on an arrow, an object that didn't require Yihan's magic maintenance, it was relatively easy. Let's start with the arrow, and if it works, I'll try it on iron balls next. It wasn't a bad idea to practice with arrows first, as the difficulty increased from arrows to iron balls to water orbs. Speed up, become heavier, sharpen. Daljiu and Jijil, who were eating roasted bird and watching, looked on with interest. Jijil was more in the line of, what is he doing now? But it was still interest nonetheless. Yihan, had you already learned, or they were in the lecture, weren't they? To be precise, it was less about being taught by Professor Verduz, and more about being one of the many basic enchantment spells listed in the book. They were towards the end. However, those two spells were relatively towards the end, and the students, already overwhelmed with spells to practice, didn't bother with the ones at the back. There were already enough spells to practice without them. I practiced because I had an occasion to test it. I see. Wait, what about? I'm trying it for the first time now. For the first time, Daljiu and Jijil were in agreement. Such an absurd, what am I thinking? Daljiu shook his head, dismissing the thought. Yihan was a great friend, but sometimes his talent in magic made it seem like he was almost cheating. Really unlucky. Moradi, you shouldn't speak like that to a teammate. Why are you making such a fuss? What's going on? Regardless of his friend's chatter, Yihan cast the next spell. He accelerated, increased weight, enhanced penetration, improved accuracy, assisted in aiming. What else is there to add? Steadiness. Steadiness, be calm. Yihan, waving his staff, hesitated. The spell didn't cast properly and rebounded. It was the same with several repetitions. What's wrong, Yihan? Oh, right, I forgot. When layering multiple enchantments on something like an arrow, both the mana consumption and the difficulty of casting sharply increased. Having layered as many spells as he did, it was only natural that there would be further complications. Shouldn't you have realized this before casting the spell? Beishada tilted his head inquisitively, addressing the two white tiger students. Both students pretended not to hear and looked away. Then let's try this much. Try hitting that fallen rock over there. Yihan steadied his breathing and aimed the bow. He could feel the complex and intricately woven structure of magic in the arrow. Perhaps due to the enhanced accuracy in aiming, it felt much more comfortable and stable than just drawing the bowstring. Thwang, crack. With a cracking sound, the arrow shot through the rock, embedding itself about a third of the way in. Yihan was disappointed by the arrow's position, quite far from the intended center. Is this the extent of what I can do? This is indeed difficult. What are you saying? Beishada looked at Yihan as if he were a monster. It was already an accomplishment to embed an arrow in a rock for someone who wasn't a skilled archer. Feeling disappointed for not hitting the dead center was completely unnecessary. Beishada marveled in thought, are all students of Einregard like this? It seemed only natural, given that Einregard was a place where the Empire's greatest talents were gathered and educated. These were individuals who, even when half their arrows were embedded in a rock, would lament, only half the arrow stuck in the rock. However, Beishada did not hear the exchange between Jijil and Daljiu. Tell your friend to stop talking nonsense. He's your colleague too. Beishada wondered about a young patroller who had recently enrolled in Einregard from another fortress of the. If all Einregard students shared such a temperament, then this young patroller would likely be similar. Beishada admired the young patroller he hadn't even met, thinking that such capability was a prerequisite to enter Einregard. If you want more accurate aiming, how about reducing the power? Are you talking about reducing power? Yes, it seems like you're too obsessed with power. That much power isn't necessary, but aren't there monsters like the colossal hungry ghost that have unusually strong armor? It seems like this level of power would be necessary to defeat those kinds. Well, that's true, but normally, first-year students wouldn't encounter such monsters, right? Beishada was flustered. Of course, among the monsters, there were those with strong defenses, but usually such monsters were rare encounters, especially for first-year students at a magic academy. Yihan smiled bitterly. Beishada did not quite understand why the boy in front of her felt this way. You're right, then I'll give up on power and focus on aiming. Why don't you try using, Jijil said mockingly. It was obviously not serious advice. The guidance property, which allowed an object to move towards its target on its own in enchantment magic, was quite a difficult property. It was a property with a much higher difficulty level than acceleration or weight increase. However, for Yihan, who was already handling the autonomous defense property, was considered manageable. Since they had quite a bit in common, Yihan was able to successfully apply on his first try. Jijil was at a loss for words. Daljiu, standing beside, commented with a slight surprise. I didn't expect you to give advice. Shut up. Yihan reduced the power enhancement magic and added. After several trials and errors, Yihan achieved a well-balanced combination of spells, twice, and this combination seems all right. With this precarious yet optimal combination for his current skill level, Yihan drew the bowstring, and the arrow struck precisely at the center of a distant rock. Yihan was also somewhat taken aback by how well it turned out. To think that archery could be so easily replaced by a single spell, though it was never just one. It was enough to make one think that there was a reason why mages were often cursed at for being unpleasant. Feels almost too easy to shoot an arrow like this, he remarked. It's fine, Beishada replied, revealing his pride as a skilled archer. It's better for beginners to enjoy using convenient and useful tools rather than wasting time and giving up. Wouldn't even the best archers use good bows and arrows? They actually seek out and use such things even more. Archery was a profound skill with no end to its depth once one delved into it. Archers who followed such paths were not overly concerned with mages substituting archery with magic, for they had strong confidence in their own archery skills. Magic really did seem unfairly advantageous. I'll need to practice a few more times. Ian picked up another arrow, slightly excited. One might ask why bother learning archery when magic exists, but the bow had advantages that magic did not. First, its overwhelming range was an advantage. If used well, a range of over 100 meters was something that would be insanely difficult to achieve with magic. For freshmen like Yihan, who frequently encountered monsters, it was essential to prepare methods for striking from as far a distance as possible. Swish, 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 swish. Beishada was bewildered watching Yihan earnestly embed arrows into the target. He had recommended it as a light change of pace, but Yihan was practicing with intense dedication. Hopefully monsters aren't descending on Einregard, right? Ha ha, Beishada joked. Send students, it was just a joke. Professor Ureger drew on his tobacco pipe, puffing out smoke vigorously. Students often mistakenly thought, the professors are truly wicked for assigning such homework and exams. However, the truth was that the professors themselves were not fond of grading these assignments and exams. After all, the burden of evaluating them fell upon the professors themselves. Yet the students, unaware of their mentor's toil, would complain, why make it so difficult? This is truly problematic. These youngsters, I swear, but isn't it true that you made the assignment difficult? Does that mean I should deliberately make it easy? Ureger grumbled, pouring tea for Professor Bungiger. The table was cluttered with potion bottles students had submitted, haphazardly strewn about. This one missed the Cetrabai's dew potion. This one has insufficient quantity for a. I asked them to make Dobruk's blood drop potion, but it seems like they fetched water from a sewer instead. Just smell that foul odor. Keep it down, I'm trying to drink tea here. Yes, an alchemist of Professor Ureger's caliber could discern the composition of a potion merely by looking and sensing its mana. The final assignment was Orum's golden potion. Although not excessively difficult, it required a combination of various potions, which was quite a nuisance. It started with mixing the Cetrabai's dew potion to create the base. Then this base had to be mixed with Dobruk's blood drop potion, followed by. Isn't that why the students dislike it when you assign such tasks? Alchemy is inherently such a discipline. Ureger defended himself. He felt wronged, having endured such troublesome tasks himself to become an alchemist. If one couldn't handle these, how would they craft more complex potions in the future? What's wrong? This is strange. Ureger examined a potion bottle under a magic lamp. Despite looking again, it remained peculiar, too. Clean and perfect. What's strange about it? It's made too well. Isn't that a good thing? No. I assigned this assignment with the intention of them making it poorly. Professor Bungiger looked disdainfully at her nephew, but Professor Ureger paid her no mind. The students, after all, weren't getting their materials from a specific supply, they were foraging around the academy grounds, so perfection was hardly expected. The byproducts and residues were supposed to be present, but this Orum's golden potion was too perfect. What's going on? This seems like a potion bought from an alchemy guild's workshop. Smart move. No, this isn't just being smart. Who made this? Yihan Wardenaz. Upon seeing the name on the potion label, Professor Ureger was at a loss for words. How did this student manage it? You told them to use any means necessary, so they did. But how could he buy a potion from outside? How did he even manage this? Probably bought it during his last outing. But how did he guess Orum's golden potion would be the assignment? Interesting, isn't it? Professor Bungiger was amused as it wasn't her concern. Professor Ureger, however, felt differently. Even for a favored student, this was a matter of pride. To not struggle with an assignment meant to be challenging. How dare he? Blame yourself, Wardenaz. The difficulty of the final exam will increase because of this, Ureger muttered darkly. Professor Bungiger shook her head, thinking how such behavior reinforced the stereotype of alchemists as reclusive, gloomy individuals. Tuesday, Professor Alpen Knighton surveyed the assignments created by his students with a serious gaze. The pre-final assignment was to draft a design for a structure, and the final exam involved its actual construction. Since the two were interconnected, most students were already constructing their structures. With evaluations scheduled for the next week, anyone who hadn't nearly completed their work this week faced significant difficulties. The challenge was exacerbated by the fact that the following week also had final exams for other classes, leaving even less time available. Professor Knighton, Professor Fluwerk. Hello, Professor Alpen replied, slightly bowing his head to Professor Rawson. As they were both former imperial officials, they were acquainted. Your students' assignments look wonderful. You must be teaching them well. I'm embarrassed, as there is still much room for improvement, replied Alpin modestly. For first-year students, this is more than sufficient. Even if they're first years, they're mages. They wouldn't want to be treated any differently. The students working behind them pursed their lips in disagreement. Not true, Mr. Wardenaz, Mr. Wardenaz. Ihan, who was embedding a magic stone into a column made of vermilion wood, responded to Rowena of the White Tiger, shaking his head. I'm busy right now and can't make snacks, Rowena. Tell the princess to wait a bit. The princess, working on her own assignment with her followers nearby, looked at Ihan with a mix of indignation and astonishment. What? No, I didn't come for snacks. Oh, really? Ihan set down his hammer and turned. Then why are you here? Could you lend me some of your mana? Is she a dark mage? Asan muttered in a disgusted tone. For a mage, the magic of absorbing another's mana was almost a taboo. It was a natural response, considering it involved tampering with something even more vital than a mage's life. Gainando vehemently denied the assumption. Just because one is a dark mage doesn't mean they absorb others' mana. What? There's no such method. It's not. Exactly non-existent. Don't come any closer. This guy. Other schools of magic might have such methods, but they probably don't. Realizing the misunderstanding she had caused, Rowena urgently exclaimed, I am not a dark mage. No, it's not about being a dark mage. You should say you don't intend to steal mana. I don't have the intention to steal mana. Yeah, sure. Ihan quickly grasped the situation. Like the various trials and errors that depleted mana during the creation of magic circles, constructing magic structures was equally draining. While Ihan could continuously pour his mana into his work without tiring, other students had to rest until their mana was replenished. Ihan's contribution of mana could significantly shorten the production time. Really, Rowena, who was about to pull out a whole chunk of meat, was delighted. Surprisingly, Einregard's students preferred spending money outside the academy over bartering. Ihan was just thankful. Wait, Anglago of the Alpha family interrupted, leaving Ihan puzzled. What was he trying to say? Is he trying to interfere? Given the nature of the White Tiger students, they might not like it if their friend received help from another tower. Wardenaz, I'll pay double, so help me first. Is that guy really a knight? From the White Tiger Tower, Gainando murmured in confusion. Even the students of the White Tiger Tower were restless. They questioned whether it was right to snatch a proposal made by a fellow tower mate, but Anglago paid no heed. This is not particularly dishonorable conduct for a knight, he declared. Is he insane? Ignoring the prince's remark, Anglago continued, it's simply about having an item and paying a fair price for it. That's all there is to it. I shouldn't be the one to talk, but is this really okay? Ihan thought to himself. He knew that the students of the White Tiger were adapting to the Magic Academy, but this seemed like an overly smooth adaptation. Anglago, that sounds like something a merchant would say. A knight isn't forbidden from buying items. If there's a coveted sword everyone desires and someone attempts to purchase it first, would you just give up? Is that really the wise thing to do? In his desperation, Anglago resorted to specious arguments. The students of the White Tiger, overwhelmed by his fervor, tilted their heads, pondering, is that so? It seems like it. Gainando muttered, that sounds like nonsense, but his words failed to reach the White Tiger students. All right, Wardenaz, I'll pay double, so let me have it first. Wait, I'll pay triple. Anglago had forgotten one thing. If he entered the bidding by doubling the price, others could join in by raising it even higher. These filthy rich brats, Ihan grumbled inwardly. Was it really okay for them to waste money like this, money they didn't even earn themselves? Richmond, you bastard. Are you trying to interfere with the White Tiger Tower's affairs? What nonsense. Didn't you say it was a legitimate right? Then I'll raise it to 4 times. You think I'll back down? 5 times the price. Wait, everyone come here. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Anglago gathered the White Tiger students. Rowena, who had just spoken, was also pulled into the discussion. It's become difficult to purchase it alone. Let's pool our resources. Pool our resources. Let's buy it together and share it. Ihan looked at the White Tiger students in disbelief. What madness to think of sharing it. But the madness wasn't confined to the White Tiger, it had spread to the Black Tortoise as well. Shiles had also gathered his tower mates, Tutanta. The scoundrels of the White Tiger are trying to buy Wardenaz with money. Help us out, those despicable cowards. Is that what knights are supposed to be? Realizing the odd turn of events, Asan opened his mouth from the back. Wardenaz, the current situation is a bit. Yeah, I didn't expect this. Right, there's only one way out of this. What's that? Everyone gather around. Asan began to gather the students of the Blue Dragon. They seriously calculated how much silver each could contribute. We must buy it first. Contribute as much as you can. Take the initiative. Make sure they never dare to challenge us again. Ihan was frustrated. Ihan had the urge to tear down a castle, but ultimately refrained from doing so. It wasn't just a matter of conscience. He knew that the longer the tale, the more likely it would get stepped on. He didn't want to see the Imperial newspaper headline, Einregard first-year students outrageous scam. Multiple victims. Is this acceptable for Einregard? Stop raising the price. I'll help in the order you spoke, he said firmly. But Warden as if we do that, the ones at the end might not receive help due to depleted mana. That won't happen, Yihan assured. But it won't happen, he repeated firmly. Yihan was certain of one thing, there was no shortage of mana. Warden as, I know this may seem a bit chaotic to you, but enough with the excuses. Do I just infuse mana here? Yes, crackle, a torch lit up with mana. The student from the White Tiger was amazed by its instant activation. Impressive. I thought there would be some trial and error, but it worked on the first try. Is this the final version? It's supposed to also amplify mana, but seeing how it ignited instantly, maybe this is as good as it gets. Stop the nonsense and do it right. At Yihan's remark, the student from the White Tiger looked downcast. Yihan then proceeded to examine the other student's constructions. Warden as, this device is designed to repel undead creatures that approach. Did you create this targeting the principle? Warden as, what do you think of this mana-powered wooden horse? Was that a horse? With 8 legs, I thought it was a spider. Yihan felt relieved after seeing his friend's constructions. He had worried that his own creation was of inferior quality, but it seemed it wouldn't be far behind. What? However, his thoughts changed upon seeing the princess's design. The blueprint depicted a small fountain, intricately connecting 5 magic devices, a beautiful piece employing illusion, elemental, and enchantment magic. Rowena proudly said as if it were her own work, "How is it, Mr. Wardenaz? Her Highness the Princess worked on this design for days without proper sleep. I was worried since she studies 3 schools of magic, but even in such circumstances, to complete such a design is truly." Rowena paused mid-sentence. The princess's followers beside her also halted, startled. It was indeed remarkable to major in 3 schools of magic, as most studied 1 or 2. Studying 3 required exceptional intelligence and fervent scholarly passion. But in their presence was someone studying twice that number. Even if taking 3 majors doesn't seem that impressive to you, this is really remarkable. It is remarkable, so there's no need to downplay it, Yihan said, somewhat amused. In fact, it was just that Yihan's life had somehow gotten twisted, but studying 3 schools of magic simultaneously was indeed a sufficiently remarkable feat. It's really well made, Yihan commented. Really, are you pleased? Rowena was overjoyed, as if she could jump with excitement, Yihan thought to himself. Shouldn't she be more concerned about her own grades? When he had looked earlier, her design was somewhat lacking. Yihan didn't say anything further since he had already expressed his approval. After all, with the princess's level of connections, she might be able to secure a position for Rowena after graduation, a being on a different level than Gaynando, who had only money to offer. After thoroughly reviewing the design, Yihan asked, "So where do I infuse the mana?" "Right here." Yihan paused. The place Rowena had pointed to only had a single round frame, nothing else. It was supposed to be a fountain that required 5 magic devices to be intricately connected to complete, but there was only a single round frame. Are the other devices located elsewhere? If Gaynando had been there, he would have bluntly said, "Stop talking big and reduce the difficulty," followed by a smack on the back of the head. However, given the princess's influence, Yihan asked as politely as he could, "No, they aren't." Rowena replied, "They aren't? Yes, they are still being prepared." Rowena's cheerful response momentarily stunned Yihan. With only a week left, not even 1 device was complete, let alone the entire apparatus. Could this really work? It seems risky, no matter how I think about it. Even with a generous estimate, the situation seemed perilous given that the other students had already completed more than half of their constructions. Isn't this too slow? It's okay. So there's a way. Yes, this level of challenge is definitely manageable for Her Highness the Princess. Yihan tilted his head slightly, puzzled by Rowena's confidence. So what is the method? Who knows? Yihan's eyes were drawn to the White Tiger emblem on Rowena's coat. That's right, she's from the White Tiger. Yihan nodded understandingly. Unaware of the implications, Rowena looked puzzled. Aren't there any other followers? Nebrin of the Kurak family, belonging to the same Blue Dragon Tower as Yihan. Yihan called Nebrin over to ask, "Isn't this too slow? It might seem a bit slow, but if it's Her Highness the Princess." "No, not about faith." "Is there a way to complete all 5 devices quickly?" Nebrin hesitated. Yihan grew more uneasy. Princess, are you sure this is okay? It seems a bit slow." Upon Yihan's inquiry, Adnart fell into thoughtful contemplation. Although she hadn't fully realized it, the truth was that time was indeed running short. "Indeed, a bit. It's okay, Mr. Wardenaz. Her Highness the Princess can surely do it." The princess, about to speak, hesitated upon her follower's words and fell silent again. "You were about to say something, Princess." "Was I? Probably that you can do it." The princess fidgeted with her fingers, hesitated, and finally gave up, returning to her seat. Yihan thought to himself, she definitely looked like she just realized the problem. Though his face was expressionless, Yihan had seen many students like her before. It was the look of a student who, despite feigning calmness, had already sensed their impending fate. "Right, you guys must be correct. Where should I infuse the mana?" Growing impatient, Yihan decided to just do his part and leave. The princess looked intently at Yihan, trying to signal something with her eyes, but he ignored it. "Sorry, your followers are annoying. The princess's followers were more troublesome than he expected. Interacting with them could also become a headache for Yihan. After infusing the mana and turning away, Yihan spoke to Gainando, who was passing by. Gainando, maybe it's better to be like you, without any annoying followers. What did I do wrong? Guys, how many sons were there originally? Finally, someone has lost their mind. I knew it would happen someday. Upon hearing the words of a student from the Tower of the Blue Dragon, the crowd of friends stirred restlessly. Look, it's not that. Look over there. Confused murmurs filled the air. Students from not only the Tower of the Blue Dragon but also from other towers raised their heads. To their astonishment, there were two suns floating in the sky. What is that? It's the principal's attack. It's the principal's attack. Gainando crouched down and lowered his stance. Then Professor Alpin spoke. That's not the principal's attack. It's not. Feeling sheepish, Gainando slowly stood up. That's a phoenix. A phoenix. You don't know what a phoenix is. Professor Alpin kindly explained to the students gathered around. On rare occasions, when the magic of the fire attribute strongly converged and certain special conditions aligned, a phoenix would emerge from the mass of concentrated mana. This is indeed a rare and mystical sight. You students gathered here are truly fortunate. Wow, that's a phoenix. The students had been subtly celebrating the phoenix throughout the week. The small, newly emerged sun in the distance was actually a phoenix. That realization alone seemed to warm the hearts of the students, previously chilled by assignments and studies. It's like a miracle. PSH, PSH, PSH. With a soft sound, crimson feathers glowing in the sky began to fall like rain, and wherever a feather fell, flames began to ignite. Silence ensued. Stop it, that crazy phoenix. What is it doing? It took less than 10 seconds for the miracle to turn into a disaster. A student frantically tried to extinguish the fire clinging to the cloak by tearing it off and shaking it vigorously up and down. However, the number of red feathers was greater than expected. As the feathers multiplied like intensifying rain, the students screamed in panic. Take cover under the shade. Which shade? Hiding under a tree won't help. With a swoosh, Professor Alpin swung his staff, creating a massive canopy over the students' heads. The red feathers hit the canopy with sharp clacks. The phoenix is a mischievous creature in many ways. As much as it enjoys playing tricks, it's best to stay cautious. If it plays tricks twice, we'll get burned. Yihan looked up, barely containing his astonishment. Unaware of the chaos below, the phoenix was shaking off its feathers in the distant sky. The students, after exchanging glances, threw the accessories they had made to commemorate the phoenix onto the ground. That's why I told you to focus on your studies instead of celebrating the phoenix. How were we supposed to know this would happen? Cough, a phoenix appeared. What bad luck. Professor Mortem clicked his tongue upon hearing about the phoenix's appearance. The freshmen already had their hands full, and now a phoenix had shown up. It did set some fires, but it didn't do anything more than that. It was just staying still. Gainando, seeming to have taken a liking to the phoenix, made a subtle excuse. Isn't setting fires a problem in itself? Cough, that may be so for now, but the temperament of mythical beasts is mostly eccentric. Even if it's fine now, who knows when it will change its mind. Yihan had already witnessed the destructive scene of the phoenix's feathers igniting fires a few times. Naturally, he was concerned. What do you think the phoenix will do? You still don't understand. Mythical beasts are disasters in themselves. They are like uncontrollable storms that don't know how to control their own power. If it flies over and hugs you, won't your whole body burn? As Professor Mortem said, mythical beasts with powerful abilities were beings that brought destruction and chaos wherever they went, regardless of their intentions. As they couldn't control their own strong power, they couldn't help but cause damage to their surroundings. On top of that, if they acted on their eccentric temperament and unpredictable whims, compared to them, how beautiful are the undead, controlled and predictable beauty. Yihan and his friends fell silent, at a loss for words. I'd rather deal with a slightly dangerous phoenix than the undead. Shush, you'll upset the professor. So how's the project going? Yes, this semester, Yihan and his friends were learning about dark magic, specifically curses, poisons, and bones. They were magic disciplines that seemed unpopular wherever they went. I won't give any separate assignments for the final exams. Hooray, instead I'll have you make a simple talisman. A talisman. Originally, it was a kind of ornament split in half and shared, later to be matched for identity verification upon reunion. But in dark magic, a talisman had a different meaning. Watch closely. Professor Mortem split a bone talisman in half. As he did, a powerful curse energy burst forth from one side. Click, however, the curse's energy quickly disappeared as the talisman was put back together. One half contained the power of a curse, the other, a power to dispel it. Separated, they reveal their powers, but together they are just an ordinary ornament. Curse magic was relatively easy and fast to cast, but if the opponent was a skilled mage, there were too many ways to counter it. The same was true for poison magic. If properly poisoned, it could be lethal, but as the poison was magical, it was difficult to cause severe harm if the opponent was a skilled mage. To compensate for these drawbacks, dark mages often carried around stronger curses and more potent poisons. Using these pre-prepared items could significantly amplify their power. In dark magic, a talisman was an item used for safely storing such potent substances. The problem was, cough, cough, cough. Raphael coughed, his eyes watering from the pungent smoke. A lump of curse had leaked out of the magic circle and flown through the air. Achoo, achoo, achoo-choo. Ah, can you sneeze quietly? You're not the only one using the workshop. Gainando scolded him, and Raphael glared back upset, but he was too unwell to retort. This guy, achoo, achoo. It's always the less skilled ones who get angry. Isn't that right, Yehan? Gainando, who had been smugly untouched by the curse, suddenly turned pale. Yehan, my body. I can't move. You've been poisoned, Yehan said with a hint of sympathy. Raphael was working on a curse-filled talisman and Gainando on a poison-filled one. It was by no means an easy task. They had to steep highly concentrated curses and poisons in the talismans, risking even a mage getting affected. Immerg cautiously dipped half of a bone talisman into a bronze bowl. A bubbling sound followed, and he felt the curse transfer from the bowl into the bone. Though Immerg had higher magic resistance due to his giant mixed blood, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of poisons or curses. Being human, fear of poison and curses was inevitable. Ugh. Immerg shuddered as he extracted half of the bone talisman with thick tongs, afraid that even the slightest contact might transfer the curse to him. Click. Only after attaching the other half of the bone talisman could Immerg breathe a sigh of relief. Yehan looked at Immerg in shock. What's wrong? What happened? Bare hands, bare hands. I thought it was something else. Immerg momentarily wondered if he had misunderstood something, seeing his classmate so nonchalant about the same magic. But no, his classmate from the Wardenaz family was indeed dipping his hands into the curse-filled bronze bowl. This much is fine. It's okay, I won't die. No, but... Immerg was visibly distressed, looking at Raphael and Gainando sprawled behind the table. It looked like a situation where death was a distinct possibility. Regardless of Immerg staring at him like he was a monster, Yehan focused on his work. Yehan wasn't working barehanded just for show. Creating a talisman was more difficult than anticipated. Bone was a good medium for embedding curses or poisons, but just dipping it a few times and stirring wasn't enough for it to properly absorb them. Making a proper talisman required meticulous effort. He had to coat the bone with various reagents to make it more receptive to curses, soak it in the curse, check if the bone was absorbing it properly, and if not, use his mana to force the curse into the bone. This process of layering the curse onto the bone, like carefully applying paint, required more persistent patience than brilliant inspiration. And the more I practice, the more I understand why dark magic is unpopular. Yehan was holding a bone fragment with his bare hands, trying to feel the flow of the curse. Gloves or tongs made it difficult to sense such a flow. Yehan, my coat, please. Gainando, barely managing to get up from the workshop floor, pointed to his coat next to the chair. Lying down in a paralyzed state made him feel 3 times colder. Here, oops, sorry about that. When the time came, Professor Mordum opened the door and reappeared in the workshop. Cough, have you all finished? Yes, Yehan and his friends nodded, presenting their talismans. Their faces were haggard as if they had aged years. Let's see. Professor Mordum split Gainando's talisman and a decently strong poison emerged from it. With a flick of his finger, the poison circling the talisman returned inside. Cough, quite well made. Really. Gainando was so surprised he almost fell backward. Grabbed Raphael's arm for balance, who looked at him with disdain. Why so surprised? Well, I've never been praised in other classes. Gainando spoke with an embarrassed face. He was surprised by Professor Mordum's praise, as he had never received compliments in other classes. Professor Mordum then smiled kindly, a rare occurrence. Cough. No mage excels in all forms of magic. Immerg and Raphael glanced at Yehan, but Professor Mordum continued without noticing. Your talent lies in dark magic. As a dark mage excelling in this field, there's no need to envy other forms of magic. Cough. Right, yes, Prince, you hardly study at all. Raphael spoke incredulously. He knew too well how much Gainando disliked studying, having been forced to learn from Yehan along with other students from the White Tiger Tower. While others reluctantly scribbled with their quills, Gainando had attempted to escape alone. Be quiet. Are you jealous, this crazy guy? Raphael was dumbfounded by Gainando's arrogant attitude just because he made one talisman well. Cough. This is. Professor Mordum split Yehan's talisman. Then, after a moment of silence, he looked at Gainando. Sensing the situation, an upset Gainando exclaimed, Professor, don't compare me to Yehan. Please evaluate objectively. Professor Bungiger gazed at the mountain peak with a look of wonder. The phoenix, which had been scattering its feathers while hovering in the sky, seemed to have grown bored and had flown to the top of the mountain range. As a result, a red halo shone behind the peak. Interesting. The phoenix is not a creature that can be easily seen, Professor Bungiger remarked. Yehan glared at his friends, who averted their gazes. You're very lucky. The phoenix is not a being you can meet even if you want to, the professor added. There's a logical flaw in your statement, Yihan thought to himself. He found it difficult to accept Professor Bungiger's words. By that logic, the king of the frost giants was also a being that one could not meet even if they wanted to, yet Yihan did not feel particularly fortunate about that encounter. No matter how rare it was, a mythical beast that rained fire from the sky could not be a good thing. Let's leave the phoenix story here and start today's lecture, Professor Bungiger said, pointing her chin towards the enormous cauldrons. The students were puzzled by the sight of the cauldrons, which seemed more fitting for an alchemy class. What on earth? Today's task is not very difficult. It's much easier than what you usually do. I decided to let you have a change of pace because I felt sorry for you suffering due to the final exams. The professor explained. Yihan refused to be fooled. What are you trying to do? Thud, come here, Cerberus, Professor Bungiger called out. The students froze at the sight of the massive three-headed dog. The middle head of Cerberus surveyed the students and its eyes twinkled. Woof, do we have to defeat it? Yihan asked without thinking, and Professor Bungiger retorted as if he had said something absurd. Don't make ridiculous jokes. Would I ask you to do such a thing? Of course not. Haha, Yihan laughed nervously, inwardly sighing with relief. I thought we had to fight it. In the Empire there are countless beasts. The tame ones, the ferocious ones, the timid ones, the brave ones. Remembering the characteristics of all these creatures is no easy task, even for the most skilled of mages. But a clever mage knows how to act accordingly. It's all about understanding their habits. If one knew the behavior patterns or weaknesses of a monster, it was possible to infer to some extent about monsters of a similar type. Outstanding adventurers often prepared in advance by identifying the habits of similar types of monsters in this way. How am I supposed to figure out the habits of a Cerberus? Yihan wondered. Of course, there were times when that method didn't work. This was one of those moments. Can I treat a Cerberus like other dog or wolf-type monsters? The thought of the Cerberus snapping at him as he scratched its jaw brought a surge of fear. Of course, just because I say this doesn't mean you can immediately grasp their habits, right? There's a better way, a method that works for most beasts. Professor Bungiger tapped the bottom of the cauldron with the tip of her boot. It's food. Students gasped from all around. It was closer to bewilderment and worry than joy and realization. She's telling us to feed the Cerberus. Wouldn't we become the food while trying to feed it? Until now, feeding shouldn't have been that difficult. Right, what? The students who had suffered the humiliation of being headbutted and drooled on by horses every time they went to the stable were startled. However, Professor Bungiger ignored them and continued. Horses are relatively less picky about food and eat well. But there aren't only horses in the Empire. If you want to deal with the beasts you'll encounter next semester, you must learn how to feed them. Yihan couldn't bring himself to ask what kind of beasts were waiting for them next semester. Well then, feed the Cerberus in the order of completion. At the professor's command, the students hurriedly rushed to the cauldron. In the center of the courtyard there were various ingredients, starting from chunks of meat from some beasts, to carrots, potatoes, onions, cabbages, and other ordinary vegetables. There were also rare fruits, mushrooms, and spices that they couldn't even guess the names of. The students, each holding a basket, murmured among themselves, undecided on which ingredients to choose. What does a three-headed dog enjoy eating? I've been good at making onion soup lately. Should I try that? A three-headed dog is still a dog, but can I feed it onions? Yihan wondered as he picked out ingredients. He naturally gravitated towards ingredients a dog might like, sweet fruits like apples, meats, and fish. Are there any sweet potatoes? Gaynando, have you seen any sweet potatoes? Why are you asking me? Gaynando tilted his head, not understanding why Yihan was asking him. You like sweet potatoes. Wait, don't tell me you asked because you thought I took them all. Yihan didn't answer and moved to another spot. Gaynando, feeling slighted, followed after him. Seems like there are no sweet potatoes. Hey, I guess I have no choice. Yihan took out a paper-wrapped sweet potato from his coat pocket. They were sweet potatoes he had dug up from Professor Ureger's garden, well roasted, peeled, sliced, and dried. Professor Bungiger, who had been watching from a distance, asked in disbelief, why on earth are you carrying dried sweet potatoes in your pocket, in case I get stranded and need to eat? While Professor Bungiger was at a loss for words, Yihan moved towards the cauldron. Since he didn't know what Cerberus liked, it was difficult to prepare anything complicated or fussy. Keep it as simple and basic as possible and try various foods. When he brought over various ingredients and cooked them, he planned to check which ones the creature reacted to. While Yihan was busy grinding meat into a dough-like shape, a few fearless students stepped forward. While Yihan ground the meat and kneaded it into a stick shape, some fearless students stepped forward first. Oh, great three-headed dog, we have brought food for you here. Woof, Cerberus' left head barked in response. The students carefully walked over, placing well-grilled pork ribs on a plate. Easy, easy. Are you sure it won't attack? No matter how prepared they were, when 6 large eyes stared at them, their whole body couldn't help but freeze. The students trembled as they offered the grilled meat to Cerberus. Snap, Cerberus' left head took a big bite of the grilled meat. After chewing a few times, it spat it out to the side. Ah no, Professor Bungiger, who was standing nearby, chuckled and said, "If you think of that guy as just a wild monster, you'll get badly hurt. He grew up eating only good things, so he has a picky appetite. Besides, I fed him a snack before coming here, so his stomach is about half full. Then no matter what we give, he won't eat it. Even so, you have to be able to feed him to be a great mage." Sizzle. Students fell silent, and the sound of grilling meat suddenly seemed louder. Most of the students had thought, if we grill the meat well and give it to him, won't he eat it deliciously? This is a big problem. I thought the same way. The use of various seasonings or cooking methods was now out of the question. Anything too fragrant might be outright rejected. Shiles, a horse mixed blood from the Richmond family, called out to Yehan in a small voice. "Wardenaz, what is it? I have something to tell only you." Shiles looked around and then placed a small bottle in Yehan's hand. Inside was a powder of complex colors. "This is a secret powder used only by our family. A secret powder that animals love when they eat it." As expected from a family that ran one of the Empire's leading carriage transportation businesses, Shiles was skilled at handling animals. "You helped me last time, so this time I'll help you. Take it. If you mix it into the food, he'll love it," Yehan said sincerely. Moreover, the help he gave last time was actually in exchange for coins. Shiles winked and got up, putting soup in his bowl. Then the other tower students stirred. "What is he thinking? Didn't you see him disliking it just now?" "No, it's Richmond. He must have something in mind." Shiles' friends looked on with a hint of anticipation. As if responding to that anticipation, Shiles put down the bowl. Cerberus approached and sniffed. Tui. Cerberus's 3 heads simultaneously spat at Shiles' face. Shiles, now drenched in saliva, turned to Yehan and said, "I'm sorry, Wardenaz. It doesn't seem to be working." With even Shiles getting crushed, no more students stepped forward. However, Professor Bungiger was strict. When the time came, she began pushing the students forward one by one. "Now it's time. Bring your prepared food and come forward." Wait a moment, Professor. If you could just give us a little more time." As expected, the students were like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Cerberus knocked over the bowls with its front paws, flipped them over with its breath, and rejected them in various ways. Before he knew it, it was Yehan's turn. As he held the dishes he had prepared, Yehan suddenly wondered why he was doing this. This doesn't seem like the path of a mage. Woof, Cerberus's left head barked. Its reaction was similar to what it had shown to the other students. Yehan brought his hand to his staff. He intended to cast a shield to block any incoming saliva. Slurp, 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 slurp. However, Cerberus's reaction took a slightly different turn than expected. It was busily devouring the food Yehan had laid out, specifically the dried sweet potatoes he had produced. With the left head having dived in first, the other 2 heads were left restlessly fidgeting, looking rather forlorn. "Wait, you should eat together." Growl, woof, 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 arf. The head that had its food snatched away showed a fierce reaction, but the other 2 heads were very satisfied. Yehan asked Professor Bungiger, were sweet potatoes the correct answer? "No, they weren't," Professor Bungiger replied in a bewildered voice. After all, an ingredient that wasn't even provided couldn't possibly be the correct answer. Cerberus didn't even like sweet potatoes normally. Maybe it got hungry while waiting. "That's enough. Lift your heads." At Professor Bungiger's words, Cerberus's 3 heads simultaneously stopped and straightened their posture. Yehan looked at the bowl he had placed down. Only the sweet potatoes had completely disappeared. "It was grown in the vegetable garden, right?" Yes, it was delicious, but was it to this extent? Professor Bungiger was amazed. As it was her nephew's vegetable garden, she had occasionally tasted dishes made with the vegetables grown there. They were fresh and plump, and she had thought that the spirits must have helped them absorb a strong vitality. But seeing Cerberus's reaction now, she wondered if there was something else. Who knows? The other students must have eaten them too, so you would have seen their reactions, right? Well, no matter what I gave them, they ate well. At Yehan's words, the other students of the Blue Dragon Tower looked somewhat sheepish. In truth, whatever Yehan threw into the pot, they ate ravenously without discerning the ingredients, as if possessed. It was clear that even if he had put buttons and pebbles instead of potatoes and carrots, they would have eaten them well. Fascinating. All right, let's test this again. Dig up some sweet potatoes after the lecture and dry them. Professor, I have the final exams. Ever since he started living as a student, Yehan had learned to express deep sorrow in his eyes. Seeing those sorrowful eyes, Professor Bungiger apologized without realizing it. "I'm sorry. It would definitely be difficult to do it now. Let's try it next semester." Woof, woof, woof. Cerberus's 3 heads barked in protest beside them. It was as if they were complaining about what they would do during the vacation. Night, Yehan furrowed his brow, trying to resist the wave of fatigue washing over him. "Is everyone all right?" Seems like they're okay." Yehan nodded at the responses from his friends sitting around the lounge. To refresh himself, Yehan poured hot coffee into a tin cup, stood up, and walked to the tower window. Gazing into the dark night of the Magic Academy, sprinkled with stars, it almost made all this toil seem trivial. Or not. Yehan sipped his coffee and blinked. Something was off. "Isn't it the middle of the night?" The surroundings were gradually brightening, despite it being deep into the night. As if dawn was breaking, the friends who had been nodding off like ghouls turned their heads, sensing the brightening surroundings. What's that? What's happening? It was only after the outside became as bright as morning that the students realized what was happening. The phoenix had come to rest right in front of the Blue Dragon Tower. Wow, wow, the students exclaimed in awe at the mystical sight. To make the middle of the night as bright as broad daylight, the phoenix was indeed not called that for nothing. I was sleepy, but now I'm wide awake. Right, the phoenix appearing isn't necessarily a bad thing. Close the window, Yihan shouted urgently and started moving. His friends, puzzled, asked, What? Why? Close the window, the phoenix is coming this way. The phoenix, having noticed the students inside the tower, approached with an innocent look in its eyes. As a few feathers flew in through the still open window, flames erupted in the lounge. Ah no, my assignment, my assignment. Now's not the time to worry about assignments. Put out the fire first. My assignment. When I return to the mansion, I'm throwing away all the Phoenix fairy tale books. The bewildered students exhaled heavily and glanced out the window. The phoenix flapped its wings, looking at them as if wondering what was wrong. Tap, tap, why is it doing that? Why is it behaving like that? Isn't it asking us to open the window? It's pointing at the window. In the fairy tales, didn't the mage who granted the phoenix's request receive a great reward? Don't you dare open it. At Gainando's words, his friends shouted with a growl. Being fooled twice was one thing, but being fooled a third time meant they weren't qualified to be mages. Suddenly, the phoenix began to sing. Rather than singing, it was closer to a melodious cry. The phoenix's song even quelled the anger of the student whose assignment had just been burned. Wouldn't it be okay to open it? Smack. Ah, get a grip. Ian struck his friend's solar plexus with his staff. Looking around, surprisingly, all the students' faces had their anger subsided. What's this? Does it have an effect that interferes with the mind? No matter how beautiful the song was, it couldn't soothe the anger caused by a burned assignment. There had to be some magic influence. Among monsters, there were some that could enchant people's minds with sound, if the phoenix's song had such power. Cover your ears. Yihan personally stuffed cotton into his friend's ears. Then the student who had just had his anger quelled exploded again. Is that damn bird playing with me? The song was the cause. The students covered their ears and waited. When the song ended, Yihan spoke again. It's over. Wardenaz, give us orders. The student with the burned assignment spoke with fiery eyes. Orders? Yes, I'll do anything. At his friend's passionate cries, Yihan also responded solemnly. Then, let's sit down and study again. Huh, what do you mean, huh? I said sit down and study again. Ah no, weren't we going to catch the phoenix? How am I supposed to catch the phoenix? At Yihan's question, his friends were at a loss for words. Huh, come to think of it. Indeed, now that you mention it. They had thoughtlessly assumed Wardenaz would catch it, but thinking about it carefully, the phoenix wasn't a monster that first-year students could catch. Why did I think Wardenaz would catch it? Me too. It's probably because you don't want to study. Sit down quickly. The students who were putting on their coats dejectedly hung them back up. The princess secretly put the flame resistance potion she had taken out of the box back in. But it's bright now, so it's good for concentrating. Don't you think? Even though he's my friend, he really seems crazy sometimes. With that thought, Gainando picked up his quill. Contrary to the expectations of some friends actually, there were more than that. Yihan had no intention of catching the phoenix at all. In fact, even if he wanted to catch the phoenix, he had no idea how to do it. How could a first-year student catch a mythical beast with eternal life that resurrects no matter what attack it receives? However, when the phoenix blocked their way to the morning lecture, he seriously thought, should I catch it? The phoenix sang and circled in front of the students. It looked ridiculous, as if it were playing around, but seeing the flames flicker beneath it with each circle, they couldn't laugh. This is a divine revelation telling us not to attend the lecture. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone scatter, distract its gaze. Professors never understood being late. Even if the world ended on the way, professors wouldn't consider it, so there was no way they would understand because of a mere phoenix. Freeze, wait, Wardenaz. Right now, ice magic because of the phoenix. Zezel can be considered a very effective choice. Were you about to say ice magic wouldn't work because of the phoenix? When did I? Seeing the ice shards forming in the air, the Blue Dragon Tower student changed his words. Yanair whispered urgently, Yihan, if you provoke it unnecessarily, you might be the only one in danger. The relatively realistic Yanair wasn't even thinking of catching the phoenix. That was something only friends with sawdust instead of brains in their heads would think. You have a point, Wardenaz. Even if we try, let's set up bait just in case. Bait for the phoenix to chase. Gainando seemed to think Asan's words made sense and nodded his head. Then he asked, how do we set up the bait? Well, Yihan stopped the conversation before the two could argue. I'm not trying to attack. I'm trying to distract its gaze. As he spoke, ice shards began to swirl in the air. The phoenix, which had been blocking the students' way and whining as if asking them to play, showed interest in the ice shards and chased after them. Run. The ice shards didn't last long and melted away. Yihan sent the next ice shard to distract the phoenix's gaze and ran. Gainando shouted while panting. Why do we have to go this far to study? The Blue Dragon Tower students running alongside him unknowingly nodded their heads. Everyone, you've worked hard throughout the semester. If you learned various schools of magic this semester, next semester you will learn basic and practical magic that doesn't belong to any school. Professor Garcia Kim used the last lecture of the semester to receive questions from students instead of cramming knowledge into their heads. If there was a part they were stuck on in basic elemental magic, they asked about basic elemental magic. If there was a part they were stuck on in basic illusion magic, they asked about basic illusion magic. If there was a part they were stuck on in geometry and arithmetic, they asked about geometry and arithmetic. She was truly a genuine educator. Professor, ask away. There's a phoenix outside the lecture hall. How do we drive it away? I couldn't sleep last night because of the phoenix. The Blue Dragon Tower students weren't the only victims. Students from other towers also had bloodshot eyes due to the phoenix's pranks that officially started last night. Even when they tried to sleep, it woke them up with a light as bright as day, and when they went out to attend lectures, it appeared and rushed at them to play. Cases like Yihan cleverly driving it away were rather rare, and the White Tiger Tower students had to come out 30 minutes late because of the phoenix. Priest Nijizer wondered aloud, "SHH, be quiet, shut your mouth." The quick-witted priests covered Priest Nijizer's mouth. Just because they had all been in temples their whole lives didn't mean they lacked tact. Oh dear, what should we all do? Exterminating the phoenix is probably too much for your level. Professor Garcia Kim spoke with a face full of pity. Even with Wardenaz, is it too much even if we use Wardenaz? At Englego's question, the Blue Dragon Tower students looked at him in disbelief. Is Wardenaz your sword or something? Even if it's Yihan, of course it's too much. Yihan felt gratitude welling up at the sight of Professor Garcia Kim responding in an absurd voice. Other professors should learn from her. Basically, the phoenix isn't a violent monster, but it's not an easy monster to exterminate either. Most attacks don't work on it. Professor Garcia Kim waved her staff and launched a stone arrow at the phoenix outside the window. Thud, with a dull sound, the stone arrow pierced through the phoenix, but the stone arrow instantly burned and disappeared, and the phoenix flapped its wings as if nothing had happened. Seeing it unaffected even after being pierced by an arrow, it seemed like it didn't feel pain at all. Did you see that, then? Do we have to live like this forever? Not forever. It will disappear over time. Mythical beasts that appear from other realms can't stay in reality for long, when its mana runs out. In just 2 days, the phoenix drove the first-year students to neurosis. It woke them up when they slept, rushed at them to play when they went outside for lectures, and burned their papers when they tried to study in the sunlight. New rules were even created within the towers. Forbidden words of the month. Phoenix, festival, bird, chicken, fire, hot, warm. The phoenix was giving the students a clear lesson. What kind of disaster can occur just from the thoughtless actions of mages? Who would have expected it to come like this just for celebrating the festival a little? Is there really no way? The phoenix. It's impossible. Ian heated up the frying pan, greased it with oil and butter, and threw in the mushrooms he had dug up near the vegetable garden. Mushrooms that absorbed oil and butter were bound to become crispy and moist. However, despite this bribe, Professor Bungiger didn't give the answer he wanted. Tomorrow is the weekend, and if this continues on the weekend, next week's exam will be a big problem. Isn't that thing summoned by the principal? It's an interesting conspiracy theory, but if the principal wanted to interfere with your exams, he would have done it in a cheaper way. Summoning a phoenix, if it was done artificially, it would be incredibly expensive. Professor Bungiger said that while eating the mushrooms. Yihan suddenly realized that his most genius talent wasn't magic but cooking. But you've definitely learned how to avoid the phoenix, haven't you? That's true, but will there be another occasion in life to use the skill of avoiding a phoenix? There might not be one outside, but in a magic academy, it might happen once or twice more. I'm joking. When Yihan's face turned serious, Professor Bungiger spoke as if to appease him. It's not that I'm deliberately not telling you, but there really is no suitable method. The phoenix is a kind of mythical beast close to a natural disaster. If you ask me to teach you how to prevent a drought or flood, it would be difficult to answer. I couldn't answer even when Professor Belatti asked. I see. What? Yihan, who was listening, raised his head. He was startled by the sudden mention of Professor Belatti's name. What did Professor Belatti ask? He wanted to capture the phoenix and use it for combat. That's probably impossible. Yihan inwardly sighed in relief. Without knowing it, he had narrowly avoided a dangerous situation. I think so too. Professor Belatti also understood, so he asked if he could borrow Cerberus. What? Yihan's eyes trembled with a sense of betrayal. He had gone through the trouble of cooking a hearty mushroom dish, and this was the betrayal he received. I told him that Cerberus is a bit too precious to be raised for combat. Sure, but why all of a sudden? Yihan opened the secret trapdoor where Professor Ureger had hidden the beer barrel. Ah, isn't Professor Ureger coming today? Ah, he'll be a bit busy. Is something going on? No. He's just racking his brain to make the final exam more difficult. Please wait a moment. I'll bring you some side dishes too. Yihan also opened another secret trapdoor where Professor Ureger had hidden something. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, perhaps the professor was right, Yihan thought as he finished his work in the vegetable garden and headed back. While the phoenix was currently driving the students' focus on their studies to insanely low levels, getting too caught up in this matter might be a mistake. Trying to stop something that couldn't be stopped, no matter how hard one tried, would only lead to frustration. It might be better to accept the phoenix as an existence like the skull principle and just focus on one's own tasks. Wardenaz. Students from the White Tiger Tower ran towards Yihan as he walked from the direction of the cabin. Due to the rarity of people in the vicinity, Yihan warned them first. Wait, speak from there. Don't come any closer. Now's not the time for that. Follow us. That's even more suspicious. Ah, I'm serious. Please believe me. The White Tiger Tower student screamed and rolled on the ground. Even his friend beside him was shocked by the unsightly display. Oh, okay, lead the way. If that was an act, it was desperate enough to make one feel obligated to follow, even if it turned out to be a trap. Yihan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. The students from each tower who had gathered earlier had similar expressions. Crackle, the warehouse where the final assignments were stored was on fire. The warehouse should be fireproofed, right? How is it burning? The phoenix broke the warehouse door and went inside. Even if there was a fireproofing spell on the outer walls of the warehouse, there was no way it could withstand the phoenix entering through the open door and rolling around inside. Yihan looked around. From students who seemed to have lost their minds, bursting into laughter, to those who were crying and pounding the ground with their fists. It was a natural reaction, considering the final exam was burning to ashes in an instant. Let's put out the fire first, everyone. Okay, isn't it too late to put it out now? The students murmured, but Yihan responded with action. He summoned water from the air and threw it. It was a simple spell, but summoning a huge mass of water continuously in the face of the flames set by the phoenix was something only Yihan could do. After repeating it dozens of times, the fire subsided. Yihan looked at the warehouse, now reduced to ashes, with a bitter expression. We worked so hard on those, this won't do. Let's catch the phoenix first, then study. Wardenaz. The student's eyes widened at Yihan's words. Did he really intend to catch the phoenix? I will join you. I offer you my sword, Wardenaz. At this point, the final exam doesn't matter at all. That's not it. Of course, no matter how angry he was, Yihan wasn't foolish enough to take only his friends to catch the phoenix. Professor, would you please help us hunt the phoenix? Pardon? Professor Garcia was dumbfounded but didn't stop or refuse the students. Of course, these experiences help mages grow, but I think phoenix hunting might be too difficult. I plan to ask other professors for help as well. At Yihan's words, Professor Garcia hesitated. It doesn't seem like it will work. Usually, professors at the Magic Academy didn't like helping students too much. It was an old belief that mages had to explore on their own to grow, but Professor Garcia suspected it might be because professors found it bothersome to help students with every little thing. Yihan. Actually, the professors are busier than you think. Professor Garcia tried to persuade Yihan without hurting his feelings. However, Yihan already knew. I know. Professors were originally meant to make students work, not help them with their tasks, but there were occasional exceptions. Bang. Professor Verduz, please help us freshmen a bit. What? No. When they opened the door to the artifact hall and entered, Professor Verduz, who was in the midst of working with a hammer and chisel, flatly refused. Yihan spoke without being discouraged. If you help us, I will help you with your work as well. Then I'd love to. Professor Verduz leaped from his chair. Seeing this, Professor Garcia asked with concern. Yihan, Professor Verduz is one of the busiest professors. No matter how much they needed Professor Verduz's help, making such a promise rashly was dangerous. You don't have to worry. We didn't specify what kind of work it would be. I can just do some simple tasks and make excuses. Professor Garcia blinked. So you're deceiving him? No, Professor. It's not deception, but a clever way with words. The principal would agree. Professor Garcia couldn't help but question whether character education was being properly conducted. Bang, Professor Bagrak, we're trying to hunt the phoenix. Please help us a bit. Professor Belatti, who was sitting, slightly raised an eyebrow, nodded, and stood up from his seat. Then, noticing the gathered students, he gave them a slightly puzzled look. I thought it was supposed to be a one-on-one confrontation. I'm not at that level yet. At first, Professor Garcia was hesitant, but when Professor Verduz and Professor Bagrak joined, her thoughts changed. Of course, professors at Einregard were supposed to help students only to an appropriate level. They couldn't just eliminate the phoenix because the students asked them to. However, if they received an appropriate level of help from multiple people, the story would be different. And who would say anything if they helped a little more when no one was watching? All right, I'll join too. The warm atmosphere between the professors and the first-year students froze. The Skull Principal asked as if wondering why they were acting like that. Why is everyone being like this? They seem to be moved by the fact that you're helping, Principal. Kid, it's fine. I understand everything. The Skull Principal spoke generously. Yihan cursed inwardly. Damn it. I should have somehow kept the Death Knight's eyes away. There was no way the Skull Principal had come to help out of the goodness of his heart. He must have heard from the Death Knights that the professors were helping and came to interfere. How petty. So, how do you plan to catch the Phoenix? Tell me. Surely a student of Einregard wouldn't rely on professors without any plan, right? That's not it. SHH. When Professor Garcia spoke, the Skull Principal quickly covered her mouth. Be quiet. I won't allow you to communicate with secret codes. There's no such thing. Regardless of Professor Garcia's bewilderment, the Skull Principal was thorough. Among the professors here, only Professor Garcia would help Yihan. He isn't stopping the other professors. There's no need to stop them. Yihan looked at Professor Verduz and Professor Belatti and nodded. Seeing the two of them, he understood why the Skull Principal wasn't stopping them. Of course, I have a plan. At first glance, catching the Phoenix, which possessed invincible regenerative powers that could withstand any attack, seemed impossible. However, every creature had a weakness. The Phoenix was no exception. The first method was to reduce the Phoenix's regenerative power and subdue it by dealing damage. It's a good method, but it's beyond my current level. Yihan had no idea what kind of high-level magic would be needed to reduce the regenerative power of a being like the Phoenix. The other method was to exhaust the Phoenix's stamina. To be precise, it was the Phoenix's mana. As a mythical beast, the Phoenix moved using the vast mana it possessed as its power source. If this mana was exhausted to the maximum, the mythical beast Phoenix would have no choice but to be reverse summoned to another realm. This is how we exhaust its mana. You did think about it. It's reckless, though. The Skull Principal didn't say it was a completely absurd idea, but he didn't say it was a good method either. It was too crude to be called a good method, exhausting a mythical beast with immense mana until its strength was depleted. It sounded good, but there was a high possibility of people collapsing from exhaustion first. Horse among the methods available to the current first-year students, this was the only viable option. Then we'll proceed. Professor Verduz, please cast fireproofing magic on the students. All of them here. Professor Verduz, who had been quietly standing, asked in surprise. I don't want to, it's a waste of mana. A mage's mana was a precious resource, especially for someone like Professor Verduz, who devoted himself to artifacts without any spare time in a day. It was even more so. It was unusual for a mage to waste it like water. It was normal to manage it meticulously. Don't worry, Professor Garcia, I'm listening, Yihan. Please absorb my mana. All right, what did you say? The students stirred. The Skull Principal also asked with a shocked expression. Have you absorbed mana before? No, Professor Garcia exclaimed in alarm. For mages, mana was like life, so the act of arbitrarily absorbing mana could be misunderstood. Moreover, since the other party was a disciple, they had to be even more careful. I would never do such a thing. Indeed, you're not the type of person to do that, unlike Bevel. I apologize, I didn't do anything like that, Professor Verduz grumbled. Seeing that, Yihan suddenly remembered something. Wait, didn't Professor Belatti try to absorb my mana before? Didn't he attempt mana drain, saying I couldn't control the iron ball because I had too much mana? Yihan looked at Professor Belatti in bewilderment. Sensing his gaze, Professor Belatti showed a puzzled expression. Do you still want to have a one-on-one duel? No, I don't, I see. Yihan turned his gaze to Professor Garcia. You can absorb my mana and give it to Professor Verduz. Do we really have to do that? Professor Garcia made a very reluctant expression. Is it really necessary? The Skull Principal also wondered if it was really necessary. He didn't think Professor Verduz needed to be taken care of to the point of dying from mana deficiency. Professor Verduz held out his arm without paying any attention. Give me the mana quickly. Please just shut up and stay still. Just as the process of blood transfusion was not easy, the process of transferring mana to another person was not easy either. A mage's inner world was another world in itself. Transferring the elements that formed the order of that world inevitably led to conflicts. Of course, a mage of Professor Garcia's caliber could mitigate those conflicts. Woong. A sphere of condensed mana appeared in the air. It was a sphere about the size of a human head. However, the amount of mana contained within it was not ordinary. It was a sphere compressed with pure mana, filtered and refined from various attributes and thoughts. Yihan, tell me if it's too much for you. It's fine, Professor. It doesn't bother me at all. From now on, just pretend it's difficult. Yihan belatedly realized his mistake. Then I'll make the connection. A line extended from the sphere of mana and connected to Professor Verduz. The power, please receive it quietly. The Skull Principal reprimanded him. I think this should be enough, already. Yes, it's sufficient. Professor Verduz was the type to be greedy if he was going to be greedy, not someone who would forcibly end it quickly for the sake of his disciple. Knowing this well, the Skull Principal and Professor Garcia looked at each other. The purity of the mana. How high is it? Even with the same amount of mana, the mana was never exactly the same. Some mana might have a slightly stronger affinity for the fire attribute, some might have a slightly stronger affinity for the negative attribute, and some mana might be murky due to many impurities. Mana with fewer impurities and higher purity produced much stronger effects even with the same amount. Naturally, as a mage, one would want to carry only the purest mana in their body, but that was practically impossible. Living meant decaying and dying. Even just breathing created impurities, so a living being could not possess mana without a speck of impurity. Therefore, mages polished their mana with various arcane practices and increased its purity with spells. However, there were occasional exceptions. There were mages who were born with high purity mana without having to do such things. The boy from the Wardenaz family in front of them was a bit too high. But don't tell Beevil, of course. The Skull Principal and Professor Garcia conversed telepathically. If Professor Verduz found out about this, it was obvious that he would become even more troublesome. What's wrong? Stay still for a bit. Why are you being so fidgety? The Skull Principal blocked Professor Verduz's view and forcefully turned his neck. With a cracking sound, Professor Verduz's neck twisted. Meanwhile, Professor Garcia quickly dispersed the remaining mana so that Professor Verduz wouldn't notice. Hurry up and cast the spell. Wait, my neck hurts a bit. I'll heal it later. We need to do it before the received mana disappears. All right. Professor Verduz grumbled but did what he had to do. After waving his staff a few times and tapping it, a flame-resistant spell was cast on all the students present. When the preparations were finished, the Skull Principal asked with interest, "So how do you plan to exhaust the Phoenix's stamina now? First, please help us, you two." The Skull Principal was puzzled when Yihan pointed at him and Professor Belatti. "How dare you? If you think I'll kindly help you, you're greatly mistaken, boy. You said you would help." The students were dumbfounded, but Yihan was not surprised. He was always like that. "But you'll still help to some extent, right? Only to the extent that a professor can." "Yes, that's all I'm asking for. So what is it?" The Skull Principal stared at the Phoenix with a dull gaze. Then he spoke to Professor Belatti beside him. "Why did you accept it then, just now?" "This was what Yihan requested. Please drive the Phoenix towards us, you two." "What? Drive the Phoenix with magic? That's beyond what a professor can do. I'm not asking you to use magic." "Then just get close to it." The Skull Principal had to admit that Yihan used his head well. Unlike driving the Phoenix with magic, just getting close to it wasn't particularly difficult. Moreover, mythical beasts like phoenixes possessed keen instincts close to extrasensory perception. A being like the Skull Principal, who could harm the Phoenix, had a high chance of being avoided. However, the Skull Principal had said something, so he couldn't refuse. "Fine, but Professor Bagrak here doesn't like such things. Refuse on my behalf, Professor Bagrak." "Understood." Professor Belatti accepted too easily, contrary to expectations. From the Skull Principal's perspective, it was an absurd situation. Since when was he so cooperative with the Magic Academy's affairs? It's necessary for teaching, isn't it? The Skull Principal's mouth gaped open. Although he was a great mage who had abandoned the 5 desires and 7 emotions and reached the realm of enlightenment, Professor Belatti's words shook the Skull Principal's emotions. That bastard. If Professor Garcia had said such a thing, the Skull Principal would have fully understood. Even if Professor Alpin or Professor Mortem had said such a thing, he could have understood to some extent. However, when Professor Belatti, who was even more self-righteous than Professor Beevil Verduz when it came to education, spouted such nonsense, his anger soared. Where was he all this time when the Skull Principal had subtly hinted, "Even so, don't you think you should change your thinking a bit if you continue to have 0 disciples?" That. "It's nothing." The Skull Principal gave up on talking to Professor Belatti. There was only one thing he felt after being at Einregard for a long time. Talking to a wall would only make one's own mouth hurt. People like Professor Beevil or Professor Belatti were not the type to be persuaded by the Skull Principal's words. Should I have prevented that Wardenaz bastard from attending the lecture? The Skull Principal felt a non-existent stomach ache. By now, Professor Belatti was probably thinking, since a disciple who passed the curriculum I created has appeared, I was indeed not wrong. Thinking about that brought a headache. Let's just drive it. The Skull Principal approached the Phoenix. Then the Phoenix, who had been frolicking in the sky, was startled and chirped. "Shut up, you're just a bird brain who can only burn well. I allowed you to play in my garden, so don't be impudent." The frightened Phoenix immediately changed direction and started flying towards the opposite side of the Skull Principal. However, Professor Belatti was already waiting there. Professor Belatti, who was floating in the air with a levitation spell like the Skull Principal, stared at the Phoenix with an expressionless face. Will it pass by? The Skull Principal hoped that the Phoenix would pass by Professor Belatti. Unlike the Skull Principal, who exuded an overwhelming presence from his soul, Professor Belatti was not a monster who had lived since ancient times. Moreover, Professor Belatti was an enlightened combat mage. He was an enlightened mage when it came to controlling and not revealing emotions. Then, the Phoenix might not feel threatened and pass by. Swish, the phoenix immediately changed direction and flew away. The skull principal blinked his eyes in astonishment. Did you perhaps attack that phoenix before I tried to catch it? The skull principal let out a deep sigh. He saw the phoenix that had fled far away entering the main building of the Magic Academy. Close it. As the phoenix entered the building, Yihan shouted to the students. Despite the heavy sound of the main gate closing, the phoenix was not flustered. Rather, it flew towards the students as if asking them to play. Warden as, what should we do now? We have to catch it. And after we catch it, we have to endure until it gets tired. Oh, that's it. The glorious imperial bureaucrat, Yunred Lei, smiled and spoke to his escorts. There's nothing to worry about, everyone. Einregard is not such a dangerous place. Even if you say that. My colleague previously escorted a bureaucrat going to Einregard, and since then he never spoke about Einregard again. The adventurers hired as escorts were extremely tense. Experienced and seasoned adventurers knew which places in the empire were relatively safe and which were dangerous. And to adventurers, Einregard was one of the most dangerous areas in the empire. It wasn't because it had a harsh natural environment or the presence of powerful monsters. It was simply because there were so many eccentric mages among the mages of Einregard, and now they had to enter that Einregard. Even if they tried not to be nervous, they couldn't help but be nervous. You're all worrying too much. I didn't intend to say this, but actually, I'm from Einregard. Yunred Li revealed his alma mater to the adventurers. He judged that it was necessary to alleviate their anxiety. However, that had the opposite effect. He's from Einregard. Did we accept the wrong request? Still, it's an imperial request, so they wouldn't sacrifice us to Einregard, right? We can't unconditionally trust an imperial request. The fact that he was a mage from Einregard made the adventurers even more frightened. The adventurers trembled, fearing that Yunred Li would capture them and hand them over as experimental subjects. Yunred Li had to spend several hours persuading them. Do you understand now? I'm not trying to hand you over as experimental subjects, but I'm going to do my job as an imperial bureaucrat. That's right. I'll trust you for now. The adventurers nodded their heads timidly. Seeing their appearance, Yunred Li held back a sigh. It's hard to work because of false rumors. It was a simple task of checking the status of Magic Academy students as an imperial bureaucrat, but who would have thought the adventurers would be so scared? False rumors were making things complicated. Many rumors about Einregard are false. Don't rashly believe them. Do you understand? Yes. Then, was the incident reported in last year's imperial newspaper where all the goats in the town near Einregard turned into demons, also a false rumor? Ah, that was an unfortunate accident. The adventurers looked at each other. Then they carefully asked once more. By any chance was the incident reported in the imperial newspaper 2 years ago, where a dark mage from Einregard infiltrated a knight's cemetery and tried to steal corpses, also a false rumor? That actually happened, but there are a few graduates, so isn't it possible for one person to cause an accident? That's right, you're absolutely right. The adventurers nodded their heads and whispered behind. Their eyes and faces were filled with fear and terror, but Yunred Li didn't notice. We'll arrive within an hour. Yunred Li looked around the familiar path and checked the sky. The dawn had not yet broken, but it was almost time for daybreak. Since the final exams would start this week, they arrived just in time, but... Come on, everyone, cheer up. Understood, Mr. Mage. Since we receive silver coins, we will thoroughly complete our job. The adventurers nodded their heads and waved their lanterns to open the way. Although it was a well-maintained imperial road, they had to be careful when it was this dark. Monsters could jump out from nearby bushes. Quack-quack-quack-quang. Battle formation. When a huge monster suddenly jumped out with a roar, the adventurers were startled and drew their weapons. However, Yunred Li stopped the adventurers. There's no need to fight. What? Look at the letters engraved on its shoulder. It's a chimera that escaped from the Magic Academy. A prohibition has been placed on it so that it can't attack people. The adventurers stared at Yunred Li with eyes filled with intense emotions. It was surprising that he could recognize the letters engraved on its shoulder in this darkness, but more than that, is it something to be so calm about when a chimera has escaped from the Magic Academy? Mr. Mage, shouldn't we call the guards? Haha, there's no need for that. It's not that big of a deal. That's right, after some time had passed. The huge walls and main gate of the Magic Academy finally came into view. As soon as the main gate opened, a monster nearby came rolling while roaring. Battle formation again. There's no need to fight. What? It's a fourth-year student who failed a transformation spell. They'll return to their original form soon. The adventurers gave up on being surprised anymore. It seemed like they wouldn't be surprised no matter what they saw now. Creak. The main building's door opened. Inside, some young students were panting while pressing down on a phoenix with haggard faces. The adventurers spoke to Yunred Li as if they wouldn't be surprised this time. This must be an event of the Magic Academy, right? I guess that's essential to becoming a mage. What on earth are they doing, Principal? Yunred Lee asked the Skull Principal in shock. No matter what, this was too much. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You knew I was coming, yet you still did this, Yunred Lee exclaimed in a flustered voice. In the world of Einregard, only a mage from Einregard could truly understand the unique educational culture of its students. This was especially true when investigating the state of the students at Einregard Academy. Other mages, unfamiliar with Einregard's ways, would undoubtedly fail to grasp these intricacies. However, even considering that, when an imperial bureaucrat visited, Einregard should have shown some consideration. While it was true that Einregard occasionally had unbelievable accidents, did those accidents really need to happen right when an imperial bureaucrat was visiting? It's a misunderstanding. I didn't cause this. If the principal didn't cause this, then who did? Are you saying the first-year students did this on their own? That's right. Don't say such nonsense, then ask them. The Skull Principal was an evil, malicious, despicable, and cruel mage, but he wasn't the type to make absurd claims. Yunred Lee asked the student who seemed to be the leader among those holding the phoenix. Did you really try to catch the phoenix, just the first-year students? Yes. And you succeeded? Yes. Upon hearing the answer, the adventurers behind them murmured. Yunred Lee, who usually thought most rumors about Einregard were baseless, couldn't deny it this time. Although he had anticipated it, capturing the phoenix was much more difficult than expected. Trapping the phoenix in the main building was just the beginning. First, we catch it. Lure the phoenix in. How? Guide it with magic. Fortunately, there was no need for that. The phoenix that entered the main building excitedly rushed towards Yihan. The phoenix seemed to perceive the current situation as a game. Even as the students charged at it from both sides with fierce expressions, it flapped its wings and clung to Yihan. It was absurd, but an opportunity was an opportunity. They had saved the trouble of enticing the phoenix. Everyone, grab it. The phoenix chirped. Its cry was much louder and clearer than when it sang in front of the tower before. The friends who had been full of energy until just now all sat down as if enchanted, their mouths agape as they stared at the phoenix. Damn it, should have cast a mental defense spell too, Yihan lamented inwardly. The phoenix's deliberate singing was far more powerful than anticipated. It was enough to bury any resolve or determination. What will you do now? The Skull Principal, who had entered late, asked in an intrigued voice. He seemed overjoyed and at a loss, seeing all of Yihan's friends eliminated except for him. It's fine, it won't keep singing, so I just need to endure alone until it stops. Isn't that too reckless? Yihan ignored the Skull Principal's taunts. There was no point in complaining about something that had to be done anyway. Come forth, Sharakin. Yihan summoned Sharakin and the skeleton warriors. Then he firmly grabbed the phoenix so it couldn't escape. The phoenix playfully flapped its wings, unconcerned about being caught. Flap, flap, Yihan, unleash your magic. That's the only way to exhaust the phoenix's stamina more. Yihan, who had already planned to do so, swung his staff. As ice and lightning flew, the phoenix became even more excited when hit. Sharakin bit the phoenix and clawed at it, looking dumbfounded. In return, the phoenix cutely pecked at Sharakin with its beak. It looked like someone playing with a pet, if it weren't for the phoenix's flames setting the surroundings ablaze. Cunning fellow, enticing the phoenix with mana. As the phoenix continued to play without any counterattack, the Skull Principal criticized Yihan. Of course, Yihan was too busy wrestling with the phoenix to even hear him. I don't think Yihan did it on purpose, Professor Garcia defended him. Judging by the phoenix's attitude of accepting any attack as play and not leaving, it seemed true that it was deeply immersed in Yihan's mana. It wasn't surprising for mythical beasts that fed on mana to crave it. That was the only reason the capricious phoenix would stick around and continue playing without leaving. However, Professor Garcia decided not to tell Yihan that fact. Telling the already struggling student, the phoenix chased after you because of your mana, seemed too cruel. But cunning tricks won't last long. I really don't want to ask, but why is that? As you know, phoenixes are fickle. It may be docile now, intoxicated by the mana, but it's not docile at all, Professor Garcia said, watching the phoenix trying to stick a feather into Yihan's ear. It will probably get bored and try to leave soon. Do you think they can catch it then? Unfortunately, they were underprepared. Indeed, Professor Garcia had no choice but to agree with the Skull Principal's words. With the other students knocked out by the song, it seemed difficult for Yihan alone to stop the phoenix, if the phoenix got bored and tried to fly away. The Skull Principal and Professor Garcia quietly stood and watched Yihan and the phoenix play. After some time had passed, the Skull Principal burst into anger. Why is that phoenix so patient? As time passed, the friends also woke up from the song and joined in. I'll help you, Wardenaz. I already caught it, but SHH, be quiet. Wardenaz, the phoenix is trying to escape. Wardenaz, what do we do? Yihan, who was about to rest, came back and grabbed the phoenix. The phoenix happily flapped its wings. Should we feed it a snack? Yeah, please do. It was truly a display of perseverance bordering on ignorance. Seeing him endure and suppress the phoenix, the skull principal constantly grumbled. If you're going to catch it with brute force, why become a mage? After hearing the explanation of the situation, Yunred Li finally nodded in understanding. Indeed, do you understand now? No, why? If you knew I was coming, you should have stopped them. You could have driven it away instead, especially during the final exam period. I can't do that. Principles must be upheld in any situation. Yunred Li was dumbfounded, the one who ignores principles when it's convenient for him. How difficult is it to help the students once during the final exam period? I don't know either. I will do my best, but I can't completely erase what happened. HMPH, it doesn't matter. The skull principal's blazing eyes slightly wavered. He was undoubtedly calculating how much the budget would be cut in his mind. Please come in one at a time. After organizing his luggage, Yunred Li sat down to listen to the first-year student circumstances. Although Einregard had students from various years, none were as struggling and miserable as the first years. As a former student of Einregard himself, Yunred Li knew well how shocking it was for first years when they first enrolled. He remembered the daunting experience of having to leave his servants, attendants, and slaves outside the gates and enter the tower in shabby clothes. The terrifyingly looking Lick Archmage was an added bonus. It would have been fortunate if life in the tower was comfortable, but unfortunately it was harsh and miserable. They had to eat only hard, black bread and rice balls while dealing with an excruciatingly large amount of assignments and studying. My heart aches for them. Seeing a student from the Blue Dragon Tower enter, Yunred Li felt overwhelmed with sadness. As a graduate of the Blue Dragon Tower himself, Yunred Li could understand how difficult it must have been for the student in front of him. All first-year students struggled, but among them, the Blue Dragon Tower was particularly more challenging. The students' noble bloodlines or brilliant minds were of little help during their first year. Moreover, students from the White Tiger Tower and Black Tortoise Tower, being narrow-minded and petty, often disliked the Blue Dragon Tower for no reason. Sadly, the Blue Dragon Tower students, lacking talent in hunting or gathering, had no choice but to starve. Please have a seat. As the Blue Dragon Tower student sat down, Yunred Li wrote down the name and asked a question. It must be very difficult for you. Gasp. How did you know? Gainando was surprised. Yunred Li smiled bitterly and said, I am also a mage who graduated from Einregard, and I'm from the Blue Dragon Tower. You're my senior, that's right, so feel free to speak comfortably. I'll cut out most of it anyway. The Empire was only interested in whether there were students at Einregard who wanted to burn the world or summon a great demon to overturn the Empire. They weren't particularly concerned about whether the students were hungry or not. So the first-year students could freely confide. There was no need to be mindful of the skull principle. How are the meals? It leaves much to be desired, I understand. That black bread and cold rice balls are really hard to get used to. I couldn't adapt to it until graduation. What? Oh, I don't eat that. Pardon? Yunred Li faltered at Gainando's words. If he didn't eat the black bread and rice balls, did that mean he was eating dew? Then what did you eat? Well, breakfast, I had a bacon omelet, and for lunch, I had a sandwich with tuna, eggs, and corn. For dinner, wait. Yunred Li stopped Gainando's words, doubting his ears. Are you joking with me right now? What? Did I do something wrong? Gainando was startled and shrank back at the sight of his senior, suddenly getting angry. Only then did Yunred Li come to his senses and realize what he was doing. I am sorry. I got angry for a moment. I thought it was a joke. It's not a joke. Look, there are even desserts here. Gainando took out cookies from his backpack as if to protest. They weren't cookies baked with mud and grass, but proper cookies made with flour, sugar, and butter. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a snack that a first-year student could dare to eat. Where did you get this? Yihem brought it from outside. He also gets ingredients from inside and makes them. Gainando began to chatter excitedly. How Yihan procured ingredients and cooked to feed the Blue Dragon Tower students. Yunred Li's face gradually distorted as he listened to their luxurious dietary life. It was a reaction he himself didn't even notice. You have encountered great fortune. Right, Yunred Li realized one fact. While he was overwhelmed with sadness when his juniors were suffering, anger surged when his juniors were enjoying too much luxury. Could this be why those bastards from other towers hated us? Even when asking other Blue Dragon Tower students, the answers were similar. Yunred Li, who had been suspicious, trembled with rage at the sight of his well-fed juniors. How can they improve their skills as mages if they live so comfortably? It wasn't like this in our time. Yunred Li failed to realize that he was saying the same things as the skull principal. The counseling continued afterwards. At first, he trembled with rage because of the Blue Dragon Tower students, but as he counseled students from other towers, Yunred Li's emotions turned to astonishment. So you're saying this student named Wardenaz is taking summoning magic, illusion magic, enchantment magic, divination magic, transformation magic, healing magic, all of these. Yes, that right. And he's also in charge of the Blue Dragon Tower students' meals? What? Weren't the Blue Dragon Tower bastards sharing the work? Are they insane? Yunrad couldn't refute the words of the White Tiger Tower student. As a senior from the Blue Dragon Tower, this was indeed something to be ashamed of. Probably doing it together, divided among themselves, Yunred said, trying to cover for his juniors as a senior. The White Tiger Tower student nodded as if he had expected this. Right, as long as they're human, there's no way they wouldn't help. It's probably a bit exaggerated. They'll divide the work, or maybe Wardenaz gets some special treatment. In our White Tiger Tower, we give special treatment to friends who bring in ingredients. How embarrassing, really. Yunred changed the subject. Since you're from the White Tiger Tower, you must be taking swordsmanship classes. Yes, I am. Are there any students who stand out, or any who want to assassinate someone? While it was natural for Einregard students to want to assassinate the Skull Principal, if someone wanted to assassinate someone else, it would be a serious problem. An outstanding swordsman was a powerful assassin in their own right, and if they also learned magic, they could bring a bloody storm to an entire city. I'm not sure about students who want to assassinate someone. As for those who stand out, Moradi and Daljiu are excellent, but still it's Wardenaz. Yunred couldn't believe his ears. There are 2 students from the Wardenaz family. Are you talking about the Wardenaz student you mentioned earlier? Yes, he's taking swordsmanship too. So what? Unable to hold back, Yunred asked in a growl. Doesn't that seem strange? The White Tiger Tower student in front of him was saying something absurd while being so nonchalant about it. Well, now that you mention it. Only then did the White Tiger Tower student seem to sense something odd. Why the hell is that Wardenaz bastard taking swordsmanship too? It can't be because of his grades. I apologize. It wasn't something to ask a student about. No, you're right. Hearing it now, it does seem a bit strange. The White Tiger Tower student nodded and said, could it be that Wardenaz has some evil plan? What kind of plan? Like learning all magic and even swordsmanship to defeat the principal and take over the school. That's not a particularly evil plan, Yunred thought, but the White Tiger Tower student seemed to find his own words quite plausible and continued passionately. Oh, now that you mention it, that's true too. And no matter how hard you study, it's impossible to defeat the principal. Wouldn't someone like Wardenaz be able to do it? Of course, I'm not saying he'll do it right now, but in a few years. Usually, no matter how outstanding a friend was, people didn't say things like, wouldn't he be able to beat the Skull Principal in a few years? Yunred became newly curious about this boy from the Wardenaz family. Just how did he behave and act? Are you okay? His friends asked, and Yihan nodded. It was only natural for his other friends to worry. While everyone else was resting, Yihan had almost single-handedly dealt with the Phoenix. The Phoenix, exhausted and drained from playing excitedly, left a pattern on the back of Yihan's hand and returned to its realm, satisfied. Although a powerful force could be felt from the Phoenix's pattern, left on top of the patterns left by other spirits. Let's ask the professor and find a way to remove it. Yeah, what if that crazy bird bastard gets summoned again? If it gets summoned this time, it might burn down your room, Wardenaz. The Blue Dragon Tower students had become very cold and resolute. The Phoenix's rampage had frozen the students' hearts. From now on, students would be suspicious of any festivals that seemed even slightly dangerous. No, it's fine. It's okay even if it's not removed. No way, Wardenaz. The Phoenix might appear in your dreams and kill you. That's right. That bird bastard won't even remember gratitude. Unlike his friend's intense reactions, Yihan didn't feel any particular danger from the Phoenix's pattern. Since the other professors didn't say much, Sharakan didn't say much, and Yihan himself didn't feel any ominous energy, this was closer to a spirit's pattern. He hadn't confirmed what effect it had yet, but at the very least, it wouldn't be a loss. Wardenaz. It's your turn, come in, I'll be right there. The Black Tortoise Tower student who had gone in before him came out and called Yihan. Yihan, who got up from his seat, felt puzzled. What is it? The Black Tortoise Tower student was staring intently at Yihan. Do you have something to say to me? Wardenaz, could it be that you really... No, forget it. I shouldn't have said anything. There's no way that could be true. Yunred unconsciously steadied his breathing. He had never thought that he, who had graduated from Einregard and gained some experience as an imperial bureaucrat, would be this nervous when dealing with a mere first-year student. But it couldn't be helped. Although Einregard gathered the Empire's geniuses, even among those geniuses, there were bound to be a few who stood out. And such geniuses were monsters that were hard to fathom with the eyes of those beneath them. Yunred had also seen such a genius before. He was 2 years above me, but he was truly a monstrous person. Having seen such a genius, Yunred's nervousness intensified. What kind of student would he be? Hello. Yihan politely bowed his head as he entered the room. Yihan basically liked people from the imperial bureaucracy. To be precise, he wanted to make a good impression in advance so that he could easily enter it later. Although outstanding mages were called upon anywhere, it required extraordinary effort to sit in a comfortable, stable, and good position. I must never let my guard down. Yihan vowed not to make a single mistake. Although his body was tired from the phoenix, his mind was very clear with a strong sense of tension. He must receive a good evaluation no matter what. Please have a seat, Yunred said, hiding his surprise. He had expected a very arrogant mage, not only from the Wardenaz family, but also with the talents and achievements he possessed. Specifically, a young version of the Skull Principal. There were few mages in the Empire who could match the Skull Principal's magic skills, but there were surprisingly many who could match his nasty personality. It was a common belief among imperial bureaucrats that the more outstanding a mage's skills were, the more inversely proportional their personality was. However, Yihan was very polite. Yunred asked Yihan, who was seated, "What should I ask first? I heard that you are currently studying all possible schools of magic." "Yes, that's correct. May I ask why?" Yihan didn't answer because the professors are crazy. With a gentle smile on his lips, he gave an exemplary answer. "I have always enjoyed studying magic. As I became curious about various types of magic, the professors recommended that I learn them. Fortunately, there were outstanding educators like Professor Garcia, so I could take them as my role models. Wasn't it possible for Professor Garcia because she had troll blood? Yunred thought so inwardly, but he decided not to go against the genius's temper for no reason. After all, it wouldn't be strange to compare the blood of the Wardenaz family with the blood of trolls. Were there any inconveniences while taking the classes? A typical trap question. Yihan wasn't fooled. The imperial bureaucrat in front of him might be making some evil deal with the Skull Principal behind the scenes, so it would only be a loss for Yihan to speak naively. Moreover, a disciple who badmouthed his professor could be seen as having some character issues. Not at all. The professors are all passionately dedicated to teaching. It's a luxury for a student like me. Oh my God, Yunred felt chills all over his body, as if cold water had been poured on him. He didn't think he was this surprised even when he first saw the Skull Principal, or when his friend accidentally submerged the Magic Academy, or when his senior's heart stopped while doing club activities. Just what kind of soul was he born with to be able to react like that while receiving the harsh teachings of this Magic Academy? This student is not human. Yunred was amazed. Just as scorching hot lava felt like mere pond water to a phoenix, the teachings of the Magic Academy seemed to feel like enjoyment to this boy from the Wardenaz family. Amazing. I'm truly in awe. Is that so? I'm just embarrassed. Yihan inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had broken through the trap question and left a good impression on the other person. Then I will ask you about a few things that happened this semester. Yes. Yunred began to ask one by one about the stories he had heard from other students. Since they were seen from the perspective of other students, there could be some exaggeration. No, there had to be exaggeration. You encountered a mud golem in the mountain range? Yes, and I heard you defeated it. That's right, I was lucky. I see. Yunred took notes with a quill pen. Einregard mud golem subjugation confirmed 3 times, cert, and when the principal attacked, I heard you defended without a single person being taken away. But it's true that you commanded them, right? Yes, as I said, my friends cooperated. Yunred's quill pen gradually became busy. The questions continued. Yunred asked about the vine monster, the spirit bull, the rock drake, and the incidents with the White Wood Knight Order. Yihan answered as carefully as possible so as not to appear reckless. I had no choice at that time. For the sake of my friends, the Phoenix burned the assignment. Yunred nodded. He was already so surprised that he couldn't react anymore. Ah, I heard there was a fight with the invaders. What do you mean? I was talking about the adventurers who infiltrated the school. Yunred paused. Oops, I made a mistake. Yihan realized that he had made a mistake. Now that it had come to this, if he didn't explain properly, Yihan would become a delusional person. Actually, the anti-magic extremists. Yunred's quill pen became insanely fast. When the story of the anti-magic extremists' attack ended, Yunred looked at the ceiling for a moment, and he became lost in thought. People won't doubt this report, will they? Of course, Yunred knew well that there was no way it would be trusted. The trust Yunred was receiving was solid, and the imperial bureaucrats were used to geniuses coming out of Einregard. But this was really a bit. No matter what, this was really a bit. It was such a dazzling achievement that His Majesty the Emperor might call for him separately. Excuse me, Sir Yunred? Ah, please speak. I have always respected the imperial bureaucrats who work day and night. Worried about what kind of shock his report would give to the imperial bureaucrats, Yunred failed to notice the disappointed expression on the boy's face in front of him. Yihan was disappointed. Damn, impenetrable as a fortress. It wasn't all that surprising, though. The imperial bureaucrats were known for their integrity and uprightness, so they were unlikely to be swayed by such personal connections. Still, he had thought that since they were from the same tower, there might be some way to get through, but... If I were to work in the government, what position do you think would suit me? Yihan asked bluntly, unable to give up. Normally, he wouldn't have gone this far, but that's how much he wanted it. Of course, Yunred Li made a face as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Seeing his expression, Yihan quickly changed his words. It was a joke, haha, I thought so. Yihan clicked his tongue inwardly. To think he would be this upright and incorruptible. No wonder he was dispatched to Einregard. No, it was something I had to do. As your senior, I'm cautiously worried that you might be carrying too much of a burden on your shoulders, student warden as. Yihan's face brightened. But I have no intention of stopping you, so don't worry. Isn't hardship a blessing and a gift for those with talent? Yihan's face darkened. As expected of a graduate, he can naturally say such crazy things. While Yunred Li was worrying about the shock the emperor and the imperial bureaucrats would receive, there were people sweating bullets elsewhere. The adventurer Kulvedek wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and looked at his companion. How is it? I think it's still a bit lacking. Don't bullshit me. This is enough. I didn't prepare this much even when I went to hunt a rampaging cave troll. Don't get angry. I'm not doing this because I want to either. You know that crazy mage won't be satisfied with this. Kulvedek shut his mouth. Even if they were adventurers who had never seen each other's faces before, there were cases where they quickly became close when they got involved in a dangerous mission together. That was exactly the case for Kulvedek now. The situation of being caught and dragged here while trying to scam a mage from Einregard. If we had known he was a mage from Einregard, we obviously wouldn't have tried to scam him. Kulvedek and the other adventurers wailed like that, but it was already too late. The lunatic mage asked the adventurers who had used trickery whether they would help with his work or receive proper punishment according to imperial law. And the adventurers naturally said, "We will help with the work." The so-called proper punishment according to imperial law meant nothing to high-ranking mages. If they had chosen the latter, they could have been buried alive in secret. What the hell is he trying to make us do? I heard the grounds of Einregard are vast, so maybe we'll have to gather ingredients. Maybe we'll have to conquer a dungeon. Nonsense, why would a mage belonging to Einregard call adventurers like us? Then, human experimentation. Maybe he wants to do human experimentation. The captured adventurers trembled in fear, but fortunately the situation unfolded differently from their expectations. Work together. Pardon, assuming there is one intruder, work together to subdue them. It wasn't about collecting ingredients, conquering a dungeon, or offering their bodies for magic. The lunatic mage wanted the adventurers to work together to subdue one intruder. We can do that much right now. I know my reputation isn't that great, but I'm someone who has solved dozens of requests in the West. I see. Let's test it out. And the lunatic mage effortlessly neutralized their joint attack without blinking an eye and beat the adventurers to a pulp. Again, prepare properly this time. Lunatic mage beat up the adventurers, made them prepare again, beat them up again, and made them prepare again. No pleas, excuses, persuasion, or bribery worked. He was truly the embodiment of the lunatic mage that adventurers feared. There was a saying among adventurers, don't get involved with mages. Having a high-level talent like a mage in the party couldn't be more useful. Nevertheless, the saying, don't get involved with mages existed precisely because of beings like this lunatic mage. Once you got entangled with them, you couldn't escape until you died. Let's prepare again. Kulvedek let out a long sigh. He wanted to spit, but he was too scared to do so. Since he couldn't run away either, all he could do was prepare until the mage was satisfied. I think it's a good idea to shoot arrows the moment the basement door opens, but the attack after that is a bit ambiguous. What about setting up a trap that activates when someone steps in front of the door? Good. Let's add a bit more. How about having someone wait on the side and launch an attack? Can we match the timing? Damn. Now that it's come to this, we have to try. Okay. Then I'll also pull the crossbow and charge forward. What about the potion? I've set it up. It will fly out as soon as I pull it. The adventurers passionately devised a plan to repel the intruder who would open the door and enter the underground workshop. Not only Kulvedek, but also the other adventurers were preparing with their full strength for the first time. It wasn't like adventurers received lacking training in their spare time and prepared for the next mission in advance. Rather, there were more types who indulged in eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves extravagantly. It was a dangerous profession, and since they earned a lot and spent a lot, it was only natural in a way. But today was different. What about changing the spear? Let's try increasing the length. It might not be bad. Okay, should we also reinforce the shield a bit? My serrated blade and your iron mace. If we swing them together, it will be quite effective. Let's match our moves. Bang. At the sound of the door opening, the adventurers instinctively flinched. The lunatic mage had returned. PL, please give us a little more time. It's not finished yet. Knowing that they would be beaten up by the lunatic mage once the breakthrough started, the adventurers begged and pleaded. Professor Belatti asked with an expressionless face, how long will it take? 1 hour. No, number 30 minutes. 30 minutes will be enough, I see. We'll start in 30 minutes. The opponent is a student. Thank Waihu. Professor Belatti didn't answer twice. He gestured as if telling them to prepare and left the underground workshop. The remaining adventurers' eyes widened as they clung to the workshop window. So you're saying we have to attack that young, green student coming over there. It was better than the lunatic mage, but now they were worried in a slightly different way. Is it really okay to attack, or aren't we going to get caught? We're already caught. Despite arriving at the gloomy underground workshop following Professor Bellatti's guidance, Yihan was not surprised. I was prepared for this. Final exam week. If Yihan hadn't anticipated this even after seeing Professor Bellatti put the adventurers in coffins and ship them to the academy last time, he wasn't someone who deserved to survive at Einregard. Professor Bellatti lightly nodded at Yihan's appearance, not loosening the string of tension throughout his body. It was the attitude of an excellent combat mage. The adventurers are waiting inside. Break through. Understood. A combat mage had to know how to flexibly deal with all kinds of situations. They had to be able to handle it even when enemies were hiding and waiting inside a building. Although he didn't quite understand why he had to do this in his first year, Yihan tightened his grip on his staff instead of objecting. I prepare for all possible situations. Cast various enhancement spells, disrupt the enemy's vision with illusion magic, send summons inside. He wasn't surprised because he knew this day would come from the moment Professor Bellatti brought the adventurers, but his heart was heavy. He had to enter the basement where experienced adventurers who had gone through all sorts of battles had prepared with determination. No matter how thoroughly Yihan prepared, he could lose. Let's consider it fortunate that there are no phoenixes or Cerberus. With that thought, Yihan steeled himself. Suddenly feeling a gaze, he looked to the side and saw adventurers observing him through the window of the underground workshop. Yihan hardened his face. As expected of adventurers, the experience accumulated by adventurers was not something to be taken lightly. They were already closely observing Yihan's capabilities. If he accidentally exposed his magic here, he would be immediately countered. I don't know if it will work, but, Professor, I'm so scared. Can I really defeat the adventurers inside? Perhaps you have a headache. Professor Bellatti expressed his bewilderment briefly and simply. The adventurers who heard the student's frightened and anxious voice from outside the window became troubled. They wondered if it was really okay to attack like this. We're not falling into a conspiracy, are we? What kind of conspiracy? Maybe he wanted to kill a disobedient disciple but didn't want to get his hands dirty, so he called us. Hearing that, it sounded plausible. The adventurers fell into silence. That loosened vigilance gave Yihan precious time. Bang. Yihan immediately kicked open the door to the underground workshop. Arrows flew in from inside. Thud, thud. The arrows stuck into the water shield that Yihan had set up in advance. Having precast various enhancement spells, including, Yihan knew without looking. Light, instead of entering, Yihan intensely released mana towards the inside of the underground workshop and cast the spell. A bright sphere of light reminiscent of the burning sun rose inside the underground workshop. Light, light, light. Normally, there was no need to invest this much mana in a mere first circle spell. Mana was a limited resource, and distributing that resource was also part of a mage's skill. However, Yihan ignored such calculations and poured light into the workshop. Although there was a light source, the adventurers who had become accustomed to the darkness had their vision temporarily obscured. Rise, skeleton warriors. Heat, distort the air. Yihan threw bone fragments and summoned skeleton warriors. They couldn't move properly yet, but they were sufficiently threatening to the adventurers who didn't know that fact. Undead, dark magic, prepare. Even in that chaos, there was no excess in the adventurers' movements, and their coordination didn't break. Yihan couldn't help but admire them. I thought they were scammers, but it seems they have real skills. Well, if they didn't have skills, they wouldn't have dared to scam an Einregard professor. Inside the underground workshop, bright enough to not see ahead, the summoned skeleton warriors under the influence of illusion magic felt like more than a dozen. Nevertheless, the adventurers accurately swung their weapons and brought down the skeleton warriors. That's how much bloody practice they had done inside this underground workshop. I got it. Kulvetic was surprised even after he brought down a skeleton warrior. Bones seized the enemy. Yihan immediately went for the next attack. From the beginning, the purpose of detonating the light and sending skeleton warriors inside was not to attack but to draw attention. It was enough that the enemies couldn't pour out what they had prepared onto Yihan. Using the bones of the shattered skeleton warriors, Yihan recklessly fired bone magic. Bones seized the enemy. With a nerve-grating sound, bone fragments gathered from all directions, creating restraints. The remaining adventurers dodged to blind spots invisible from the entrance and shouted, "It wasn't a young student. Hold on, if he uses magic like that, he can't last long. Exhaustion will come soon." An unlucky adventurer was hit by the barrage of bone magic and collapsed. The end is coming soon. Even a mage's mana isn't infinite. But why is it taking so long? The relentlessly fired bone fragments swept the surroundings like buckshot, turning the area into a chaotic mess. The adventurers, who had been enduring and holding out until the mage's mana ran out, began to sense that something was amiss. Something strange, thwack. Even while shielding their bodies with their shields, complete defense was impossible. As one adventurer, hit by the bone fragments, staggered and exposed himself from the blind spot, Yihan immediately launched a water orb at him. It was meaningless even if he was fully equipped with sturdy armor. The adventurer collapsed on the spot from the heavy impact piercing through the gaps in his armor. At this rate, everyone will be taken down. Shouldn't we move? Are you saying we should charge forward in front of the mage who's currently casting spells? The remaining adventurers exchanged desperate conversations through hand signals. They couldn't believe the current situation. When they had looked outside the window earlier, he definitely seemed like a young master from a noble family who had been preciously raised. What kind of potion did he drink before coming here? According to the original plan, the moment the mage entered the basement, all sorts of traps they had prepared would be triggered in succession, and taking advantage of that opening, the adventurers would also launch a combined attack. However, the opposing mage, as if he had chugged down mana-enhancing potions, was relentlessly firing spells without a moment's rest, devastating the inside of the basement. Although the mage didn't know where the traps were located, with him firing spells like that, several traps had already been destroyed. It was a painful endurance where 1 second felt like an hour. Suddenly, the inside of the basement became quiet. Is it over? The adventurers felt their hearts racing when the bone fragments stopped flying at them. Whether the bone fragments had been exhausted or the mana had been depleted, it was clear that the mage's attack had ended. Thud, 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 thud. This time, water orbs flew in like crazy. Although the quantity wasn't as overwhelming as the bone fragments, it was still a suffocating number. Moreover, unlike earlier when they were fired indiscriminately, the water orbs accurately curved and entered the blind spots where the adventurers were holding out. It was evident that the mage had roughly grasped the adventurers' positions from the first attack. "Ag, you crazy mage bastard." Eventually, one adventurer screamed and charged out. The wooden shield he was holding had been tattered from receiving the merciless attacks of bone fragments and water orbs. Fast, seeing the unexpectedly fast speed of his comrade, Kilvedek momentarily harbored hope that it might work. There was originally a saying not to rush in front of a mage who was casting spells, but the current situation was slightly different. The opposing mage was distracted, firing water orbs throughout the entire basement, and the adventurer's physical abilities had been drastically enhanced by various potions consumed before the battle. With the speed at which he was charging like a gale, it was sufficient to strike the mage's weak point. Wasn't the casting speed always the weakness of mages? Flash forth. However, as if he had been waiting, the mage swung his staff and chanted a spell. The huge lumps of water floating in the air continued to transform into water orbs and flew in, and amidst them, lightning shot out and blew away the adventurer's shield. The adventurer whose shield had been blown away didn't immediately realize his situation. That's how fast the mage's reaction speed was. What? Flash forth, flash forth, flash forth. The adventurer's physical abilities were enhanced by various potions. With that dynamic visual acuity, he attempted to evade by looking at the tip of the staff. However, as if he had anticipated it, the mage fired 3 shots almost simultaneously. No matter which direction he tried to dodge, he would inevitably be hit. BZZT. As his body became paralyzed from the electric shock, the water orbs pounced on him like a pack of wolves. The remaining adventurers were now more terrified than when facing the previous mad mage. The mad mage would have simply walked in, dismantling the adventurers' traps one by one and subduing them. The young monster on the stairs, on the other hand, was relentlessly pushing them without giving them a moment to breathe. "Sir, surrender, we surrender," thwack. When a comrade who had rushed out with his hands raised was hit by a water orb and collapsed on the spot, Kilvedek was horrified. Even though they surrendered, why? Is he saying he won't accept surrender? "Ah, I apologize. I didn't realize you were surrendering. Are you surrendering?" "Yes, yes, we surrender. Drop your weapons, raise both hands, and slowly come out." The young mage's voice was so kind that it sent chills down their spines. Kilvedek cautiously poked his head out. The mage, who had been waiting with an expressionless face, asked, "You haven't prepared any tricks, have you?" "We haven't, there's nothing like that." Strongly denying it makes it more suspicious. "All right, you can slowly come out." The adventurer walking in front of Kilvedek glanced around and slightly lowered his hands, opening his mouth. He was curious about how the current situation was unfolding. "Well, that's thwack. Ah, my apologies." It was a reflexive action. Seeing his comrade, who had been hit by a water orb and collapsed, Kilvedek raised his hands even higher. That mage's words were kind, but his actions were even more terrifying than the mad mage. Yihan could tell that Professor Belatti was very disappointed. Fortunately, he wasn't disappointed in Yihan, but in the adventurers. They failed. "So sorry, mage sir, we did our best, but..." Professor Belatti was so disappointed that he remained silent. After tossing a pouch of coins to each adventurer as compensation, he pointed towards the main gate. Understanding the meaning of being dismissed, the adventurers began to back away, trembling. They were afraid that if they turned around, the mad mage might launch an attack spell at them. "I will guide you." On the other hand, Yihan, who had aced the final exam, was in a good mood. Of course, the adventurers didn't feel reassured just because Yihan offered to guide them. "You can speak comfortably. I'm still a student with a lot to learn. Despite his humble words, the adventurers never let their guard down. I see. Which year are you in? I'm a first-year student. The adventurers remained silent. They only showed indescribable expressions. What exactly happened today? Halfway through their walk, one adventurer couldn't hold back and asked. The other adventurers gave him looks that said, "Do you have 2 lives? Why are you trying to get us killed too?" But the question had already been asked. It was the final exam. Pardon, the final exam. Didn't the professor explain it to you? The adventurers opened their mouths and simultaneously repeated, Then, as if they had suddenly come to their senses, they exclaimed, "No, he did explain. I remember now. That's a relief. I thought he might not have explained. Well, you can come this way. You see the main gate, right?" As they watched Jihan's back walking ahead, the adventurers simultaneously had the same thought without any prior agreement. If they could safely exit through the main gate of Einregard today, they would retire. I should settle down in a quiet village with few people. I need to go to a town without mages. Sincerely, they no longer wanted to deal with crazy people. It's a good start. Yihan drew a line through with a satisfied expression. Repetitive training of basic magic combat. Basic magic character education. Of course, there were still many classes remaining, but the fact that he had aced the start of the final exams was a good omen in itself. Wardenaz, we're in big trouble. I heard that there will be no more deadline extensions for the assignment. We have to submit it as it is today. When Anglego whispered in a flustered manner, Yihan's face stiffened. This was no ordinary matter. That's absurd. It was a lecture where they had to submit blueprints as a pre-final assignment and actually manufacture them as the final assignment. But the problem was that the Phoenix had broken into the storeroom and burned all the assignments. How could they submit on Tuesday as scheduled when all the assignments had been burned? So the students had all been thinking, there will be a deadline extension, right? No matter what, there will be a deadline extension for this, but I was complacent. This is Einregard. Yihan bitterly regretted his carelessness. Of course, even if he had known, he wouldn't have had much time to work on it while catching the Phoenix, but the painful reality couldn't be helped. Wardenaz, there's a way. What way? Let's join hands and protest to the professor. If you, the most outstanding student, join us. Hey, Wardenaz, I said let's do it together. Yihan turned around without even pretending to listen. That was an impossible nonsense. To submit, I need to finish it before lunch. The method is. Unlike other amateur students, Yihan was a prepared professional student. When assignments are not ready, amateurs give up as they are, but professionals always find a way to submit, no matter what method they use. Of course, the quality of the assignment couldn't be guaranteed, but that wasn't important right now. With little time remaining, Yihan stared at the long pole that was supposed to be the framework of the magic lamp, lost in thought. Don't tell me. You're going to discard all the designs and solve it with magic alone. What nonsense are you talking about, Yaner? I haven't even drawn it yet. Suddenly, a conversation he had with Yaner came to mind. The method of discarding the designs and production altogether, and after Yihan casts magic, he would shamelessly insist. It lasts long anyway, doesn't it? When he talked with Yaner, he naturally dismissed it as nonsense, but there's no time and no other way. Yihan steeled his resolve. Sometimes, shameless sophistry was more necessary than skill. Let's go with this. Although Professor Alpin had not yet arrived, the atmosphere among the students gathered in the lecture hall was chaotic. Is it true that there's no deadline extension? I'm telling you there isn't. We're doomed. We're doomed. But isn't it fortunate? We're all doomed together. Do you have no tact then? Professor Alpin entered. Seeing the chaotic atmosphere among the students, Professor Alpin was puzzled. What's going on, Professor? It's not our fault that the Phoenix burned down the storeroom. Of course, it's our fault for not setting up a guard. We'll set up a guard from now on, so please give us one more chance. Please extend the deadline. All right, that was my intention from the beginning. Professor Alpin readily agreed. The students all froze. Wasn't there no deadline extend? Xian, how could there be no deadline extension when the Phoenix burned down the storeroom? Finish it by this weekend. I can give you 2-3 more days, so those who need more time can come and see me. Which bastard spread the false rumor? The students were relieved for now, but it wasn't over yet. Which bastard spread the false rumor? Thud, then Yihan belatedly entered, carrying the magic lamp. Seeing that Professor Alpin had arrived first, Yihan bowed his head. Hello, Professor. Hello, Mr. Wardenaz. I'm here to submit my assignment. Why? Anglego tried to stop Yihan in a panic. No, Wardenaz, the situation has changed. It was a false rumor. However, Professor Alpin answered first. What is this? I apologize if this is rude, but I don't see any separate design. Yes, Professor. I clearly wrote down the amplification magic circle and the corresponding materials on the blueprint, but after thinking about it, I realized that it was also an inefficient method. Inefficient, yes. I realized that I can guarantee a duration of more than 2 days with my magic alone. In that case, I thought that forcibly wasting materials would go against the purpose of this lecture. So you submitted it like this. Professor Alpin's eyes sparkled sharply. It was unclear whether it was a good sign or a bad sign, but Yihan remained unwavering. Yes, you won't regret it. Yihan felt something strange. What is it? Is there something I don't know? But it was already done. Yihan maintained a confident expression and answered, yes. Honestly, I'm impressed. Professor Alpin smiled and said, guts and quick thinking are also virtues of a mage. If, as you said, the duration is maintained for more than 2 days, I will give you a perfect score. Go in and have a seat. Since you've already submitted your final assignment, you may leave the lecture hall. The other students can start manufacturing again. Yihan turned his head. His friends were looking at Yihan with admiring and astonished gazes, except for Englego. Come out for a moment. I need to manufacture, Wardenaz. Englego was eventually dragged out into the corridor. Grabbed by the collar, Englego apologized. Cough, cough, Wardenaz, I'm sorry. I was deceived too. If you were deceived, you fool, you should have submitted the assignment as well. You didn't submit it, so how were you deceived? Faced with Yihan's growling, Englego thought to himself, that's because it's you who could submit it. Englego truly believed there was no extension. However, Englego didn't have the ability to hastily create and submit it like Yihan, so he was just hanging out with the White Tiger Tower students, thinking, what's the big deal about studying? I have my good friends here, so I'm not worried at all. As still, the professor gave a good evaluation. It's a relief that the professor evaluated it well. Otherwise, you would have been dragged to the basement instead of the corridor right now. What Yihan had just submitted was generously called courage and quick wit, but if viewed negatively, it was just forcing it. It ended well because Professor Alpin looked upon it favorably, but if he had viewed it negatively, wouldn't Yihan alone have been considered crazy? Yihan shook Englego's collar a few more times before letting go. Anyway, since the assignment was successful, he ended it at this point. Otherwise, he would have dragged him to the basement that Professor Belatti had mentioned earlier. In the first place, you White Tiger Tower guys are too swayed by false rumors. Do you know, originally, when you hear a rumor, you shouldn't just blindly believe it. As the price for spreading the false rumor, Englego had to listen to Yihan's suffocating nagging as they re-entered the lecture hall. Wardenaz could have stopped for a moment to catch his breath, but he poured out the nagging without any rest. Are you listening? Oh yes. Knights should originally know about honor and act with gravity, right? But to be swayed by rumors like that. It was the same last time too. Some White Tiger Tower student was spouting nonsense about how I had mastered some evil magic. I think there's a basis for that. When you hear such false rumors, as a friend from the same tower, you should firmly cut them off. Got it. Are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. Tell me what I just said. Englego vowed never to spread false rumors again. False rumors could destroy a student's soul. It's a matter for which I also bear responsibility. After returning to the lecture hall, Yihan helped his friends with their production again. Considering the amount of coins he had received, he couldn't just leave them be. You're talking about your sense of responsibility as the top student of the year. No, what nonsense are you? No. Asan, who had been touched, scratched his head with an awkward face. Yaner, who was assembling a display case for potions next to them, paused for a moment and asked, wait a minute. Come to think of it, when I asked you last time if you were going to try to solve it with just magic, didn't you say no? Gaynando, focus a bit. Yihan changed the subject as if he hadn't heard. Gaynando, who had been dozing off with his eyes open while holding a hammer, was startled. Oh, how did you know? Yaner stared intently from behind. Yihan quickly moved his feet. What is everyone pondering about? Yihan tilted his head at the sight of several students gathered and discussing. Judging by their quite serious expressions as they exchanged words, it seemed they were discussing the assignment. It's a good sight. Compared to Gaynando dozing off earlier, it was a very good sight to see. Indeed, the primary duty of a student was to study. Mr. Wardenaz, Nebrin and Rowena stopped their conversation and looked at Yihan. Apparently not only the two of them but also the other students looked familiar. They were the followers of the princess whom he had seen a few times. What is it? Yihan felt a slight sense of unease, and that unease soon proved to be true. We were discussing whether to proceed according to the original plan of the blueprint submitted by Her Highness the Princess or to compromise with the current tight situation. I'd rather have Gaynando dozing off. Yihan looked at his friends with a gaze of contempt and pathetic pity. Regardless, the princess's followers continued their discussion very seriously. Of course, we should go with the original plan. Are you doubting Her Highness's abilities? That's right. If we don't submit according to the blueprint that Her Highness has submitted, it will tarnish our honor and pride. They're crazy, Yihan quickly realized. Even if you submitted a blueprint, you could change it a bit depending on the situation. Changing it wouldn't tarnish any honor or pride. Then was Yihan, who had omitted most of the contents of the blueprint, a shameless person. Originally, it's best not to associate with crazy people. Yihan tried to quietly back away. However, the evil followers of the princess didn't let Yihan escape. Mr. Wardenaz, what do you think, Mr. Wardenaz? That's right. Please say a word, Mr. Wardenaz. Yihan unconsciously glanced at Gaynando. Unfortunately, Gaynando was concentrating very hard. He couldn't escape by finding fault with him. Damn it. Focus at normal times. I think you guys can decide among yourselves. No. If Mr. Wardenaz says something, even those who oppose will be convinced. Apparently, the princess's followers preferred to achieve unanimous agreement through peaceful persuasion. The majority was in favor of going with the original plan, but surprisingly, there was one follower who was in their right mind. A student from the Black Tortoise Tower alone was arguing since the situation has changed, we should compromise. There was a sane person among the followers. Yihan asked a rude question. What's your name? Balket, I see. Balket. What's your argument? I think it's unreasonable given the time we have now. I respect her. Her Highness's abilities, but Her Highness also needs to prepare for other exams. I worked as a craftsman in a guild before entering the academy. It's impossible to complete this within the given time. Indeed, Yihan admired him. As expected of a sane person, he was making a reasonable persuasion based on his own experience. Balkat, I respect your abilities and family, but I can't accept you limiting Her Highness's abilities like that. That's right, Her Highness is fully capable of doing it, but the opponents are crazy. Yihan clicked his tongue inwardly. Balkat's sin was that he had associated with that group of lunatics. Wasn't he suffering like this now because of that sin? There are people who can be persuaded and people who cannot. I'm not sure, but if opinions are running parallel like this, it might not be bad to decide by majority vote this time. He tried to escape like that, but someone lightly tugged on the end of Yihan's coat. Yihan stopped mid-sentence and turned his head. The princess was desperately crossing her index fingers under the desk. Her face and eyes were expressionless, but desperation was felt in her hand movements. Even Gaynando would have understood the signal there. Please help me out. As Yihan hesitated, Nebrin, who had been listening, opened his mouth. Anyway, you're saying we should decide by majority vote, right? You're wrong, Nebrin. Just now you said it wouldn't be bad to decide by majority vote. In magic, there is only right and wrong, and majority vote doesn't exist. Yihan used his sculptural face to force it. When he spoke seriously with an expressionless face, the princess's followers missed the timing to say, but you said it yourself. Did you see me submit a magic lamp? I did see it, but, and you still haven't noticed after seeing that, as expected of Her Highness's followers. While speaking, Yihan was also quickly racking his brain. What kind of plausible sophistry should he spout to deceive these followers like Gaynando? I should have pretended not to know. But he couldn't just ignore them, considering the hefty sum of coins he had lucratively, or rather, respectfully, received from the princess. Even a thieves' guild would give special treatment to a customer who paid that many coins. Moreover, the princess had an excessively wide network. If the princess were to go out during the break and casually mention, I asked for help, but Wardenaz didn't help me, it could be exaggerated into false rumors. Yihan, who had suffered from malicious slander throughout the semester due to a minor friction with the White Tiger Tower students, was cautious in this regard. Please give us your wisdom, Mr. Wardenaz. What have we missed? So, Professor Knighton is also evaluating boldness and quick thinking in this course. Knowing this, I purposely omitted much of the design in my submission. The princess's followers were surprised. Indeed, it made sense when they heard it. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a student like Wardenaz to submit a greatly abbreviated blueprint. Do you understand? Originally, Her Highness would have also greatly abbreviated the production to fit the purpose of the lecture, but she was waiting without being able to say it, worried that you guys might be embarrassed. That's right. We apologize, Your Highness. We should have noticed. It worked out somehow. Yihan inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The princess, surrounded by her followers and receiving apologies, slightly bowed her head to Yihan. It was a gesture of gratitude for helping her escape. Yihan smiled and made a small circle with his fingers. Please repay me with coins later. Seeing that, the princess slightly widened her eyes. Is he saying not to worry about it? Even after providing such help, he was letting it go, saying it was fine. She felt ashamed of herself once again for misunderstanding Wardenaz at the beginning of the semester. The princess made a small circle with her fingers. It meant she understood. Indeed, it's not an empty reputation that she's known as a genius in the empire. Yihan was pleased. Unlike Gaynando, the princess was quick to understand. Gratitude is originally best expressed materially in the most intuitive way. Hello, Professor. The divination magic professor, Parcelet Crare, responded to the students entering to take the exam. My personality will change to a violent and threatening one in about 30 minutes today, so try not to talk to me if possible. Yes, the students recoiled in disgust and kept their distance. Sometimes they forgot, but the professors at this magic academy were all abnormal without exception. Is everyone seated? Then let's start the final exam. Professor Parcelet waved her staff. Then letters appeared on the blackboard. For the divination magic final exam, divine what will appear on the final exam. Begin. Professor Parcelet sat down. Naturally, the students fell into great confusion. The final exam was happening right now, yet they were told to divine what would appear on the final exam. It was a strange question, like a snake swallowing itself. Still, there are some quick-witted students. Professor Parcelet looked around at the students. There were students who were clutching their heads in confusion, but there were also students deep in thought. It was evident that they were trying to infer the meaning behind this paradoxical question. For a divination mage, it's more important to refrain from divination than to be good at it. It sounded paradoxical, but it was true. Being able to glimpse the future even a little had a tremendous addictiveness. A mage who fell into this pleasure could not last long as a divination mage. A mage who could last long as a divination mage was one who knew the fear of divination and refrained from it as much as possible. And the final exam question was a question that taught that very point. If they hastily attempted divination magic just because the question said to divine, they would fall into an endless loop and be trapped until the exam ended. That Wardenaz seems to have noticed too. Professor Parcelet looked at Yihan. From the first lecture, he had shown terrifying potential, so even Professor Parcelet, who didn't get too attached to students, couldn't help but pay attention to him. Indeed, as expected of his potential, the trap hidden in the question. Professor Parcelet was startled. Yihan was attempting divination magic, and he kept going without stopping. He should be trapped, shouldn't he? The loop of misfortune caused by the wrong question. It was a nightmarish situation for a divination mage, and the best way to prepare for such a situation was to not get involved in the situation in the first place. It was a somewhat absurd answer, but it was the correct one. Instead of attempting divination magic right away, the key was to recognize the trap hidden in the question and react accordingly. The professor didn't expect the freshmen to have advanced techniques like leaving a sign in the divination that only they could recognize to escape the loop, or forcibly twisting the divination's point in time to the distant future or further ahead. Just recognizing the trap in the question and reacting was enough to receive a high evaluation. In contrast, the worst reaction was to attempt divination magic right away. If a freshman jumped into a trap question unprepared, they would inevitably struggle until their mana ran out and faint, caught in the loop. That should have been the case, but Yihan casually waved his staff and attempted divination magic again and again. Even Professor Parcelet was momentarily at a loss, unable to grasp the situation. What in the world? Not noticing the perplexed look the professor was sending him, Yihan cast divination magic once more. However, he couldn't see the future properly. When nothing appeared before his eyes, Yihan tilted his head and canceled the magic. It was as natural as breathing. Of course, a considerable amount of mana was consumed in the process, but it had little effect on Yihan. Was this not the right approach to the problem? Yihan focused on the painful groans coming from beside him. Although he couldn't see his friends due to the professor's curtain of illusion, he could hear them. No matter how he listened, these were the agonizing sounds made when a magic attempt went terribly wrong. Thud. Didn't end with just painful groans, there were even sounds of people collapsing on the floor. Judging from the dragging sounds and the absence of further groans, they failed and were eliminated from the test. Yihan couldn't understand it. Of course, it wasn't an easy problem, but it wasn't to the point of collapsing like in Professor Bilatti's tests. Could it be? Yihan quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that the divination magic question this time wasn't a simple test, but one that involved recognizing the hidden trap. If one failed to recognize the trap and just charged in, they could collapse like the friends who were just dragged out. Of course, Yihan had already attempted it a few times. I was lucky. It seems I could endure it because I have a lot of mana. Yihan sighed in relief. Considering the amount of mana consumed by the divination magic, it wasn't surprising that the other students collapsed. Now he had to approach it more cautiously. Did he realize it? Professor Parcelet raised an eyebrow when Yihan stopped the magic. Although he was a beat late, judging from his reaction, he must have realized the true meaning of this test. Yes, now stop the divination magic and point out the trap in this test. No, Yihan cast divination magic again. Professor Parcelet was even more flustered than before. Why? He realized it was a trap, so why was he doing such a thing? Come to think of it, there's no need to hold back on attempts. The reason Yihan resumed casting divination magic was simple. Upon reflection, there was no need to approach it cautiously, because he had an abundance of mana. Yihan repeatedly cast divination magic while pondering how to break through this loop. In fact, he could have just thought about it without casting divination magic, but Yihan naturally repeated the attempts as if breathing, since he had plenty of mana. Professor Parcelet, who finally grasped the situation, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. What a foolish approach. It was good that he realized the problem was strange, but then he should have approached it differently, not try to force his way through with power. What kind of behavior was that? Professor, I think I found the answer. Yihan, who had been continuously attempting, finally spoke. Professor Parcelet was surprised but prepared to hear the answer. Go ahead and tell me. I think the answer was to find the trap hidden in the question. One shouldn't carelessly attempt divination magic with such a question. That's correct, Professor Parcelet nodded. It was a good answer. The problem was, then why did he keep casting divination magic? Normally, he should have answered immediately when he realized it earlier, but he continued casting divination magic before answering, so she couldn't help but be curious. Unable to resist her curiosity, Professor Parcelet asked a question. But how did you figure out the answer? Was it a logical deduction? I did make some logical deductions. But I used divination magic. So in what way? Professor Parcelet's voice grew rough, slightly exasperated. I thought it would be difficult to find the answer with the given question, so I set the point in time to the distant future. I used divination to see the point after the test ended and figured out the answer. Professor Parcelet was momentarily at a loss for words. She had suspected it, but she didn't expect him to actually use that method. Escaping the loop or seeing a future further than the loop, and using that as a clue to figure it out was also a method. But it wasn't an ability expected of freshmen. No matter how talented they were, this didn't make sense. First of all, the uncertainty of divination increased as the time became more distant. Moreover, finding clues from an unrelated future to figure out the answer to the question was no easy feat. It was a technique that only experienced divination mages knew. Could it be? Professor Parcelet realized. She understood why Yihan had used divination magic repeatedly even after realizing it. Don't tell me you kept casting divination magic until you found the answer. That's right. When the professor figured out the method he used, Yihan answered with a purely admiring expression. As expected of a professor, it wasn't for nothing to guess how Yihan found the answer after just a few exchanges. Professor Parcelet felt a throbbing headache, not knowing where to begin teaching this absurd student. What kind of nonsense was this? The fact that the person in question was standing there with an innocent expression, as if asking, "Did I do something wrong?" made the headache even worse. "Sigh, you did well, but it seems there are a few more things you need to learn." "Ah, is that so? Next week. Next week is the break, though." Yihan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Surely she wouldn't spout nonsense about coming to the Magic Academy during the break, right? If she says something like that, I might really have to send a petition to His Majesty the Emperor. Then next semester. "Ah, yes, that much is fine. You must come." "Yes, I understand. You absolutely must come. Do you understand? Swear sincerely one more time." Professor Parcelet didn't notice, but the look in Yihan's eyes as he stared at the professor was strangely changing. "Do you not have any disciples?" Professor Mortem, no. Professors with few disciples were very sensitive about their new disciples running away. If a student simply decided not to take the class at the beginning of a new semester, there wasn't much a professor could do. Of course, they could use various threats and persuasion, but once a mage made up their mind, it wasn't easy to sway them. Professors with plenty of disciples could afford to have a relaxed attitude, saying, "If you don't want to take it, don't." I don't care, but professors with few disciples could really end up with no one taking their class if they did that. Of course, there were occasionally professors who would sit confidently in the lecture hall even without a single disciple, but that had to be considered an exceptional case. Since I'm going to take it anyway, I should be considerate of her. There was no harm in being considerate of the professor's position, since he was going to take the class anyway. Yihan kindly said, "Don't worry, Professor. Why wouldn't I come? You're already taking dark magic, summoning magic, illusion magic, enchantment magic, transformation magic, and healing magic." Yihan was at a loss for words. As expected of an outstanding divination mage, she was very sharp. She's definitely right about that. Diarth suppressed a yawn as she waved her staff. She had to make full preparations for the juniors who would soon be taking the dark magic final exam. Koholti, who was in the same year, also waved his staff. "Is everything ready?" "Everything's ready. But don't you think there are too few bones? Shouldn't we bring more? The number of poison bottles seems a bit low too." "It's fine. I heard there are less than 5 freshmen learning dark magic this time." At Diarth's answer, Koholti made a complicated expression. It wasn't necessary to have many juniors, but when there were too few juniors learning the same magic as oneself, it made one feel conflicted. Why isn't anyone interested in dark magic? Isn't it because of the King of Frost giants summoned in the hallway last time? That was a problem with an artifact, not related to dark magic. Koholti's face turned red. Of course, Diarth knew very well why dark magic wasn't popular. It would be strange if it were popular. If Diarth saw an article in the Imperial newspaper titled, she would think, "Is the Empire collapsing?" It's just that every aspect of that magic was likely to be unpopular. "Ah, they're coming in." As the first-year students entered one by one, the fourth-year students hurriedly hid behind the lecture hall. It was a place with a recognition-lowering magic circle, so the first-year juniors couldn't see them. Isn't the difficulty too high? Koholti suddenly seemed worried as he looked at the first-year juniors. This dark magic final exam was a culmination of what they had learned in the first semester: curses, poisons, and bones. A test that checked the fundamentals of these 3 areas. It might sound simple, but such tests were usually more difficult. Since they had to confront all 3 areas of dark magic head-on, if they were lacking in even one, there was no way to compensate for it. This should be fine. Why are you saying that now after deciding it together with the professor last time? No, I'm just worried there might be even fewer than 5. That was certainly true. Dyerth was surprised that Koholti made a valid point for once. Of course, it was too late to change it now, but… Gleg. The door opened and a student entered. The student who entered cast curse magic in succession at the curse magic dummies, knocking them down, and then threw the bone fragments on the desk to cast bone magic. In the center of the spacious lecture hall, a storm of bones raged, and the bone magic dummies were scattered about. Clatter, clatter, clatter. All of this happened in less than a few seconds. Koholti watched with wide eyes and a gaping mouth, dumbfounded. What the? The freshman didn't stop there. Without a break, he summoned poison from the air and put it into the poison bottles. The poison bottles, reacting to the properly made poison, emitted smoke. The higher the quality of the poison they contained, the thicker the smoke the bottles emitted, and they released such a foul smoke that it filled the entire lecture hall. Was it too easy? Huh, strange, the level of the freshmen. No, it's just that one person who's strange. Dyerth, who belatedly recognized the familiar face of the junior, answered coldly. What are you talking about? Look at his face. I can't see because of the smoke. Are you a freshman? At those words, Koholti took out a monocle with a jeweled lens from his pocket. It was an artifact that could see through the smoke. Ah, Koholti let out an exclamation as he recognized the identity of his junior. That one from before, the poor freshman who got wrongly caught by Professor Mortem. He must be the thankful junior who cleaned up the mess you made, you piece of trash. Dyerth looked at Koholti with a contemptuous gaze. If a senior received help from a freshman, they should bow their head for a few years, but look at what he was saying. Koholti seemed to realize this as he cleared his throat with an embarrassed look. That was certainly true. Dyerth couldn't deny that much. She would never forget how Professor Bagrak pushed a freshman to fight the King of Frost Giants. She had seriously considered sending an anonymous letter to His Majesty the Emperor for several days. Well, at least the person in question seemed to be doing fine. Anyway, there's no need to pay too much attention to him since he's unusual. I thought he was only good at suppressing demons, but he's really skilled at other dark magic too. Professor Mortem will be pleased. Koholti marveled at the talent of the new junior. To be so proficient in dark magic as a freshman Professor Mortem, who had been saddened by the lack of students wanting to learn, would surely be overjoyed. After all, one genius was more precious than 100 mediocre talents. Well, as Dyerth trailed off, Koholti looked puzzled. He might not continue taking dark magic. What kind of nonsense is that? Koholti couldn't understand. Of course, it was true that dark magic was less popular compared to other magic. However, with that level of talent, no matter how unpopular it would be difficult for the mage himself not to learn it. Just by reading grimoires and practicing spells, one's achievements would constantly increase, so which mage could resist such temptation? That's true, but Dyerth looked at her junior with a conflicted gaze. The problem was that he was too good at other magic, not just talented in dark magic. At this rate, will he even come back for the second semester? After finishing the dark magic exam, Gaynando spoke to Immerg and Raphael. How was it? How was it? Did you all do well? Did you do well? As Raphael's expression crumpled, Gaynando's eyes sparkled. Gaynando shouted in a voice filled with delight, "You didn't do well." Should he be so happy while saying that? Right, you didn't do well. Shut up, you damn prince. Raphael exploded in anger. That prince had shown quite outstanding abilities in dark magic, if not in other lectures. It was only natural that he would do better compared to Raphael, who didn't like dark magic that much. Of course, apart from that, it was detestable how he came running so excitedly just because he did well. The same guy who had been hanging his head as if the world was ending after taking exams for other lectures. I didn't do that well. The exam was difficult. Haha, I understand. The dark magic exam was a bit tough. Gaynando responded to Immerg's words with a magnanimous laugh. Though the curse and poison I succeeded on the first try, but the bone magic took me 3 attempts. Huh, you succeeded on the first try, Gaynando faltered. Immerg had done better than he thought. I also succeeded at the bone magic on the first try. Raphael, who had been listening, asked without much thought, what about the curse and poison? You won't answer how you did, but you have the nerve to ask me. Are you really a knight? What the hell is wrong with this crazy bastard? Wah Wardenaz, how did he do? At Immerg's question, Gaynando replied with a serious face, it's rude to ask about that. In the face of their friend's cunning refusal to inquire about someone who had clearly outperformed him, the two students couldn't help but be amazed. So this was what a royal was like. Currently, there is a magic spread in the lecture hall that temporarily nullifies contracts. Professor Millet spoke in her usual strict voice. The students facing the exam had tense expressions as they looked at Professor Millet. Remember the contracts you all made in the other realms last time. Most students had done so in the spirit realm. Students like Yihan had done so in the undead realm. Everyone had attempted to make contracts as an assignment before the final exam. Take turns summoning the beings you contracted one by one. One of the listening students asked again, not understanding, Professor, isn't the lecture hall in a state where contracts are nullified right now? beings from other realms were fundamentally unpredictable, capricious, and dangerous existences. Such beings could not be summoned recklessly. Even if they were bound by strict contracts, accidents still happened, so if there were no contracts, how much would they run wild as they pleased? Of course, the entities contracted by first-year students were only capable of simple feats like igniting a campfire or refilling an empty leather water pouch, but the freshman students were suitably weak as well, so they absolutely could not let their guard down. A good point. The purpose of this exam is to master ways to protect yourselves as mages, even when there are no contracts to protect your bodies. The words sounded plausible, but the students were already feeling uneasy. Isn't Professor Millet going too far? How is this any different from throwing monsters and telling us to fight? We did something similar in swordsmanship class before, but I didn't expect summoning magic to be like this too. While his friends whispered, Yihan rummaged in his pocket and took out some bone fragments. Then he said to his friends, "What are you doing? Are you all not preparing?" "We'll do it, but we can still complain a little. I get it, so everyone get moving. If you're not fully prepared, you'll only be hurting yourselves." Faced with Yihan's merciless attitude, his friends grumbled. To not complain even while taking such an absurd exam, Wardenaz truly was someone who made no compromises when it came to magic. It won't be that difficult of an exam. Unlike his friends, Yihan was slightly happy. The exam difficulty was easier than he had thought. "O spirit of wind, I trust you." Asan tried his best to speak in a gentle voice. However, his voice was filled with an undisguisable tension. "So listen to my words and smack." The formless, rippling wind spirit accurately struck Asan's abdomen. Oh dear, in Yihan's view, the wind spirit wasn't doing this out of hostility or malice. From the perspective of someone who had fought countless monsters with hostility and malice, if it had those, the attack would have been much sharper. This was closer to playing around, as the wind spirit was also a lower-ranked spirit that wasn't very strong. Rather than being angered by the mage's command, it seemed to just be showing a playful side. Stop. Asan rolled to the side, dodging the attacks while dropping his staff. The wind spirit persistently chased after him, attempting to headbutt him. Unable to watch any longer, Professor Millet swung her staff to separate the two. No matter how close you are, attempting to persuade with words in a situation without a contract is a foolish choice. Remember that a firm warning is also necessary when your words are not heeded. I apologize, Professor." Asan's failure became a lesson for the other students. The next student who stepped up immediately held their staff, ready to attack if the spirit refused the command. Magic, swish. Before the magic could be cast, the earth spirit scattered sand. The spirit had sensed the mage's hostility first. Pewhek-pa, pew-pew-pa, the earth spirit continued to throw sand. If it wasn't a student who had been trained to maintain composure while casting magic even when receiving various attacks, it was impossible for a freshman to calmly cast magic in such a situation. The student who failed the incantation due to the sand escaped while shedding tears. I trusted you. I trusted you. You were about to attack right away." At first, the students had charged in with some confidence, but more people were failing than expected. Professor Millet had the failed students wait in the back. She had thought that not many students would succeed on the first attempt anyway. Thoughtlessly offering a carrot is no good, but thoughtlessly wielding a stick is the same. The way for a mage to persuade a spirit when there was no contract binding them. The core of that was understanding in the end. How much do I understand the spirit? Mages who had somehow formed a contract with a spirit, but thoughtlessly issued commands without any special interaction were exposed at times like this. Not knowing what habits this spirit had or what personality it had, they also didn't know how to approach it. Whether it was a carrot or a stick, understanding the other party came first. The students who failed on the first attempt now would naturally come to have interest in their summons as they kept repeating. "Don't attack me, got it, really don't attack me. I treated you really well. Listen to me just once, okay? If you have complaints, I'll listen next time." The water spirit Nilia summoned was a spirit Yihan was also familiar with. Wasn't it that spirit that had avoided Yihan and contracted with Nilia on the island last time? Although he had said HMPH, I don't really like spirits either in front of Nilia, he couldn't help feeling upset. Isn't that method too clingy? Gainando, who had been watching from the side, was puzzled. No matter what, that seemed too unsightly. It worked. The students let out exclamations. Even without a contract, the water spirit didn't refuse Nilia's words and diligently followed her instructions. They're certainly close. Unlike the other students, Yihan could somewhat sense the emotions in the mana emanating from Nilia's spirit. With his innate ability to respond to mana, and having trained in illusion magic to perceive emotions, it would have been stranger if he hadn't sensed it. The water spirit Nilia summoned treated Nilia much more intimately compared to the other spirits. Indeed, I see. What? Nilia probably summoned the water spirit to chat whenever she was bored, so they couldn't help but be closer. Why would she do such a lonely thing? Although Gainando reacted as if he couldn't believe it, Yihan had actually hit the nail on the head. Professor Millet highly evaluated Nilia's method. She has built intimacy over time. Although her attitude lacked some confidence, a spirit that had become that close wouldn't refuse commands. It was an excellent method. Oh, great spirit, Kek, please help me just once. Cuck. There was a surge of students who hadn't noticed the intimacy Nilia had built with the spirit, thinking that they just needed to politely prostrate themselves, only to be chased away. Professor Millet shook her head as if it was unfortunate. Oh dear, Yihan, it's your turn. Ah, okay. Yihan began casting various enhancement magic and floating water orbs in the air. At the sight of him calmly working, the other spirits that had been summoned earlier trembled and hid behind their masters. Professor Millet felt a different kind of frustration from earlier. Of course, that was also one method, but this exam wasn't looking for that. Excellent, a perfect score is deserved. The skeleton warrior moved to the left, then to the right. It spun 3 times in place before doing a somersault in the air. Finally, it performed an elegant ballet move. Fortunately, Ganedouts kindly obliged Yihan's request, which could have been considered unreasonable if pushed too far. The skeleton warrior hurriedly nodded its head, seemingly wary for some unknown reason. You may return. Poof, Yihan, who had returned to his seat, tilted his head. That's a bit strange. A skeleton doing ballet. Gaynando looked at Yihan with eyes that seemed to say, you're saying this now. No, the professor's expression. Just as Yihan could read the emotions of spirits, he could also read the emotions of the professor. In fact, the professor was easier to read than spirits, as she was more blatant about it. Well, that's to be expected, Gaynando said. You named the skeleton warrior that way. His friends nodded in agreement, implying they understood. Yihan was puzzled. It's not the first time you've heard it, right? Even if you hear it multiple times, it's still hard to get used to, isn't it? As they were having this conversation, it was Gaynando's turn. Gaynando, be careful, Yihan said. Yeah, Jijil added. Gaynando, who was about to go up with a nervous expression, made a touched face at his friend's encouragement. Don't overdo it and cause an accident. Just give up appropriately and come over here, Yihan advised. Don't try to show off on your own. You're not a warden, as Jijil warned. Gaynando snorted at his friends, who were clinging to him and trying to hold him back, as they had already failed on their first attempt. HMPH, you losers, Gaynando, you will end up coming over here, Yihan said ominously. Gaynando, when you swung your staff, did you swing it clockwise or counterclockwise? Try to recall, Jijil asked. Yihan was impressed. These guys, who couldn't perform the magic they were supposed to, were first class when it came to interfering. Nilia, who had succeeded in handling spirits, approached them warmly with friendliness. On the other hand, Yihan, who had succeeded in handling undead, approached them strictly and decisively. Since Gaynando also dealt with undead, it made sense for him to follow the latter approach. Listen up, if you don't obey my command, you. The skeleton warrior immediately rushed at Gaynando and slapped his cheek. Enraged, Gaynando swung his staff and started grappling with the skeleton warrior. That's why we told you to give up appropriately and come over here, Yihan sighed. Gaynando, break its leg. Break the thing's leg, Jijil shouted. During the swordsmanship lecture, the students were not as tense as they were for other final exams. Unlike other lectures, the swordsmanship exam was not taken directly in the classroom. What did you guys bring? One student asked. Why are you asking that? What about you guys? Another countered. It's not like we'll tell you that easily, a third chimed in. The students glanced at each other, keeping each other in check. The exam involved hunting down the strongest prey possible in the mountains and bringing back proof. Aside from grades, it was a matter of pride if other students hunted stronger prey than oneself. That's why they're asking each other like that, Yihan Daljiu explained. I see, Daljiu, but I don't think we should ignore the grades, Yihan said coldly. It was a final exam, so what nonsense was it to ignore the grades and engage in a pride battle? Grades were more important. Well, that's true. It's a pretty important issue within the White Tiger Tower, Daljiu said. Daljiu, stop talking nonsense. By the way, no one found out what we brought, right? Yihan asked. Since Daljiu and Jijil belonged to the White Tiger Tower, they often clashed with other students. Jijil had a personality that ensured she would never let anything slip, but Daljiu was a bit loose and naive. If his friends earnestly pleaded, he might accidentally leak information. That was the kind of personality he had. Don't worry, Yihan, no one will know what we brought, Jijil assured. Good, that's a relief, Yihan said. In this type of competitive exam, not revealing one's hand was crucial. The moment it was known, the competition would unnecessarily intensify, and everyone would get tired, wouldn't they? Yihan did not want that kind of fight where everyone ended up hurting each other. You understand, Daljiu. We're being considerate of our friends, Yihan said. That's right, Choi. Keep that in mind, Jijil added. Daljiu looked at Yihan and Jijil with a complicated expression. There was something suspicious about the way the two of them were focusing on persuading only Daljiu. Dukma of the J family looked around. Gatono of the Dulek family scolded him. Others will notice. Stay still. Sorry, Dukma apologized. Gulp. The two tried to maintain their composure as much as possible and looked straight ahead. Another student from the same party asked, but isn't it okay to tell at this point? No, we have to submit it as quietly as possible. There's no point in provoking the other guys, Gatono said. Even so, is it possible to turn things around at this point? The White Tiger Tower student asked in disbelief. At most, there were only a couple of hours left, so how could they find and take down new prey in that time? That crazy Wardenaz guy might be able to do it, Dukma said. Yeah, don't provoke that Wardenaz guy for no reason, Gatono agreed. The White Tiger Tower student who had asked the question nodded unconsciously. Of course, it was an absurd idea, but there was a sincere intensity in the words of the other two friends. Gatono reached into his backpack. He felt a solid texture wrapped tightly in cloth. Surprisingly, it was a shoe worn by a giant. No one could have brought prey as impressive as ours. Gatono was convinced. No matter how skilled Wardenaz, Daljiu, or Jijil were in swordsmanship, this was impossible. The same went for the other students, who would have tried to hunt a giant again after experiencing the humiliation and hardship of trying to catch one. But Gatono and his friends were different. They did not give up. Mr. Getsi, we want to face a giant. Please help us. Getsi, a hunter from the Wasteland Stargazers, was moved by the passion of the White Tiger Tower students who kept coming to him. In the first place, he had come to teach and help the students, so he couldn't help but find the students who took the time to seek him out admirable. That spirit is very good. Then just this once I will help you. However, whether you succeed or fail depends on your own abilities. I can't help you with that. Don't worry, we will do anything. Gatono and his friends shouted enthusiastically. With their current mood, they felt like they could do anything. Now if you crawl to that beast pen and bring back the shoes the giant took off, that will suffice. We're not going to fight the giant directly. Of course not. There's no way I would allow first-year students to directly confront a giant. Why are you like that? It's nothing. Back to the point, there's no need to fight the giant. The shoes the giant wore will be sufficient evidence. But isn't the exam about taking down prey and bringing back proof? If someone managed to sneak up and take the shoes without the giant noticing, that in itself is as good as a defeat. At least that's how it is for us Wasteland Stargazers. Is that so? The White Tiger Tower students were intrigued by the hunter's logic. In fact, they would have accepted an even more absurd idea as long as they didn't have to fight the giant directly. Wait, Mr. Getsi. That beast pen over there is completely muddy. That makes it even better. The mud will mask your scent, so the giant won't notice. And if worst comes to worst, you can hide under the pigs. Is there no other way besides crawling? There is none, except for directly confronting the giant. The White Tiger Tower students agonized for a long time, but eventually took off their clothes and crawled through the mud. The stench was so foul that it stung their noses for days, even after washing, but it was worth it. Shoes worn by a giant. Who else could have brought something like this? Gatono was so intoxicated with himself that he failed to notice another student approaching from behind. Smack. Another student from a different party approached and quickly hit Gatono's hand. The giant's shoe inside rolled out. That's a shoe worn by a giant, isn't it? It looks like a shoe worn by a giant. Friends, these guys broke the promise and faced a giant. The White Tiger Tower students who had approached out of suspicion were shocked to see the giant's shoe. They had agreed not to target giants together, but what was this underhanded trick? You coward. How can you call yourself a knight after doing this? I have a clear conscience. I can look up at the sky without a shred of shame. The promise we made back then was not to face giants because it was dangerous. We had the confidence to seek out the giant. What's wrong with that? Liar, you hid it because you were afraid we would target the giant too. If you're jealous, just say you're jealous. Don't be disgustingly envious. Are you done talking? The White Tiger Tower students started grappling and throwing punches at each other, not ending with just a verbal dispute. Yihan, who was sitting a little distance away with Jijil and Daljiu, clicked his tongue at the sight. How foolish. Breaking a promise and facing a giant behind your friends' backs. But Yihan, we also faced a giant. We didn't get caught. We didn't get caught. Professor Ingerdal expressed his gratitude to Beishada, a hunter from the Shadow Patrol, and Getsi, a hunter from the Wasteland Stargazers. No, not at all, Professor. As a hunter, it was an honor for me to teach young mages. He's really good with words. Beishada admired Getsi's eloquence. It was no wonder he was from the Wasteland Stargazers, who frequently appeared in imperial newspapers. His speech was on a different level compared to the hunters of the Shadow Patrol. The two hunters sat with the professor. The students taking the swordsmanship lecture took turns submitting proof of the prey they had hunted, and each time the two hunters opened their mouths with fascinated expressions. This is a blood shadow bat. They don't usually come out of caves during this season, but they managed to, catching a walking flame mushroom. They must be mages indeed. Even hunters avoid that one because it's tricky. Bringing back the fruit of a vine hunter. That's impressive, isn't it? Then it was Gatono and his friend's turn. When the giant's shoe was presented, even Professor Ingerdal exclaimed in amazement, the shoe that the giant was wearing. You've done well to bring it. Gatono, who had a bruise on one eye, said cautiously, we couldn't take down the giant. It doesn't matter. It's even more impressive that you brought it without taking it down. Professor Ingerdal said that and looked at Getsi. Professor, I knew you were wise, but I was really surprised. How did you know? If Mr. Getzi hadn't advised them, how could first-year students have thought of facing a giant? Getzi cleared his throat as if embarrassed. Seeing that, Beishada was envious inside. Fame, popularity, skill, and even the outstanding ability to advise mages, he had it all. Isn't that too unfair? Beishada thought. Next were Yihan and his friends. When Yihan submitted the hair of the giant Ikurusha, Professor Girdle and Getzi spat out the water they were drinking, coughing. Then they looked at Beishada with shocked expressions. Beishada cried out in alarm, "No, no, no. I didn't do anything. I know, Mr. Beishada. You know, things that seem trivial to the teacher can often feel insignificant, but for the learner, that single phrase can bring great enlightenment." Beishada was dumbfounded by Professor Girdle's misunderstanding. "I really didn't give any advice. No, Beishada's teachings were a great lesson for us," Yihan said. "You guys had already cut the giant's hair before I even taught you anything." Of course, it wasn't that Beishada hadn't given any advice. He had gone hunting with Yihan's group before and given them various teachings. However, those were teachings necessary for hunting and had little to do with the giant's hair. "There's no need to be so humble, Beishada," Professor Girdle said. "That's right. It's truly admirable," Getzi added. Professor Girdle and even Getzi looked at Beishada with respect. Secretly stealing a giant's shoes and cutting a giant's hair were completely different stories. The latter could not be easily obtained without defeating the giant, and yet the freshman had accomplished it. It was only natural for Girdle and Getzi to look at him with respect. Beishada had wanted to receive a look of respect from Getzi, but definitely not like this. "I have mixed feelings." Beishada didn't know whether to be happy or not. After submitting the assignment and completing the evaluation, Yihan tightly tied his bootlaces. Then, he cast strengthening magic on himself. Dalju was startled by his friend's sudden spell casting. "Why are you doing that, Yihan?" "Dalju, I'll see you later." Yihan dashed out like an arrow. He ran so fast that even after he left, Dalju and Jijil were slow to grasp the situation. "What the? Dalju, how could you not tell us too?" Oops. When other White Tiger students approached with faces full of betrayal, Dalju finally realized why Yihan had run off. As long as Yihan wasn't from the same tower as the White Tiger students, he could avoid meeting them by leaving. There was no reason for him to stay and deal with them. That son of a, he probably didn't mean any harm. Final exam week was already half over. A little more and they'll be indistinguishable from the undead. That's what Yihan thought as he looked at his friends. Their current state was difficult to distinguish from skeleton warriors if not for their skin. "Yihan, we're out of coffee," Yanair whispered gravely, as if saying the empire has fallen and the great demon of hell has arrived at the gate. Of course, saying that while holding an empty coffee can didn't sound so grave. "I see. We're out of sugar, too. There's a lot more things we've run out of than I thought." Yihan, who also helped manage the food storage of the Blue Dragon Tower, was well aware. Of course, there was still plenty of ingredients for meals, canned meat, various seasonings, and vegetables. Yihan had prioritized managing those as he didn't want to rely on meals from the school either. However, it was a different story for luxury foods like coffee or tea or snacks. Not only were they less abundant than other food supplies, but the students had consumed them recklessly since the exam period began. Even though he had recently gone out and looted half a snack shop, they were depleted to the point of running out. Well, it's not strange for them to run out when students from all four towers ate them at the same time. "Yihan, now that it's come to this, let's take out the cake to celebrate the end of the semester. Those who live must live. We can't starve to death, right?" Ignoring Gainando's solemn words beside him, Yihan spoke to his friends. "We have no choice but to endure it, right? As long as we eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner." Yihan thought it wasn't the worst situation, but the Blue Dragon students were half in a state of panic. "Oh my God, dear God, how could this happen? This must be a conspiracy by the principal. These guys should experience how students from other towers live." "Wah, Wardenaz, coffee. There's no coffee either." "If there's no hot coffee with lots of sugar, my exams will be doomed." "What about using chicory or dandelion roots as a substitute? If you roasted the roots of other plants and then boiled them in water, you could make a coffee-like beverage." In fact, the Black Tortoise students often enjoyed it that way. However, Yihan's words came as a great shock to the Blue Dragon students. "Ka, can we eat something like that? You're not joking, are you?" Gainando asked from the side. "From now on, do we have to share with students from other towers? But we can't refuse when they're paying money, right?" At Yihan's words, Gainando showed a slightly touched expression. He wondered why they were sharing food with the annoying White Tiger bastards, even if it was understandable to share with the Black Tortoise. Yihan was indeed broad-minded. He readily extended his hand even to those annoying bastards. Gainando wiped under his nose. "I should learn from him too." "Yeah, you're right, Yihan." Yihan looked at Gainando in surprise. Knowing Gainando's personality, he expected him to throw a fit, saying, "No matter how much money they pay, don't give it to those bastards." "Then what should we do, Yihan? I just told you. Endure it." Endure what? Just endure it and study." "Wardenaz, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Yihan, who had been fiddling with a shield for Professor Verduz's final exam, was puzzled by Ratford's visit. Is there something you want to ask? Are you stuck in any lecture? Ah, that's fine. Have you already finished studying? No, but there are many things in the world more important than exams. Yihan tilted his head. Is there such a thing? More importantly, take a look at this. Ratford took out a map from his pocket. It was a map leading to somewhere on the second floor of the main building. This is the kitchen. Yes, it's the kitchen connected to the food storage. Ratford's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Let's rate it together, Warden as Ratford. Until just now, Yihan had thought, he's doing all sorts of things because he doesn't want to study, but he couldn't help but be moved by Ratford's consideration. Knowing that the Blue Dragon was running out of luxury foods and coming to find the Academy's kitchen like this. Have you run out of food? Ratford looked at Yihan with surprised eyes. Yihan was also surprised. You didn't know? Wait, then why did you bring this? Well, since we know the location, we should raid it before someone else takes it, right? Yihan was impressed in a different way. Just as a true climber climbs because the mountain is there, a true thief steals because there is something to steal. It didn't matter whether it was exam period or not. If their fingers itch, they take action. Second floor. Not bad. If it were the third or fourth floor, Yihan would have hesitated a bit. From the third floor of the Magic Academy, various changes occurred every time you visited, tricking innocent students. But such changes were relatively rare on the second floor. If you knew how to get there, you could quickly go in at night, loot, and come out. All right, shall we go tonight to refresh ourselves? You've made a good decision. Someone else might take it. Someone else? Who else knows? Ah, Tutanta and his friends know. They're probably targeting it too. Really? Did you find it together? What a coincidence. No, I stole what Tutanta found and brought it out. Let's leave right now. Yihan decided to leave right away instead of waiting until night. He felt that if they ran into the Black Tortoise students at night, they would only build misunderstandings with each other. Yaner asked puzzledly, can't we bring more people? First of all, there's no need to bring back a lot. There was no need to bring back a lot anyway, as the semester was ending. It's not something that should leak out. Yaner tilted her head in puzzlement. Is it over there? Yes. Wait, Ratford, match your stride. The invisibility will be lifted if you go outside. Yihan was currently using an amplified invisibility spell, a method he realized while facing the rock drake. When casting together with the Spirekeeper's necklace, the range of the invisibility spell increased. Of course, it wasn't almighty. If you stepped out of the area even a little, the invisibility would immediately be lifted. Click, Ratford quickly picked the lock and opened the door. The moment the door opened, Yihan realized that he had come to the right place. A subtle smell of food wafted from inside. Lucky. A relatively close storage on the second floor of the main building, with no special surveillance or defense mechanisms. This was a level of luck that couldn't be wished for more. Well, it's okay to receive this much after going through so much trouble. Eyes pierced through the darkness. Yihan cast a dark vision spell and stepped into the kitchen. In the corner, there was a door connected to the food storage next door. Yihan quietly opened the door, went inside, and quickly started looting. Starting with cans of coffee powder, sugar, condensed milk, honey, tea leaves, and other things they needed now were piled up in the backpack. As he felt the heavy weight in the backpack, Yihan could understand Ratford's feelings. It's definitely more fun to sneak in at night and steal than to buy with money. Moreover, thinking that these groceries were bought by the Skull Principal with money, the joy doubled. All done. I'm finished too. I'm also done. Let's go. If there was one thing he learned at the Magic Academy, it was that once you achieved your goal, you shouldn't linger. Yihan turned around without hesitation. As they were about to leave the kitchen and walk out into the corridor, familiar faces of friends appeared from the opposite side. Seeing Salco's gang, Yihan felt a little sorry. But it's okay since there's still a lot left. Salco, who arrived late, wouldn't even notice that someone had come and gone first. At that moment, a strong flow of mana was felt from inside. Clank. As the kitchen door closed with a heavy sound, they seemed to have noticed something strange inside and hurriedly tried to open it. However, the door only made a loud noise and didn't open. There was a trap. Yihan felt a chill down his spine. He had been relieved that there was no special surveillance or mana on the second floor of the main building, but he never thought there would be such a trap. Indeed, one should never let their guard down at Einregard. Why did it activate? It seems to be a trap that activates when the number of intruders exceeds a certain amount. It was a truly malicious trap. A trap that doesn't notice when 2 or 3 people enter, but traps them the moment they call their friends. Yihan stopped the invisibility spell for a moment and approached the door. Ratford cautiously asked, "Will you help them?" "No, I'm just checking." Sorry, but if he tried to help now, he could get caught together. Yihan just wanted to find out what kind of magic it was before running away, so that he could respond even if he encountered such magic in the future. The flow and composition are roughly. Clank. The moment he brought his hand close, the door opened. As a result, Yihan's eyes met directly with Salco's gang, who had been trying to open the door from the inside. Yihan spoke firmly, "I came to save you." Just moments ago, they had been in despair, thinking they would be trapped here with no way out. but suddenly Yihan had appeared and rescued them, so it was understandable that they were moved. Although surprised and flustered, Salco thanked Yihan in a daze, but then he felt something strange. But why is Wardenaz here? By the way, Wardenaz, what brings you here? Now's not the time to talk. We need to move quickly. The pursuers could be on our tail at any moment. Are right, you have a point. When Yihan whispered urgently, Salco immediately understood. Now that the trap had been triggered, it wouldn't be surprising if the principal's minions, who were on standby nearby, showed up at any time. They had to escape as quickly as possible. This way, let's take the left staircase instead of the central one. There's nowhere to hide on the central staircase. Got it. Everyone hurry. Fortunately, the first-year students moved swiftly without any hesitation. They were all students who had wandered around at night, so they didn't waste time unnecessarily in this situation. W. Wardenaz, there's a sound from ahead. Someone's coming. Get into the lecture room next to us. I'll cast an invisibility spell. When they reached the first floor and heard footsteps and voices coming from the front of the corridor, Yihan immediately turned and entered the lecture room next to them. Fortunately, the inside of the lecture room was dark, but Yihan didn't let his guard down. Cloak, engulf me. As the invisibility spell was amplified, Yihan made everyone huddle close together. Salco frowned at the sight of Yihan placing his elbow above his head, but given the situation, he didn't say anything. Where is this? The kitchen. It's the second floor. Who touched it? Probably the freshmen. It's unfortunate. Einregard isn't such an easy place. The Death Knights moved on, conversing with pity. The kitchen and food storage on the second floor of the main building, which were relatively easy to access and had no special security or defense mechanisms. At Einregard, one should have been more suspicious. Still, after going to the punishment room a few times, they'll learn. You're right. Isn't that how everyone grows? The atmosphere among the students hiding in the lecture room turned chilly. They realized that they had just stepped on the threshold of the afterlife. It's fine. I didn't do it to receive gratitude. We should go now, right? It doesn't seem like a good idea for us to stick together at the moment. Yihan managed his expression to hide the heavy food supplies in his backpack and spoke firmly. Once we split up, even if they suspect me later, what can they do? Wardenaz, you're really on a different level from the other Blue Dragon Tower bastards. If it had been another Blue Dragon Tower student, they would have bragged for a good 30 minutes, mentioning their family, bloodline, and honor. They say that an honorable person does good deeds not to elevate their own honor, but because the deed itself is good. Those words are indeed true. Even the roughest and most outspoken student in the Black Tortoise Tower couldn't deny Wardenaz's honor. Wardenaz, there's something I want to tell you in return. Does it have to be now? Yihan glanced at the door, just wanting to leave quickly. These guys are making me uncomfortable. They couldn't have noticed, could they? It has to be now. All right, tell me, but make it quick. You know Professor Ureger, right? Of course. There was no way he wouldn't know, considering he went to the vegetable garden and even did chores there during breaks. Salco nodded at Yihan's answer and continued. Yesterday, one of our tower students witnessed something. In the middle of the night, Professor Ureger brought in a hydra. I must be too tired from studying too much. I think I misheard. What did you say he brought in? A hydra. Yihan frowned and fell into thought. Hydra. A monster with 9 heads, powerful regenerative abilities, and deadly venom. Even in the Empire, where all sorts of ferocious and dangerous monsters were rampant, the Hydra was among the top tier, and Professor Ureger brought that in. Does that make sense? Normally, he would have said they saw it wrong, but Yihan didn't. It was so absurd that it actually made him believe it. Anything could happen at Einregard after all, but it wasn't a fully grown one, apparently. It seemed to be a young one. A young one? That's a relief. If it were fully grown, I'd have no confidence in facing it, but if it's young, I feel confident. Is that true? Of course it's a joke. Yihan was dumbfounded. He had been sarcastic, but they took it seriously. Salco also seemed to realize that he had said something ridiculous as his face turned red. To be serious, I was mistaken. Anyway, Wardenaz, I know you're taking the alchemy lecture. That's right. And dark magic, summoning magic, illusion magic, enchantment magic, divination magic, transformation magic, and healing magic too. Is there really a need to mention all of that? Anyway, I thought it would be good for you to know in advance. You'll be preparing for other lecture exams too, so it would be helpful to know at least one thing beforehand. Yaner, who was listening from the side, muttered, even if he knows, it doesn't seem like it would be of much help. Hydra, what kind of exam could be related to a Hydra? On the way back, he should have been happy, having obtained everything he wanted, but his heart felt as heavy as his backpack. Yaner and Ratford also had serious expressions. It could be a potion to put the Hydra to sleep. It might be a potion to make the Hydra go berserk. The former I can understand, but the latter, surely not. No matter how much Einregard was Einregard, they wouldn't feed a potion that would drive a Hydra crazy at an exam site full of students. Probably a potion to suppress Hydra regeneration, a potion to neutralize Hydra venom. Surely they wouldn't go that far. Yaner spoke with a sickened expression at Yihan's brutal predictions. Rather than that, could it be that he brought it to use as an ingredient? The target potion might require something like Hydra's fresh blood. Indeed, that seems plausible. Ratford also agreed, as if it made sense. However, Yihan couldn't easily accept it. Professor Uriger already said he would increase the exam difficulty, but isn't that too easy? It's not easy. It's not easy at all. No, that seems a bit too easy. Yaner and Ratford looked at each other. You try to explain it well. How should I explain it? Wait. They entered the lecture room right next to them and held their breath, and the Death Knights passed by the corridor again, chatting. Whoever it was, they managed to escape skillfully. It seems they were divided in half and waiting outside. These freshmen seemed to be very clever. From what I saw, they didn't seem to be freshmen. Even if they were waiting outside, the moment they touched the sealed door, their mana would have been completely drained. True. Considering they poured mana until the sealed door was released, it's not something freshmen would do. We should go and see what the upperclassmen are up to. Yihan made a resolution to himself. From now on, even if a seemingly perfect opportunity presented itself, he would check thoroughly, at least a dozen times, before proceeding. I believe in you, Marinier. Final exam. Yaner hugged the neck of a horse with brown fur and whispered, Let's do our best, Grand Empire Emperor Gaynando. Just do as we practiced. Okay. Other students also started talking to the horses they had been taking care of throughout the semester, one by one. Their voices were filled with solemnity as they were about to take the exam. Nifurg, snort. When Yihan spoke, Nifurg's eyes sparkled as if in anticipation, although its owner was stingy with praise this time surely. Don't attack other horses. Nay, Nifurg snorted angrily and started kicking up dirt with its hooves. Gaynando, who was passing by, ate a handful of dirt and spat it out. See, this is why I'm worried when you act up like this. Nay, 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 Nifurg neighed in a voice full of resentment. Griffins were originally noble beasts. A noble beast cursed to take the form of a horse would naturally be stressed, wouldn't it? And above all, of course, it would get angry when its owner doubted it. All right, I was wrong. Anyway, don't attack other horses before I tell you to. Okay, before he tells it to. Yaner tilted her head and brushed the horse's fur. Meanwhile, Professor Bungiger, who had finished setting up the vast open field, appeared, dusting off her hands. You've all worked hard throughout the semester. I hope you've learned a lot while bonding with the horses. Horses are rare animals that assist mages. Once you become friends, they won't betray you and will help you no matter what happens. They are the most reliable companions. After the lecture ends, take them with you and spend time together. The students' faces lit up upon receiving the horses they had bonded with as gifts. Yihan looked at Nifurg. Nifurg looked back with gentle eyes as if asking why. This one isn't a horse, is it? While Yihan was having other thoughts, Professor Bungiger asked, looking at him, How about coming to the stable during the vacation? Yihan was startled. What? I'm just joking, so don't take it so seriously. Oops, Yihan reflected on himself. He had failed to control his emotions due to the absurd remark. Of course, it was a joke to tell you to come to the stable during the vacation, but as long as you're taking care of Nifurg, you'll have some work to do even during the break. Griffins are quite troublesome animals. Nifurg snorted as if telling him not to worry. Yihan was worried about something else from that behavior. The curse won't be lifted during the vacation, right? That's unlikely to happen. Probably. Anyway, if you need help or a spacious place for Nifurg to play, come to the Einregard stable. I'll be at the academy during this vacation. Of course, Yihan had no intention of setting foot in Einregard during the vacation. He wouldn't even breathe in the direction of Einregard. Well then, shall we begin? Professor Bungiger pointed her riding crop at the seemingly endless vast field. Obstacles were installed here and there. If the midterm was just a sprint, the final exam required jumping over these obstacles as well. The difficulty level seemed quite high, but the students were surprisingly calm. After taking other final exams throughout the week, they now found this level of exam trivial. This is just a change of pace. You're right. Moreover, many students were confident in the lecture, even if they weren't sure about other lectures. Since they had been riding horses from a young age, they all had a sense of pride, thinking, I'm better than the others. Yaner, I don't think it's a good idea to rush ahead even when the starting signal is given. Why? Before Yihan could answer, Professor Bungiger gave the starting signal. At that moment, the students waiting at the starting line spurred their horses forward like lightning. Clop, clop, clop. Thud, the student who was riding at the very front, was hit by a stream of water that flew from the side and was knocked off. That's why. The incident from yesterday, where Yihan almost got trapped while raiding the kitchen, served as a lesson for him. At Einregard, one must be suspicious of everything. I didn't expect a water cannon to come flying, he thought. She said to just jump over the obstacles set up obediently. Wasn't it too easy? Wardenaz, this is too much. It wasn't Wardenaz who shot it. Ah, really? Professor, I think the spirit was summoned incorrectly. Since I set it up, try to dodge it well. Harden, what do you? Rather than chattering, it would be better to focus. If you fall, points will be deducted. The students who started off with great momentum slowed down and scattered, floundering. They realized that simply running fast wasn't everything. recklessly increasing speed only to get ambushed and fall off the horse would be a bigger loss. Gather here. Let's go this way. Are you sure there are no traps? This way was fine just now. If we gather together and go at once. F whoosh. Don't try to memorize it. I didn't arrange them that easily. No, Professor. The student whose hair got singed looked at Professor Bungiger in disbelief. Why was she so serious about the obstacles? Couldn't she just set up hurdles they could jump over? Everyone, come this way. Yihan called his friends together. He felt it last time too, but in the writing training lecture, it was advantageous to form a group and pass through. Not only was it easier to endure attacks coming from outside as the size increased, but more mage hands meant more magic that could be used. Let's not rush and go at a trot. Asan, you take the left. Yaner, I'll leave the right to you. Nilia, please watch the back. Am I at the front? Gaynando asked naturally. No, you just stay next to me and use magic when I tell you. Indeed, like a secret card prepared for contingencies. Right. Yes, the friends were impressed by Gaynando's positive attitude. Let's go. Once we fall behind, it'll be hard to catch up. Yihan and his friends nodded and set off. Seeing that, Professor Bungiger highly evaluated them inwardly. They put it together well in a short time. Matching breathing while riding a horse with other people was completely different from matching breathing barehanded on flat ground. As much as one had to handle a rough horse and match speed with each other, handling the horse well and understanding between one another were important. To think they harmonized so quickly even though they weren't from the same tower. Right, as Yihan, who felt the flow of mana, spoke first, Yaner immediately took out a potion. Casting magic while on a shaking horse could fail. In that case, a pre-made potion was safer. Clang. With the sound of the potion bottle breaking, the magic missile flying towards them scattered. It's the left. Asan swung his staff as if he had been waiting. Since he had been preparing for a while, the magic was cast safely. With a strong wind, the lump of mud flying towards them changed trajectory. There was no need for Yihan to even mention the attacks coming from behind. Nilia, who noticed first, immediately shot an arrow to bring it down. The start is good, at this rate. Friends could feel that their intentions were being conveyed even without exchanging glances. The sense of unity that could only be felt in perfect harmony. Swish, but the crisis was only just beginning. Green mist spread and flew in from behind. It was an obstacle that couldn't be brought down by shooting with a bow or blocked with the magic they had. Nilia's hand stopped for a moment. Evaporate. As Nilia seemed unable to respond, Yihan immediately swung his staff. The green mist scattered in the air. Seeing that, Professor Bungiger was surprised. Evaporation. The evaporation attribute, an advanced area of the water element attribute. As it was a difficult and abstruse area, it naturally wasn't something a first-year student could handle. Moreover, to blow away mist at a distance while maintaining balance on a horse all at once. It was obvious anew, but it was really surprising every time she saw it. Not only talent, but that studiousness that explored magic without resting at all was really pack. This time a crisis struck from Asan's side. As more than 10 spheres of mana flew in simultaneously, he got tense. Earth, cough. Using magic in combat required a high degree of concentration, so it was more difficult than one might think. No matter how skilled a mage was, if they didn't train specifically for magic combat, they could make mistakes at any time. It wasn't a combat situation now, but it was enough to make a first-year student make a mistake. Shield unfold. Yihan quickly summoned water and transformed it into an elongated shield shape. The spheres of mana struck down on it, making a dull sound. I used up all the potions. Gaynando shouted urgently. While blocking the other side, attacks were flying in from Yaner's direction as well. Flash forth. Only after shooting lightning to block the attack could they catch their breath. As a brief moment to breathe came, Yihan spoke to his friends. What's with everyone? It's nothing. The friends waved their hands. It seemed like Wardenaz could have broken through alone. As time passed, students who succeeded in breaking through started coming out one by one from various places. No matter how many obstacles there were, if they kept charging, their skills at blocking would inevitably improve, increase the speed more. Shiles of the Richmond family waved his arm to signal. He was an excellent rider himself, and the friends moving with Shiles were also among the top in riding skills within the tower. As they enjoyed polo while riding horses during breaks, to the extent that they were confident in their horses, it was only natural for them to stand out. While Yihan's group chose a frontal breakthrough by forming a solid formation, Shiles' group chose to quickly increase their speed and breakthrough. In the process, one or two unlucky ones might drop out, but they intended to take that into account. I will receive the highest score in this lecture. With the sound of hooves rapidly pounding the earth, Shiles ran out. In a situation where obstacles were scattered everywhere, increasing speed like this was usually impossible with ordinary skill and guts. Shiles was definitely an outstanding rider. It's the turning point. Finally, Shiles' heart swelled at the thought of reaching the turning point he saw in the distance and returning. At that moment, a huge monster emerged from the ground with a heavy vibration. Before the dust cleared, a loud cry came from behind. It's a hydra. What? a hydra. The students were startled and shrank back. However, as the dust cleared, what appeared inside wasn't a hydra. It was just an ordinary sand octopus. That's a relief. It wasn't a hydra. It's not a relief. The sand octopus with a huge build was by no means an easy monster. Of course, compared to a hydra, it had no deadly poison and was much less ferocious, but in this situation, quack, the long leg of the sand octopus flew in like a whip. With a sharp sound, sand puffed up and obscured their vision. It's a monster I cherish, so don't attack it, Professor Bungiger said from behind, looking pleased. It was worth raising it by feeding it expensive feed. Professor, no matter what this is, Aarg. A student who tried to protest was wrapped in the octopus limb and dragged away. Rather than protesting, think about quickly reaching the turning point and getting out first. It wasn't a hydra. Yihan, who arrived late, muttered as he looked at the chaotic scene unfolding at the turning point. As a huge monster suddenly popped up from below, he first thought of the hydra he had heard about before. Wardenaz, it's not a hydra. To think you'd use such a trick. In response to the protest coming from the other side, Yihan was about to answer that it was a mistake. However, Asan and Gaynando answered first. The foolish one is the one who got tricked. Where are the fools who trust others in a competition? It's because of that complacent attitude that you lose. These guys. Yihan stared at the backs of their heads for a moment, then turned his gaze. Right now, more important than clearing up the misunderstanding was reaching the turning point and getting out. I have to do it as quickly as possible. The longer it took, the fewer other students there were to draw attention, increasing the difficulty. Mirage. One of the students from the Black Tortoise Tower seemed to have a talent for illusion magic, as he managed to summon an illusion amidst the chaos. It wasn't an illusion in a very good state. The shape was blurred and not clear, so anyone could tell it was an illusion if they looked closely. However, in a chaotic situation like this, it was easy to be fooled at a glance. Moreover, the opponent was a monster. Swish. However, the sand octopus didn't even glance at the illusion and stretched out its limb to grab a student and take them away. Seeing that, Yihan realized, it's not detecting with sight. As he had learned quite harshly about illusion magic, Yihan knew that illusion magic was also divided into several types. The illusion just now was illusion magic using vision. It was magic that created illusions by distorting the surrounding air with heat or freezing the air with cold. However, if the opponent didn't see with their eyes, it was meaningless. In fact, the sand octopus had half of its body buried in the ground. The detection was too good, as expected. It was clear that it sensed the approach of enemies by the vibrations on the ground. In that case, that type of illusion was meaningless. Farhate's illusion magic won't work. The method is, Yihan prepared to use and the invisibility necklace. Unlike Farhate's illusion magic that created illusions with heat, Ganedalt's cloak of invisibility and the invisibility necklace were types of illusion magic that directly manipulated perception. Cloak, engulf me. Wardenaz, it's too hard to coordinate while riding, I know. Let's break through one by one. The rest of you draw attention. Instead of breaking through together at once, Yihan chose to break through separately. It would take a bit more time, but it was safer. The range of the invisibility magic wasn't wide enough to include the friends riding horses. Let's go, Yihan set off with Yaner. The other friends scattered to draw the sand octopus' attention, just in case it got suspicious. Whoosh, the sand octopus suddenly inflated its body. Yihan and Yaner tensed at the unexpected situation. Swish, as if sensing something ominous, the sand octopus began to spew out a fierce wind. The wind mixed with sand enveloped the students like a storm. It was hard to secure vision in the sudden gust. This is bad. Even if Yihan himself endured, the horse Yaner was riding was panicking and floundering in the sudden sandstorm. The moment they escaped from invisibility, the sand octopus would notice their approach. Just as Yihan was about to restrain Yaner's horse by force, help came from behind. It was Gaynando, become itchy. Gaynando, who boldly shot a curse magic, charged forward without stopping. Seeing Gaynando rushing forward like crazy, the sand octopus lost interest in the other students and targeted Gaynando intensively. The impudent curse magic had offended the sand octopus. Gaynando, Yihan was truly surprised. He knew Gaynando had a talent for dark magic, but to think he would be so active in a situation like this. Yihan, got it. I'll pass quickly while you distract it. Save me. This damn horse won't listen. Leaving those words behind, Gaynando ran forward like an arrow. No, he was dragged away. Yaner, who managed to calm the horse and returned, asked Yihan, didn't Gaynando shout something? He said he would draw attention, so we should break through quickly. Yaner was surprised. There's no way that's what he said, right? It was strange, Gaynando sacrificing himself. No matter how much adversity could change a person, could it change someone to this extent? Yaner tilted her head in confusion. Yihan didn't give his friend time to ponder. We need to move quickly, Yaner. There's no time. Ah, right, got it. Gaynando's charge was far more effective than expected. Whether it was because the curse magic was particularly effective, or because the arrogant gallop irritated it, the sand octopus began to raise its body, which had been firmly guarding the turning point, and started chasing after Gaynando. At first, even Professor Bungiger, who had said, "Don't attack the sand octopus," couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Somehow, they had managed to lure out that sand octopus. Provocation is also a skill. Well done. Gaynando's horse ran like it was possessed, dodging the limbs of the pursuing sand octopus. "Save me. What is Gaynando saying? I can't hear. Ask later and run. Now's our chance, friends." Not only Yihan's group, but also students from other towers who had been waiting for an opportunity spurred their horses with all their might. In preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, Yihan cast magic on his friends' horses. Be fulfilled. The horses, under the influence of, maintained their composure even as sand-mixed winds blew in from all directions. "Puhung," Niffer grumbled as if asking why Yihan didn't do the same for it. "Run. It's dangerous if that thing comes back." Clatter, clatter. Dead heats were unfolding from all directions. Since the student who reached the turning point first would receive a higher score, the competition was fiercely cutthroat. Thud. Yihan collided with a student from the Black Tortoise Tower who was running beside him. Nifferg let out an angry growl. "Endure it, Nifferg. Wardenaz, I won't say it's cowardly. It's a competition, so I won't back down, I understand." Yihan immediately swung his staff and launched a water bead. The Black Tortoise Tower student, who never expected Yihan to be able to cast magic while sprinting at full speed, was eliminated on the spot. Puhing. Nifferg was dumbfounded, even while running at full speed. Was it okay for the owner to attack while it couldn't? When Gaynando returned late, he shook off his sand-covered clothes and shouted, "You cowardly bast. I was impressed. To lure the monster alone for the sake of your friends." Professor Bungiger spoke in an admiring tone. Gaynando immediately replied, "It was difficult, but I thought it was a noble duty I had to fulfill as a member of the royal family." That definitely seems like something he learned from Yihan. Yanair thought to herself as he looked at Gaynando. He wasn't known for his quick wit. When she thought about who Gaynando could have observed and learned from, there was only one person. "I didn't know you would sacrifice yourself like that." Other tower students also flocked around and expressed their gratitude. Gaynando looked around at his friends with an overwhelmed expression, nodded his head, and replied, "It wasn't an easy choice. But what were you saying earlier? I said I'll leave the rest to you. Was it such a long sentence?" While Gaynando was chattering behind, Yihan checked his score with Professor Bungiger. "It's a perfect score. There's no need to explain in detail. Everyone did well. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Why did you mistake the sand octopus for a hydra earlier?" Yihan flinched. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I heard that Professor Ureger brought a hydra." "What? Really?" Professor Bungiger seemed genuinely surprised. Yihan's mind became complicated by the fact that even the professor was unaware of it. What's going on? If that's true, he managed to bring it skillfully. It must be even harder to obtain these days than before. Should I ask him to show it to me? "You didn't know either, Professor. I didn't hear about it." He probably didn't tell me because he found it bothersome to listen to my advice. As a renowned explorer in the Empire, Professor Bungiger was skilled at handling all kinds of monsters and animals. Naturally, if Professor Ureger had brought a hydra, she would have offered all sorts of advice on how to raise it. "Do you have any idea why Professor Ureger brought it, Professor?" "Who knows? I don't need to know everything about him. Maybe he needed it for his potion research." Mages basically had little interest in anything other than their own research. Even if Professor Ureger had secretly brought a hydra, that was Professor Ureger's business, not Professor Bungiger's. Of course, she was concerned about whether the hydra was being raised well or not, but could there be a question related to the hydra on the final exam? As he asked, Yihan hoped that Professor Bungiger would answer, "How could that be possible?" Or "That doesn't make sense." "Oh, I hadn't thought of that." However, Professor Bungiger looked at Yihan as if he had a good idea. That could be possible. Yihan sighed inwardly. I should have waited for the day he brought the hydra and launched a surprise attack. He never thought he would pay the price for his carelessness like this. Professor Ureger waited for the students with his arms crossed and a triumphant look on his face. "You're here. Hello, Professor. The test you'll take today might destroy your soul. Good luck." The student who entered glared at him, but Professor Ureger paid no attention. That's how intoxicated he was with the test he had created. It was a painstakingly prepared final exam question, delicately adjusted to the level just before the skull principal would say, "Isn't this a bit too much?" With this, he could shatter the souls of the cheeky freshmen who, after completing the midterm exam or the pre-final assignment, thought, "I think I know what alchemy is now." "Hello, Professor." Yihan entered with a stiff face. Professor Ureger also nodded. His disciple, who had raised the difficulty of the test by getting a perfect score on an assignment designed to prevent him from getting a perfect score, was entering. Perhaps sensing his own fate, the disciple's face was also stiff. "The test will be quite a bit harder than last time. I'm aware of that," Yihan said, holding back a sigh. He couldn't understand why the professors were doing this. Isn't it a good thing if students do well on the test? The students did well because the professor taught well, so why do they feel like their pride is hurt? Yes, that's right. Hehe. Professor Ureger laughed, too delighted to remember the possibility that his disciple might come to assassinate him after graduation. Ian stared intently at Professor Ureger and vowed to surprise him next time by wearing a mask at night. How does he intend to use the Hydra? Even before coming, he had discussed it with his friends, and even while coming, he had discussed it, but he really had no idea. Maybe we have to hunt the Hydra and use its venom as an ingredient for potions. Are you crazy? There's no way. Even so, at the very least, you'll have to subdue or persuade the Hydra to lend you its venom. That's crazy enough. And maybe the test has nothing to do with the Hydra. That could be the case. Are you really a mage at Einregard? How can you have such a complacent thought? I'm sure we'll have to get ingredients from the Hydra. Maybe the Hydra is guarding the ingredients. I'm prepared, so please let me know. All right, shall we begin? Professor Ureger walked forward. The students waited with tense gazes for the professor's next move. What kind of test would it be? Giela's Cinnabar Potion. Urjundan's Night Mist Potion. Orm's Soul Amplification Potion. Dobruk's Sulfur Mercury Potion. The names of potions filled the blackboard. Among them, there were many potions they had heard for the first time. Professor Ureger enjoyed the overwhelmed reactions of the students and said, "You're not choosing one of these. By the end of today's lecture, submit as many of these potions as possible." Each and every one of them was a potion that required a lot of effort and was tricky to make. Among them, there were even potions that couldn't be made without combining other potions. In short, it was a list of potions laid out with the thought that it would be absolutely impossible to make them all. It was a test that he had really put his heart into. Professor Ureger turned his gaze to Yihan with a grin. As expected, his excellent disciple was also hesitating, seemingly flustered. "Professor, what is it? If you have any questions, feel free to ask." "The Hydra won't appear." "Hydra? What? No, wait, how do you know about that?" Professor Ureger was startled. He had secretly brought it at night so that other professors, especially Professor Bungiger, wouldn't see it, so how did he know? "I witnessed it by chance." "You precious fool. All right, since you saw it, it can't be helped. I bought it with great determination. I might need your help taking care of it later." Professor Ureger wanted to continuously extract the Hydra's venom, but a fully grown Hydra was too expensive and difficult to manage, so he had no choice but to buy a baby Hydra. If he raised it properly, it would roughly have a similar effect. "Is that all? What? Are you suspecting that I deceived others and secretly brought it in?" "Absolutely not. I got permission for everything I did." Professor Ureger spoke firmly, worried that Ian might have a strange misunderstanding. He couldn't hide it from the Skull Principal when bringing the Hydra from outside. "That's not what I meant. Wasn't the Hydra supposed to appear in the test? Why would a Hydra appear in the test?" Professor Ureger looked at Yihan as if asking what he was talking about. Why would a Hydra appear in a first-year alchemy test? That didn't make any sense. "I suppose you're right." Yihan returned to his seat with a look of understanding. Professor Ureger realized that he hadn't heard his thoughts on the test because he was talking about the Hydra. Oh well, it's a pity. He really wanted to see them kneeling before the profundity and greatness of alchemy, feeling their own inadequacy. Tack, tack, tack. Yihan quickly took out potions from his backpack and laid them out. Each and every one of them was a potion that was difficult to make. Moreover, the quality was not inferior. It was as if they had been made with great care in an alchemist's workshop. No way. Professor Ureger was shocked. He had guessed that Yihan had used some means to obtain potions from outside, but he thought he would have at most 2 or 3 bottles left. How could a student with no easy way to bring them in and no coins do this? While Professor Ureger was too shocked to speak, Yihan proceeded with the work step by step, lighting a fire under the cauldron, making potions that could be made with the ingredients he had on hand first. I'm lucky. He had been worried about how the Hydra would appear and wreak havoc, but it turned out to be unrelated. Wasn't this why he had swept up and brought various potions in the first place? After combining 3 completed potions and waving his staff, Urgendan's Night Mist Potion was finished. "It's quite fortunate, isn't it, that the Hydra won't appear? I was very worried, but I'm relieved now." "Yihan, the professor is glaring at you," Yanair whispered, sensing Professor Ureger's gaze. The professor was so shocked that even the tip of his beard was trembling. "This is a true test of skill. I'm sure the professor will understand," Yihan said. Professor Ureger had done his best to create the problem, and Yihan had done his best to solve it. It was a fair match between them. In such a match, there should be no lingering resentment. He doesn't seem to have an understanding expression, though. Professor Ureger's expression was definitely not that of a teacher understanding his student's victory. His frowning, displeased look seemed to say, "I'll get you back next semester's exam." Yanair felt anew that people could speak with just their expressions, even without saying a word. Will it really be okay? At this rate, he might have to make a philosopher's stone in the second semester. Suddenly, Yihan muttered, "But I can't just fail on purpose, can I?" Yaner looked at her friend with sympathetic eyes. It wasn't that Yihan didn't grasp reality. He grasped it, but was deliberately turning a blind eye to it. Professor Fluwerk spoke to the entering students in a slightly apologetic voice. What should we do about this? Unlike other professors' exams, mine will be boring. What kind of exam is it? Instead of answering, Professor Fluwerk waved her wand. Test papers, quills, and ink bottles appeared on the students' desks. A very traditional exam where you solve problems and write answers, right? Whoa, wow, you're the only one, Professor. Professor Fluwerk was startled by the students' enthusiastic reactions. Why on earth? So this is what Yihan meant when he said he's happiest when sitting and studying, Gaynando said in a tearful voice. Instead of running around here and there, they could sit calmly and only move the quill. That's not what I meant, though. As the students took their seats, the test papers flipped over. Question 1. If the content of the following passage is true, select all the answers from the options that must be true. Imperial Mage Tadingo tries to summon 5 demons to make a contract. At this time, the demon Zerkluo must sign a contract before the demon Voluta can, otherwise the contract cannot be made. Seeing the dense questions, Yihan felt his mind calming down. It was the opposite of his friend's expressions darkening. It's not that difficult. I was deceived by Yihan. Riding a horse is better, isn't it? Gaynando sobbed next to him, but Yihan ignored him, pretending not to hear. Muhyiddin, a priest of the Saisena's order who revered knowledge and scholarship, prayed lightly and grasped the quill. Although it wasn't easily revealed because they didn't boast, the students of the Immortal Phoenix Tower had a high average grade. As priests, they mercilessly abandoned lectures they weren't interested in, but considering this, one could see how hard they studied. Even among those students, Muhyiddin was famous for being well-read and brilliant. Naturally, for Muhyiddin, an exam like wasn't that difficult, just a relatively easy obstacle to pass. If only the other exams were like this. Muhyiddin had no interest in riding a horse and avoiding spells flying at him. He also had no interest in wielding a staff and subduing summoned spirits. Muhyiddin just wanted to sit, read, and study. For Muhyiddin, who hadn't had such an exam in a long time, it was quite satisfactory. This is number 3. Am I solving it too quickly? Muhyiddin realized he had already solved half of the exam questions and was surprised at himself, raising his head. The hourglass in front showed there was plenty of time left. I can solve it a little more slowly. Tap. Yihan stood up from his seat, submitted his test paper in front, and bowed his head. I should be the one thanking you for meeting such an outstanding student like Wardenaz. Professor Fluwerk answered in a light and bright voice. Yihan was slightly moved. The bureaucrats are the ones who take on the hard work of the empire, the pillars supporting the empire. Oh my, why go that far? We're just menial workers. It's something student Wardenaz doesn't even need to be interested in. Muhyiddin came to his senses with a start and bowed his head. I must be solving it too slowly. Dukma from the J family, a white tiger student, exchanged glances with his friend. Ready, of course. Their preparation was for the exam. To be more specific, it was cheating preparation, but cheating preparation could also be considered exam preparation in a way. Cheating in other lectures was meaningless, but it was quite effective for exams like. I thought I could cheat in at least one lecture, so I prepared, and finally, if Yihan had heard, he would have said, "You pathetic bastards, you could have studied in that time," but the white tiger students were serious. Fortunately, it seemed Professor Fluwerk hadn't prepared much either. It was a golden opportunity. I succeeded in naturally sitting behind Wardenaz. All that's left is to peek without getting caught. Sometime after the exam started, Dukma felt it was about time. He took out a small telescope with a blue lens from his bosom. It was an artifact he had purchased from a black tortoise student for a large sum of money. If he used this, even Wardenaz's test paper. Yihan stood up from his seat and submitted his test paper. The 2 students were dumbfounded and lost for words. He finished it all, already. What kind of guy is he? No, come back. No matter how much they shouted inwardly, Yihan didn't return. Gaynando, feeling their gazes, was startled and shouted, "You bastards. Trying to peek at my test paper. Professor, these guys are trying to peek at my test paper." And no, we were just surprised. We just looked because we were surprised. The white tiger students had to give up their cheating attempt with tears in their eyes. In the first place, since Wardenaz was gone, the only one left to copy from was Gaynando, so there was no point in copying anyway. They're really bad guys. Those bastards tried to steal a look at my test paper. The Blue Dragon students tilted their heads at Gaynando's words. Rather than being surprised that the White Tiger students tried to cheat, it was a bit strange that the target was Gaynando. Why him of all people? Well, didn't they study less than Gaynando? Is that possible? I don't know. The White Tiger guys hardly study at all. They must have been really desperate. Then I'll go take the healing magic exam. I'll go with you, Wardenaz. I have to go too. The students who were forcibly taking healing magic moved their steps with Yihan. As they headed to the classroom, the students lightly complained. Still, making us take it so forcefully. We have to take exams too. It's unimaginable. Right, instead of answering his friend's words and getting hurt, Ihan only showed a gentle smile. Ah, wait a moment. What's wrong? I have to go to the tower. I left my illusion magic book behind. What are you talking about, Wardenaz? The healing magic exam is now, you know. Yeah, the exam right after this one is the illusion magic exam. W will bring it for you. Declining his friend's consideration, Ihan headed to the tower alone. Actually, I'm not too worried about the illusion magic exam. Among the remaining magic exams, the most feared one was definitely the enchantment magic exam. Being the very last one to submit also made people's hearts heavy throughout the final exam week. In comparison, the illusion magic exam was the epitome of a reasonable exam. Ihan, who went to the tower and took out the book, headed to the classroom on the west side of the first floor of the main building. The healing magic exam was waiting there. Healing magic doesn't seem too difficult either. According to what he heard from Professor Garcia, basically, healing magic required a lot of time and practice to actually use on people. As such, there would be limited problems that could be given to first-year students. Ihan expected a test paper format like, wait. What are you doing there? Two familiar senior students walked from the direction of the classroom. It was Phil and Chill, the two seniors in charge of healing magic. If seniors who shouldn't be seen in the Magic Academy were seen, it meant, "Are you here for the exam?" That's right. I thought you'd be surprised, but you're not. Excuse me. Don't new students usually get surprised when they see seniors? It was like that in our time, Phil said, puzzled. Einregard students usually got a shock upon seeing their seniors, which started from the second year. Until then, they wouldn't have seen seniors casually passing by. Did something happen? A third year blew up the classroom during the exam. Wasn't that a different classroom? I thought a second-year student's artifact exploded. Hearing the spine-chilling stories, Yihen followed the two seniors. This crazy academy. Come to think of it, your other friends came first, so why are you late alone? I left my book behind, so I went to get it. Ah, oops, I forgot mine too, just a moment. Phil turned back the way he came, apologizing. Chill shrugged his shoulders as if dumbfounded and said, "Let's wait a bit. Sorry about this. It's all right. There's plenty of time." As Yihen stood in the hallway and tried to take out his book, Chill looked around and chose a classroom, opening the door. "Don't read while standing. Sit and read. It's nothing." Chill's eyes looking at Yihen were full of pity. Having to take all the classes, and even healing magic on top of that. Even if he bore all the curses in the world, it wouldn't be as painful as that. If he didn't show this much kindness to such a junior, that senior would have to fall into the hottest spot in hell. Grrr, squeak. Entering the classroom, Yihan was puzzled by the groans of some animals. Looking around, there were cages stacked, and inside them, animals were sitting with bandages or looking sick. What is this? Ah. They're injured animals brought from nearby towns. It's this semester's final exam. Yihan was surprised. Not only the animals, but also how coolly the exam question was revealed. Is this okay? Is it because there's not much difference? It was a bit confusing, but since the exam was about to start, and considering the nature of healing magic, Yihan chose to remain silent. Is the exam to heal these animals? That's right. If you're interested, you can practice it in advance. I'll watch over you. Yihan was slightly moved by his senior's consideration, letting him practice the final exam in advance. Damn, no, there was a strong sense of camaraderie among students struggling with difficult subjects. Is it really all right? Yeah. The students taking the exam won't be able to heal them all anyway, so we have to cure the rest. Even if you make a mistake, I'll be next to you, so it'll be fine. There was a reason why Chill gave this special treatment. It was because this wasn't the first-year final exam, but the second-year final exam. It's just like him to try and learn all the Academy's magic, Chill thought, looking at Yihan with a mixture of pity and admiration. In fact, when Chill had said, "If you're interested, you can try practicing it in advance," he hadn't actually expected Yihan to really do it. Yihan would soon be taking his own first-year final exams, so he should be focusing on that. Why would he practice for the second-year final exams? Even if he was interested, it was something he could do later when he had the opportunity. However, the way of thinking of a genius was different from that of an ordinary person. Chill had thought it unlikely, but this junior who wanted to learn all the schools of magic actually stepped up to practice even though his own exams were right in front of him. Now that it had come to this, there was nothing Chill could do. He could only silently cheer him on. Still, don't overdo it. You have your own exams coming up soon, you know. If he had known the truth, he might have grabbed his senior by the collar, regardless of their status. An opportunity kindly bestowed by a senior. I absolutely can't miss it. The cow, which seemed to have injured its leg and couldn't get up from lying down, looked at Yihan with pitiful eyes. I'll give it a try. Go ahead. Chill stood next to Yihan. If Yihan accidentally worsened the cow's injury, Chill intended to step in immediately and handle the situation. Don't make the cow suffer too much. Since he was giving a first-year junior a chance to practice, Chill didn't expect Yihan to completely heal the cow. It was absurd for a first-year student to treat a living creature in the first place. It was the same whether it was a person or an animal. It wasn't a second-year exam for nothing. What Chill hoped for was that this outstanding junior wouldn't worsen the cow's injury. At first glance, it sounded strange, but for a lower-year student learning healing magic, it was truly remarkable if they could even do that much. Worsening an injury was common. Not worsening an injury was remarkable in itself. If they could even slightly improve an injury, they had to be dragged to the Tower of Healing Magic with shackles on their hands and feet. That's how high the initial difficulty of healing magic was. It's swollen and feels hot, so it seems to be a fracture. Excellent, you observed well. Instead of immediately casting healing magic, Yihan tried to assess the subject's condition first, which earned him high marks from Chill. A healing mage had to possess all the virtues a mage should have. Especially among them, prudence was an absolute must. Arise, emotions. Judging by the pain when pressed, it seems this part is fractured. When Yihan even used magic to find the fracture site, the corners of Chill's mouth turned up. It was gratifying for seniors to see juniors with such potential in healing magic, even if it meant discomfort for the younger mages. Yes, you're doing very well, I'll give it a try. After saying that, Yihan concentrated his mind. He had the knowledge learned from books and the information obtained through magic, but he couldn't let his guard down. Imagine the bones fusing together and focus. Calmly. I've done it to that white tiger tower bastard before. Yihan thought that treating these animals wouldn't be that difficult, because if it was highly difficult, it wouldn't have appeared on the first-year exam. Then Yihan should also be able to handle it, fused together. As the concentration ended, the staff was swung and powerful mana was released. The cow, which had been letting out pitiful cries until just now, blinked its eyes and smiled brightly. And Chill almost fainted. What? No matter how many times he closed and opened his eyes, it was true that the first-year junior had healed the cow's fracture. What the? Senior, well, I think you need to check it. Is it done correctly? Perfect. Is that so? Yihan's face brightened. If you were to grade it senior, do you think you would give me full marks? No, of course. It's full marks. Even if you didn't heal it, it would be full marks. When Chill turned pale with shock, Yihan also began to feel a sense of discomfort. What's going on? Suddenly, a familiar uneasiness rushed in. Even if I didn't heal it, it would be full marks. It's considered good if you just don't make it worse. Yihan was surprised. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be strange to have that kind of evaluation criteria. Damn it, should I have asked that first? Since healing magic had so many side effects, it was clear that one could get a high score just by not making it worse. Still, Yihan wasn't very flustered. But there hasn't been a first-year student who has healed it so far, right? No, there hasn't. Pardon? Well, this is the second-year exam, you see. Yihan was at a loss for words for the first time in a long while. Is he crazy? What grudge did he have against Yihan to recommend trying the second-year exam? Yihan pondered whether to attack the other person, but held back and asked as calmly as possible. Why did you recommend that? To me? You seemed interested in it. Of course, Yihan had shown signs of interest, because he thought it was the first-year exam. When a first-year junior shows interest, isn't it the senior's role to sternly say, but this is the second-year exam? Junior, you should focus on the first-year exam. He must have aged incorrectly or spat out the wrong thing. Yihan gritted his teeth and maintained his composure. Then, to handle the situation, he opened his mouth. I misunderstood, but what you did is really amazing. Senior, this is just between you. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Phil opened the door and entered. Seeing Yihan and Chill standing in front of the cow, Phil asked, what are you two doing there? Phil, look at this cow. Why the cow? The fracture is healed. Did you do it? No, this junior here did. Phil was as surprised as Chill earlier. He was so shocked that Yihan couldn't find a chance to persuade him again. Senior. It took about a minute for Phil to regain his composure. If you really did this, you are a born. Bang. The door opened again and the most exhausted-looking dark elf professor entered. Professor Lagrange spoke in a rough, hoarse voice. Each word she uttered was filled with a terrible sense of fatigue. What are you doing here instead of preparing? Professor. We were looking at a junior's magic. Phil and Chill froze. Professor Lagrange was not a violent or cruel person, but she did not like wasting time or using it inefficiently. And she was as good at cutting and slicing the bodies of patients as she was at cutting and slicing the bodies of enemies. A junior's, the irritable professor's face suddenly relaxed. There was a hint of curiosity. Seeing this, the two seniors thought it was an opportunity and hurriedly explained. Yes, he healed this cow. It's truly amazing skill for a first year, so we were talking for a bit. Professor Lagrange's eyes widened. She was a professor who didn't like unnecessary questions, but she couldn't help but ask. You didn't help him? Yes, that's right. Professor Lagrange looked at the cow once, looked at Yihan once, looked at the cow again, and finally looked at Yihan once more before falling deep in thought. Then she opened her mouth. From the second semester, let him observe the practical sessions. Professor, he did well, but he's still a first year. Professor Lagrange looked at the two seniors with cold eyes. The two seniors who tried to protect their junior froze on the spot. Thinking about it, it seems fine. See, since he healed the cow, he should be able to heal patients too, right? Yihan looked at the backs of the two seniors with mixed feelings. They're such cowardly people in front of this authority. He had trusted them a little, but he was betrayed right away. Professor Lagrand was tired, but decided to explain for the sake of her students. Since it was an exceptional case, she needed to explain it to her disciples. If he completely healed the cow, the next step is real people anyway. There's no point in just giving him useless training and making him lose interest. Yihan wanted to say that what he was best at was enduring pointless work, but the atmosphere wasn't right for that. If he doesn't have the ability, I won't make him do it. But if he has the ability and we restrain him because he's a first year, that's an even more inefficient thing to do. Understood. I understand, Professor. We wasted time. We apologize. All right, start preparing for the exam. Professor Lagran left just like that. Dazed, Yihan suddenly thought of Professor Garcia. So don't ever say you healed the ankle of a White Tiger Tower student anywhere else. Okay? I'm sorry, Professor Garcia. I'm counting on you, Junior. I'm sorry it ended up looking like we were trying to stop you for no reason. Don't misunderstand. It's not that we were trying to pull rank on you because you're a first year, it's just that it's really hard. Haha, what am I saying? With a junior like you, it'll be something to look forward to, right? Phil and Chill left, turning Yihan's world upside down. Yihan wanted to confront the two seniors, but held back. He still had the real final exams left. What is the first year final exam? Solving test papers. It covers types of injuries and the structure of the human body. It'll be boring, right? Doesn't Wardenaz look really upset right now? You thought so too. I thought the same thing. Gaynando, what did you do? I didn't do anything. Gaynando flared up. Did he do poorly on the exam? I asked and he said he got everything right. The faces of the two Blue Dragon Tower students who brought it up contorted in pain like Yihan's. They had guessed he would do well, but they didn't expect him to get a perfect score. If you got a perfect score, shouldn't you be smiling even if your bones are broken? I think so too. Let's go take the exam. Yihan gave up and started walking. He decided to worry about the second semester when the time came and go take the remaining exams for now. Aren't you all coming? Wardenaz, we don't take illusion magic. I don't take it either. Okay, I'll go alone then. The Blue Dragon Tower students felt that Yihan's back looked somehow lonely. Fortunately, Professor Kerman Ku's exam wasn't too difficult. It was a test of observation, distinguishing the illusions laid out in the classroom and finding the flaws if there were any illusions made incorrectly. It's not very difficult. Yihan had been studying illusion magic separately and had experienced it firsthand a few times, so an exam of this level wasn't too challenging. As he focused on the exam, Yihan felt the anger he had experienced during the healing magic exam disappear. I'm done, Professor. Well done, Wardenaz. It's a shame that your score is lower than the previous midterm exam, though. Yihan flinched. Then he asked in surprise. My score went down. I'm joking. You got a perfect score on the previous exam, but this time you lost 1 point, so I tried making a joke. Professor Kerman Ku naturally thought that Yihan would laugh it off. Even if he lost 1 point, he was already overwhelmingly in first place. What meaning would losing 1 point have when he was scoring dozens of points higher than the average of the other students? You mean I made a 1-point mistake? Whoa, Wardenaz, did I say the wrong number by any chance? Yihan's shock was so great that Professor Ku was taken aback, as if he had misheard the score. 1 point is really nothing. Why are you reacting like this? Professor Ku asked. You're right, Yihan replied, but his expression was far from agreeable. He looked like a mage whose mistake had led to the downfall of the empire. Wardenaz, are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Wow, you lost 1 point, the Skull Principal exclaimed, floating over to Yihan. Yihan was dumbfounded. It hadn't even been 30 minutes since the test. It's possible to lose 1 point, he said, but was it really? If not for that one mistake, he could have gotten perfect scores on all the tests. The Skull Principal was trying to shake Yihan's resolve and provoke his anger. Yihan, knowing the principal's intentions better than anyone, maintained his composure. Although it stung to lose a point due to a mistake, it didn't change much in the grand scheme of things. Don't let it get to you, he told himself. Isn't that mistake still nagging at you? Yes, I think there's a misunderstanding. I never had the arrogant thought of getting perfect scores on all the tests, Yihan said. It wasn't a lie. Unless he was crazy, Yihan wouldn't have set a goal of getting perfect scores in all his classes. His goal was simply to do his best. The sting of losing a point was just due to his personality. Aren't you enraged or hateful towards the professors who dare to test someone like you? What kind of crazy freshman would think like that? I did. Yihan decided not to answer anymore and ignore the principal. Realizing that Yihan wouldn't take the bait, the Skull Principal seemed disappointed, needlessly pretending to be humble. I have never been arrogant, Principal, Yihan said. Few things are as arrogant as trying to take all branches of magic from freshman year. Yihan made a face as if he had been hit. The Skull Principal, noticing this, was pleased. Have you realized it now? No, denying it will only make it harder on yourself. Are you preparing well for Professor Verdu's test? After the enchantment magic test and the transformation magic test, the grueling first semester would essentially be over. The transformation magic test didn't seem too difficult, so the enchantment magic test was the biggest remaining challenge. I'm doing my best. Doesn't seem to be going well. The Skull Principal astutely guessed Yihan's inner thoughts. Realizing there was no point in denying it, Yihan asked in return, how did you know? Because Professor Verdu's test is to take what you made and upgrade it to the next level. Since you completed such a thing in the first place, of course it won't go smoothly. The Skull Principal answered as if it was an obvious question. Yihan had no choice but to agree. Well, that's true. It was amazing enough that he had created an autonomous iron shield, but to upgrade it further in less than a month was asking for the impossible. It was only natural that it wasn't going well. Then will you tell me the answer instead, Principal? No, you should blame your past self for doing too well in the beginning. There's a saying that battle mages should hide 3/10 of their abilities for a reason. Let this be a lesson to you. That saying is meant for when you're fighting. I'll give you one piece of advice. The Skull Principal interrupted, and Yihan stopped and waited. What kind of advice would the Skull Principal give? It probably won't be very useful. You made the autonomous iron shield, right? Yes, an iron shield that floats around the caster and automatically blocks incoming attacks. Although it borrowed the power of various magic circles, creating it in the first place was close to a miracle. What's your goal? I'm thinking of adding reflection. Yihan said, that's right. Get rid of all the other magic circles and just put in reflection. Yihan was surprised by the Skull Principal's words. So right now, then it will just become an ordinary shield that only reflects. Yes, that alone is enough. It's still an upgrade in performance, right? Even if some other functions are reduced. The Skull Principal was serious. No matter how much a student wanted to take all branches of magic, there were limits. Sometimes choices and sacrifices were necessary. And in the first place, Professor Verdu's was someone who gave tests arbitrarily, so there was no need to take his tests too seriously. The student could just insist on doing what they wanted. Focusing solely on the reflective property was already challenging. Completing it would be an achievement to speak of proudly, so there wouldn't be any deductions for reduced functionality. It should have been impossible, but considering Yihan's track record, the Skull Principal deemed it barely feasible. But I think Professor Verdu's will be disappointed. What does it matter if you disappoint Professor Verdu's? How is that wrong? That's true. Yihan felt himself being persuaded by the Skull Principal's logic. Professor Verdu's. It's okay if he's a little disappointed, right? In the first place, since he was the one who set such a goal, it was almost his own fault if he was disappointed. I'm glad you want me to disappoint Professor Verdu's rather than torment me, Principal. You really have a talent for illusion magic. No, I don't. Well, you did lose 1 point. Professor Verdu's had put down his equipment and tools and was waiting for the students. Anyone who knew the professor would know how astonishing this sight was. Who was Professor Verdu's? He was a natural craftsman who, despite being a professor who had to teach, would throw a few books at the students in the classroom and tell them to study on their own, while he immersed himself in creating the artifacts he was interested in. For such a Professor Verdu's to be waiting without doing anything. The merchants who had been called to the school by Professor Verdu's felt uneasy and asked, "Are you all right, Mage? Why aren't you working on your creations?" "It's the students' test," Professor Verdu's replied. That's true. The merchants cursed Professor Verdu's in their minds. It was even more annoying that someone who usually only responded with yeah or when the merchants tried to talk to him, and only spoke when it was convenient for him, was acting like this. Regardless, Professor Verdu's waited while humming a tune. It was because of what the Skull Principal had told him. Wow, this year's freshmen are quite something. They made some good stuff. No way, they must have only made trash. Well, if we look at it objectively, there may be some points like that, but some of the works are quite impressive. That can't be. If it weren't for your test, I would have thrown you in the punishment room. What a shame. Why, you can think about that later when you're in the punishment room. And there really are some excellent works, like the one Wardenaz made. He completed it. Professor Verdu's was delighted. He had advised adding a reflection property to the autonomous iron shield, and it seemed Wardenaz had successfully completed it. Don't you think that was a bit difficult? The Skull Principal asked, trying his best to contain his disdain. Of course, Professor Verdu's answered confidently as if asking what he was talking about. No, why, my mistake for asking. Anyway, since he completed the reflection property, evaluated objectively. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. Of course, in Professor Verdu's eyes, Yihan's enchantment magic still had many shortcomings. The fact that Yihan was the only freshman had not remained in Professor Verdu's genius brain. However, if there was one special strength that covered dozens of weaknesses, it was interesting enough. Yihan's enchantment magic, which skipped several processes of enchantment magic with his characteristic enormous mana, was endlessly fascinating despite its many shortcomings. Knock. As the door opened and the students entered, Professor Verdu's exclaimed with delight, "Submit as soon as you arrive." Here it is, Professor." Seeing Professor Verdu's in an unusually good mood, the student submitted with a glimmer of hope. If he looks so happy, maybe the assignment. It's still trash. What has improved? Though the speed has increased a little, hasn't it? Next, the students came up one by one, got scolded by Professor Verduz, and were chased away. Seeing that, Yihan felt at ease. Even if I fail, at least we'll all fail together. It's more reassuring to fail with friends than to fail alone. When it was Yihan's turn, Professor Verduz was delighted. You're here. I was looking forward to it. Come on, show me. Yihan carefully took out the iron shield and set it down. All the previous magic circle techniques had been erased, and a new reflection property had been engraved on the shield. Clang! As Yihan picked up a pebble and threw it, the pebble bounced back in the direction it came from with a lively sound. It was an elasticity that seemed to defy the laws of physics. It reflects. The students were surprised. They knew Wardenaz had outstanding magic skills as the top student of the year, but to complete a reflection shield following the autonomous shield. This. At work, the students who had just been scolded and chased away unconsciously looked at Professor Verduz with hopeful eyes. No matter how strict the professor was, they thought he would have no choice but to say, well done at this point. Really, where's the autonomous defense? Professor Verduz exclaimed in surprise. The students glared at the professor with contempt. If a freshman had completed the reflection property in such a short time, he should be praised. How could he say such a thing? He's not human. Even a mountain range monster would be more merciful than him. I removed the autonomous defense, Yihan said. Why? To complete the reflection. You could have done them together. There wasn't enough time. Why? Instead of answering, Yihan just smiled faintly. He didn't want to argue with a crazy person. Should I give you more time? Next week is vacation. There's a room in the artifact hall. Do you want to stay there and complete it? Unable to stand it any longer, the students rose up at those words. Wardenaz has plans with us, Professor. If you keep this up, we'll really send a petition to His Majesty the Emperor. Why? What did I do? Yihan was moved by the friendship his friends showed. The effort he put into making sure they ate meals wasn't in vain after all. After the transformation magic test, where they had to turn one of their clothing items into iron, and the enchantment magic test, Friday night arrived, and the students of the Blue Dragon Tower began to shout in frenzy. It's over, it's over, it's over, the grades too. The friends gagged the prince, who was pouring cold water on the mood. Bang, 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 bang. Looking out the window, beautiful fireworks of all patterns were exploding in the dark night sky. The seniors must be shooting them. Let's answer back. The freshmen ran to the window and fired magic at random. The fireworks are moving. The fireworks adorning the night sky wriggled and moved, turning into letters. The freshmen' hearts pounded as they turned their eyes to the message the seniors were sending. What kind of praise would the seniors, whom they had never even seen, give to their juniors? Be quiet and have fun quietly. Seeing the first years so excite shows, they still have much to learn. The real challenge is the second semester. They're just jerks. The student's mood darkened rapidly. Seeing this, Yihan clicked his tongue inwardly. Isn't it because of the skull principle, he thought. The principal, who enjoyed tormenting others, evidently influenced the senior's character. Let's eat cake, Yihan proposed, trying to change the mood. Right, cake, call the other tower kids too. Oh, do we have to? Yes, call them properly. Don't pick fights for no reason. What are you saying, Wardenaz? There's no way I would. Caught revealing his true thoughts, the Blue Dragon Tower student stammered. The students from other towers arrived faster than expected. The White Tiger Tower students, who arrived last, looked around armed with wooden swords and shields, but upon discovering the cake, they lowered their weapons with sheepish expressions. What did I say? Sorry, Dalju. Wait, the cake might be poisoned. SHH, be quiet. Even if it's poisoned, cake is still cake. We can think about it after eating. The White Tiger Tower students sliced the cake on plates and took a piece each. Cake was delicious. See, I told you Wardenaz doesn't mess around with food. Definitely. Next time I need to set a trap, I should put it in the food, Yihan thought as he passed by. As expected, the students all looked very satisfied as they chatted, seemingly becoming happy after eating something sweet. Give me a piece too. The skull principal suddenly appeared. Here you go. Two students beside him screamed and tumbled, but Yihan calmly cut a piece of cake and handed it over without surprise. The skull principal threw the cake into his mouth with telekinesis and spoke to the students. Everyone is having a happy and enjoyable time. Yes, we're really happy. My. I wonder if you'll be this happy even after seeing your exam results. The skull principal succeeded in freezing the students' mood without using a single spell. The only student among them immune to the attack on exam scores opened his mouth. Isn't it because we're happy the semester is over? Everyone worked hard to get through a semester, so grades don't matter. Says the top student of the year. Everyone take a good look. You need to be at this level to say grades don't matter. Understand? Oops. Yihan had no choice but to admit he let his guard down in front of the skull principal. Indeed, that jerk Wardenaz is the top student but says such annoying things. Want to spit out the cake. Ah no, come to think of it, there's a point to what he's saying. However, the grumbling White Tiger Tower student was quickly suppressed. Yihan had done too much for his fellow students for the skull principal's instigation to work. I can't accept that. I also go around saying grades aren't important. When Gainando shouted that, even the Skull Principal seemed slightly taken aback. Gee, good for you to be so confident. That wasn't a compliment. You're going to the punishment room soon. What? What did I do wrong? Gainando asked in surprise. Then the Skull Principal summoned white bony fingers in the air and spread them wide. Do you know what this is? Bone. Fingers. It's the number of classes you failed. The students suddenly lowered their heads and tried to avoid the Skull Principal's gaze. You think avoiding eye contact will make your failed subjects disappear. Those who failed will stay in the punishment room over the weekend before leaving. No, Principal, it's vacation. To be precise, vacation starts next week. You should have done well on the exams. I trust you didn't let your guard down just because it was the final exam. A mage couldn't possibly have such lax negligence, right? The students who thought they would get to leave right after the final exam made faces like they had been hit. They wanted to happily chat with friends over the remaining weekend, leisurely pack up, and leave with a smile when the sun rose on Monday. The Skull Principal folded one of the summoned bony fingers and asked again, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't really know." At those words, the Skull Principal folded another finger, and another, and another. Once all the fingers were folded, the Skull Principal spoke with a smile. "Those who failed to the punishment room. Principal, I haven't eaten the cake yet. No, tomorrow. Can't we go tomorrow morning?" Suddenly, Death Knights jumped out from all directions and dragged the students who failed away. The Skull Principal nodded with a satisfied expression. The less competent students should rest well over the weekend before leaving. You all worked hard for a semester. See you next semester. There weren't many times they agreed with the Skull Principal's words, but this time they had no choice but to concur. We really worked hard. Seeing his friends' faces, it seemed everyone was thinking the same thing. Where will you stay during the break? Grandin City. The empire was so vast it was dizzying. Most students chose to stay in a nearby major city during breaks instead of returning to their hometowns each time. As expected, everyone is staying in Grandin City. Of course, there were some differences in how they stayed. The family arranged a mansion. You too, that's great. Same for me. I'm going to stay at a close family's mansion. Yihan remained silent after hearing the Blue Dragon Tower students' conversation. No wonder the other tower kids disliked them. The mansions in a major city like Grandin were unimaginably expensive. Moreover, the Blue Dragon Tower students were all from the Empire's noble families. Even for the same mansion, there was a big price difference between one in the city's noble district versus other districts, yet they went and bought such mansions to use as villas during breaks. It was no wonder the other tower students cursed at them. "Where will you be staying, Mr. Wardenaz?" "I'll also be in Grandin City." Yihan answered Ratford's question with embarrassment. In fact, it wasn't Yihan's place to criticize others. As a member of the Wardenaz family himself, a mansion in Grandin City was prepared for Yihan as well. Originally, it would have been Filani Town, but the academy probably moved everything to Grandin City. "Why is that? It's nothing." Yihan overcame his awkwardness and spoke. "Ratford, where will you stay during the break? I also plan to stay in Grandin City. I'm going to board. If it's all right, why don't you stay at our family's mansion?" "Oh, is that okay?" "Of course. It might be a bit small compared to other families' mansions, but it's not so small that it can't accommodate a few guests." The Wardenaz family was known among the Empire's great noble families for having less greed for wealth or power and focusing only on magic, but that was only relative to other great noble families. No matter how frugal a renowned family in the Empire tried to be, how frugal could they really be? The mansion the Wardenaz family arranged was probably spacious enough to fit all the first-year students. "Dalju, are you thinking of staying too, by any chance?" The Black Tortoise Tower students used various connections to board at guild lodgings or decent inns. The White Tiger Tower students, being from knight families, used the knights' quarters located in Grandin City. The Immortal Phoenix Tower students, being temple priests, used the temple dormitories in Grandin City. "No, it's only those from the Blue Dragon Tower who are slackers, right?" Yihan mused. While students from other towers earnestly made their own arrangements, it seemed like those from the Blue Dragon Tower were merely leveraging their family's power. "Yihan, Yihan." Yanair poked Yihan and whispered. Yihan, who had been offering Priestess Tigeling and Priest Nijazur to stay at his family's mansion, both priests politely declined, was puzzled. "What is it? Look over there." Yanair lightly pointed with her finger. At the end was their friend Nilia. While discussing with the Black Tortoise Tower students which inn or guild lodging would be good to stay at, Nilia kept glancing over at them with a gloomy expression. Oops, Yihan realized his mistake. He had naturally assumed Yanair would offer first, so he spoke to Ratford first. "Let's go." "Okay." The two hurriedly moved their feet. "Nilia, why don't you stay at the Wardenaz family mansion during the break?" "What are you saying, Yihan?" "Nilia will stay at the Macon family mansion." The Black Tortoise Tower students who were discussing where to stay looked at the two with eyes that said, "Why are these noble bastards suddenly acting up? It's the Wardenaz family. It's the Macon family." When the Yihan and Yanair pushed and pulled with all their might, Nilia's face brightened. "Oh, what should I do? Both offers are so kind, but choosing one seems a bit. Then let us help you decide." "That's right." Nilia, the Black Tortoise Tower students who had been listening joined in. Nilia was flustered by the unexpected situation. Salco took out a map of Grandin City from his bosom and frowned. Where is the Wardenaz family mansion located? I think I'll have to go and check. I see. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to deduct points, Wardenaz. Why yeah, that's too bad. What about the Macon family mansion? It's at the top of the hill street in the central noble district here. The transportation is convenient, and there's an alchemy workshop nearby that specializes in nobles. It's a very good location. Salco and the Black Tortoise Tower students seriously compared the two mansions. Naturally, Yaner, whose family had a mansion in the city for a long time, had an advantage over Yahan, who didn't even know what kind of mansion they arranged yet. Nilia. It would be better for you to stay at the Macon family mansion. Really, but I feel bad for Wardenaz. If it's that hard to choose, do you want to stay at the Gaynando mansion? That one will probably be the biggest. Nilia answered immediately. Well, it's good that everyone is chatting, but there's one thing you need to do. The Skull Principal approached them and opened a conversation. What is that? As you all know, this Einregard is full of mysteries and knowledge passed down from ancient times. The students nodded their heads. The problem is that there are also monsters passed down from ancient times, not just mysteries and knowledge, and these treasures must not be carelessly leaked. I see. So before you leave, let's swear that you won't leak the mysteries and knowledge of Einregard to the outside. Yihan, who was listening, felt something strange and asked, wait, if we swear to this, does that mean we can't talk about the Academy's rules or education either? The Skull Principal ignored him, pretending not to hear. Now, one by one, the freshmen made the oath with the Skull Principal with reluctant expressions. I will protect the secrets of Einregard with my pride and honor. O souls, guard the secrets of the mages. A prohibition was created along with a complex wave of mana. It was a powerful prohibition that imprisoned important information about Einregard within the student's soul and prevented it from coming out. Yihan also stood in front of the Skull Principal with a reluctant expression like his other friends. However, instead of casting the spell, the Skull Principal spoke. Wardenaz, you keep your mouth shut on your own. Pardon, think about it. How much mana would be consumed to place a prohibition on you? Considering Yihan's mana capacity, he couldn't even imagine how much mana it would take to imprison information within his soul. The Skull Principal had no intention of committing such a waste. Aha, if oddly specific rumors about Einregard start to circulate, think carefully about who I'll suspect first. Why would I ever do such a thing? Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, what a shame, Yihan thought regretfully, as the Skull Principal saw through his true feelings. In a situation where there was only one suspect, he could not have talked his way out. The Skull Principal narrowed his blue pupils and stared at Yihan. It seemed like he was having suspicious thoughts. No, it's not like that, Yihan said. Indeed, he probably wouldn't have time to spread useless rumors anyway. Have a good break. The Skull Principal gave up cleanly without being clingy, which made Yihan feel oddly uncomfortable. What is this? Is he planning to send undead after me during the break? Inside the Magic Academy, sending undead to attack the towers at night could be overlooked, but doing such a thing in a major city could attract the attention of the Imperial authorities. However, even considering that, one couldn't let their guard down around the Skull Principal. Yihan stepped back, feeling uneasy. Surely not. Over the weekend, the students finished their preparations for the break and walked towards the main gate, carrying their heavy luggage. Despite the wait and inconvenience, the students were all smiling brightly. Oh, I need to take these too. Would it be all right to put these books on as well? Puhing. Niffer glared at Yihan slightly. Meanwhile, a singing voice could be heard from the side. Einregard, Einregard, it's so wonderful. Asan was humming a song he had composed for his class assignment. A place with warm meals and soft beds, Einregard. A place with warm meals and soft beds, Einregard. Usually, friends from other towers would have rebuked them, saying, you Blue Dragon Tower bastards, stop singing fake songs. But they must have been in a really good mood as they started singing along. Our juniors will soon come and enjoy this heaven too, Einregard. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The juniors won't be coming in the second semester, you know. Damn it, why aren't they coming? Are these the same guys who were cursing the seniors yesterday? There was a noble prince. What? I'm going to sing the song I want to sing too. At Gaynando's words, the students looked at each other. Come to think of it, that made sense too. 1 spirit, 2 spirits, 3 spirits, 4 spirits. There was an honorable mage who always prepared meals. When an evil lick attacked, the knights blew their horns. What a mess. The singing that had been in unison until just now became mixed, and the rhythm was off, as if it had never happened. Yihan patted Nifferg once and hummed. Einregard, Einregard, it's so wonderful. A place with warm meals and soft beds, Einregard. The Skull Principal and professors watched the first-year students heading towards the main gate while singing, with warm gazes. Professor Garcia Kim, whose eyes were slightly red, looked at the Skull Principal. The Skull Principal was talking with Professor Bevel Verduz. Why won't you tell me? Processor Verduz plead. If you promise to listen well to what I say from now on, I can tell you where he's staying. I promise. Not just roughly. Excuse me, Principal. Ah, Professor Garcia. When Professor Garcia approached, the Skull Principal stopped the conversation he was having. What were you just talking about? It was nothing important. I only want a woe. As Professor Verduz tried to speak, the Skull Principal summoned a huge piece of tree bark and stuffed it into the professor's mouth. So what brings you here? Ah, I wanted to say you worked hard this semester. The Skull Principal's eyes softened. How could that be my achievement alone, the other professors? When he saw Professors Verduz and Belatti, the Skull Principal stopped mid-sentence. Well, not everyone, but anyway, Professor Garcia worked very hard too. Yes, everyone really worked hard. Yunred Lee, an imperial bureaucrat who had come for the final exams, spoke as if agreeing. When he was a student, he just wished the professors would drop dead, but after graduating and coming back, he still wished the professors would drop dead, but he could feel that everyone was working hard to maintain Einregard. As if reading Yunred Lee's thoughts, the Skull Principal grinned. Ah, Principal, Yunred Lee carefully brought up the topic, gauging the Skull Principal's mood. Since he seemed to be in a good mood, it seemed all right to mention it. What is it? Well, I received a message yesterday. His Majesty the Emperor wishes to have a private audience with you, Principal. It seems you should go to the capital as soon as possible. As the Skull Principal's soul wavered, the surrounding temperature dropped and frost began to form in an instant. Yunred Lee, who thought he might be dragged to the mountains behind Einregard and buried by the enraged great mage, desperately made excuses. I didn't say much, Principal. If you didn't say much, why does he want a private audience? I don't understand. Now is not the time to meet. Tell me honestly, did you really not say anything? That's, Principal, you can't put me in the punishment room after I graduated years ago. You can't do this. Haha, there seems to be a misunderstanding. There's no way I would put an imperial bureaucrat in the punishment room. Despite the Skull Principal's kind words, Yunred Lee never let his guard down. It's not decided yet. He might be calling you to give a reward. Reward my ass. How could that be? The Skull Principal was extremely realistic. Usually there were only two reasons to meet the Emperor. Either a mage who graduated from Einregard caused an incident, or a mage currently attending Einregard caused an incident. So what's this about a reward? The Skull Principal let out a deep sigh. Thinking about which bastard caused what incident this time and how much the budget would be cut made his soul shiver already. It will be all right. As the Skull Principal seemed to calm down a bit, Yunred Lee carefully spoke. Do you really think so? Then if the budget gets cut, donate your salary to Einregard. My salary is like a drop in the ocean compared to. Enough. How would that change anything? The Skull Principal clicked his tongue. Seeing Yunred Lee looking truly wronged, it didn't seem to be because of the report. He wondered if an Einregard graduate had caused an incident without him knowing. That seemed the most likely. I'll have to go see His Majesty the Emperor. Then please also take care of my School of Magic's research budget. Me too. I need gems for a new artifact. Monsters are needed for combat training. Seeing the professors only caring about their own magic in this situation, the Skull Principal was disgusted. Who taught these utterly relentless people? The Skull Principal's undead army followed the students who passed through the main gate, escorting them. Their goal was to safely escort the students to Grandin City. Since there was quite a distance, going without an escort would be reckless. But there were already other people waiting in front of the main gate. Young master, over here, you've worked hard. Oh my, no matter how frugal you are, you're wearing such rags. Your face has become half its size. The escorts from each family who were waiting for the Blue Dragon Tower students rushed over. In an instant they washed, undressed, changed clothes, and even stuffed snacks into their mouths. Seeing this, the students from other towers shook their heads. Then why are they attending Einregard? You're right. Act that destroys the teachings of Einregard. Young Master Yihan, we've come to escort you. When the aged knight Arlong called Yihan with the escorts, Yihan pretended not to hear. Young Master Yihan, SHH, don't call out so loudly, Sir Knight. Yihan covered Arlong's mouth. Behind Arlong, familiar knights from his family were waiting on horseback. Did you bring a carriage too? A carriage, you say? I thought it would be too much, so I didn't bring one. I apologize. If you want, right now. If they went to Grandin City with this procession as it was, riding in a carriage would make him stand out too much. His friends from the same tower might not care, but Yihan, want a ride? Gaynando, who had already entered a dazzling carriage, laid on cushions and gestured to Yihan. Yihan ignored him, pretending not to hear. Isn't he a friend of yours, young Master Yihan? I don't know him. I heard the mansion you secured in the town was moved to Grandin City, is that right? Yes, someone from the academy came. Arlong stroked his mustache as he spoke. The thoughtfulness of Einregard, sending all the mansions to the city so students couldn't get money even if they visited nearby towns. It would have been nice if they had informed us beforehand. Right, Einregard is really something. Can I see the mansion you secured? I apologize, it's not that great of a place. Arlong unfolded a city map and pointed to a location with his finger. It was a mansion located in the noble district in the center of the city, occupying a visibly large area at a glance. If this isn't a great place, then what is Arlong's standard for a great place? Yihan wanted to ask if they could just give him the money they saved on this mansion, but he held back. It wasn't Arlong's fault. How was your academy life? It was quite different from what I expected. Arlong gave a generous smile at Yihan's words. Isn't that the case with any place of learning, no matter the discipline? That's true, but Einregard seemed too different, even if it was different. Yihan didn't know about all the educational institutions in the empire, but it was hard to believe there was a place more eccentric than Einregard. Were there any lectures you particularly enjoyed among the ones you attended? I was forced to take many of them. Ha ha ha. I was the same when I was in the knighthood before. I just wanted to swing my sword, but they made me learn the 7 arts, saying I had to maintain the dignity and pride of a knight. That's a bit different. Yihan trailed off. Learning poetry, music, and dance as a knight was a bit different from being forced to learn magic at Einregard. There was a swordsmanship lecture. Well, of course, not only those from knight families, but also the children of other noble families would learn swordsmanship as an accomplishment. Everyone except me was from the White Tiger Tower. It must have been tough with so many students from knight families. No, it was surprisingly all right. Indeed. Well, since they're all from knight families, they must have been considerate of you, young Master Yihan. Yihan paused. Were they considerate? The White Tiger Tower students passing by also paused upon hearing those words. They weren't, though. Well, if I had to say, I guess they were kind of considerate. Excellent. That's how knights should be. If they try to trample others just because they learned a bit more swordsmanship, then they haven't learned properly. Yihan stared intently at the White Tiger Tower students who were passing by. The White Tiger Tower students hurriedly moved their steps. Are they your friends? No, I don't know them. Is that so? Young Master Yihan, which school of magic are you thinking of specializing in during your first year? I haven't decided on that yet. Misunderstanding that Yihan hadn't made a decision yet, Arlong said it was all right. It's fine. There's still plenty of time left, so if you take more lectures you haven't attended, you'll be able to make a decision. Do I really have to do that? What did you say? Arlong asked, puzzled. No, it's nothing. He quickly changed the subject, not wanting to worry the kind old knight unnecessarily. What are your plans for the break, young Master Yihan? If there's anything you need, this Arlong will do his best to assist you, the knight offered. Well, I'll have to study, Yihan replied, glancing at the stack of books Nifrig was carrying. Just because they gave them a break didn't mean he could relax and take it easy. Giving a break was closer to saying, it's your choice to rest, but study on your own. If you don't, you'll be left behind. Especially in a harsh school like Einregard, there was a high possibility that professors would assume you must have studied up to this point, right? Then I'll skip over it, assuming you know it. Even for students who took fewer classes, it was risky to slack off, but for Yihan, who took many classes, studying was not a choice but a necessity. Excellent, Arlong said, deeply impressed, unaware of Yihan's desperate inner thoughts. Yet Yihan had never shown a single moment of laxity and had been diligently devoting himself to magic. As expected, young Master Yihan is someone befitting the bloodline of the Wardenaz family, Arlong thought. However, young Master Yihan, when young masters gather in one place to train and polish themselves, it's not just for studying, but also for getting to know each other and socializing. Studying is good, but wouldn't it be a waste to spend the entire break studying? Of course, I have plans for that too, Yihan reassured him, and Arlong's face brightened once more. I'm thinking of collecting coins. There should be quite a few places to work part-time in Grandin City. Arlong was slightly taken aback by Yihan's words. It was a completely unexpected answer. What is this? He glanced at his subordinate knights, thinking that since they were much younger, they would better understand what Yihan meant. We don't know what he means either. Could it be a metaphor only used by mages? Is he really trying to collect coins? Don't say nonsense in front of Sir Arlong. Why would young Master Yihan do such a thing? I see. Excellent, Arlong said, not wanting to be a tactless old knight who couldn't keep up with the trends of young mages these days, so he cheered him on for now. But his inner thoughts were still confused. But don't you have any other plans? Other plans? Yihan tilted his head. He hadn't really thought of anything besides studying and coins, like social activities with your friends. Ah, at those words, Yihan belatedly realized and nodded. I should meet my friends too. Arlong inwardly sighed with relief. You've thought well. If you ever want to hold a gathering or a banquet, please let me know anytime. I will prepare it in a way that won't shame the name of the Wardenaz family. I don't think there's a need to go that far, Yihan thought to himself at Arlong's words. The reason Yihan wanted to meet his friends was to collect the money he had lent them. Upon arriving at his residence in Grandin City, Yihan had left early to avoid the crowd of onlookers that had gathered at the city gate due to the procession of luxurious carriages of the Blue Dragon Tower students. Yihan first took a rest. After taking a deep sleep on the soft and fluffy bed and waking up, the events at the Magic Academy suddenly felt like a long nightmare. Of course, it wasn't a dream. Yihan got up and roughly estimated the amount of coins written in the ledger with his eyes. Even with a rough calculation, it seemed like it would be enough for 20 imperial gold coins. It was such an impressive amount that it made him have unfounded confidence in his own business skills. No, I need to get a grip. For a moment, he even thought he should aim to be an imperial merchant instead of an imperial bureaucrat, but Yihan quickly came to his senses. As soon as he became a second-year student, it would be difficult to do this kind of business. I need to be humble. If I get cocky, I might lose everything. Nevertheless, the amount of 20 imperial gold coins was enough to make his heart race. A farmer with a not-so-small piece of land had to work hard all year round to get 1 gold coin. I will prepare breakfast, young Master Yihan, a servant said from outside. Yihan opened the door and said, something simple to snack on will do. Has Ratford woken up by any chance? Yes. He asked me to let him know when you awake. Young master, I'm sorry. Could you call him? Ah, wait a moment. Yihan stopped the servant who was about to leave and asked, yesterday, when we entered through the west gate of Grandin City, do you know the small general store near the city gate? It was quite crowded. Yes. Is there anything you need from there, young master? If I were to buy that general store, how much do you think it would cost? The servant pondered for a moment and then carefully answered, it would cost at least 200 imperial gold coins, wouldn't it? Yihan had to put strength into his body to avoid staggering. He didn't think it would be cheap, given that it was one of the most prominent cities, but for a general store of that size, I was being cocky. He was ashamed of himself for thinking he could be a merchant just by earning that much. Young Master Yihan. Not long after the servant left, Ratford came in. The old-fashioned atmosphere of the mansion seemed quite unfamiliar to him, so as soon as he saw Yihan, Ratford ran up to him with a bright face. Mr. Wardenaz, did you rest well? My body is comfortable, but my heart is a bit. You'll get used to it soon. Let's have breakfast first. Although Yihan had asked for a simple meal, the breakfast the servants brought was more plentiful than he had expected. After cutting the slightly spicy seasoned eggs and putting them in his mouth, Yihan let out a deep sigh. Did something happen? It's nothing much. I was thinking of buying a small store later, but the price is not as low as I thought. At Yihan's words, Ratford, who was drinking cold milk from a bottle, nodded in understanding. I understand. What do you understand? Weren't you telling me to secure gold coins for you? Ratford, theft is a crime outside the Magic Academy. Actually, it was a crime inside too, but Yihan thought it could be considered as extenuating circumstances to that extent. Even among thieves, depending on their motives and purposes, some were called righteous thieves, weren't they? In Yihan's opinion, stealing from the skull principle was definitely righteous. At Yihan's words, Ratford looked confused. So, are you telling me not to do it? Or are you telling me to do it well without getting caught? I'm telling you not to do it. Ratford, if I ask you to do something, I won't use metaphors and will ask very specifically, so never act rashly. Yes, Ratford looked slightly crestfallen. He didn't get a chance to show off his thieving skills. With a clattering sound, Yihan cleanly emptied the bowl of rice. It had been quite a while since he had eaten Eastern-style meals at Einregard, so it tasted particularly delicious. Ratford finished a slice of buttered toast and tilted his head slightly. Does it not suit your taste? Ah, no, that's not it. It doesn't seem like it's not. I'd appreciate it if you could be honest with me since it's really okay. Well, the ones you made tasted better. At Ratford's words, Yihan laughed. He was happy to receive a compliment from his friend. Originally, when you're starving, anything tastes better. Otherwise, there was no way Yihan's cooking could taste better than the cooking of the chefs at the mansion. Is that so? That's right. At Yihan's words, Ratford nodded, but inwardly he wasn't fully convinced. Objectively, it really seemed to taste better, though. I think I'll go out for a bit after eating. Do you have any plans for today? Where are you going? I'm thinking of collecting the silver coins. Ratford asked in a slightly expectant voice by any chance. I'm not going to steal them, I'm going to receive them. Yes, I'll still go with you. Ratford was disappointed. San of the Dargard family was so tense that he couldn't even breathe properly. I heard that a member of your family has been admitted to Einregard. Congratulations. The Dargard family's mansion in Grandin City had a long history, and accordingly, there were many family members and guests staying at the mansion. On top of that, as luck would have it, there was a gathering today, and people of high status in Grandin City were gathering one by one as guests. Given the situation, it was inevitable that the family's student who had just come out of Einregard yesterday would become a topic of conversation. Being from Einregard, the name of the Dargard family will shine even brighter. I'm curious about which school of magic he's majoring in. May I ask after listening to the performance today? Please do so. Save me. Asan felt suffocated. If he made a mistake in front of the famous people of Grandin City gathered here, it would tarnish the family's honor. Focus, Dahul, Asan's older brother, approached him. Dressed in a wrinkle-free suit, Dahul was the kind of person who wouldn't sweat a single drop even in the scorching midsummer sun. You still make a lot of mistakes. You were a beat late when greeting earlier, and when answering, Hayden, Asan's older sister and Dahul's twin, also approached. Like Dahul, she was the kind of person who wouldn't bat an eye even if a dragon appeared above the city. You didn't notice the dust on your cufflinks. That's why you make a lot of mistakes. Think about the mistake you made 18 days and 4 days ago. It was embarrassing because of your miscalculation. It was really just the last digit that was wrong. Be quiet. It's that kind of complacent attitude that makes you keep making mistakes. Asan closed his mouth at the reprimands of his older brother and sister. If those two made mistakes while saying such things, he would have retorted, but they were so perfect that Asan could only feel intimidated. Dahel had been selected as an imperial bureaucrat and was rapidly rising through the ranks, while Hayden had gotten a job at the Bronze Dwarf Bank in the East and was impressing the fastidious dwarves. That's why you couldn't take first or second place in the tower. It's not that I couldn't do it, it's just that the first and second place were too good. Be quiet. Stop making excuses, young Master Asan. A guest has come to see you. A servant of the family came to the rescue of Asan, who was being scolded. Although he didn't know who the guest was, Asan was happy for now. It was an excuse to get out of this situation. Brother, sister, it seems like a friend has come to visit. Why do you look so happy? Well, how can I not be happy when a friend has come to visit? Dahel and Hayden stared intently at their unreliable younger brother. Since a friend of my younger brother has come to visit, I should go and greet them. I'll go too. What? I can do it. Be quiet. Greeting a guest who has come to the mansion is not your duty, but mine. Asan followed the two with a tearful face. Please, anyone but Gaynando. Please, anyone but Gaynando. Given their personalities, if the visiting friend was not satisfactory, there was a high possibility that they would mercilessly criticize Asan. Asan prayed that any of his other friends had come to visit first, not Gaynando. Hello. Seeing the familiar face entering, Asan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his most reliable friend had visited first. Yihan hesitated when someone other than Asan came out as the elder of the family. What is this? Is it a trap? He thought. Could it be that Asan was using this tactic because he didn't want to pay back the silver coins he borrowed? No, Asan isn't that wicked. However, he couldn't let his guard down. Even if Asan wasn't like that, other members of the family could use cowardly tactics. Just because they were nobles didn't mean they were all upright people. If there were those who sincerely revered honor, there were also those like Yihan who considered honor as just a formality to maintain face. There were quite a few ways to avoid paying back borrowed money while still preserving a noble's honor. For example, if they found fault with Yihan's attitude and declared, "How dare a guest commit such rudeness? Please leave at once," and issued an order to expel him, Yihan would be pushed out before he could even ask for the borrowed money. If that happened, things would become quite troublesome. As someone from the Wardenaz family, Yihan couldn't protest in front of the mansion, saying the Dargard family pay back the borrowed silver coins. The noble way was to be direct and rough when it was a large sum, and for small amounts like Yihan's case, to spread rumors that damaged the other party's reputation and honor. Whether the Dargard family is disgraced or not, the problem is that not a single silver coin will return to me. A mutually unhappy ending. That absolutely couldn't happen. The best method was to avoid giving the other party any reason to find fault in the first place. Greetings. I'm Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Yihan introduced himself with the utmost courtesy, without a single misstep in formality. Seeing this, the stern expressions of Dahel and Hayden softened ever so slightly before returning to normal. It was so brief that no one around them noticed, but Yihan was different. A genius of reading people, acknowledged even by the Skull Principal, capable of discerning the emotions of Einregard's eccentric professors. It seems I passed the first impression, at least. Although the other party seemed satisfied, Yihan didn't let his guard down. He still hadn't figured out their true intentions. To meet a mage from the Wardenaz family like this, it's an honor. I am Dahel of the Dargard family, Dahel said. I am Hayden of the Dargard family. Hayden introduced herself. Yihan shook hands with the twins. Their hands were dry and cold. As someone from the Wardenaz family, you must be making a name for yourself at Einregard as well, Dahel remarked. No, that's not the case. The bloodline of a family doesn't necessarily guarantee ability, and there are so many outstanding students at Einregard, Yihan replied humbly. The expressions of the twins stiffened slightly again. For someone from the renowned Wardenaz family of the Empire to say such weak words, they suspected his abilities might be lacking. Is that so? Pardon me, but I'm curious about which students are more outstanding than a mage from the Wardenaz family. Who are they? Dahel inquired. Yihan was at a loss for words. Of course, it was only natural since he was the top student of the year. The harm of excessive humility. Damn, did I make a mistake? When Yihan didn't answer, the twins' brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Asan whispered softly beside him, brother, sister. Wardenaz is the top student of the year. Is that true? Dahel asked. You've made a very excellent friend, Hayden remarked. Dahel and Hayden's expressions relaxed to the point where one could say they were gentle for the first time today. Seeing this side of his strict siblings for the first time, Asan couldn't help but be surprised. It's not something to be so happy about that Wardenaz is the top student, is it? You're not usually like this, Asan muttered. What are you talking about? We're just happy that you've made a good friend, Dahel retorted. It's because you make mistakes all the time, so there's nothing to be happy about. If you had done things properly in the first place. Hayden trailed off. Listening beside them, Yihan thought to himself, they're quite crazy people. It might be a bit rude, but seeing how they nagged their younger brother, they didn't seem to be in their right minds. Judging by their appearance, he could also guess why the two of them had come out. It was to assess what kind of person their younger brother's friend was. It's a good thing I came before Gaynando. Yihan had the same thought as Asan, And this person is, Dahil asked, looking at Ratford. As Ratford, overwhelmed by the atmosphere, was about to open his mouth nervously, Yihan took the lead. This is Ratford, the top student in his tower. Once again, the expressions of Dahil and Hayden softened. You've made excellent friends, Dahil remarked. Learn a lot and work hard, Hayden added. The first reception room should be empty right now. You can use that. If you need anything, feel free to ask, Dahil offered. The twins politely bid farewell to Yihan and Ratford once more, looking satisfied as they withdrew. Ratford asked in confusion, I'm not the top student in the tower, though. It meant the top thief. Let's go, Yihan clarified. Ratford and Asan looked at Yihan in disbelief, but Yihan paid no heed. So that's why they're like that, Yihan said sympathetically after hearing Asan's detailed explanation. Wait, this isn't the right atmosphere to ask about when I'll get the money. No matter how much Yihan wanted to receive the money quickly and move on to the next mansion, he wasn't the type to bring up his business in front of a friend who was saying, my life is miserable because of my overly talented brother and sister. I'm sorry, Wardenaz. Actually, it's not just me who goes through this kind of worry. You must be similar, right, Wardenaz? Asan asked. Not everyone in a great noble family was happy and comfortable. As the honor and responsibility as heavy as the family's history weighed on their shoulders from birth, the children of the family had no choice but to compete fiercely with each other. Of course, in Yihan's eyes, it sounded quite like a privilege problem. It was better to compete fiercely within the family than to be among those who didn't even compete fiercely without a family. And above all, Yihan's situation was different from Asan's. No, in our family we don't really care about each other, Yihan replied. Really? Well, the Wardenaz family is a bit unique. Among the great noble families, it was rare to find a family as uninterested in the empire's politics or social life as the Wardenaz family. A stubborn family that poured all their interests solely into magic. By the way, Asan, the borrowed. Yihan began. What should I do, Wardenaz? I don't want to disappoint my brother and sister. Help me, Wardenaz. I'm sure you can give me 100 certain advice, Asan pleaded. Yihan was flustered, but calmly changed the subject. You mentioned there's a gathering in the mansion's salon today, right? You can showcase your abilities there. Yihan didn't know the level of students from other magic academies, but one thing was certain. They definitely couldn't be better than the students of Einregard. No matter how I think about it, that's impossible. With Asan's magic skills, it would be enough to impress the guests who came to the gathering. Then Asan's brother and sister would also be satisfied with their younger brother's abilities. And Yihan could receive the borrowed money and leave. Indeed, at the gathering, that's a good idea, Asan agreed. Actually, it would be even better to just pretend you don't exist, Yihan muttered. It wasn't a joke, though. Just because famous figures of the city gathered in the salon didn't mean they did anything extraordinary. In fact, aside from the refreshments and drinks served, it wasn't much different from the lounge in the tower. Musicians played chamber music in the tower's lounge. Students sang because they were hungry, well-dressed nobles sat and played chess or card games the same in the tower's lounge, and they talked about interesting things that had recently happened in the city. This is the new jeweled staff I acquired. 3 others besides me were after it, so it took quite a bit of effort, but it was worth it, someone boasted. I'm a bit worried about the rising price of Ahmed these days. I've commissioned a workshop, but if they ask for a higher price, another person shared their concern. Familiar. Even bragging about obtained items and talking about recent worries were the same as the students in the tower. Oh my, could you be students from Einregard? Someone asked as Yihan, Asan, and Ratford made their appearance. As it was the vacation period and they had heard that a descendant of the Dargard family had enrolled in Einregard, they couldn't help but be curious. That's right, Yihan confirmed. What an honor. I am Goon, a humble silk and cloth merchant. An elf named Goon introduced himself. Goon's words were close to modesty. Someone who ran a small cloth business couldn't possibly dress like Goon. The patterned silk and the ornaments on his wrists. One could guess how wealthy he was, a rich man. And Yihan liked rich people. I'm Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Yihan introduced himself, extending his hand with a fake smile to gain favor just like before. And Yihan could see it, the fear flickering like a flame in the other person's eyes. Wah, Wardenaz family, pleased to meet you, Goon stammered. Yihan lamented inwardly. He just wanted to become friendly, but with just the name of the Wardenaz family, this was the result. Still, Yihan didn't give up and said, although my skills are still lacking, if you ever need assistance related to magic. In fact, this offer didn't hold much meaning. Of course, even a first-year student at Einregard was far more skilled than the wandering mages one could most easily encounter outside. However, someone who could attend a gathering like this would have the ability to call a proper mage, not such a wanderer. In other words, Yihan's offer wasn't really about telling them to let him know if they needed magical assistance, but more like saying, let's use this as an excuse to be friendly with each other. Damn, it failed. Of course, the other party's reaction wasn't very good. Yihan felt bitter. Your students from Einregard, someone else asked. Yihan and his friends turned their heads. At a glance, they could tell that the other person was a mage. The flow of mana around them was different from other places. That's right, Yihan confirmed. I heard you're freshmen. Would it be all right to test your skills? The mage asked. If it were any other situation, Yihan would have crushed them, using his family name or whatever else, saying, "Who are you to presumptuously test me? Have you ever given me gold coins? Are you a professor?" But now it was different. He had already intended to showcase his magic skills in front of the people participating in the gathering. Much appreciated. Originally, he couldn't have done this directly. If Yihan had said something like, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look this way. The students from Einregard will show you something," it would have damaged his reputation and honor. The correct way was for the other party to say, "I've heard about you. I'd like to see your skills," and then reluctantly respond, "Well, just once." "Although my skills are still lacking, I will do my best," Yihan replied. "What's going on? I heard the students from Einregard are going to demonstrate magic. What great fortune has befallen us today. To think we get to see something like this." The guests who were nearby also stopped their conversations or games and started to show interest. A perfectly prepared situation. But who is the other person? Let me formally introduce myself. I am Duin from the Veiler family. I received advanced magic training at Baldergard. The mage introduced himself. One of the guests beside them let out an exclamation of admiration. Baldergard, isn't it one of the best magic academies in the Empire? Is this how academy pride is born? For a moment, Yihan almost reflexively retorted. What kind of magic academy allowed free outings? Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, oh no, what was I thinking? Yihan quickly came to his senses. Of course, the educational environment at Baldergard was slightly more comfortable than Einregard, but that didn't necessarily correlate with magical prowess. Graduates from Baldergard could also be outstanding mages. Moreover, his opponent was a graduate. As a mere first-year student, Yihan couldn't afford to underestimate him. Wardenaz. "I'm ready," Asan whispered with a determined expression. "Mr. Wardenaz, please let me know if you need a pickpocket," Ratford also whispered, looking resolute. The back of the room was quite busy as people cleared tables and pushed chairs aside, preparing to witness the magic. "Ratford, I'm sorry, but this is just a test of magic. It's not a duel, but if the opponent's staff disappears, it might be a bit easier, don't you think?" Asan perked up at those words. Ian spoke firmly. "If we do that, the commotion will take a strange turn. Just use magic, that's all." But Wardenaz, we don't know what kind of magic the opponent will use. This wasn't a duel, but a setting to confirm the mage's abilities. In such cases, rather than clashing with full force, it usually flowed with one side presenting a challenge and the other resolving it with magic. This time it seemed that Duin, the mage from Baldergard, would give the test, and Yihan and his friends would solve it. "Don't worry too much. We're first years. The other party will take that into account when presenting the test. Giving an excessively difficult test would be a blow to their own dignity. There was no way someone who came to the Dargard family's residence would deliberately embarrass the Dargard family's mage. Doing so would immediately invite backlash. So don't fret unnecessarily and focus on not making careless mistakes." "Understood," Asan nodded. Ratford also nodded. "Just in case. I said I won't steal it." "Yes, sir." Unlike Yihan and his friends, who had a strong aversion to Baldergard, Duin had no particular resentment towards Einregard. Of course, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious of Einregard, which always held the reputation as the Empire's best magic academy. However, Duin loved and believed in Baldergard, the academy he attended, even more. It's only because the Empire's people are complacent. If they could truly see properly, they would think Baldergard is the most excellent and outstanding magic academy. If Yihan or other Einregard mages heard this, they would immediately challenge him to a duel, but at least that's what Duin believed. As such, Duin had no particular resentment towards Einregard. His current concern wasn't how to embarrass the Einregard students, but rather how to save face for them. San from the Dargard family is quite a well-regarded young man, and the other is from the Wardenaz family, so they won't make absurd mistakes, right? Confirming magical abilities in such a setting was akin to play. The one giving the test had to present it well so that the other party could pass. What if the test involved a difficult or unfamiliar school of magic to the opponent? The atmosphere would instantly turn as cold as ice. And the mage who presented the test would undoubtedly be scorned by the Dargard family and everyone associated with them for a while. Just thinking about it was a terrible nightmare. What kind of test would be good? Duin pondered over what test he should give so that the students could easily pass and the people present could be impressed in an understandable way. Come to think of it, what kind of magic are you three interested in? I'm interested in divination magic. For me, it's illusion magic. Haven't decided yet. It wasn't surprising for a mage who had only been learning magic for a short time to not have chosen a school yet, considering that even mages who had trained for over a decade changed schools as needed. Thinking that way, Duin failed to notice the two students looking at Yihan in surprise. "I should choose the easiest magic possible between illusion magic and divination magic." Having made his decision after contemplation, Duin waved his staff. Illusion transform into chains of elements. One of the advantages of illusion magic was its flashy appearance. It might sound like a joke, but this was a more important advantage than one might think. Most people, when viewing magic, didn't see the mysterious flow of mana or profound philosophy within it. They just saw what was visible on the surface. That advantage was evident in this setting as well. As the illusion magic sparkled and took form in the spacious hall, applause and exclamations erupted from various corners. "Isn't it too slow?" However, Yihan inwardly found it strange. Compared to the professors at the Magic Academy, Duan's casting speed was too slow. Of course, from Duan's perspective, it would be an unfair situation where he could only say, "If I could cast faster than Einregard professors, I would be a professor myself," but it still seemed slow no matter what. Clank. "You see these chains made of illusion? They are connected to the handcuffs binding my wrists. We see it, Sir Duan." The mage Duan raised his wrists to show the connected illusion handcuffs and chains to the people. The illusion chains hanging down to the floor were connected to 4 points, and at their ends stood illusion pillars. If you cast the appropriate element on the pillars, the chains will be released one by one. Can the mages of Einregard rescue me? Everyone, please cheer them on. Another round of applause and cheers. Duan's showmanship and eloquence in entertaining people were even more outstanding than his magical abilities. He was a mage who couldn't help but be popular at salons and gatherings. Even Yihan was slightly impressed. Is this how a mage should act at gatherings to gain popularity? It was certainly educational in many ways. Yihan nodded, thinking he should try imitating it later when needed. As Yihan was nodding, Asan whispered in a worried voice, "Wardenaz, can we succeed in one go? I don't think we necessarily need to succeed in one go." The illusion magic Duan had cast was a kind of puzzle. 4 chains connected to 4 pillars. Now, if they cast the appropriate elemental magic, the pillars would be released one by one and the chains would disappear. In other words, even if they cast the wrong elemental magic, they could simply cast a different magic again. But my brother and sister are watching. If we don't succeed in one go, they'll say something. Then why don't you tell them to try it themselves? Asan shook his head with a sorrowful expression. Yihan clicked his tongue in pity. Just because they were born a few years earlier, he has to take it so one-sidedly. Originally, these things were meant to be solved through trial and error, but he was being so mindful of others. Yihan didn't say anything further. As an aristocratic family, there were advantages and disadvantages. It wasn't something for others to comment on. There is a way to solve it in one go, though. How? By breaking it with force. Yihan briefly explained the dispelling method he had learned from the excellent illusion mage, Baldorn. It wasn't about understanding the structure of the illusion magic and finding its weakness to dispel it, but rather using a strong surge of mana to blow away the illusion magic itself. Is that possible? Of course, it might not work. A magic with a sturdy structure can withstand it quite well. No, Wardenaz. What I meant was, can you release that much mana? Asan spoke in disbelief. He understood the theory. If hit with that level of mana, the magic would inevitably waver. But could they really draw out that mana? We don't need that much. This should be enough. Yihan raised his staff to demonstrate to Asan and lightly released his mana. Crack. Even without a direct hit, the illusion chain that was slightly grazed made a creaking sound and collapsed on the spot. And the other chains connected to the illusion chain also collapsed, along with the handcuffs. Crack. Yihan, who had intended to demonstrate, was startled, and Asan, who was watching, was also startled. And naturally, Duan was startled as well. What the? They had asked him to solve the illusion puzzle, but he suddenly shattered it with a single wave of his staff. Anyone would be surprised. What did he do? It didn't seem like he cast any particular magic. He couldn't have just brutally broken it with force. Did Einregard teach him some magic I'm unaware of? His mind was in turmoil, but Duan reacted first. Excellent, excellent indeed. Everyone must have seen it. The mages of Einregard solved the magic in one go. The guests who were watching applauded in amazement. Among them, those who knew a bit about magic tilted their heads, feeling it was different from what they expected, but they applauded nonetheless. It was solved well, after all. That startled me, Duan inwardly sighed in relief. The students from Einregard had acted unexpectedly, and he had almost been late to react. If he had made a mistake, the atmosphere would have turned chilly. Sir Duan, show us one more. Someone who had already had a drink and looked slightly intoxicated shouted excitedly. Both Yihan and Duan were surprised. When and where else would we get to see such magic? That's right. Seeing the magic performed by the most outstanding mages in the Empire is an eye-opening experience. Excited people always wanted to see more, no matter what. Duan realized it was too late. Everyone was eagerly anticipating. All right, then for the next magic. Duan tensed up once again. The people sitting there could shout one more time, while raising their glasses because it wasn't their business, but for Duan, who was giving the test, his mouth was dry. He couldn't give a test that was the same or easier than before. It had to be slightly more difficult, and it had to be intuitively understandable to the gathered people, and also be a test where the atmosphere could be salvaged even if the young students made mistakes. Moreover, he had to keep in mind that the students might have consumed a lot of mana by now, so mana exhaustion could occur midway. You're not tired or dizzy, are you? No, I'm fine too. All right, then, for the next magic. Poof, as Yihen evaded the fourth summoned illusion monster with his eyes closed and dispelled it, the people erupted in cheers once more. Clap, 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 clap. Oh no, Duin was surprised. Honestly, even while casting the previous magic, he had regretted it, thinking this is bad. I made it too difficult. But they solved it so easily just like that. A nearby seated nobleman asked with concern Sir Duin. No matter how skilled the mages from Einregard are, they're still first-year students. Isn't it too difficult? No need to worry. Aren't they solving it so well? The next magic. Show us the next magic. Regardless, the people gathered were excited that Yihan and his friends were solving it so well. Duin thought to himself, they're doing too well, and that's why this commotion is happening. Can't they just perform moderately well? He was at a loss as to how long he would have to keep casting magic. He needed to stop at some point. While solving the challenges, had the participants shown signs of hesitation or weariness, others might have suggested, let's call it a day. But the freshmen were performing so exceptionally that everyone was overly enthusiastic, urging them on. This left Duin feeling utterly miserable. His mana was rapidly depleting. We're ready. Yihan's words sounded almost scary now. Duin wiped the sweat from his forehead and sent a desperate look to Yihan. What's going on? Yihan couldn't have missed that look. He became lost in thought. Why was the opposing mage acting like this? Sir Duin, are you perhaps feeling unwell? You're breaking out in a cold sweat. Ah no, I'm fine, I'm fine. Duin gripped his staff and held back a sigh. Now he couldn't even think of what test to give. What magic should I? Thud, the staggering Duin finally sat down. It was dizziness from mana exhaustion. Are you all right? Yihan immediately ran over. He had been thinking from earlier that Duin might be sick, so his reaction was quick. Yihan supported Duin and said, you seem unwell. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duin almost blurted out. It's because you were thoughtlessly doing too well, but he held it back. However, he couldn't say that. The other party was from the Wardenaz and Dargard families after all. Oh dear, it seems Sir Duin overexerted himself despite not being in good health. It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped now. Today was truly enjoyable. The guests rose amicably, offering worried farewells. Some guests approached Yihan's group separately to shower them with praise. That was excellent. I'm sure rumors will soon spread about a great mage emerging from the Dargard family. The Wardenaz family's reputation is indeed well deserved. I was truly moved. If you have any thoughts after graduation, I'd like to personally sponsor. Among them, there were even people proposing personal sponsorship to Ratford. Seeing that, Yihan felt a bit aggrieved. Why only Ratford? Of course he understood. Such sponsorships were usually offered by wealthy individuals to talented but poor people. The rich and nobles could preemptively bestow debts or favors to someone who might become an outstanding great mage in the future, and in return, the mage could receive gold coins immediately, so it was mutually beneficial. However, if this was proposed to the young master of a high noble family, it would be a rude accusation of is your family poor. It was truly a regrettable situation. It's fine, you don't need to decide right now. If you change your mind later, come find me. Ratford nodded with a dazed expression. Meanwhile, an elder approached Yihan. Yihan could immediately tell that this person was not ordinary. 2 rings, 1 necklace, 1 bracelet, they're all artifacts. For someone who could keenly grasp the flow of mana like Yihan, such discernment was possible just from appearance. Even among the Empire's wealthy, it was rare for someone to carry around artifacts of that level. Did you recognize the artifacts? The other party asked with interest. Yes, if it seemed rude, I apologize. It's fine. If you have the ability, it's only natural to recognize them. I am Aladni from the Greenbull family. I am Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Aladni, a spider mixed blood, had the impression of a kind grandmother, but her every movement was flawless and her posture was unwavering. Sir Duin is not such an incompetent mage, so today's event was surprising. We were just lucky. I'm not a mage, but there is no word that suits magic less than luck. Only skill exists. Not only was it surprising that you dispelled Sir Duin's magic so easily, but to exhaust all his mana as well. Yihan was surprised. Ah, I see. Come to think of it, Duin's condition had been a bit strange. If his health was that poor, there should have been signs from the beginning. Naturally thinking by his own standards, he had failed to consider that the opposing mage's mana could be depleted. I did something I need to apologize for. However, Aladni seemed to interpret Yihan's surprise in a different way. No, Yihan wanted to clarify the misunderstanding, but Aladni had already reached her own conclusion. Even if it was for the gathering's entertainment, a mage who challenged him without the skills to back it up was unforgivable. That he had crushed them with the Wardenaz family's pride. It really isn't like that. If you say so, let's leave it at that. Anyway, I was surprised. It's not new for mages from Einregard to be outstanding, but it's the first time I've seen a first-year student this excellent, even for the Wardenaz family. Since you're students, you'll be staying in Grandin City during the break. If you ever need help, feel free to visit the Greenbull family anytime. The doors of our mansion are always open to capable individuals. Yihan was surprised again. Aladni seemed to interpret that surprise differently as well. Shall I try to guess? You're probably thinking about what you might need help with right now. No, that's not it. Sometimes there are matters that are difficult to resolve even with the power of a high noble family, or things you'd rather not handle in the name of a high noble family. There are definitely times like that. In that case, Aladni bowed and then withdrew. Asan, who had returned after receiving lots of praise from his older brother and sister, spoke in an excited voice. Wardenaz, did you hear? I was praised. They praised me, Asan. I don't think you need to attach such great meaning to a single word of praise. Yihan looked at his friend with pity. It seemed like it would be more comfortable to just ignore it and live on, so he felt sorry for Asan going out of his way to do this. Right, what kind of praise did you receive? Since his friend was so happy, Yihan asked out of courtesy. Asan spoke with a flushed face. They said I did well, that I made a good friend, and that I should work hard to follow that friend in the future. Yihan and Ratford tilted their heads. Ratford whispered softly so Asan wouldn't hear. Sir Wardenaz, I don't know much about nobles, but is that considered praise among nobles? No, that's not praise. Ratford. Regardless of what the two thought, Asan was happy. Yihan spoke with sympathy. Asan, if you're bored during the break, come to the Wardenaz family's mansion. No. Even if you're not bored, come visit often. Then, Kaze, Asan answered with a puzzled look, sensing something off. By the way, Wardenaz, I can't just let you go after you helped me like this. Do you need anything? If there is, let me know. I'll repay you in the name of the Dargard family. Yihan, who was about to say it was fine, paused. Come to think of it, there was one thing he needed. There is something I need. Oh, what is it? Pay back the silver coins you borrowed. Ah, no, that's a given. Anything else? I can't really think of anything. Asan was flustered. Wasn't repaying borrowed silver coins a natural thing to do? Don't tell me you came directly just for that. Of course. I just came to see a friend. Right, that's how it is. Asan nodded, trying to convince himself, but still felt uneasy. The Macon family's mansion, located in Grandin City, resembled a busy and prosperous alchemist's workshop rather than an elegant noble mansion. A practical design without unnecessary decorations, workers and alchemists constantly entering and exiting the mansion, the scent of various herbs and potions wafting from inside. The scent of herbs is impressive. Yeah, the scent of money is impressive. Pardon, I said the scent of herbs. Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something else. Yihan apologized to Ratford. Seeing the numerous workers bringing in ingredients and alchemists coming and going, he could understand why the Macon family was wealthy. Moreover, this wasn't even their main residence but a villa. I should get close to Yanair from now on. Aren't you already close? Yihan approached the mansion's main gate. The gatekeepers guarding the entrance were so busy that they couldn't even properly look at Yihan and shouted, "Line up and wait." 5 carriages just went inside. No matter how much you try to push through, you have to wait. Well, actually I said no. Whichever merchant group or workshop you're from, you have to line up and wait. It's the rule. If you don't follow the rules, what about all these people waiting here? That's certainly true. Yihan was convinced by the gatekeeper. The long line of carriages and workers waiting in front of the main gate. They were from various places such as guilds, merchant groups, and workshops. Of course, Yihan hadn't come for business but to see a friend, but that wasn't a reason to cut in line. Let's go and wait. I think we can just pass through separately. Ratford, what would the people waiting behind us think? Let's wait so we don't cause any trouble for the Yanair family. Ratford followed behind Yihan, tilting his head. Was this how visiting a noble mansion usually was? I don't think so. What brings you two here? An alchemist who was waiting ahead of them spoke to the pair. With a long robe and various potions and reagents dangling from it, his appearance spoke more clearly about himself than if the words "I am an alchemist" were engraved on him. We came to meet someone from the Macon family. I see. I'm waiting here for the same reason. The alchemist smiled amicably upon discovering companions with the same purpose. According to the alchemist who was waiting ahead, the people visiting the Macon family's mansion here were divided into 2 types. One was those who had formally contracted with the Macon family and came to deliver promised goods, and the other was those who wanted to catch the Macon family's eye to receive sponsorship or make a contract. The Macon family was a reliable patron. Whether it was a merchant group, guild, or workshop, if they caught the family's eye, they could receive generous gold coins and work. That's why those numerous people were waiting with herbs or reagents they had gathered, or alchemical potions they had personally made. I see, but you too, do you need to wait here? The alchemist was puzzled after seeing Yihan and Ratford's attire. After living in the city for a long time, one could usually guess a person's status just by looking at their clothes. The two of them clearly seemed to be from noble families. If you want something, you have to wait. You're right about that. I spoke unnecessarily. The alchemist nodded. Even if they were from noble families, if there was something they wanted, they had to wait. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't think, if they're from noble families, couldn't they send a servant to make an appointment? But he let it go, thinking they must have their reasons. After the person who had brought a suspicious egg in a cage went in, followed by the employee of a merchant group who had obtained reagents from the snowy mountains, it was finally their turn. This way, come this way. What is your purpose for coming? We're alchemists. We came to have our potions evaluated. Understood. Please go to the West Building. 3 new alchemists in the West Building. 3 alchemists. Let's go, time to show our abilities, the alchemist declared with a determined expression. Yihan was slightly taken aback and asked him, I'd like to meet Yaner from the Macon family. Yihan was delighted by the alchemist's words. He had felt bad about interrupting the Macon family's busy work to call for Yaner, but it seemed he could meet her just by going along like this. Ratford tilted his head in confusion. Mr. Wardenaz, I don't understand. Isn't Miss Macon also a first-year student like us? I know she's excellent at alchemy, but can she evaluate newly created potions? That's certainly true. Perhaps other members of her family will be beside her to offer advice. Noble families often attributed accomplishments to their young members to boost their reputation. It wouldn't be surprising if the Macon family's alchemists provided advice while the evaluation was done under Yaner's name. Indeed, noble families are quite interesting. Right. Learning about these things will be useful later, Ratford. Ratford was puzzled. Useful for what? Is he telling me to steal? Basic ingredients on the left, additional ingredients in front. Leave a note on the right if you need special ingredients, and let us know if you require any alchemical tools. If you cause a major accident inside, we can hold you responsible, so call a supervisor if you're unsure. The Macon family servant rapidly rattled off. Desperation flickered across his face, eager to finish this task and move on to the next. Wait, aren't you a nobleman? Why are you here? The servant finally noticed Yihan and Ratford's attire and was flustered. If they were from a noble family, there was no need to wait in line with the people outside the residence. Couldn't they send someone in the family's name, make an appointment, and meet separately? The alchemist sternly interjected. Even nobles must wait their turn if they're in need. What did you? No, I understand. Please let me know if you need anything. The servant decided to leave the guests alone rather than risk being rude by meddling in their affairs. Staying quiet was always the safest path. Well then, shall we begin? The alchemist grinned at Yihan. Until now, they were companions with the same goal, but now they were practically rivals. When is the person from the Macon family coming? Probably after we finish making the potions, no. Yihan pondered for a moment. Things were getting complicated. Maybe he should go out now, grab a servant, explain there had been a misunderstanding, and clarify the situation. I'd feel bad though. However, doing so could put the gatekeeper and the servant who guided them in an awkward position. Failing to properly receive a guest from another noble family was a significant mistake, and someone had to take responsibility to save face. Ratford, I think I should have revealed my identity at the main gate earlier. Ratford stared at Yihan in disbelief. No, was that really the right thing to do? No, something felt off. You're from the Wardenaz family. That's what I'm saying. When everyone said to line up, I naturally got in line. If you had revealed it when we entered, I missed the chance because that alchemist shouted first. Though even if I had revealed it then, it would have caused a commotion. Yihan scratched his cheek and made a decision. Let's make the potion first and call Yaner. Once we meet Yaner, it'll be quietly resolved. Understood, hee. Finally made a decision, I see. What potion did you decide to make? Lesser Vitality Recovery Potion. We'll make a Lesser Vitality Recovery Potion. Kaljunin the alchemist was startled by their words. It was a precious opportunity to be evaluated by the Macon family. Naturally, one should make an exceptional potion they personally developed at 120 perfection, and even that might not be enough. Are you sure about that? Ratford looked at Yihan as if asking how to respond. However, for Yihan, who had been rigorously trained at Einregard, this situation was as easy as breathing. Sometimes the most basic thing can be the greatest. The most basic thing is the greatest. If there's an alchemist who made one potion 1,000 times and an alchemist who made 1,000 potions once, which alchemist would be more outstanding? Kaljunin was struck by Yihan's words as if lightning had passed through him. It certainly made sense. Is that so? Was I being too greedy for no reason? Kaljunin had been agonizing over showing more than his actual skills. However, upon reflection, that was excessive greed. Surely the excellent alchemists of the Macon family would see through such pretense. Indeed, Kaljunin nodded deeply, having gained a profound realization. Rather than making a potion he wasn't confident in, it might be better to showcase the potion he was most skilled at making. Ratford whispered with an impressed expression, the story you just told was inspiring. Really, but I just threw it out there, so don't take it too seriously. The 3 alchemists began busily moving and making potions. With lively sounds, they chopped ingredients, ground them in a mortar, boiled water in a pot, and chanted spells while waving their staffs. The color seems a bit murky. Let it boil for about 1 more minute. Understood. After responding, Ratford suddenly felt something strange and asked, but this isn't a test, right? If we're going to do it, might as well do it well. It's not like studying only benefits others, right? That's true. Feeling the calm madness of the top student, Ratford shuddered. He thought one had to enjoy studying like that to become the top student. Yonan Macon carefully wiped her crystal glasses before putting them back on. She then asked the servant, currently in the West Building, Yes, 3 people. How did they seem? I dare not presume to evaluate them. 2 of them appeared to be of noble birth. Huh, Yonan brushed back her red hair with her hand and asked again, from which family? They seem to be of noble birth. Then why are they waiting in the west building? I don't know either. When the servant looked flustered, Yonan didn't inquire further. If they simply waited despite being told, what could the servant say? Perhaps they wanted to be evaluated based on their skills rather than their family name. Ah, that could be it. Good attitude. Let's go. Are you sure? I think you should get some more sleep. 1 hour of sleep per day is enough for a person. The servant followed Yonan with a doubtful feeling. Opening the door to the west building, Yonan headed to the guest workshop. As she entered, the alchemists inside tried to stand up to greet her. Yonan gestured that it was fine and went straight to check the potions. Why did you make this olivine potion instead of bringing a new potion? It shouldn't be that difficult. Kaljunin answered with a tense face. I originally intended to submit a potion of my own creation. However, I realized that rather than forcibly showing you a potion I can't make perfectly, it would be better to show you the potion I can make the best. Indeed, I like that there's no unnecessary pretense. You made a good decision. Next is, looking at the next potion, Yonan was slightly dumbfounded. No matter how well you can make it, isn't this potion a bit too easy? Before Yihan could speak, Yonan opened the glass bottle and examined the potion. Then she was surprised. It was a famous potion with dozens of recipes. Even those who hadn't learned alchemy tried to make it based on rumors and knowledge they had heard. However, just because there were many recipes didn't mean the quality was the same. The quality varied as much as the diversity, and this was truly outstanding. A well-refined recipe combined with the skill of an excellent alchemist, and how much mana was injected. Alchemy didn't end with simply adding the ingredients accurately. The higher the difficulty of the recipe, the more the mage's mana was included. An excellent alchemist had to be an excellent mage, but this potion had several times stronger mana than other potions. It was clear that the mage had injected mana to the limit without disturbing the potion's balance. Mana control ability bordering on art. There's no need to even consider this. Pass. What do you want? Yonan took her eyes off the potion and turned her head. Then she noticed two young students looking at her with a slightly perplexed gaze. Excuse me, could you please call Yaner? When someone who looked more like Yaner's older sister than Yaner herself entered, Yihan asked Kaljunin, didn't you say Yaner from the Makin family would evaluate? Ah, I'm sorry. I must have been nervous and mistaken. It was Lady Yonan. If it were Einregard, he would have immediately thrown a punch, but unfortunately, this was outside the academy. Yihan endured and waited for Yonan's potion evaluation. There's no need to even consider this. Pass. What do you want? Excuse me, could you please call Yaner? Yonan was startled, then belatedly came to her senses. Are you perhaps Yaner's friend, an Einregard student? Yes, you're of noble birth. Right, that's correct. But you still wanted to receive a proper evaluation. Yonan looked at Yihan with very admiring eyes. Yihan firmly replied, no. Yihan briefly explained what had happened since the residence's main gate. Yonan responded with an apologetic expression, I'm really sorry. No matter how busy the work at the residence is, to treat my sister's friend so neglectfully. No, it was my mistake. Yonan was deeply impressed by Yihan's consideration. It was rare for someone from a noble family to show such consideration for servants of another family. Which family are you from? Ah, it seems to be an especially busy day today. Yihan subtly changed the subject. When he mentioned the Wardenaz family name, people's reactions were usually divided into two. One was respect as the Empire's top magic family. The other was fear as the Empire's crazy magic family. He didn't want to take a 50-50 chance before even meeting Yaner. Today has relatively few guests. Pardon the people in front of the residence. When there are many guests, you might have to wait about a day to enter. Yihan was amazed. The Makin family was undoubtedly wealthier than he had thought. It's a family rule. Since we don't know what kind of talent a visitor might be, we must treat them with our best. In fact, such outstanding people have come, right? No, not at all. Seeing Yihan's humble demeanor, Yonan was even more satisfied. It seemed her sister had made a good friend. She had been worried that her sister might not be able to make good friends while taking care of that stupid royal relative, by the way. So which family are you from? I didn't get an answer. I'm from the Wardenaz family. Where? The Wardenaz family. Yihan steeled himself. Am I doomed? Judging by the lack of response, the reaction he feared as a member of the Empire's crazy magic family. You come from a truly excellent family, Yonan said. Yihan was delighted by Yonan's reaction. I'm just ashamed that I can't live up to my family's reputation. That can't be true. Even in the Wardenaz family, a talent like you must be rare. Although they were having a warm conversation, Yihan couldn't read Yonan's true thoughts. This was what Yonan was thinking. Even though he's from the Wardenaz family, he's so considerate. It was truly surprising. She had thought there were only crazy people who knew nothing but magic. As Yonan left the workshop first, and Yihan and Ratford were about to follow, Alchemist Kaljunin called Yihan for a moment. Alchemist Kaljunin spoke sincerely. After making a potion he was confident in and showing it to the Makin family, he realized anew what he truly wanted to do. If it weren't for Yihan's advice about the basics, Kaljunin would never have realized it. Of course, to Yihan and Ratford, Kaljunin was just a somewhat flustered person. What is this person saying? I don't really understand either. What realization could he have gained from getting dragged to a strange place after lining up in the wrong line? Ugh, Nilia growled inwardly, a sound unbefitting a noble, as she received the maid's attendance. The maids dressed Nilia layer by layer with skilled hands. I'm going crazy, seriously. When Nilia was first invited to Yaner's mansion, she was thrilled and full of anticipation. Her first friend's house to visit during her first break. Wasn't it also her first time entering a noble's mansion? It was something she had dreamed of since her days with thee in the northern mountains. What would be in a noble's mansion? I visited a mansion once before, and there was a huge monster head and hide. It was a truly stunning taxidermy. Not that, something like in fairy tales. Aren't the nobles here like that? What are you talking about? Nobles all love hunting, that's right. Nilia, it can't be just the north, right? Nobles in other regions must also display their hunting trophies. Not that, paintings or sculptures, music or snacks. Didn't you see it when we visited the mansion last time? Wasn't the hunting horn performance good? Ah, not that, really. Why is Nilia acting like that? It must be because you ate the eyeballs first. You should give them to the kids first. The people in the northern part of the empire had no dreams, but Nilia was different. Surely somewhere in the empire there would be nobles like those in fairy tales, and that life was suffocating, more troublesome than she thought. It was fun at first when she entered the mansion. Watching all kinds of people coming and going busily, taking a walk around the mansion grounds with Yaner, and fully enjoying a dinner filled with dishes she couldn't even name. And from the next day, things started to get weird. We will attend to your bath. What? No, I can do it alone. What did we do wrong? Okay, just do it. Nilia's heart wasn't so cruel as to refuse the maids who looked shocked and asked, what did we do wrong? But that was just the beginning. We will sing to you until you fall asleep. What terrible sound are you making that would chase away any approaching sleep? What did we do wrong? Just do it. Sleep attendants, are you awake? We will attend to your morning wash. Cough, 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 gasp. Dressing attendants, we will dress you. It's not like I'm going to war. Why do I have to wear so many layers? Ahahaha, you're so good at joking too. As expected of a mage, meal attendants, I will cut it for you. Ah no, I'll cut it myself. Besides, you weren't here like this last night. Miss Yaner specifically requested. Then can't you make today special too and not do this? Did we do something wrong? Nilia gave up and received meal attendants. The moment she tried to grab the meat with her hands, the maids rushed over in shock. The moment she tried to get up from her seat to pour water into her glass, the maids rushed over in shock again. The moment even a little sauce splattered on her cheek, the maids rushed over in shock yet again. It was hard to tell if this was a meal or maid training. When is Yaner coming? Miss Yaner is still asleep, if you happen to cough. Ah no, let her sleep, and at the end of the meal, dressing attendants again. We will change your clothes. We did it in the morning. Pardon, your lunch clothes. What did we do wrong? And now, knock, knock, knock. Nilia opened the door with a darkened face, staggering. Yaner was standing there. Sorry, I overslept. Nilia burst into a pitiful cry and hugged Yaner tightly. Yaner was startled. After hearing the explanation of what had happened, Yaner felt very sorry. I should have told you. No, I enjoyed it in my own way. Really? Why, yeah, I should just tell her. When Nilia avoided her gaze and said she enjoyed it, Yaner made a resolution inwardly. What's the plan for today? I have things to do. Nilia's ears perked up. She absolutely did not want to be alone in this heavenly mansion. Can I join you? Huh, you can, but it'll be boring. No, anything will be fun if I do it with a friend. Nilia shouted desperately. Then Yaner also nodded with a slightly happy face, if you say so. In conclusion, it was indeed a really boring thing. I will announce today's topic. For a moment, Nilia thought the nobles were speaking a different language. What is this? It's something the family does from time to time, Yaner kindly explained. The Macon family, a high-ranking noble family active in commerce and patronage, pursued constant competition even internally. A typical example was this kind of topic. Anyone working within the family could write and submit a solution to this topic. There are rewards for good ideas. Why, yeah, Nilia looked around. Everyone was solemnly holding quills and staring at the paper as if to bore holes in it, and it wasn't the atmosphere to say, can't we just go hunting? Nilia suppressed a sigh inwardly and grabbed a quill pen. Let's write something. There are many idle hunters in the north, so send them to the southern coast. They can attack from a distance, so they'll be good at dealing with monsters. If monsters are hunted well, people will be happy and political instability will decrease. I'm sorry, Yaner. Nilia and Yaner raised their heads at the same time. Someone who looked like Yaner's older sister was calling Yaner. Your friends are here. Nilia's face brightened. Your friends are here. Let's go see them. Nilia, you didn't like doing this, did you? Ah no, that's not it. Yihan was a bit flustered when Nilia was so happy to see him after only a few days. Did something difficult happen at the Macon family's mansion? What? No, how could you say that? If someone hears, they'll misunderstand. Nilia jumped up and denied it. Something did happen. Yaner's personality doesn't seem like she would have tormented you. Maybe you were uncomfortable because they were too attentive. How did you know? Nilia was really surprised. Ihan smiled wryly as if he understood. Ihan himself had experienced it before. Just need to talk to them properly. Every time I say something, they start to tear up. How can I speak strongly? You said you weren't uncomfortable. There's a way to say it indirectly. I'll teach you later. You'll stay for a long time, right? Stay long, don't leave quickly. Nilia whispered in a weak voice, grabbing the sleeves of Ihan and Ratford. Ihan felt sorry for inviting Nilia. I have to visit other places. Then will you come together? Nilia nodded quickly. Yaner, who came out with a silver coin pouch, asked curiously, what were you talking about? Let's go together when visiting other places. It was boring after all, right? No, it was fun. Nilia denied it in a startled manner, waving both hands, but Ihan and Yaner looked at Nilia as if they knew everything. What were you doing? Presenting solutions to the topics that periodically come out from the family. Today's was. Indeed, in the end, the reason for the instability would be the decrease in fish catch. That's right. The guilds there overfished excessively, causing the mana of the sea to become rough and angering the spirits. I thought the same. Nilia, who was listening to the conversation between Ihan and Yaner, kept turning her head in confusion. Is this really a conversation between students of the same age? Yaner, who was talking, noticed something strange and asked, wait, why did Sister Yonan come? Typically, if he had come formally, the servants would have come and said, your friends have arrived, but I lined up in the wrong line. Ihan briefly explained what had happened. It's fortunate that she's a kind person. Oh, wait a moment. Yaner was unusually flustered. Ihan was puzzled by that reaction. Why, did you make a potion in front of my sister? Yeah, and she saw it. Yeah, Ihan. Do you remember Professor Bevel Verdus? Of course I remember. My sister is like the kind version of Professor Bevel Verdus. What nonsense are you saying, Yaner? Ihan felt a chill down his spine as he denied reality. How could someone who looked so kind be like Professor Bevel Verdus? And in the first place, a kind version of Professor Bevel Verdus couldn't exist. Isn't it a complete contradiction? Like a sociable Professor Belatti, a conscientious skull principal. Yaner spoke seriously. It would be best to leave the mansion quickly. Let's go. Really, I don't joke about these things. Quickly. Nilia, get ready to leave too. Ihan and his friends started hurriedly preparing to leave. Nilia wanted to change into comfortable clothes, but Yaner stopped her. Sorry, there's no time for that. We have to leave quickly. HMPH. Knock, knock, knock. Are you done talking? Eek. Yaner almost hiccuped at the sight of her sister poking her head out after opening the door. What's wrong, Yaner? Oh, it's nothing, sis. We were just about to head out. Yaner trailed off vaguely. Yonan's eyes sparkled behind her amethyst glasses. Going out? Yeah, where to see some friends. When will you be back? Well, I'm not sure. And this friend from the Wardenaz family, Ihan is busy. Why? He seemed interested in alchemy. Oh no, he's not that interested. But he's the top student in alchemy, right? Yaner glared at Ihan and Ratford. How did they manage to mention that in such a short time? I'm sorry, Ratford bowed his head deeply. He had just wanted to show Yaner's sister how amazing Ihan was. Yaner, you didn't think I would treat your friend the same way as the other alchemists in the workshop, did you? That's not the case, right? Oh no, of course not. Right, I would never do that. Ihan wanted to ask, then how do you treat the other alchemists in the workshop? But he couldn't bring himself to do so. As a Magic Academy student, he'll need to study during the break. Is my workshop not a suitable place to learn alchemy? Oh no, your workshop is the best in Grandin City, but Ihan is really busy. As Yaner resisted, Yonan turned her attention to Ihan. Would you like to visit the workshop sometime? When would you like to visit? She really is just like Professor Verdus. Ihan had to admit, her skill at immediately trying to set a specific schedule was impressive. Perhaps sensing Ihan's wariness, Yonan changed her approach to a more enticing one. I'm not sure what Yaner told you, but it's a bit of an exaggeration. There are times when work gets busy, and unfortunately, that's when Yaner happened to visit the workshop and see it. I see. Anyone else might have been fooled by Yonan's benevolent expression, but not Ihan. Demons always smiled kindly, after all. My workshop isn't a bad place to study alchemy during the break. You can freely use high-quality ingredients, and the workers are paid generously. Many excellent alchemists from the city frequently visit, so it's also a good opportunity to build connections. Come on, Ihan, just refuse a little more and even my sister will. Despite Yaner's desperate wish, Ihan immediately responded. Do the alchemists also receive a salary? Of course. Aha, are you perhaps interested in the salary, considering you're an Einregard student and my sister's friend? Yonan discreetly held up 3 fingers. Ihan's heart raced at the sight of those fingers clad in white gloves. 3 times the amount. Ihan, Yaner whispered as if in dismay, but Yonan smiled knowingly, as if understanding what Ihan wanted, and raised 1 more finger. I was just thinking that I really wanted to learn alchemy during the break. Yonan elegantly shook Ihan's hand. Welcome, come anytime. Oh, and could I have a word with my sister in private for a moment? As Yihan and his friends left first, Yonan turned her attention to Yaner. Yaner spoke with a gloomy expression. If I lose a friend, it's your responsibility, sis. I promise I won't work him to the bone. More importantly, he's quite an unusual person, isn't he? Oh, yeah. He's an unusual person. I thought he would refuse, but he accepted because of the salary. I didn't think he would, being from the Wardenaz family. Could it be that he's in debt or something? No, he just likes gold coins. I'm a bit worried about going to meet Gaynando. Although Yihan was of a status where he could freely visit most high-ranking noble families, the imperial family was a different story. Basically, it was best not to get involved with them, as nothing good would come of it. The nobles of the empire were divided into three factions: the loyalists, who supported the outstanding members of the imperial family; the aristocrats, who scoffed at the idea that the 100 or so members of the imperial family were anything special and opposed them; and the neutrals, who belonged to neither of those two factions. The Wardenaz family was a representative of the neutral faction. In fact, the Wardenaz family could even be called the reclusive faction or the loner faction, to the point of leaving the neutral faction. If Yihan were to officially visit an imperial residence, it would be perfect for false rumors to spread, like Yihan of the Wardenaz family supports Imperial Prince A. It's fine. If we go together like this, it'll just be a visit from school friends. Yaner understood Yihan's concern. In times like these, a suitable pretext was important. Actually, that's not a big issue if I go with you guys. I'm more worried about the people who will be at Gaynando's residence. After visiting the Dargard and Macon residences, it became clear. The differences between noble family residences were surprisingly significant. At this point, Yihan wouldn't be surprised by any strange occurrences at Gaynando's residence. What's the atmosphere like at Gaynando's residence? Gaynando's residence. It's pretty normal. They don't have tests or anything like our family does. The number of guests is also relatively small. The guests visiting Gaynando's residence came more for Gaynando's mother than to see Gaynando, the imperial prince. After all, Gaynando's mother's family, the Kraha family, was an incredibly wealthy family even by the empire's standards. With such wealth, influence inevitably followed. Naturally, the guests were eager to visit. However, the number of guests at Gaynando's residence wasn't that high. Gaynando's mother doesn't really enjoy receiving guests. Why is that? Having many guests visit would be good for promoting Gaynando's reputation. No, wait. While it was said that frequently receiving guests would spread rumors about the family and raise their reputation, sometimes the opposite was true. The more frequently they received guests, the more likely it was for only bad rumors to spread. Yihan changed the subject. What kind of person is Gaynando's mother? If she was another kind-hearted Professor Verdu's type, he might consider postponing the visit. She's a kind and gentle person, and she's incredibly beautiful. I see. Yihan was taken aback by the sudden remark. When you first meet her, you'll probably have a hard time looking directly at her face. Why is that? She's so beautiful that a halo emanates from behind her, to the point where you can't even look at her. Isn't that just because she has some spirit or angel bloodline? That's right. I heard she has some light spirit blood mixed in. Yihan wanted to ask, if the light makes it impossible to see her face, how can you tell if she's beautiful or not? But Yaner seemed to respect her so much that he didn't inquire further. What did it matter anyway? Oh, by the way, if I get close to Gaynando, will he really give me an allowance? Yeah, objectively speaking, I'm the closest to him, right? What do you all think? Ratford and Nilia looked at Yihan in disbelief. Please wait for 30 minutes. Oh, is there already a guest here? I apologize. Please wait for 30 minutes. Yihan and his friends tilted their heads in confusion at the front gate of Gaynando's magnificent and luxurious residence. If a guest had arrived first, it was understandable to wait a bit, but waiting outside the front gate was not a common occurrence, unless there was something inside the residence that couldn't be shown. What's going on? Bam ba 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 ba. Hang pa 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 pang, accompanied by the sound of a huge orchestral ensemble, magical fireworks adorned the sky. Passers-by were startled, wondering if some kind of festival was taking place. What is this? Welcome to the residence. Welcome to the, welcome. The sound of a chorus coming from inside. Yihan suddenly wanted to return to the residence. What is this commotion? It seems the imperial prince is welcoming guests at the Kraha family residence. My goodness, is there a need to make such a fuss? They must be friends he hasn't seen in a long time. As people chattered with interest, Yihan and his friends' faces turned red. Cloak, engulf me. Let's go in together. Me too. The four of them made good use of the magic they had learned at Einregard to enter. Gaynando, who was standing on the huge marble staircase, waved at them as soon as he saw them. Over here, hurry up and stop the song. Why? They've only played the first movement so far. It's noisy, just stop the song. Please stop it quickly. As his friends got angry, Gaynando was dumbfounded and gestured with his hand. The musicians who were on standby on the residence grounds then took their hands off their instruments. Why, was the song not good? It's not about the song. Let's go inside quickly. Yihan and his friends dragged Gaynando into the residence. Gaynando grumbled as he was dragged along. You could have waited until the performance was over before coming in. We'll listen to it later. Really. Someday anyway, Gaynando, have you been well? Nothing happened. Yihan changed the subject. Gaynando pondered for a moment before speaking. Something did happen. Yihan was surprised. Could it be that, just like Asan was harassed by the talented Dargard brothers, Gaynando was also being oppressed by the talented imperial princes? Did someone pick a fight with you? No. I put a new mage card in yesterday, but I still lost. Yaner momentarily raised her hand to slap the back of Gaynando's head. If Nilia hadn't hurriedly grabbed her wrist, a smack sound would have been heard. Yihan nodded as if he understood and asked again. Nothing else happened besides the mage card. No one came to pick a fight or anything. No one came. Hearing him say that no one came felt a bit sad in its own way. Yihan exchanged a sympathetic glance with his friends. It's fine now that we're here. That's why I prepared the performance, but you guys interrupted it. Gaynando grumbled again. As Yaner raised her other hand that wasn't being held, Nilia hurriedly grabbed that hand as well. Anyway, Yihan, let's hang out together during the break. What do you plan on doing? Going around stores to buy some new cards, looking at some toys, buying magazines that piled up while attending school. Yihan shook his head. To lead such an extreme consumption-oriented lifestyle. It was a lifestyle that could easily lead to becoming a beggar. Gaynando, that's nice, but there's something more fun. What, really? There was nothing as enjoyable as the silver coins earned through sweat. Yihan decided to teach Gaynando that joy. Yaner whispered, I don't think Gaynando will like doing that kind of thing with his personality. It's fine. I'll tell him in a situation where he can't run away. Oh right, I need to pay back the borrowed money. Gaynando called a servant. Yihan was surprised by the unexpected behavior. I didn't think you would remember first. Mom said if you don't pay back money, you're trash. I see. Gaynando's room was spacious enough to fit several carriages. They each scattered around and played with whatever looked interesting. Yihan, who was reading a serialized novel in a magazine with interest, the dog-mixed blood detective Tovarus, was using divination magic to find the culprit, noticed that it was noisy outside. Do you have any appointments today? Right. They said other imperial family members were visiting. If that's not a big deal, then what is? When members of the imperial family met, it held a different meaning compared to when siblings from other families gathered. While siblings from the same family had at least some level of intimacy, the imperial family members rarely had reason to meet each other under normal circumstances. Naturally, they couldn't help but view one another as rivals. As a result, when they did meet, a ruthless competition would unfold, devoid of blood ties or tears. Each striving to be recognized as the most outstanding member of the imperial family in front of others. At least it's fortunate that we're at Gaynando's residence. As guests, they won't be able to make excessive remarks, Yihan said in a reassuring tone. As guests invited to another family's residence, there was a limit to how arrogantly they could behave. If they crossed that line, they would be labeled as ill-mannered fools who didn't know proper etiquette despite being invited. Besides, his mother will be there too. Although Yihan hadn't met her yet, based on what Yaner said, she was certainly no ordinary person. Considering the power of the family, no one would dare utter nonsense in front of her. Mom went out for a moment, Gaynando said. Kids, gather around for a moment. Yihan put down the magazine and called his friends together. The topic of the meeting was. Contrary to Yihan's worries, the imperial family members actually had no intention of picking a fight with Gaynando. Having been invited to another family's residence, they weren't foolish enough to insult a member of that house. Moreover, considering the power of the family, there was nothing to gain by making unnecessary enemies. The ones the imperial family wanted to pick fights with were each other. Bagajun, long time no see. It was a pity about your failure in handling the Kludrin town plague incident. Crack, crack, the imperial family members heading to the residence glared and growled at each other from atop their horses. Their followers were the same, fiercely eyeing each other, waiting for any openings. The imperial family, who had to prove their own worth, always strived to make their reputation known throughout the empire. The best way was to intervene and resolve the empire's matters, big and small. Of course, such resolutions didn't always end well. There were many failures, and sometimes, before they could even do anything, their own followers would cause trouble. Then they would have to endure other imperial family members gleefully expressing their concern, saying, "Oh my, what will you do? That bastard should have died last time." It's truly a delightful sight to see you two concerned about each other's well-being. How could the empire's future not be bright? Ha 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 ha. It wasn't just the imperial family and their followers visiting the residence. There were also nobles who associated with them. They played the role of spectators and judges. If someone from the imperial family caused trouble at the gathering, they would spread rumors in the empire's social circles, saying, "I heard imperial family member so and so caused trouble." and if someone from the imperial family achieved an outstanding feat, they would also spread rumors. If it weren't for them, curses would have already been exchanged. Truly despicable, isn't it? Indeed, a truly beautiful gem shines even when sunken at the bottom of a swamp. Compared to Princess Adenart, they are insignificant beings. Adenart's followers clicked their tongues as they watched the other imperial family members. As members of the imperial family, they should know to be dignified, but seeing them fighting so disgracefully as soon as they met was pathetic beyond words. Ha. Does she have any other achievements besides enrolling in Einregard? Someone who couldn't even enroll in Einregard has no right to say that. The prince simply has no interest in magic. He is in a position to command mages, not use magic himself. That's what you want to claim. Now, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. We have arrived at the residence. The nobles who weren't part of any imperial family faction stepped in to mediate. Continuing the argument after passing through the main gate would be disrespectful to the residence's owner. The quarreling followers closed their mouths and passed through the main gate of the residence. A luxurious residence, rare even in Grandin City. Whoosh! The people entering were startled by the illusion of a dragon enveloping the residence and spewing out lights like lanterns. At a glance, they could tell it was done by a fairly skilled mage. It was the magic that Yihan had learned forcibly from Professor Verduz. Gainando, hurry up and greet them. Wouldn't it be better if I summoned a skeleton too? If you don't want to be hit with bones, hurry up and greet them. There's no need to get so angry. When Yihan growled angrily, the frightened Gainando coughed and shouted, "Welcome. We are delighted to have you at the residence." The sight of Gainando and his friends standing atop the stairs left a strong impression on the guests. Come to think of it, I heard Prince Gainando also enrolled in Einregard. To think he can already use magic to this extent. He didn't cast it alone, did he? He must have borrowed the strength of his friends to cast it. Even so, it's still quite impressive. Look at that illusion magic. The guests slightly raised their evaluation of Gainando, which they hadn't even been thinking about. Even if he didn't cast it himself, the fact that he cast such high-level magic together with his friends was impressive enough. Gainando tilted his head, but this was cast by Yihan alone. SHH, shut up and stay still. Being silenced by his friends in his own mansion, Gainando puffed his cheeks in frustration. Yihan spoke firmly. Gainando, remember, you only say 3 things. Yes, no, and he. Got it, yes. There was no need to do it already, but I like your proactive attitude. That's the spirit. Yihan patted Gainando's shoulder. All he had to do was sit still and keep his mouth shut until the end of the gathering. Then he would at least avoid any losses. Nice to meet you. I am Bagajun. I am Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Pleased to meet you. I am Jadrantas. I am Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Whenever the visiting imperial family members heard Yihan's family introduction, they would look at him with greedy, shining eyes. They look at me even more greedily than when I look at gold coins. Of course, Yihan knew well why they were acting like that. As someone from the renowned magic family and a student at Einregard, it wouldn't be strange to judge him as a promising future great mage. And the imperial family members were fundamentally those who enjoyed gathering talented individuals under them. I've heard a lot about the Wardenaz family. Coincidentally, a new magic book arrived at the residence. If it's all right with you, how about coming to take a look at it? I recently acquired an artifact. Getting involved would only make life tiring. Yihan fended off the questions with tact, not showing a single gap. When Yihan showed no openings, the imperial family members turned their attention to Nilia and Ratford. The Macon family was almost impossible to win over as they were related to Gainando, but they didn't know about the other 2 yet. If there's anything you desire, this time. As the imperial family and their followers surrounded and harassed Yihan, Nilia, and Ratford, one of the guests curiously asked Gainando, "Prince Gainando, I have a question. Who cast that magic?" "I have some knowledge of magic. That magic doesn't seem like one where other mages can assist." He. Gainando answered as Yihan had instructed. The guest asked again, "Did you cast it, your highness?" "No." "Then, by any chance, did Yihan from the Wardenaz family cast it?" "Yes." Yihan, who was answering the imperial family's questions evasively from a short distance away, inwardly lamented. I should have just sewn his mouth shut. Was it you who cast it, Wardenaz? I would really love to hear about it. When would be a good time for you? We can make time for you anytime. If a mage from the Wardenaz family is coming, the followers, who had been making proposals somewhat gently until now, began to charge forward with glinting eyes. Their desire to invite Yihan to their follower gatherings at any cost was burning. Gainando grumbled to Yunair. We don't even have time to hang out together at the residence, so why do they keep trying to invite people? Please just shut up and stay still. After causing a commotion in front of the residence, the visiting guests were finally able to enter. Each of them sat in the hall, calmly sipping their tea, but their eyes were as sharp as could be. The guest who had asked Gainando unnecessary questions earlier, causing trouble for Yihan, was seated in front of Yihan. I was truly surprised. Wardenaz. I am Zalbabdin. Seeing the elf extending his hand, Yihan cursed inwardly. Why did he have to say unnecessary things? I knew Einregard was an outstanding magic academy, but for a first-year student to display magic to that extent, I am sincerely in awe. I was just lucky. Luck, you say? How could that be possible? Look at the expressions of the other Imperial family members. It's because of you. If only Zalbabdin hadn't said no, this magic was cast alone. The Imperial family members wouldn't be sending such passionate gazes. Originally, Yihan preferred to associate with wealthy people, but the Imperial family was a bit different. Trying to get some gold coins by hanging out with them would only lead to paying more, wouldn't it? There was no need to drink from a poisoned chalice. I will earn money with integrity and dignity. Yihan changed the subject. So, what are the Imperial family members gathering for today? Ah, the riddle will be presented soon. There was only one reason for the Imperial family members who disliked each other to gather: to prove in front of other nobles that I am better than them. Of course, such proof required opportunities. That's why at Imperial family gatherings, nobles would take turns bringing a small riddle each time. Thud, inside the transparent glass case was an egg with a unique pattern. The noble who brought the glass case smiled meaningfully and said, "Now, wise ones gathered here today. Can you guess which creature this egg belongs to?" Zalbabdin, who was next to Yihan, exclaimed in admiration. "As expected, Lord Bradon, you are full of wit. Don't you agree, Wardenaz?" Yihan, who had been thinking to himself, "If you want to do that kind of thing, why don't you enroll in Einregard?" smiled hypocritically and replied, "It is indeed a witty question. Right. Ah, Wardenaz, why don't you try solving it too? Are you crazy?" Yihan's fingers twitched. Of course, Zalbabdin's intention was purely to promote the talented young man from the Wardenaz family in the Empire's social circles. No matter how great a bloodline one was born into, no matter how outstanding one's qualities were, if there was no one to spread their existence, no one would know of them. Zalbabdin was someone who believed that as a noble in the Empire's social circles, it was his mission to widely spread the names of talented individuals. Of course, from Yihan's perspective, it was just a nuisance. The Imperial family members were trembling with the desire to solve it themselves, so why get involved? I don't think I have any idea, so it would be difficult. After answering like that, Yihan paused. Strangely, that egg seemed familiar. Where had he seen it before? As Yihan furrowed his brow, trying to recall his memories, the Imperial princes and princesses began to take action. Prince Bogajun tapped the table with his finger and said, "Judging by the weight of the egg, it doesn't seem to be a flying creature." Princess Judrantas immediately countered, "We can't be so certain about that. There are heavy flying creatures too, I know that, but for the sake of speculation, we should consider the most probable options." "That's where you're wrong." "What's wrong is the knight escort being involved in a bribery case." Ahem. "Well, you couldn't even solve the plague in Kludran town, so it's no surprise you can't even guess this correctly." Chimph. "No, this is more entertaining than I thought." Yihan, who had been listening from the side, understood why the nobles followed the Imperial family members and participated in these gatherings. It was surprisingly amusing to watch the Imperial family members bicker with each other on a razor's edge. Of course, the nobles didn't follow them around with such ill intentions. Tap tap, Yihan turned his head. Looking behind him, he saw Princess Adnart from the same tower standing there. Adnart slightly bowed her head in gratitude and handed Yihan a well-wrapped pouch. Seeing this, Yihan was greatly moved. As expected of an Imperial family member, she knows how to show gratitude. Last time, when the princess was forced to take on a challenging task due to her followers, Yihan had intervened and helped her out. To think she hadn't forgotten that favor and was trying to repay it with silver coins like this. The future of the Empire is bright. Yihan responded and untied the wrapping string. Then, from inside, instead of shining silver coins, shining metal came out. Yihan was momentarily taken aback when a metal came out instead of silver coins. What was this? Aha. Since silver coins have limitations in weight and volume, she gave me a highly exchangeable accessory instead. Yihan was once again amazed by the princess's consideration. As expected of the top, no, second-ranked student in the year, her intelligence was truly outstanding. To think she would give an accessory that could be sold right away. Mr. Wardenaz. That is a token of gratitude. At the follower's kind explanation, Yihan's expression crumpled. A token of gratitude. When a member of a family was indebted to someone, the family would give this as a gift to express their gratitude. If one presented this token when in need of help, they could receive assistance from that family anytime, anywhere. Adnart's maternal family was also quite powerful, so the value of this token was immense. Why not just give silver coins? However, it was of little use to Yihan. Moreover, such tokens were tricky to exchange for silver coins. If he were unlucky and got caught, it would be seen as disregarding the other family's sincerity. Yihan suppressed a sigh and replied with a pretense, receiving something like this. It feels too much for me. Is it really all right for me to accept this? Yes, of course. The princess also nodded, as if urging him to accept it. When his attempt to receive something else instead failed, Yihan suppressed his bitterness and pocketed the medal. Wait, why are you giving it to him on your own? Bogajun spoke sternly to Adnart's follower. While Bagajan and Jadrantas were arguing, Adnart was trying to take the talented person away on her own. Jadrantas also stopped the quarrel and intervened, trying to forcefully give a token of gratitude. Don't you know that even goodwill can become a burden if forced upon someone? Surprisingly, they can say sensible things too. However, Adnart's followers were not to be taken lightly. Giving it on our own, you say, Prince Bagajan. This is a token of gratitude from Princess Adnart to her friend. The two of them are studying together at Einregard. Bagajan and Jadrantas simultaneously groaned in frustration. There was no better excuse to build a connection than the fact that they were studying at the same school. Such a cowardly move. To use the fact that they're attending Einregard like this. When the two imperial family members were at a loss for words, the follower continued with a triumphant tone. Do you understand now? Mr. Wardenaz is a close friend of the princess. Yihan tilted his head. Was that so? Were we that close? That close. Of course, he had prepared meals for her, and since they were in the same tower, they had done various things together, but he was a bit doubtful if that made them close friends. Even if they were friends. He. Gainando seemed to think the same way and was about to strongly protest. If it's about being close, I'm closer to him. Of course, since his other words were sealed, it had little effect. Be quiet. There are many eyes watching. Yaner poked Gainando's side. Yihan had gone out of his way to help him maintain his dignity in front of the nobles who had come to the gathering today, yet he was trying to kick it away. This cousin of hers needed to learn some gratitude. HMPH. Friendship at school is like a joke. Just because you studied together doesn't mean you have to serve them. Rarely you're saying something sensible. That's right. Isn't it even stranger to think someone will serve you just because you have a bit of a connection? The two imperial family members changed their approach and tried to shake the friendship. Of course, neither Yihan nor Adnart were swayed. Adnart was originally an expressionless person, and Yihan didn't have any particular thoughts about it. It's not wrong, though. It was nonsense to say that one would serve someone just because they attended the same school. By that logic, Gainando would already have followers. By the way, how about we try to guess the identity of that egg? I think you'll be able to do it. Bagajan and Jadrantas suggested the riddle to win Yihan's favor. Of course, that wasn't an action that would win Yihan's favor at all. I said I don't want to do it, yet these guys keep. It would be better if they just fought among themselves, but they kept trying to involve Yihan, which was extremely bothersome. Just as he was about to refuse nicely, something flashed through Yihan's mind. A strangely familiar egg. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Basilisk's egg. The memory of Professor Belatti receiving it and being disappointed was vivid. It was to the point where he wondered why he only remembered it now. Isn't that a basilisk's egg? Yihan asked in a slightly startled voice. Of course, as long as it didn't hatch, it didn't really matter whether it was a basilisk's egg or a dragon's egg. Wasn't it a bit dangerous? Do imperial family members usually solve this kind of riddle when they gather? Even though it's not Einregard, the noble who brought the egg, Bradan, laughed as if asking what he was talking about. It's not a basilisk's egg, Mr. Wardenaz, is that so? When the other party answered confidently, Yihan hesitated. He thought he might have seen it wrong. Yes, believe me, there's no way I would bring such a dangerous egg to this gathering. Where did you get it from, if I may ask? I bought it from a merchant, but Yihan's face stiffened as he tried to believe him, to think it wasn't an egg he raised or obtained himself, but one he bought from a merchant. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. It should be fine. Come to think of it, whether it was a basilisk's egg or a dragon's egg, as long as there were no signs of hatching, it shouldn't be much of a problem. They would take it back with them after the gathering ended. Crack. As the sound of the egg cracking and something trying to come out from inside was heard, Yihan immediately reacted. Everyone, get down. The rigorous training he had received at Einregard did not betray Yihan. Spring forth and unfold. A huge mass of water gushed out in midair and transformed into a curtain, enveloping the glass case. One of the most dangerous things when dealing with a basilisk was its evil eye. The moment you made eye contact, the curse of petrification would be cast. The basilisk's eyes were dangerous even for a newborn. I will. Stay still. No, you too. Yihan grabbed the collars of the prince and princess who were trying to intervene and shoved them behind the table, so that they wouldn't stick their heads out and make eye contact with the evil eye. Clang, thud, the sound of glass shattering was heard, and a dull sound bounced off the water curtain. Yihan was surprised by the impact that seemed like it would pierce through at any moment. It should be a newborn, but how? Mr. Wardenaz. From the side, Zalbabdin, who was hiding under the table, shouted as if he understood. Lord Bradan often gives growth potions to his eggs to take good care of them. As expected of an information source in the Empire's social circles, Zalbabdin was excellent at gathering information. Of course, it wasn't particularly helpful information in the current situation. Bradan, who hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, shouted as if denying reality. It might not be a basilisk. Whatever it is, something thrashing around like that is a vicious creature. Everyone, don't come out from behind the table. Sharakin, come forth. Furkuntra, your power is needed. Realizing the situation was serious, Yihan tried to make the first move with his strongest cards. If he hesitated and held back, the situation could only escalate. However, just as Yihan was halfway through summoning Furkantra, the water curtain was finally torn. Hiss! Surprisingly, the sound of sizzling came from the water barrier. Unable to break through with brute force, the monster inside had used poison to tear it open. Through that torn gap, the monster's appearance flashed. A vicious monster born from the mixed souls of a snake and a rooster, a basilisk. Pat, as if sensing who the most threatening mage in this place was, the basilisk immediately directed its evil eye at Yihan. Its vertically elongated pupils flashed, exuding the wicked curse of petrification. The one who has contracted with you calls upon you with due authority. However, Yihan remained completely unfazed even after being hit by the petrification curse. In fact, he was so focused on chanting the spell that he didn't even notice the basilisk had cast the petrification curse. Pat, pat, pat. The petrification curse was cast in succession, but Yihan deflected them all, and Furkantra was summoned. Rumble, boom. Thunder and lightning struck inside the room, and a huge lightning spirit began to take shape above Yihan. What kind of chaos is this? You really bring trouble wherever you go. I will explain that later. The basilisk is trying to escape. Please stop it. At Yihan's urgent cry, Furkantra quickly grasped the situation. If a basilisk was trapped inside that water curtain, it was no ordinary matter. There seemed to be quite a few non-mages present, and it could lead to a major disaster. Of all the mistakes you've made today, summoning me was undoubtedly your wisest decision. Furkantra's body swelled up greatly and shot out like a thunderbolt. And it charged into the water curtain. Whether it was a basilisk or whatever, it would subdue it in one go. Didn't it faint? Pardon, it fainted. It seems to have collapsed from exhaustion. Furkantra removed the water curtain and showed the collapsed basilisk. It was lying there as if dead. Shuriken also poked the basilisk. Nevertheless, the basilisk did not get up. Is that so? Yes. For a moment, an awkward silence hung between Yihan and Furkantra. Yihan spoke in an embarrassed voice. Furkantra glared at Yihan. It's over already. Yihan's friends, who had been hiding behind the tables preparing their magic, asked in surprised voices. Checking the mirror, the basilisk was indeed collapsed on the ground. Yaner put away her potion and stood up. Nilia also stopped enchanting her arrow and rose to her feet. Gainando, along with his summoned skeleton warrior. Put it away quickly. What are you doing seriously? But why? This is magic too. Gainando felt wronged. They had all prepared to fight the basilisk together, so why was he the only one being scolded? Dark magic is magic too. I get it, so put it away. Other people will see. Gainando sadly summoned the skeleton warrior. This filthy empire, discriminating against only dark magic. Summoning me is no trivial matter. Furkantra solemnly admonished Yihan before being desummoned. You are wastefully consuming precious opportunities that, once used, could not be used again for some time. Surprised, Yihan asked, besides the time limit, are there other penalties? For a moment, Furkantra nearly forgot its dignity and sincerely got angry at the young mage. The mana consumption. No, forget it. Anyway, remember this. If you waste precious opportunities in the end, it is you who will regret it. This time I called you because it was truly dangerous. But why did that basilisk collapse? Perhaps it was hungry. How would I know? With those words, Furkantra averted its gaze. However, the basilisk had not collapsed from hunger or fatigue. Traces of a powerful petrification curse were felt throughout its body, as if it had been struck by its own evil eye, hit by its own evil eye. Pardon, the power of the evil eye is no trivial matter either. If blocked, the damage rebounds onto oneself. Did you have an artifact for evil eye defense? No. Furkantra quickly grasped the situation. That young mage had deflected the basilisk's evil eye purely with the amount of mana. What is this? I'll be going now. I'm fine, so could you stay a bit longer? Enough. Furkantra hurriedly prepared for desummoning, not wanting to praise Yihan. Its retreating figure seemed quite sulky. Yihan thought that next time he had to go to the punishment room, he should buy a gift that the spirit liked. Is it all over? Yes, it's all over. Just in case, please wait a moment. Yihan called the escorts waiting outside. It was to securely confine the basilisk in case of any eventualities. The startled escorts rushed over and the situation was roughly wrapped up. Thump, Prince Bagajan tightly grasped Yihan's right hand. With greedy eyes and tears welling up, Bagajan exclaimed, Mr. Wardenaz is my life savior. No, even if you were cursed with petrification, this isn't some remote place. A healing mage would have arrived within an hour. Yihan was dumbfounded by the prince's fuss. Seeing Gainando make a fuss over receiving a single snack, calling him his life savior, perhaps being dramatic, was a characteristic of the imperial family. Thump. This time, Princess Jadrantas grabbed Yihan's left hand. Life savior? No, I said it's not. I shall repay the favor with a visit. Let's have a gathering sometime. I spoke first. Move aside. Go and resolve the plague first. How dare you be so rude? The bribery case your escort knight received. The two royals pulled Yihan towards themselves while growling. However, their strength was far inferior to Yihan's, so he didn't budge an inch. But is this okay? Yihan was puzzled. The royals, who had been maintaining their dignity until now due to the many eyes watching, were now arguing in a rather unseemly manner. perhaps shocked by the basilisk. Is this level of behavior acceptable? That's a bit. Even though Mr. Wardenaz is refusing, they're forcibly insisting like that. How impolite. It's not okay. Seeing the nobles whispering, it seemed it indeed was not okay. Yihan decided he needed to stop the royals. You too, your current behavior is a little. Yihan, Gaynando scurried over and whispered. Yihan threw him a stern look. Didn't I tell you to only say yes, no, and he? It's an emergency, so it can't be helped. Mother has arrived. Upon hearing the news of Gaynando's mother's early arrival, the visiting guests froze. Normally, even if she arrived early, there would be no reason to freeze, but today was a bit different. Despite holding a gathering at someone else's residence, hadn't they nearly caused a catastrophe by releasing a basilisk? As the owner of the residence, it was natural to be furious. Brodon, who had brought the egg, couldn't raise his head, feeling like a sinner. I apologize to everyone. No, Lord Brodon. We are also members who participated in the gathering. How can we say it's only Lord Brodon's fault? Seeing everyone's nervous state, Yihan asked Gaynando, is your mother that strict? We're doomed. Doomed. Even Gaynando was in despair, making Yihan flustered. This incident wasn't Gaynando's fault, was it? It's not your fault, so why are you like that? She told me not to mess up the residence while she was away. The others did it, so she'll probably consider that. At Yihan's words, Gaynando raised his head and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Really? You think so? Will you speak on my behalf? No, I'm a guest, so you have to speak. Please speak for me. I'm not confident. Gaynando clung to Yihan's sleeve and pleaded. It seemed he thought it would be much better resolved if Yihan spoke to his mother instead of himself. Lady Kraha is entering. As the family servants announced, the guests hurriedly tidied their attire and stood up from their seats. Even the royals checked their own appearance for any issues before standing up. Whoosh! As the door opened and Gaynando's mother entered, an immense light swept through the hall. Those who faced that light involuntarily let out exclamations of admiration. Ah, facing Lady Kraha's beauty, it feels like my eyes will go blind. Yihan was startled. Everyone except him had an enchanted expression. In the first place, so much light was pouring from her face that he couldn't see properly. Despite that, for them to be like this, is it the power of charm? It wasn't only monsters like succubi that possessed the power of charm. Among spirits, there were also those who charmed people. It was said that Gaynando's mother had mixed spirit blood, so it wouldn't be surprising if she had such power. Yihan had high resistance to status ailments, so he endured, but, Gaynando, don't you have that kind of ability? What ability? He doesn't. Yihan felt regretful. If Gaynando had such an ability, he could have also gathered followers like the other royals. The light subsided. Gaynando's mother had put on a veil, so what happened? I apologize. Brodon, the noble with the most responsibility, stepped forward first to explain the situation. It's our fault. Lady Kraha, it's our fault. Gaynando's veiled mother didn't respond but became lost in thought. Then she asked who resolved it. Prince Gaynando and his friends. Enough with the flattery. Who resolved it? The escorts. Ah no, it really was Prince Gaynando and his friends who resolved it. Didn't I say enough with the flattery? Bang. As Gaynando's mother struck the armrest, a sharp sound filled the hall. A strong belief that there was no way Gaynando could have resolved it. Indeed, parents know their children well. Unlike Yihan, who had no responsibility for this incident, the nobles and royals froze even more than before. Well, Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family did take the lead, but Prince Gaynando truly participated as well. It's not a lie, they resolved it together. The nobles, who had been lying behind the tables as soon as the incident occurred, hadn't accurately grasped the situation. They could only guess that Yihan had done something while calling his friends. As such, it wasn't strange for them to think they had done something together. It wasn't like that. Yihan alone. As Gaynando pointed it out in puzzlement, the three simultaneously pinched Gaynando's back. Read the mood. Only then did Gaynando's mother seem to accept that the nobles weren't just flattering. Slowly turning her gaze to Yihan, she spoke. I apologize for making you listen to such a harsh conversation despite having no fault. You said the Wardenaz family. Yes, excuse me, but what is your relationship with Gaynando? Oh, we're friends. A heavy silence hung in the air. For a moment, Yihan wondered if he had answered incorrectly. Is the answer friends used as a curse in this residence? Is that true? We're really close, the closest of friends. Gaynando answered instead, choking up. Gaynando's mother ignored him and asked Yaner. Really, they are friends. Why? Because he's kind. Later, won't it lead to family issues? Yihan isn't that narrow-minded, so it should be fine. The nobles and royals couldn't understand, but Yihan roughly understood. It seems Gaynando angered many of his previous friends. Gaynando's mother threw a glance at Yihan from behind the veil. Although her eyes weren't visible, Yihan somehow felt that she regarded him with pity and gratitude. It's probably my imagination. I merely did what had to be done. It's a humble offering and I hesitate to present it, but please accept it. Here. As Gaynando's mother gestured, one of the servants carefully presented a jewel pouch to Yihan. While Yihan was thinking, should I refuse once and then accept? What if they really take it back? Gaynando's mother spoke again. Please don't refuse. Accept not the value of the gift, but the sincerity contained within. If you insist, I will gratefully acknowledge that sincerity. Yihan moved, slipped the jewel pouch into his bosom. Gainando's mother was truly an extraordinary person. Consideration on a different level from someone who gave a worthless token of gratitude. Is this a true noble? Feel free to stay as long as you wish. Then, as Gainando's mother left, only then could the nobles let out a sigh of relief. We are truly indebted to you today. Not only did he stop the basilisk, but he also shielded them from Lady Kraha's reprimand. No matter how many times they thanked him, it wouldn't be enough. Bradan and Zalbabdin vowed that at the next gathering they must inform everyone of what the young man from the Wardenaz family had done. Not noticing their inner thoughts, Yihan nodded appropriately. No, I merely did what had to be done. Prince Gainando was also excellent. Think you could stop the basilisk, but what magic did you use? Aha, it's a secret, I see. Among mages, there were those who didn't reveal their area of expertise. The nobles interpreted it positively. Surrounded by praise, Gainando's mood instantly improved. For me to do that much, As he spoke, Gainando realized the two royals were glaring at him and was horrified. Adnart isn't the sly one, it was this guy all along. Even though you're close, you were hiding it, They had been wary of Adnart because Yihan had a friendship with her, but it turned out the one they really needed to be wary of was someone else. Why, Yihan? Those people are glaring at me. Ignore them and pretend you didn't see. Gainando whined, they keep glaring at me. What am I supposed to do if they glare at me like that every time they visit? Yihan thought of a good solution. It was something he had already said to Asan before. You can just go outside the mansion. What if you wander around outside? Oh, will you hang out with me if that's what you want? Gainando's face brightened. Seeing his reaction, Ratford felt sorry for him. It'll probably be a bit different from what you're thinking. Since the topic came up, Yihan called Asan as well and set off with his friends. Gainando asked with an expectant face, are we going to buy mage cards? No. Are we going to buy the newly released magazine? Nope. Then where are we going? The Richmond family. Gainando and Asan tilted their heads at Yihan's words. It wasn't a familiar family name, so it took them a moment to process it. The Richmond family. Where was that again? You don't know the Richmond family. Yihan looked at his friends as if he couldn't believe it. His friends shrank back like students who had gotten an easy test question wrong. Sorry, which family was the Richmond family again? Isn't it the family that runs one of the most renowned carriage transportation guilds in the empire? How do you know that? While the two were dumbfounded, Yaner nodded as if she understood. Ah, right, that's it. See, Yaner knows. I'm surprised you guys don't know that. While Asan and Gainando were at a loss for words, the group arrived at their destination. Located on the outskirts of the city, the building of the Richmond Transportation Guild resembled a huge warehouse. Hey, you bastard. Can't you see the carriage is here right now? That's my line. If you don't move the carriage right away, I'll send you to the temple. The coachmen in charge of the carriages were doing their best to somehow quickly get the carriages inside the warehouse, while the guild employees moved without stopping for even a second, unloading and loading boxes. It's like your estate, Yaner, Yihan muttered. Yaner was startled by Yihan's comment. Did our place look that chaotic? Yaner made a mental note to tell the staff not to let too many people wait in front of the estate when she returned. Carriage to Valjan City, finished, someone shouted. Departure, departure, Shiles. Shiles, a member of the Richmond family who had been yelling among the workers, was surprised to see his friends visiting. Yihan was touched by Shiles' straightforwardness in giving him money without any bothersome process. The others should learn from this, he thought, glancing at his friends. What's up? They asked, puzzled by his gaze. Nothing. By the way, Shiles, I wanted to ask you something. Me, sure, go ahead. Shiles was slightly surprised. What could Yihan Wardenaz possibly want to ask him? He couldn't even guess what it might be. Could it be some items he needs to transport secretly? Perhaps there were important items he had to move without being noticed by his family. Do you know of any well-paying short-term jobs in the city suitable for mages? Shiles was taken aback. Yihan's question was completely unexpected. However, Yihan was serious. Good jobs should be sought out in advance, he thought. Mages were always in high demand, but that didn't mean there were many places they could work. To be precise, the cost of hiring a mage was too high. Even unloading and loading the packed goods from the carriages behind them could be done quickly by a skilled mage, but the labor cost would exceed the profit. There were many places to work, but few where mages could earn wages matching their value. Moreover, in Grandin City, there were quite a few students from Einregard besides Yihan. Considering the number of seniors, good short-term jobs would disappear in an instant. I need to find them as soon as possible, Yihan thought. Are you joking? Shiles began, but he hesitated upon seeing the fiery determination in Yihan's eyes. Those were not the eyes of someone joking. But why would students from the Blue Dragon Tower want to work? It wouldn't be surprising for students from the Black Tortoise Tower, Immortal Phoenix Tower, or White Tiger Tower to seek jobs. In fact, many of them did. The cost of living in Grandin City was high, so few students didn't work during the break. but the students from the Blue Dragon Tower, didn't they not need to? Well, I don't know much either. I've only heard from friends and guild staff, Shiles said. Anything is fine. Elmi, escorting carriages might not be suitable, right? The Empire's land was vast, and traveling long distances naturally came with risks, from monsters to thieves. Naturally, carriage processions were accompanied not only by coachmen, but also by escorts. For cheap goods, it was fine, but when transporting expensive and important items, high-level personnel like mages were sometimes included. That's a bit tricky. We might not make it back in time for the next semester, Yihan agreed. All right, well, I heard there are jobs teaching magic to those with aptitude. Yihan nodded and took notes. It was indeed a decent job. Not everyone had the talent to enter the Imperial Magic Academy. Some people had magical talent but never realized it and just lived their lives. Occasionally, some of them decided to learn magic later in life. They came from various backgrounds: adventurers, mercenaries, merchants, sailors, explorers, and so on. Teaching magic to these people was quite popular among Einregard students. Wait, we're first years. Are we allowed to teach? Yanair asked. I heard being a first year at Einregard is enough, Shiles replied. I see. What's next? Oh no, there's more. Shiles racked his brain to the best of his ability under Yihan's gaze. This isn't always available, but I heard material gathering requests are good. Material gathering requests, Yihan paused. Usually that was a job for inexperienced adventurers or errand runners. Of course, for high difficulty materials, huge rewards were offered, and veteran adventurers would take on the task, but it was unlikely to be popular among students. Can't others do that? Yihan asked. Oh, there are materials that only mages can collect. Aha, Yihan understood. Some materials could only be collected using magic. Shiles, if such a request comes up, be sure to let me know, Yihan said. Why? Oh, all right. I owe you a lot, so I can do that much. Is there anything else? Shiles desperately racked his brain again. He's not crazy for not working, so why? Right, there are also jobs assisting mages with their experiments. That's a bit iffy. Shiles was startled when Yihan immediately showed signs of refusal. Why, I heard this is a pretty good job too. Shiles, you should be wary of unfamiliar mages first. You never know what kind of experiments they might conduct. Yihan spoke very seriously. In fact, as someone who had suffered from meeting the wrong mage, he was very concerned about Shiles' naive perception. Even an experiment with an ordinary name like could turn out to be a bizarre experiment where all sorts of attacks were thrown at the subject. No, Wardenaz. Of course, they're unfamiliar mages, but they're mages who have built trust and reputation in this city. They're not wanted criminal mages. There's no way they'd conduct strange experiments, right? No, Yihan answered firmly. They can, remember that. Got it, why yes. Shiles nodded, overwhelmed by Yihan's force. He still couldn't understand the logic, but Yihan's voice carried a sincerity that transcended logic. But assisting mages with experiments is really a good job, Wardenaz. It's not something you can get right away just because you want it. You can listen to the experiment details and choose a good one, can't you? Not all mage experiments were dangerous. Observing and recording unusual magical phenomena occurring near the city also counted as experiment assistance. All right, if you insist, I'll consider it, Yihan said. No, it's really. Yihan finished summarizing and looked up. So, Shiles, which of these jobs are you doing? Me? I'm too busy. I have to help with guild work. Yihan was intrigued. Perhaps the work was closer than he thought. Does working for the Transportation Guild pay? No, I don't get paid, but it's our family's business, so I do it. Tusk, Shiles. Even if they're family, working for free is not a good idea. You're undervaluing yourself. No, it's our family's business, so. As Yihan was about to give that advice and stand up, a guild member ran over and said to Shiles, young master, the neighboring merchant group is urgently looking for a mage to organize their potion inventory. Why don't you go? It pays quite well. No, look at our warehouse. We have to finish organizing it today. Can't you see the coachmen are about to riot? This is perfect timing. We'll take that request, Yihan said. Shiles, the guild member, and Yihan's friends behind him were all surprised by his words. You Wardenaz, if it's a job that requires a mage, the pay should be decent, right? No, the pay is good, but it'll be boring and tedious. The pay is what matters, so it's okay to take it, right? Yeah, Yihan got up, took the paper, and leisurely left. His friends followed him out. The guild member, still gaping, finally came to his senses and asked, no, young master. Those friends are nobles, right? But why? Shiles deeply sympathized with the guild member's words. Exactly. A mage and an Einregard student at that. You're absolutely welcome. The merchant group employee exclaimed excitedly, then looked up and was startled. They're nobles. You know what we do here, right? Rummaging through the warehouse, checking potions, and organizing inventory, isn't it? That's right. But it'll be boring for you. It won't be fun. But the pay is good, isn't it? That's true. We look forward to working with you. Yihan's group headed to the warehouse. Nilia, Ratford, and Yanair didn't think much of it, but Gaynando and Asan were still in shock. But why are we doing this? Gaynando whispered. It must be for magic study. That's definitely it for Wardenaz, Asan replied. As the two whispered, they saw familiar faces in front of the warehouse. It was Salco and his gang. Salco and his friends were surprised to see Yihan's group. Wardenaz, what brings you here? We came to work. You. Salco was momentarily at a loss for words, then exclaimed in admiration, are truly amazing. Are we really working? Gainando's whisper faded away in vain. Salco was very hospitable. It was the complete opposite of his usual demeanor at the academy, where he would frown and refuse to interact with the students from the Blue Dragon Tower. Are you trying not to borrow money from your family? Salco asked. That's right, Yihan replied. Wardenaz, you are a true noble. Although Salco meant it as a compliment, it didn't sound like one to Yihan. If I could borrow money from my family, I wouldn't be doing this, you fool, he thought. By the way, Salco, don't you work at the guild? Shiles seemed busy, Yihan asked. Unlike the Transportation Guild, our Stonemason Guild has an off-season, Salco explained. I see. So you took advantage of the time to find another job. That's right. Yihan and Salco exchanged glances. It was a sense of kinship that only those obsessed with work could feel. Come, Wardenaz, I'll explain how it works, Salco said as he turned around and his gang members chimed in. Wait a moment, Tutanta, one of them said. What is it? Salco asked. I need to pay back the silver coins owed to Wardenaz. Me too. Salco looked at his friends in disbelief. Just how much had these guys begged from Wardenaz without him knowing? Sitting on a chair, opening a box, and detecting the amount of mana in the materials inside the box. If the amount or quality of mana differed from the original material, or if there were any other issues, that material would be excluded. It wasn't a particularly difficult task. It was just a tedious job that required persistence and patience. This could be quite a good training, don't you think, Gainando? It's also great for developing the ability to distinguish materials, Yihan said. Gainando thought his friend had gone crazy, so instead of answering, when Yihan briefly left his seat at Salco's request for help, Gainando desperately whispered to his other friends. He's crazy. I think Yihan has gone mad. He's enjoying this. Isn't it pretty decent? Yaner said as she tossed a material into the box. From Yaner's perspective, who wanted to run a few businesses on her own later, there was nothing wrong with collecting silver coins like this. What about you guys? Gainando asked. When she was in the northern mountains, even if she chased and caught a beast for 3 days, she would only get a few imperial copper coins after dividing the spoils among the hunters. But in this warehouse, she could earn silver coins just by sitting for a few hours and sorting materials. This is why you should become a mage, she thought, considering the conditions to be good enough. I agree. It's a pity that we won't be able to receive any more silver coins once we finish organizing here, Ratford said. That's right. I'm also very disappointed about that, Nilia nodded repeatedly. It was a shame that such a good job would end after doing it once. But it can't be helped, right? There's no way such a good job would continue, Ratford said. You're right. They're probably paying us well because it's an urgent task, Nilia agreed. You've all gone crazy. Dargard. Gainando called out to his last remaining friend, Asan. However, Asan replied with a serious expression, this is a good opportunity. Have you gone mad too? Why are you like this? Come to your senses. Why are you doing this too? Gainando didn't know, but Asan had already been persuaded. Asan, think about it. If you earn silver coins with your own strength, how would your older brother and sister think of you? Indeed, if I give them a gift with the silver coins I earned on my own, even if they are my older siblings, they will have no choice but to acknowledge me. I wasn't telling you to give them a gift, but anyway, that's the point. Gainando, how long are you going to rely on your family's power? Asan asked. What are you talking about? My family's power is my power, Gainando shouted, jumping up and down. While Gainando was making a fuss, he returned to his seat. He looked at Gainando and asked curiously, what are you doing? Just a little exercise, I see. Let's sit down again. Okay. Gainando's resistance ended in vain. He sat down again and started organizing. Sob, I want to go home, he thought. When they came out of the warehouse, the sun was already setting and the evening glow was approaching. Magic lamps began to light up one by one on the city's streets in front of the warehouse. They could all see night owls getting dressed in their outfits. No matter how they looked at it, even when students who seemed to be from noble families came, they were worried, thinking, will it be okay? What if they make a fuss because they don't want to do such a tedious job? However, the students completed the work surprisingly quickly and accurately. They wanted to call them again when there was work next time. But if we do that, it would be rude, they thought. If they tried to ask the children of noble families, can we call you again if there's work next time? They might get a response like, oh, sure, come visit the mansion, but you won't be able to leave with your limbs intact. Excuse me, Yihan said. If there's a job like this next time, please contact me, Yihan whispered, slipping a precious silver coin into the employee's hand. The employee was shocked by Yihan's skilled networking, which was more adept than a worker who had been working for over a decade. Who on earth is this person? Yihan winked and turned around. It seems to have gone well, he thought. In this era, connections were important when it came to finding a job. If you received a high evaluation from a place you worked at once, You could get a job again when there was an opening, or you might receive a job offer from a related place. Good job, everyone. Gainando, shall we go buy some toys? Yihan asked, looking at Gainando. While everyone else was stretching, Gainando was staring intently at his pouch of silver coins, which caught Yihan's attention. He wondered if Gainando would go back to the mansion and tell his mother, sob, sob. Yihan made me sweat healthily. What nonsense are you talking about? Gainando shouted. Yihan was slightly taken aback by Gainando's unusual outburst. No, didn't you want to buy toys? Do you prefer cards? Gainando's eyes widened as he hugged the pouch of silver coins tightly to his chest. He looked like he would immediately swing his staff at anyone who tried to touch the pouch. I earned this silver. I can't just spend it like that. I'll put it in the deepest vault in my room. Oh, okay, do that. Yihan was surprised by Gainando's reaction but nodded. Isn't it a good thing anyway? Asan tried to put his hand on Gainando's shoulder to praise him. However, Gainando growled and tried to bite him. Smack, hey you crazy bastard. What are you doing? I told you not to come near me. I'll bite anyone who comes close to my silver coins. Yihan exchanged glances with Yaner. Did we bring him along for nothing? Ah, no, but he's still a bit better. I think I did my best to this extent. At the Wardenaz family's mansion, Yihan was lost in thought as he organized his notes on paper. He had asked his friends from the Black Tortoise Tower, since I've treated you, let's work together if there's a decent job, and he had asked everyone he met, if there's a job, let's do it together. To this extent, all the available jobs should come to him. Young Master Yihan, have you returned? Arlong knocked on the door of the study. Yihan signaled for him to enter. If it's all right with you, I was wondering if you'd like to have a sparring match after a long time, Arlong said. You've been going out frequently these days. Are you sure you don't need any help? Please let me know if there's anything, Arlong offered. Yihan paused for a moment. Then he asked, do you happen to know of any short-term jobs where I can earn a lot of silver coins as a Magic Academy student and a mage? Pardon. Yihan nodded as if he had expected this. Let's go clash swords. Arlong was still confused and followed Yihan. In the training yard of the mansion, Arlong drew his sword. Usually he had the face of a kind old knight, but the moment he drew his sword, a huge rock revealed its presence. Yihan also drew his sword. Although there was no chance of winning against Arlong, a knight who held the title of master, given only to the most renowned swordsman in the empire by clashing swords. Let's make the most of what I've learned, Yihan thought. There were mainly two things Yihan had learned about swordsmanship at Einregard. One was the technique of infusing mana into the sword. Be precise, that technique involved maintaining a stable flow of mana inside the sword, even in the heat of a chaotic battle, merging the sword and the body into one. Yihan's approach was more crude, just forcefully releasing and wasting mana, but it was still technically infusing the sword. And the other was the principle of absorption. By altering the nature of the mana infused into the sword, swordsmanship could become as versatile as magic. Then I shall begin, Arlong said, and an hour later. Thud. Yihan collapsed on the training yard floor, having lost his wooden sword. His mana was still overflowing, but his physical strength was exhausted. Arlong wiped his sweat and exclaimed in admiration, that was excellent. It doesn't seem that great, Yihan said, enduring the aching pain throughout his body. However, Arlong was serious. I didn't expect you to be able to infuse mana to that extent in such a short time. It's a level that ordinary swordsmen usually have to train for decades to reach. Perhaps you are as talented in the utilization of mana as you are in magic. But I have a question. What is it? Yihan asked. Did you use any special method when utilizing mana? The power, Arlong asked, spreading his aching palm. If he hadn't protected himself with mana, the sword wielded by the young master in front of him would have turned his hand into a bloody mess. As his mentor in swordsmanship, he had to stop Yihan if the enlightenment he gained was a method that harmed his body, even if it was good to gain insights on his own. So, Yihan hesitated, trying his best not to sound like a madman. Arlong's expression turned into one of disbelief after hearing the whole story. So, you're not infusing mana into the sword, circulating it and maintaining it, but just releasing it. Well, I don't usually do that, only when necessary. Arlong pondered whether he should stop this or not. Other swordsmen would spit blood from mana exhaustion after swinging once or twice, but Yihan had ample mana, so he said it was fine. I have faced countless swordsmen in the Empire and experienced all sorts of secret techniques and extraordinary methods, but I have never encountered a swordsman who uses a method like the one you just described, young Master Yihan. Is it that rare? Yihan was slightly discouraged. He thought there would be at least one or two. For now, it's all right, but please be careful. No wonder the sword keeps. There's one more thing I'd like to ask. Go ahead. Earlier, you clearly changed the nature of mana. Wasn't it an absorption sword? Where did you learn the absorption sword technique? I once competed against a swordsman from the Ingef family. Arlong was surprised. Are you saying a swordsman from the Ingef family taught you their family's sword technique? Why on earth would they do that? No, they didn't teach me. After clashing swords, some time passed, and I became able to change the nature. So I've been trying to make use of it since then. Arlong almost collapsed. Yihan couldn't simply imitate swordsmanship just by watching. If that were possible, all the Empire's sword guilds and swordsmanship instructors would have to put down their swords. Of course, if one were truly an exceptional swordsman, they could grasp swordsmanship to a certain extent just by crossing swords. However, it was only to a certain level they couldn't read all the complex and profound sword techniques. The absorption sword of the Nge family belonged to that category. The swordsmanship that made the opponent lose balance and get pulled in the moment their swords clashed wasn't just about converting the nature of mana. Starting from converting the nature of mana, one had to precisely calculate at which moment of the sword technique to use it for the optimal effect. Yet Yihan grasped it through experience and developed it to the point of using it during his spar with Arlong. Can magical talent be applied in this way too? Arlong was perplexed. He knew from the family patriarch that Yihan was outstanding in magic. As such a genius, perhaps he could do that just by seeing the change in the nature of mana, but to develop it to the point of using it in a spar, Arlong thought that perhaps the young master should have been sent to the Knight's Order instead of Einregard. It was excellent for self-training. If you refine it further, it will become even better, Arlong said. Having struggled throughout the semester, he couldn't help but be pleased that Arlong acknowledged him. I guess it's usable. Lord Wardenaz, a guest has arrived. A servant approached and called for Yihan. Who is it? Yihan thought it might be one of his friends or someone who hadn't paid him back yet. It's a priest. They said there would be a temple event soon, and they came thinking Lord Wardenaz would be interested. Yihan's face lit up. Tigling, the priestess from the Prasinga order, had mentioned it before. There would be a temple event during the break. It was called an event, but it was a kind of second-hand market where cursed artifacts were collected and destroyed or disposed of. Since the semester, Yihan had been determined to participate in this event and make some money. I'll change my clothes and go right away. Tell her I'll attend the event and ask her to wait in the reception room for a bit. Oh, and can you prepare some snacks for me to take when visiting the temple? I will do so. Yihan had a sullen expression on his face as he walked. Beside him was not Priestess Tigling, but Priest Nijizer, who waved the brightly burning flames to the side as he spoke. As expected of Yihan from the Wardenaz family, I knew you would be interested. Indeed, I like the Afar Order. Objectively speaking, the Afar Order was a good religious order. Especially for Yihan, who had a weakness in handling the fire element, it was an order that had helped him a lot. Maintaining a friendly relationship with such an order was clearly a good thing, but I thought it was the Prasinga order. Originally, when people's expectations were raised for no reason, they were bound to be more disappointed. Yihan, who had thought of taking a share of the cursed artifacts, couldn't help but feel let down. By the way, what kind of event does the Afar Order hold? First, there's the burning of the straw doll. We burn a straw doll filled with the misfortunes and bad luck of the year to call for good fortune. I see. Yihan nodded his head at the surprisingly sensible event. Next, we invite the priests and the city's fire mages to lecture on the Empire's safety regulations. Yihan was taken aback. There was such a thing, there was something like that. Fire element wielding mages can cause great damage even with small accidents, unlike priests who are educated from a young age. Self-taught mages often cause dangerous accidents. The Afar Order was a religious order that worshipped fire, not one that encouraged arson. If it had been, there would have already been a bounty on them in the Empire. On the contrary, the Afar Order was a religious order that paid close attention to fire safety. This was also the reason why villages of a certain size all wanted to have an Afar Order temple in their village. Wait a minute, didn't Priest Nijizer want to burn the world? Yihan looked at the priest walking beside him with a dubious gaze. It seemed that the Afar Order should manage Priest Nijizer first before the city's fire mages. But will the mages listen? It doesn't seem like they'll come easily. Priest Nijizer shook his head. After listening to the Empire's safety regulations, we issue a certificate of completion in the name of the Order. It's quite a useful item when you want to use fire magic in the city, so quite a lot of mages attend. Unlike other magic, even employers didn't just call anyone for fire magic. If cast incorrectly, it could burn everything around. Then I must receive it too. Priest Nijizer looked at Yihan with a strange expression, wondering where he would use it. The Afar Order's temple felt hot. Yihan involuntarily grabbed and shook his collar. The flames rising from the statues installed all over the temple, the flames emitted by the fire mages who had come to the temple. As Priest Nijizer said, the number of mages was surprisingly high. Most of the city's fire mages seemed to have come. Have you been to the newly opened staff shop? I heard they use magnolia wood as a material. I wonder if it will suit fire magic. I still prefer apple tree staffs. What if you change the staff and fail to control it? From people who looked like they had never fought before to adventurer like people wearing metal armor with several daggers hanging from their belts. The burns are severe. Did the magic backfire? Yeah, you be careful inside buildings too. And there were also ominous conversations. Yihan involuntarily paused. I really need to be careful when using fire magic. Hey, Yihan turned his head. Of course, it wouldn't be strange for a fight to break out in such a crowded place, but this was a temple. What? Is he someone who enjoys going to the city prison? Surprisingly, the one who spoke to him was another Einregard student. Showing the Einregard emblem slightly and then buttoning up the front of his coat, Yihan was puzzled. Are you an Einregard student? The unidentified senior pulled Yihan to a corner of the temple. Then looking around, he said, it's not good to show off that you're an Einregard mage here. The guys who learn some magic in this city are jealous of Einregard students or try to use them. It just becomes troublesome for no reason. The senior spat and rubbed it with his boots. I'm advising you because we're from the same White Tiger Tower. Got it? How did you know I'm from the White Tiger Tower? Yihan asked curiously. The senior snorted and said, anyone can see that your body is screaming I've wielded a sword. I'd be an idiot not to notice. Nice to meet you. I'm Valgaro from the Alpha family, a second-year White Tiger Tower student from the same family as Englago. Yihan's mind quickly turned. If he mentioned a non-existent family, it could raise suspicion, but if he mentioned an existing family and they actually knew each other. I'm Gaynando from the Moradi family. Moradi family. You don't look like you're from the Moradi family. That's because I'm from a branch family. You must have had a hard time as a branch family member who doesn't resemble them. The Moradi family folks must be persistent. No, it's all right. Instead of a long excuse, Yihan put on a lonely smile. Sometimes, just staying still was easier to explain than a long excuse. Then Valgaro let his imagination run wild. Being from a branch family and not even resembling them would undoubtedly lead to discrimination. Enough. You can just speak comfortably in front of me. I came to get a permit from the Afar Order. What else would I be here for? I mainly use fire magic, but if you don't have a permit, not only the client but also other adventurers are a bit wary to give you missions. Mission. Do you work as an adventurer? I do. What? Didn't you hear from the other guys? Why don't you know? Because I'm from a branch family. Yihan put on a lonely smile again. Valgaro felt very sorry. Don't mind it. The ones who excluded you are trash, despicable bastards. No matter what, they shouldn't have done that. I'm fine, I'm not fine. The juniors I had expectations for. Valgaro was furious that the juniors he had finally met as a second year were doing cowardly things. Originally, the White Tiger Tower often works as adventurers during breaks. Not only for living expenses, but also to maintain and train our senses as knights. I see. When working as an adventurer, you can choose the missions you want. In a way, it was a suitable job for the White Tiger Tower. As mages, they had high pay, and as knights from knight families, they had much more solid combat power than average adventurers or mercenaries. If they only chose missions that could be completed in a short period, it could be more advantageous in terms of income. There were such advantages. Those despicable White Tiger Tower bastards, trying to benefit only themselves. It wasn't that the White Tiger Tower students had particularly hidden it, but Yihan was indignant. That's right, and above all, we're knights. We can't do trivial jobs like the Black Tortoise Tower guys, no matter how much silver they give us. Do knights receive training that lowers their intelligence? Indeed, you are absolutely right. While Yihan was agreeing with Valgaro, the priests of the Afar Order appeared, dragging a huge straw doll. First, I would like to thank the messengers of fire who have gathered here today. This straw doll is. Valgaro yawned and took out his wand. You prepare too. We all use fire magic together. The straw doll wasn't just burned. The mages and priests gathered at the scene all joined forces to burn it together. Don't underestimate that straw doll. It doesn't burn well. Last year there was a guy who tried to do it alone and was humiliated. What are you doing? Click, click, click. Yihan wore several layers of fire absorption rings, bracelets, and necklaces. I equipped artifacts. Hey, no matter how much they say it doesn't burn, you don't have to try that hard. If it doesn't burn, the priest will step up. Whoosh, as soon as the priest's explanation ended, the mages gathered at the temple began to wave their staffs. Oh, flames, burn and devour, flames in the form of a sphere. Valgaro also prepared magic. Flames, dwell within. Normally the enchantment was cast on a sword, but now it was cast on the tip of a wooden pole. As it touched the straw doll, flames erupted. However, the soaring flames quickly subsided. The powerful mana of the straw doll was enduring the fire magic. See, this really doesn't burn. Whoosh, Yihan summoned flames and unleashed them directly onto the straw doll. The flames engulfed the straw doll and burned fiercely. Just how effective are these artifacts? Yihan's summoned flames mesmerized more than just Valgaro. Other fire mages also murmured in astonishment. Who is that mage? I've never seen him before. He's definitely no ordinary mage. Flustered by their gazes, Valgaro whispered, Hey, I told you it's not good for other mages to know you're from Einregard. I apologize. I failed to control it properly. Artifacts aren't almighty. Keep that in mind. Relying on them too much won't do you any good. Valgaro spoke with the reassuring air of a second-year senior. Of course, when Yihan said he failed to control it, he meant something slightly different. Fire magic is still difficult. Due to his innate mana capacity, even a moment's lapse in concentration would cause the flames to explode and scatter in all directions. As such, Yihan typically used fire magic by narrowing its range as much as possible. While others would grow the flames to create arrows, spears, or shields, Yihan fixed his in the form of a small flame. However, its firepower was by no means weak. Summoned with his immense mana, the flame possessed destructive power capable of piercing through considerable fire resistance. In fact, the straw doll, which had withstood other magic quite well, was now burning away. I tried to weaken the firepower a bit, but is it too much to handle? He had attempted to adjust the intensity of the flames, but it wasn't easy at all. After all, it required forcibly reducing the amount of mana used when casting. Considering how others struggled to squeeze out their mana to strengthen their spells, it was a rather absurd concern. As the straw doll began to burn, a peculiar wave of mana spread out. This mana waved gently and warmly enveloped the people in the temple. It felt almost like a blessing, with not a hint of malice. How is it? Do you feel like misfortune and bad luck are disappearing? It seems so. You'll have strangely good luck for a day or two. Since you burned a lot, it might last even longer for you. Oh, Yihan brightened at his senior's words. If this blessing had such an effect, it was truly what Yihan needed. If it's true, I should receive it before the second semester starts. Now, everyone, please come this way. I will explain the safety rules. The temple's priests called the mages to gather. Yihan moved without much thought. However, that was a mistake. Unfortunately, you're disqualified. The mage at the front of the line stomped his foot in frustration because instead of lighting the candle, sparks had flown to the side. Seeing this, Yihan asked in confusion, weren't we supposed to listen to the safety rules? You listen while doing it. You remember better by directly experiencing it than just listening, don't you? This is why Night Family guys are. Obtaining the temple's permit was not as easy as he had thought. The priest strictly judged whether one could control the flames without spreading them to the surroundings in various situations. Watching this, Yihan tensed up, his face stiffening. It was his greatest weakness. If I lose focus, this temple will become a sea of fire. Hey, what's wrong with you? It's not that difficult. It's something other mages should be nervous about, but we Einregard students have no reason to be anxious. Valguero spoke as if it were absurd. The priests weren't interested in the power, speed, or complex techniques of fire magic. They only cared about whether one could control their fire magic or not. Unless one was self-taught, it was an extremely easy and fundamental task for a mage educated at Einregard. However, Yihan didn't relax his expression and focused intensely. Seeing this, Valguero thought to himself, is he not confident in fire magic? Indeed, quite a few students in the White Tiger Tower lacked confidence in magic. Valguero felt he should encourage his junior. Gaynando, don't worry too much. Magic isn't everything. You'll get used to it over time. Don't be impatient, even if students from other towers do better than you. Understand? Fortunately, Yihan succeeded without incident. The flames precisely floated in the air and set fire to the targets with pinpoint accuracy. Valguero, who had passed earlier, applauded and cheered for his junior. Well done, what you're pretty good. Not only Valguero, but also the priests of the Afar Order approached Yihan. The priests looked at Yihan and said, wow. Yihan spoke first to prevent the priests from saying anything unnecessary. If the priests hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have been able to refine my fire magic to this extent. We didn't expect you to say that much. The priests were deeply moved by Yihan's sincere gratitude. The temple's doors are always open, so please come and visit. You're always welcome if it's to control fire. Yihan hesitated. Of course, he had no intention of not studying during the break, but he didn't want to add to his schedule from the start. That, perhaps, before the priest could say anything unnecessary, Yihan put his foot down. Although he felt uneasy about adding to his schedule, he had no choice. Seeing this from the side, Valguero looked at Yihan suspiciously. Did he find out? Yihan tensed up, thinking his identity as a non-White Tiger Tower student might have been exposed. You like studying magic, don't you? Yes, that's unusual, but why is your skill? Oh no, that's not what's important. If I lack skill, shouldn't I put in more effort? Valguero nodded at his junior's words. He was a truly diligent fellow. It was a pity his magic skills didn't keep up. Let's go, I should treat you to a meal. No, it's okay. Although Yihan liked freebies, it was a matter of conscience to accept a meal from someone from a smaller family than his own. No. When other White Tiger Tower guys treat you like that, as a knight and as your senior in the White Tiger Tower, I have a responsibility to treat you to a meal. Yihan pondered when to slip away. Crackle. Looking to the side, he saw the city's mages who had received their permits gathering in the temple and casting magic instead of leaving. Flames gather in the form of a ring. A ring of fire rose into the air. Yihan immediately understood the principle behind it. It was closer to somehow modifying a first circle spell to create a ring shape. Although precarious and unstable, as long as the goal was achieved, the magic could be considered successful. It's quite clumsy, though. Oh my, to succeed in creating a ring of fire. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Everyone, hand over the silver coins. Didn't I say I could do it? Yihan and Valguero simultaneously lost their words and stared at the mages. The mage who had won the bet boasted with the most arrogant expression in the world. What did I say? Didn't I say I could easily succeed with a fourth circle spell? Wasn't it different last time? When did your skills improve so much? Deep contemplation and enlightenment. That's all there is to it. Yihan inwardly lamented. Mages who hadn't learned systematically under a mentor had very uneven knowledge of magic. To the extent of mistaking the modified form of a first circle fire spell right in front of them for a fourth circle spell, I understand why Einregard students are welcomed. Magic was already a rare profession, and a considerable number of them were likely such mages. It made sense that people preferred graduates of the Imperial Magic Academy. Senior, let's G. No, where are you going? Yihan was startled. Valgaro was striding toward the mages, not the temple door. We can't leave that fraud alone. Wait, Senior. Didn't you say it would be troublesome if it's revealed that we're from Einregard to other mages? He had said it wouldn't be good for other mages to know they were from Einregard, yet he was charging in himself. However, Valgaro spoke seriously. But that guy is deceiving other mages, isn't he? Indeed, Senior, you embody the spirit of the White Tiger Tower. Valgaro became embarrassed by his junior's praise. Well, I don't think it's to that extent. Atiro the mage was a mage from a thieves' guild. By chance, he had obtained a grimoire on fire magic and succeeded in learning magic by bribing a retired mercenary mage. But his subsequent achievements were not easy, so Atiro changed direction, to use the magic he had learned in a more beneficial way. Now, it's not too late for you all either. You can reach the same realm as me. If you pay a small amount of silver coins as a fellow mage and out of camaraderie, I will teach. Cut the crap. Valgaro growled and moved forward. As a young mage approached with a fierce expression, the gathered mages were startled. What did you say? To think you'd try to deceive other mages with a mere modification of a first circle spell, and you still call yourself one who walks the path of magic. This is bad. Yihan sensed an ominous feeling from the other party's expression. The guy who should have been flustered was calmly maintaining his composure. He definitely had something up his sleeve. I don't know what you're talking about. My magic is first C. Then are you saying the eyes of all the mages here are wrong? Don't try any nonsense. Valgaro had already realized what the other party was trying to do. Without hesitation, he lowered his coat to reveal the Einregard emblem. I am a student of Einregard. As a student of Einregard, I claim your magic is a trick. A student of Einregard. Atiro's eyes trembled with surprise but quickly settled down. Indeed. You have the qualifications to say such things. However, Atiro also raised his coat. A familiar pattern was revealed. It was the emblem of Baldergard. What the? While Yihan was dumbfounded, Valgaro also seemed startled. I graduated from Baldergard. What nonsense. It's fake. Where did you get that fake from? Ha, stop it. As a student, it's understandable that your eyes are still inexperienced and you make mistakes. I understand. I was like that too. The other party was definitely a step ahead of Valgaro. Even if the emblem was fake, the other mages had no ability to tell, and above all, Valgaro was inferior in eloquence. Should I step in? He thought he should help a bit since they were from the same school, but Valgaro took the lead first. It's a duel, you bastard. Draw your weapon. If you don't, I'll attack. Is he really crazy? To request a duel inside the temple, Yihan could only admire Valgaro. Naturally, the priests rushed over. You can't duel here. What kind of barbaric? Calm down, everyone. We can settle it with magic, can't we? The mages and priests tried to stop the two. In the end, Valgaro had no choice but to yield. Fine, let's settle it with magic. Valgaro didn't seem to think he would lose to such a fraud, but there was no such thing as absolute in this world. If it's a competition, how about we compete in flame control? A priest spoke up to mediate. It was one of the games fire mages often played, where they summoned flames and tried to shoot down each other's. It was a simple game, but quite profound if delved into. One had to move faster and more precisely than the opponent's flames to catch their tail. Valgaro's face turned pale. Yihan was puzzled. Why are you like that? Don't tell me. I specialize in enchantment magic. Yihan clicked his tongue in pity, seeing his senior frozen. Then I will do it. What? Valgaro raised his head. Yes, no, it's impossible with your skills. Yihan was momentarily startled. The senior's specialty might be enhancement magic, but when it came to elemental control and manipulation, Yihan honestly didn't think he would lose to a second-year senior. After all, the second-year senior wouldn't have learned while being beaten by a crazy professor. Senior, I think you misunderstood because I passed the test earlier. It's not that I'm weak in elemental manipulation, but I can burn down this entire temple if I lose focus. Oh, I see, is that so? Valgaro thought he understood a little why this first-year junior had no friends. What kind of crazy bluff was that? It's fine. If you're not confident, I'll just do it. I've received advice in many ways, so I should repay it. Hey, I said no, I'd rather. Before Valgaro could stop him, Yihan stepped forward. There's no need for this senior to deal with him. I'll handle it. Very well. Atiro didn't back down easily either. Ignorance was always accompanied by courage. Atiro didn't know exactly what level the Einregard students were at. Seeing that Yihan was a junior, and even a junior to Valgaro, he thought it was worth a try. I've manipulated fire elements countless times. I won't lose to a young student. Modifying a first circle spell to imitate a fourth circle one wasn't something just anyone could do. Atiro, who had consistently manipulated fire elements, believed he had a chance of winning if it was a match of flame manipulation, even if his opponent was an Einregard student. Whoosh. Until dozens of flames instantly floated in the air. I was wrong. I committed a sin worthy of death. Please forgive me. Atiro immediately prostrated himself. The moment he saw it, his mind cleared. Yihan, who had been focusing on the flames with an expressionless face, raised his head. Controlling dozens of flames wasn't particularly difficult, but losing focus and causing the flames to explode was a big problem. That's why his words were short. What did you do wrong? Pardon, tell me what you did wrong. Yihan focused his mind again on maintaining the power of the flames. Misunderstanding Yihan's furrowed expression, Atiro hurriedly shouted, "TR, trying to deceive other mages. I tried to deceive other mages, I'm sorry. As I gained some petty skills, greed arose in me. That bastard, how dare he try to deceive us?" Naturally, the mages next to them were furious. Not only had they bet, but they had almost been greatly deceived, so it would be strange not to be angry. I guess it's roughly wrapped up. As the atmosphere didn't seem like it would be overturned any further, Yihan began to dispel the summoned flames one by one, being careful not to accidentally detonate them and turn the surroundings into a sea of fire. You. While the mages surrounded Atiro with grim faces and threw remarks at him one by one, Valgaro looked at Yihan with a shocked expression. If one saw magic like that just now and didn't notice anything, it meant they had no talent as a mage. Oops. Yihan clicked his tongue inwardly. To definitively subdue the opponent, he had summoned as many flames as possible, but to think he would be caught because of that. You were a genius in fire magic. Senior, you truly embody the White Tiger Tower. Why are you suddenly praising me? Valgaro was embarrassed to suddenly receive praise from his junior. I thought there was a problem because you were too nervous when using fire magic earlier, but you just had a timid personality. What a pity, haha. But so what? Even if you get very nervous, what's important is your magic skills. I haven't seen anyone among the second years who can float dozens of flames simultaneously like you. Valgaro wasn't just praising him, he was genuinely happy. I was waiting for a junior like you to enter the tower. Pardon, a junior who will trample on the noses of those annoying blue dragon tower bastards. Yihan suddenly felt sorry. Do you know how arrogant those guys acted just because they're a bit good at magic? Those jerks. Just you wait and see. While Valgaro was excitedly chattering away, the mages who had beaten up Atiro came to Yihan and thanked him. Wait. Could you be Yihan from the Wardenaz family? Yihan was startled. A mage he had never met before had guessed his name correctly. Is that right? It is, isn't it? I heard it from Lord Zalbebden. You're a first-year student at Einregard, but you subdued a basilisk with a single blow. Yihan regretted not subduing Zalbebden. Hearing that, another mage slapped his knee and said, "Ah, I heard that too. Didn't you win the magic duel against Lord Duin of the Valar family at the Dargard family's residence? He overwhelmed Lord Duin from Baldergard. Not overwhelmed, but the opponent's mana was exhausted. You exhausted the opponent's mana. Yihan didn't know the social circles of Grandin City had such a fast rumor transmission speed. Gaynando, what are you talking about? You Gaynando of the Moradi family. Oops, I have an urgent appointment. Senior, I'll see you next time." Yihan grabbed his permit and quickly left the temple. The gathered mages surrounded Valgaro and bombarded him with questions. If you're a student at Einregard, by any chance, are you close with that person? Could you possibly arrange a meeting? Move aside. I said move. Junior, wait a moment, Junior. Oh, Yihan, Dalju waved his hand in delight. He had accidentally spotted Yihan on the main street of Grandin City. However, Yihan, who was walking from a distance, looked unusually tired. Why is that? You look exhausted. I had some business to take care of. What have you been up to, Dalju? I thought I'd rest well after the semester ended, but I was preparing to work with my friends. Oh right, you probably don't know. The White Tiger Tower students. They receive missions and carry them out as adventurers to hone their skills in real combat. And they also earn their living expenses on their own, right? How did you know? Dalju was surprised. Usually noble families hung out with other noble families, and knight families with other knight families, so they didn't know much about each other's lifestyles. Yihan smiled softly and said, "We're friends, aren't we? Of course I'm interested in how you're doing." Yihan, Dalju was touched. Among the White Tiger Tower students, there were some narrow-minded guys who said things like, "Dalju, don't meet Wardenaz during the break. That guy is dangerous." He wanted to show those guys Yihan's current appearance. How can you say that about a friend so full of consideration? So you're trying to register as an adventurer for now? Yeah, something like that. Dalju nodded. Adventurers who received and solved missions. At first glance, it might seem like there was no need for qualifications or registration. Couldn't they just find someone who needed a request and make a deal? However, that was a method that only worked in the lawless zones far from the Empire now, and such half-baked methods didn't work in the Empire's major cities. the Imperial Adventurers Guild took charge of management and mediation to prevent unnecessary friction or disputes. Adventurers registered at the guild after verifying their identities, and clients entrusted silver and gold coins to the guild to guarantee their credibility. It was quite a systematic method. I borrowed equipment from someone I know, and other friends are also introducing places that sell equipment cheaply, so they're getting it fitted now. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of White Tiger Tower students in full armor appeared from the opposite side. Although there were some scratches or rusted parts, there seemed to be no significant problems with the performance. They must have been introduced to a decent place through the connections of the Night Order or Night families. Wah, Wardenaz, yeah. Wait, don't misunderstand. What should I not misunderstand? Yihan was puzzled when the White Tiger Tower students trembled in panic. After all, Yihan hadn't really done anything at the moment. The debt, I'll pay it back by earning money. Only then did Yihan understand the situation. Unlike the generally wealthy Blue Dragon Tower students or some Black Tortoise Tower students from wealthy merchant families, the White Tiger Tower students didn't have very thick wallets. There were only a few wealthy knight families, and students from other knight families had no silver coins to spend unless they earned their living expenses themselves. Lodging and meals could be solved through connections, but they had to handle everything else directly, so it was natural for them to prepare like this. Yeah, it's fine. You've already made a contract, so even if you beat us to death, there's no way money will come out. Huh, you said it's fine. Yeah, I said it's fine. At Yihan's words, the White Tiger Tower students hesitated. Ray, really? Yeah, is it really okay if we pay you back by earning money? You won't go to the Night Order and leave a message insulting our family's name if we pay you back late. It's a creative method, but I won't do that. Then will you send a letter to our family? Yihan, who had grown tired of it, raised his staff. The White Tiger Tower students shrunk back. I said it's fine, didn't I? One of the White Tiger Tower students, who had been watching the situation, cautiously said then, have to go to the Adventurers Guild to register. Let's go in together. I said, let's go in together. I came to register too. Why? To gather silver coins. Yihan answered, but none of the White Tiger Tower students believed those words. He's probably doing that to maintain his real combat sense, right? That must be it. How can a guy be more belligerent than a knight? I told you he's crazy about magic. Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. Let's go in. Dalju urged his friends. The White Tiger Tower students didn't want to leave Yihan behind, but they had no choice but to open the door of the Adventurers Guild and enter. The Adventurers Guild didn't have a particularly special atmosphere. Rather, it was quieter and more businesslike than other buildings. Except for the people in various outfits sitting and waiting quietly, it was hard to tell that this was the Adventurers Guild. Bang! Einregard first year and Glago of the Alpha family confirmed. We look forward to your achievements. Bang! Einregard first year, Dukma of the J family confirmed. We look forward to your achievements. The adventure registration proceeded much faster than expected. It was natural, as they had a clear identity as Einregard students and they all had family backgrounds. The clerk stamped without even looking and held out the permit and medal. Einregard first year, Yihan of the Wardenaz family. Yes. The clerk paused for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Yihan. He had a very perplexed expression. Are you planning to work together with your friends? Pardon, if it's a job we can do together, I think we'll do it together. The missions are unlikely to be dangerous, but basically there is a possibility of getting injured. Please take that into consideration. I understand. Yihan understood the clerk's concern. There must have been nobles who had nothing to do and were bored, so they came to try an adventure. It would be fortunate if it ended there, but usually such nobles were highly likely to complain. How dare you push me into this hellhole of a job, if they got hurt. But really, Clerk Wardenaz. No, you don't need to worry about Wardenaz like that. That's right. He really has the ability to protect himself from danger, we guarantee it. When the Knight family students spoke in unison, the clerk became even more confused. Just who was this student? The Wardenaz family was clearly a prestigious lineage of mages and a high-ranking noble family, so it was puzzling to the clerk why students from a knightly background were so confidently assuring his combat prowess. They were neither exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship nor adept at magic combat, especially being first-year students. I clearly informed you. Please remember that, one of them said. Understood, the clerk replied. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record? I received a permit for fire magic from the Afar Order. Is that so? I'll make a note of it. The clerk looked slightly surprised. Every break, this clerk welcomed several students from Einregard. However, he had never seen a first-year student who came this prepared. Of course, he had also never seen a first-year student from a high-ranking noble family visit here. Yihan was about to request that his training in magic combat under the Mad Professor also be added to his credentials, but he refrained. He was afraid it might backfire. A permit for fire magic. When did you acquire that? A White Tiger student asked. You foolish lot. We may need to resolve missions within the city, yet you didn't prepare for that possibility, Yihan chided. The White Tiger students felt wronged by Yihan's reprimand. How were they supposed to know when it was their first time doing this? Enough, it's your first time, so mistakes can happen. Now, who here has already formed a party? Yihan asked. About two-thirds of the gathered White Tiger students raised their hands. They had either decided to stick together or had party members introduced through connections. I see. The rest of you can join me. I'll be counting on you, Yihan said. Huh. The White Tiger students were momentarily unable to accept reality, then asked in bewilderment, what? What do you mean? So, Warden, as we're moving together, that's right. Any objections? Well, wouldn't it be dangerous? One of the White Tiger students beside him thought inwardly, especially for us. Dangerous, you say? Yes. The White Tiger student wanted to say, it's not fine for us, but couldn't bring himself to say it aloud and glanced at his friends around him. Help me out. However, fewer friends than he expected stepped forward. Then Warden, as I'll work hard and pay you back as soon as I earn some silver coins. All right, Warden, as see you next time. The lucky students who had raised their hands earlier hurriedly left. Now only the unlucky students who hadn't raised their hands remained. Let's think about what mission we should take together, Yihan said. Excuse me, Warden, as by any chance, come to think of it, how many silver coins do you owe me? I'll work hard. The gathered students accepted the reality with gloomy expressions. When they had equipped themselves, they were excited, wondering what kind of mission they would get, but they already felt like they had returned to Einregard. How reassuring, Yihan thought. Yihan sipped green tea at an outdoor table of a tea shop, planning with the White Tiger students. He was in a good mood, having unexpectedly secured arrow catcher snow, vanguards for the party. The textbook party composition was to have sturdy vanguards blocking in front, combatants positioned in the middle launching attacks, and mages or priests in the rear flexibly responding to various situations. Of course, this was just an ideal example. Things in the world didn't always go ideally. In the first place, high-quality personnel like mages or priests were not easy to recruit, even if one wanted to. In that sense, we're in a very advantageous position. Don't you think? Yihan said. Not all adventurers or mercenaries were highly skilled. The outstanding veterans were those who had honed their skills by facing life-threatening dangers several times while struggling at the bottom. Those who weren't like that mostly had uneven skills without a solid foundation. In contrast, the White Tiger students here were trained talents who had received over a decade of training as knights, including swordsmanship. This level of skill alone was enough to surpass mediocre adventurers. Sturdy vanguards and even a mage. No response. Gee, good, it seems good. The White Tiger students hurriedly replied when Yihan's gaze turned to them. But Warden, as isn't our number a bit lacking? And Glago cautiously asked. Dalju and Glago, Raphael and Yihan. It wasn't too few, but it did feel a bit lacking. Moreover, didn't they lack experience? If Yihan could be greedy, he wanted to add 2 or 3 experienced veterans. No need to worry about that, Dalju answered instead. Dalju had thoroughly investigated by asking senior knights before coming with the other friends. I heard we Einregard students are quite popular, to the extent that we can easily recruit other adventurers. In a way, it was only natural. The White Tiger students were all thoroughly trained and could even use magic. It was obvious that other adventurers would want to work with them. Then it's settled. Should we go to the guild and request for recruits right away? Yihan asked. That's right. But before that, let's plan what mission we'll take first, Dalju said. Yihan took out a map. I heard ghouls are coming out of a cave near Burnt Hill. We'll deal with those undead first. His friends nodded. They were confident they could handle ghouls. Since the distance was a bit far, it would be a 2-day expedition with camping nearby. After that, we'll gather geranium flowers, snow grass, and sleepy mugwort behind the cave. There are missions for all 3. Wait a minute, a White Tiger student said. What's the matter? The White Tiger students were confused when herb gathering was suddenly added while they were preparing for an undead hunt. Didn't you say we're hunting undead? That's right. But looking at the map, there's a high possibility those 3 herbs will be in that terrain. Isn't it good if we can do multiple missions at once? That's right, indeed. I was also thinking that. Snow grass and mugwort would likely be in that terrain. The White Tiger students nodded as if they had known all along instead of asking further questions. They felt they would look too stupid if they asked, how did you know there would be herbs just by looking at the map? Right, I thought you'd know. It was in the books, after all, Yihan said. The White Tiger students just sat quietly, smiling meaningfully. It seemed they could get by if they just listened quietly for now, and once we finish gathering, we'll capture Repella squirrels in the nearby forest. There are records of sightings. No, wait a moment, a White Tiger student said. When the rare animal capture was added to the undead hunt and herb gathering, the White Tiger students couldn't hold back and dropped their smiles. What's the matter? Capturing Repella squirrels doesn't seem easy, does it? That's right, Warden, as such animal capture missions are usually difficult. Not just anyone can do it. We need a skilled hunter. That's true. There's no guarantee we'll definitely catch them. Exactly. The current schedule is all ready, but there's a method with a pretty high chance of success. First, they like Dobruk's sulfur mercury potion. We'll have Sharakin find their traces, then sprinkle the potion along their route and wait. It'll give us a higher probability of catching them than aimlessly searching the forest. Moreover, with illusion magic at the bottleneck, the White Tiger students gaped at Yihan's explanation. What? Is he a 10-year veteran adventurer? Is that really the guy who registered with us? This much explanation should suffice, right? You would have read about it in books too, Yihan said. That's exactly what we were thinking. Wardenaz, extracting maximum efficiency from a single mission. The White Tiger students discarded all the complaints they had, and while they were at it, they decided to discard their brains too. We should just do as Wardenaz says. Einregard. Did you say Einregard students? Gubin, the adventurer, was delighted at the clerk's words. He was in a bind as the party he had been active with for 3 years had disbanded due to the retirement of 2 vanguards and the internal strife of 2 attackers, and then he received this proposal. Yes, Mr. Gubin, you have been consistently active and have shown diligence and reliability in most of your missions. That's why I'm recommending this connection to you, the clerk said. Gubin knew well how precious the clerk's proposal was. There were countless cases of guys who had never even held a sword flowing into the city, strutting around saying, I'm an adventurer, but Einregard students who came out for the break were very valuable talents. Moreover, they would all be from knight families, so they would be outstanding in both combat and magic, truly versatile talents. There was only one reason to connect him with such precious talents. They must be expecting advice from a veteran, Gubin thought. No one would care if some unknown adventurer rolling around like a pebble on the roadside got hurt, but it would be troublesome for many people if an Einregard student got injured. Their skills were certainly outstanding, but their lack of experience was unavoidable. To make up for that lack of experience, they had undoubtedly attached a reliable and experienced adventurer. I'll do my best to cooperate, Gubin said. That's reassuring. I'll be counting on you, Mr. Gubin, the clerk said. Gubin finished his conversation with the clerk and headed to the meeting place with the one remaining colleague in his party. Einregard students. What kind of people do you think they are? His colleague asked. I've never met them either. I heard most of them are mages from knight families. So they're knights. The two imagined the image of a powerful knight, heavily armed and pushing forward like an unshakable rock. And on top of that magic, they'll be good at fighting at least, Gubin said. Fighting isn't the problem. The other things are, they're inexperienced young students, right? Honestly, I'm a bit worried. Then should we have refused the proposal? Such a good proposal. That's not it, but honestly, I did want to work with a mage too. I'm just worried they might say something absurd. The two moved forward with a mix of anticipation and worry. They weren't worried about the students' skills. They were just concerned that the students might set too grand a goal out of overconfidence or make silly mistakes in strange areas. Nice to meet you. I'm Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Yihan introduced himself. I'm Gubin, and this friend here is Bijaidik, Gubin said. Gubin shook hands with the statue like handsome boy. His tall height and solid build were indeed fitting for a mage from a knight family. Wardenaz, Bijaidik muttered. What's the matter, Bijaidik? Be quiet. We're in the middle of a conversation, Gubin chided. It sounded familiar. Sorry, Bijaidik apologized. Gubin cautiously asked Yihan after they sat down. Since our party is much smaller in scale, we intend to play a purely supportive role and follow orders. But do you have any specific requests in mind? Gubin swallowed nervously, wondering how he should dissuade Yihan if he came up with an absurd plan. Yihan nodded and took out a map. Look. I heard ghouls are coming out of a cave near this burnt hill. Faced with a flawless and meticulous plan he had never seen before, Gubin asked Yihan with a look of astonishment, are all Einregard students like this? The White Tiger students averted their gazes slightly. At first, when Yihan said he would vanquish the undead inside the cave and collect the ingredients, Gubin tried to dissuade him, saying it was too ambitious. The mission of vanquishing undead was challenging enough, let alone collecting rare herbs, which were typically hard to find and often the reason adventurers joined guilds. Gubin feared that attempting both could lead to failure in either or a wasteful exhaustion of energy. However, Yihan attentively listened to Gubin's concerns and calmly, without any emotional reaction, explained in detail. According to the book, the terrain behind the cave was currently suitable for herbs to grow, and if undead emerged from inside the cave, the potency of the herbs would be affected by it, increasing the likelihood of obtaining them. Although Gubin didn't know much about magic or herbology, Yihan's words carried a definite persuasiveness. Moreover, that wasn't the end of it. Yihan even planned to capture the rare monster, the Rapella squirrel. Ordinary adventurers didn't do that. There was a reason for solving one mission at a time. Ordinarily, Gubin would have objected to such a greedy plan, given the uncertainty of mission completion. However, he found himself unable to do so. The plan was just too perfect and meticulously crafted. If not for his face, he would have thought he was someone who had been active as an adventurer for about 10 years. Einregard students are usually capable of this much. Yihan humbly spoke for the honor of his friends. The White Tiger Tower student stared at Yihan with wide eyes. What are you saying? Only you can do that. I have nothing more to say. It seems we can proceed right away as it is. Gyubin trailed off. Even though he was cautious, there was something he had to say. Do you have everything prepared for the journey and camping? At Gyubin's words, Anglego snorted as if telling him not to worry. No need to worry. It's not like we've only camped once or twice. It wasn't a camping trip where you had servants carrying food and various camping tools, was it? At Yihan's question, Anglego was at a loss for words. No, how did he know? Yihan sighed and said, it's best to forget the experience of camping with other knights from your family. At that time, they would have provided convenience for everything from preparing the campsite to preparing water for washing, warm meals, and night watch shifts. If you want to travel alone, you have to prepare as much as possible. At Yihan's words, Gyubin was surprised once again. He couldn't believe he was really a first-year student. How could a first-year student anticipate so calmly and composedly? Open your backpack. Let's check what you have. Even if not nails or hammers, do you not have any rope, in case something happens? And you need cloth too, preferably one soaked in oil if possible. Is salted pork the only food? It'll be insufficient, but that much should be fine. Bring a leather water pouch too. You left out the flint and steel because of magic, but don't waste mana unnecessarily and bring those too. Gyubin was completely overwhelmed, the sight of him checking the supplies more skillfully than a fairly seasoned adventurer. Seeing that, Gyubin wondered why he was here. It seemed like it would go well enough without a seasoned veteran. Mr. Gyubin, I'd like to ask for some advice. Not knowing Gyubin's inner thoughts, Yihan called out to him. Gyubin felt very burdened. Yihan was already doing better than Gyubin. I packed rather carelessly. Many seasoned adventurers weren't that thorough either. Unless they were going to a really dangerous place, the basic principle was let's save silver coins and make do with our bodies. It seems excellent. At Gyubin's words, Yihan urged him as if asking why he was saying that. Why are you saying that? Surely there must be parts you want to point out. There's no way there aren't. Ah, no, there really isn't. Manhwaedit, Gyubin's colleague, looked at him with eyes that said, how can you give advice here? Indeed. Is the color of the backpack important too? This is information I didn't know. As expected, a seasoned adventurer is different. Yihan wrote it down with an admiring expression, matching and changing the camouflage color of the backpack according to the terrain. As expected, the advice of an adventurer who had experienced a lot of real combat was different. Manhwaedit whispered in a small voice, there's no such thing. I just couldn't think of anything, Gyubin admitted, hanging his head in embarrassment. Of course, he had never tried changing the color of his backpack for each terrain he went to. When he didn't know when and where he would go, did it make sense to change the backpack every time? Adventurers didn't have enough money to waste silver coins like that. Dalju, who was walking in front, asked, but isn't it a bit strange? Wouldn't it be annoying and bothersome to change the backpack every time? They probably camouflage it with grass or dirt that can be found nearby. Aha. Gyubin shuddered at the sight of the Einregard student figuring out 10 things on his own without being told one. But since we can use magic, there's no need for that. It can be replaced with the spell. Dalju admired Yihan's words. As expected of you, Yihan, who took all magic classes like a madman. What did you just say? Ah no, sorry. It's a habit of speech from the friends in the same tower. It's fine. Dalju, it's not your fault. It's the fault of the other guys. We didn't do it. We didn't say anything. Anglego and Raphael denied it, but Yihan ignored them. By the way, Wardenaz, I remember that the spell wasn't covered in the lecture. When did you learn it? No, I just saw it in a book too. If I practice, I should be able to do it before we arrive. That doesn't make sense. Colors change. With a single attempt, the color of the backpack turned green. Yihan nodded. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. The White Tiger Tower students turned their gazes away with a mixture of sadness and resignation. The veteran adventurers, Gyubin and Manhwaedit, whispered to each other in confusion. Isn't the atmosphere a bit strange? I'm certain. Aren't they friends? The dynamic seemed more like a strict hierarchy between superiors and subordinates rather than close friends from the same knightly background. They should be in the same year. It must be a misunderstanding. After passing through the city gate of Grandin City, following the Imperial Road, and then deviating onto a path shown on the map and through the bushes, the destination, Burnt Hill, came into view. Arriving in the early evening meant they had arrived very quickly. Everyone had good stamina and even had horses, and above all, as expected, having 2 veterans with us allowed us to arrive at once without getting lost. The 2 adventurers laughed awkwardly without saying a word. We didn't really do anything. It was Yihan who, consulting the map alone, determined the route, muttering to himself, is it this way? It's this way, let's turn here, and arrived at the destination on his own. Even when the 2 of them, who knew this area well, tried to give advice, there was nothing wrong with his directions. Now then, we still have enough energy, so let's go in. Raphael spoke enthusiastically. As someone who learned dark magic to exterminate criminal dark mages, he was very proactive in exterminating the undead. Gyubin was delighted. The time had finally come for him to give advice as a seasoned adventurer. No, Raphael, we might not be tired, but there's no need to enter a cave infested with undead at dusk. Their power strengthens after the sun completely sets. Even if we're not tired now, it's better to set up camp and wait until tomorrow morning. After saying that, Yihan looked at the two adventurers and asked, "Is that all right?" Yes, yes, it's a good method. The two adventurers, beyond bewilderment and absurdity, began to feel a deep sense of doubt. Did we really need to come? Take care of the camping preparations. When the two adventurers declared firmly, Yihan and his friends tilted their heads. Shouldn't we usually prepare together? No. Originally, people like mages don't do this kind of work. Gubin's words were correct. In a party, dirty work was shared, but there were always exceptions. High-level personnel like mages or priests, or those from knight families who did the work of several other adventurers, couldn't be assigned chores. That was rather a waste. All the students here were mages and from knight families. Indeed, I understand. Then we'll. No, Yihan refused. If you two aren't around, we'll have to do it ourselves, and if we can't do it then it'll be a problem. We need to learn how to do it too. That much preparation is needed. The White Tiger Tower friends, who were just thinking of resting, asked in a hesitant posture. However, Yihan was serious. Yes, think about it carefully. When we have to camp at Einregard, we won't be able to get help from other adventurers. Why would we camp at Einregard? Gubin asked, not understanding. The Magic Academy students pretended not to hear. Now, what should we do first? First, light a fire and, as Gubin tried to take out the flint and steel, Yihan immediately swung his staff. Whoosh, the fire is lit. If there's a water source nearby, it's good to fetch water. If you secure fresh water, it'll be useful in many ways. Splash, brought it. What's next? Seeing the huge mass of water floating in the air, Gubin and Bijaidik mumbled and quietly took out a wooden barrel to store the water. The surrounding bushes should conceal the firelight and block the cold wind, but it's slightly insufficient, just piling up some dirt wood. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, a pile of dirt was heaped up and became a simple earthen wall. Is this enough? Yes, now if an intruder comes, we can set up a simple trap to know. Yihan brought out the magic he had learned while making fireworks with Professor Beevil. It was a magic that bestowed the illusion of light on paper, and when the paper was torn, the illusion of light would be summoned. Flash, Englago asked without much thought, did you learn that on the way here too? That's amazing. What nonsense are you talking about? You know magic can't be learned that easily. It's a magic I learned directly from the professor during the semester. No, hey, while Englago was at a loss for words, feeling too wronged and absurd, Yihan finished working while going around the surroundings. How is it? It seems there will be no problem at all if we just keep watch properly now. You all heard right. Remember the order well. Yihan spoke to the White Tiger Tower students. The White Tiger Tower students weren't surprised by this series of magic. They nodded as if it was natural. Don't worry, Wardenaz, we remembered it well. If it's this much, we should be able to do it sufficiently too. No, Gubin and Bijaidik were confused by the feeling of common sense collapsing. What should have taken 2-3 hours originally was finished in a few minutes now. Was this kind of reaction even reasonable? Are all mages like this? There's a reason why mages are expensive. They're really worth being expensive. Of course, the mages who participated in parties didn't do this kind of thing. They had to save mana consumption anyway, so no one used magic for this kind of preparation. Because they had the misfortune of meeting Yihan, the two adventurers' common sense about mages was strangely changing. Let's eat, Yihan said. The soup in the pot placed over the campfire bubbled vigorously. Fresh vegetables and meat were stir-fried and added, followed by water and seasoning from open cans, resulting in a properly made soup. Of course, Yihan had cooked it. Gubin and Bijaidik missed the timing to ask, why are you doing this? They quietly received the wooden bowls. The White Tiger Tower students ate very naturally. Wardenaz, you haven't lost your touch, Dalju commented. His cooking skills are as impressive as his magic, Englago added. By the way, Mr. Gubin, do adventurers usually eat like this? Dalju asked curiously. Gubin pondered how to explain it, then scratched his head and answered, when solving nearby missions or on the first or second day of a mission, we do eat well. When the distance was close or the mission seemed to end quickly, adventurers also paid attention to the quality of food. However, for long-distance expeditions or large-scale ruins and dungeons, it was different. Efficiency and compression were absolute. No crazy person cared about taste when they might starve at any moment. I see. So for a mission like today, it's appropriate to eat like this, Raphael said. I thought adventurers only ate dried jerky, Englago remarked. It seems there was some exaggeration, Dalju concluded. No, even if we eat well, it's rare to eat this well, Gubin said, perplexed. Eating well meant consuming fresh fruits, bread, or rice cakes they brought before they spoiled, not preparing such an elaborate meal. Obtaining water for cooking and using fire for cooking also required energy. Adventurers who spent that much energy on a single meal were rare. You don't eat like this, Yihan asked. Yes, because water and fire are all hard to come by, Gubin replied. I see. Yihan nodded and looked at his friends. The White Tiger Tower students protected their soup with their hands, a habit formed at Einregard. I won't give it back, Nglago said. I had no intention of taking it. I already cooked, so what can I do? Though without magic this would all be work, Yihan remarked. Looking at it, Yihan also thought that if he had done this without magic, it would have taken quite a lot of time and energy. Then from now on, we'll also have simple adventurer preserved food. Yihan began, Hey, there's no need to decide so hastily, Wardenaz and Nglago interrupted. That's true. Mr. Gubin here also said to eat well when we can, Raphael added. And Nglago and Raphael desperately tried to persuade Yihan. Honestly, this was tastier than the meals from the knight's quarters. Gubin's colleague Bijidek tilted his head. This soup is surprisingly delicious. Isn't it because the ingredients are good? Gubin asked. I watched while helping with the cooking, and there was nothing particularly special about the ingredients. Could it be the water? Water. What about the water? It's the water the mage summoned, isn't it? Oh, indeed, that could be it. As the two adventurers whispered, Nglago scraped his bowl and the pot with a ladle, only to be hit by Yihan. Eat in moderation. The two of them need to eat too, Yihan scolded. Ah, no. It would be a waste if there were leftovers, Nglago mumbled. When the time came, Yihan quietly got up. The two adventurers said they would take turns keeping watch, but Yihan refused. If he let them develop lazy habits, it could become troublesome later when there were no adventurers around. By the way, the guild really recommended diligent people. Their willingness to take the lead in everything left a strong impression on Yihan. He had heard that many adventurers had poor personalities, but it seemed the guild had recommended truly reliable talents. Eyes pierced through the darkness, Yihan cast. There was no need to be bored during the night watch. Yihan cast a dark vision spell and began reading a magic book. It was a level of madness that would make other White Tiger Tower students shudder. A true dark mage need not heed the whims of undead from other realms, for they should be able to move the dead with pure will alone. Here, the commands for skeletons. While other dark mages comfortably made contracts with undead in the undead realm and summoned them, Yihan used old-fashioned dark magic that directly assembled bones, as the Skull Principle had strongly recommended learning authentic ancient dark magic. However, it wasn't without advantages. If there were truly no advantages, Yihan wouldn't have done it despite the Skull Principle's insistence. I hope the skeleton warriors' attacks will be perfected within this vacation, Yihan thought. Currently, summoning skeleton warriors was possible, but their movements were quite limited, and there were many failures. If the skeleton warriors could reach the stage of attacking enemies on their own, it would be more convenient when facing Bolus. No enemies. Russell, Yihan raised his head. It seemed like there was a sound of something brushing against the bushes somewhere. Is it an animal? Pop. Before his thought could end, a light flashed and exploded from below. It was the intruder prevention magic he had set up just in case. Although it had no offensive power, it was enough to startle the intruder and give them time to respond. As a skilled Einregard student, Yihan moved without any waste. Thud, wake up, we're under attack, Yihan shouted, kicking his friends' backs. The White Tiger Tower students woke up in a fluster. Is it the principal? Nglago asked. It's not the principal, Yihan replied. That's a relief, Nglago sighed. It's not a relief. Everyone, grab your weapons first, Yihan ordered. The experienced Gubin and Bijidek were very tense. Although the students' skills were excellent in such a surprise attack in melee, composure was quite important apart from ability. Of all times, for an intruder to appear in a situation where they were on a mission with students, please let it be nothing serious. Gubin and Bijidek prayed. They hoped the intruder was a shepherd or traveler wandering nearby, or a lost adventure. Raise your shields and lower your heads, Yihan commanded. Protect Wardenaz, Dalju shouted. However, the students' movements exceeded the two adventurers' expectations. The moment the light burst, they immediately got up, grabbed their weapons and shields, and formed a formation with a level of skill that was not ordinary. As expected of those from knight families, the adventurers thought. It wasn't particularly because they were from knight families, but the two adventurers' misunderstanding deepened. Damn it, what are you doing here? A rough voice shouted from below. It was clear that their vision had been impacted by the light. If we're going to attack, we should attack now, Gubin pondered. If it were a party of hostile adventurers, they would have attacked the opponent first and then figured things out. However, the students here were all from knight families. There was a high possibility they wouldn't choose such a cowardly act. We are adventurers from Grandin City who have come to solve the mission in Burnt Hill. If you don't reveal your identity, we will attack, Gubin declared. We arrived at Burnt Hill 2 days ago. Get lost, the voice from below retorted. The White Tiger Tower students were puzzled by the sound coming from below. They were still unfamiliar with the customary rules of adventurers. Should we back down? Daljiu asked. No, although it's customary for the latecomers to withdraw, it's not always absolute, and doing this so forcefully without evidence is. Gubin began to explain. Understood. We will withdraw, Yihan announced. His friends and the adventurers were surprised by Yihan's declaration, but they didn't object. They respected Yihan's authority. Tusk, there's no need to accommodate such fellows, Nglago grumbled. Endure it. It's more shameful to engage in a brawl with such guys, Raphael said. As Nglago and Raphael expressed their regret, Yihan spoke again. We need assurance that you won't attack us while we're retreating. Show yourselves, don't talk nonsense. How do I know you won't attack? The voice retorted. One person from each side comes out to confirm. How about it? Yihan proposed. Fine, the voice agreed. Yihan turned to Raphael. I'm counting on you. All right, I understand. Wait a minute. Raphael's eyes narrowed as he remembered a past incident with Yihan in the undead realm. You couldn't be, Raphael began. Don't think anything strange and move quickly. If there's anything suspicious, report it immediately, Yihan instructed. The mercenary Boldahak walked out with a frown on his face. Seeing Raphael, the furrows between Boldahak's brows deepened further. What? He's just a youngster. Boldahak was averse to unnecessary bloodshed, but this seemed different. The youngster was well equipped, an uncommon sight among novice adventurers who usually lacked even proper weapons. This one appeared to be the opposite, likely adorned with family heirlooms or financed by family wealth. Party with such a guy in it probably isn't very impressive, Boldahak thought. His fingers twitched unconsciously. He was strongly tempted to signal his subordinates behind him to launch an attack. Flash forth, Yihan whispered. With a small chant, a sharp lightning bolt crackled from behind, striking Boldahak's back. Bzzzt, arg, Huck, caught completely off guard, Boldahak's limbs stiffened and his weapon fell. Even Raphael was startled by how unexpected it was. Wah, Wardenaz. Flash forth, Yihan chanted. More lightning bolts flew, and the mercenaries hiding in the nearby bushes screamed and tumbled. There's a mage, find the mage. Arg, the remaining mercenaries finally grasped the situation and looked around, but there was nothing to be seen. Light the torches, the target is. You idiot, mages can see through the darkness. Hurry and light them. I should stop using lightning magic, Yihan thought as he changed positions. From the beginning, he had agreed to withdraw and sent Raphael forward to buy time and assess the enemy's numbers. Once the assessment was done and he had caught them off guard, he immediately launched an attack. With precisely crackling lightning magic, he took down the threatening ones first. Despite being invisible, continued use of lightning could reveal his position and invite counterattacks. Of course, that didn't mean he couldn't use magic at all. Spring forth, Yihan cast. The water beads quickly divided and moved in different directions. It was an attack that was impossible to discern where it was coming from. Thud, the mage has already used a lot of magic. The mage can no longer use magic. A mercenary shouted before collapsing. As a water bead struck another mercenary's jaw, the remaining mercenaries were terrified. We surrender, mage, we surrender. Gubin finally came to his senses and shouted, put down your weapons and raise your hands. Anyone who moves even slightly will be attacked. By Jaidik, go and tie them up. We'll go too, the White Tiger Tower students said. The White Tiger Tower students and Bajaidik securely tied up the fallen and surrendered mercenaries. This guy, it's Boldahak, Bajaidik exclaimed in surprise. Who is he? Daljiu asked. He's a criminal with a bounty in the Empire, Bajaidik replied. Oh, how much is the bounty? Yihan asked, dispelling his invisibility and appearing from behind. Gubin asked curiously, how did you know he was Boldahak? I didn't know, Yihan answered. Pardon, if we were to fight, it's always advantageous to strike first, Yihan explained. The White Tiger Tower students nodded in agreement with Yihan's words. As expected of Wardenaz, Englago said. I told you, he never lets his guard down. We should learn from that, Raphael added. While the two adventurers were bewildered, wondering, isn't Einregard a magic academy? What in the world do they teach those from knight families? Yihan approached the fallen mercenaries. Boldahak, having regained his senses, flinched upon seeing Yihan. He realized who had caused the storm of magic just now. You, Sharakin. Yihan summoned Sharakin and had it watch over the mercenaries. They were tightly bound, but one never knew what someone might try to pull. However, Boldahak seemed to interpret Sharakin's appearance in a slightly different way. He averted his gaze, eyes filled with fear. Name, Boldahak, murder, attacking transport wagons, threats. Anyway, you're the one with an imperial bounty on your head, right? Boldahak nodded. Yihan spoke to Gubin with glee. That's right. Excuse me, but you seem happy. We just got some extra silver coins, didn't we? Gubin and Bajaidik were shocked by Yihan's way of thinking. Well, that's true, but don't worry. We'll distribute it as we initially agreed upon. That's not what I was worried about. It's strange that Boldahak came here. As an experienced adventurer, Gubin noticed the oddity. Yihan and the students had specifically chosen missions that were close to Grandin City and not too dangerous. Missions that weren't dangerous but required specialized skills like a mage's magic and were quite lucrative. These missions paid well, but they weren't the type where a mercenary with a bounty on his head like Boldahak would appear. Why would someone aiming for a big score show up here? Indeed, we need to interrogate him. I understand, but will he really spill the truth? Yihan asked, sounding concerned. He seems quite frightened right now. Your magic has greatly shocked him. If you interrogate him now, he might reveal the truth. While Einregard students could cast magic in their sleep, magic was still an unknown terror to the people of the Empire. Moreover, the way Yihan subdued the enemies was far from ordinary, even by mage standards, catching the enemy off guard, securing their rear with invisibility magic. scattering them in confusion with a barrage of lightning magic, exploiting the darkness, attacking from unpredictable angles those who tried to counterattack. It wouldn't be surprising if the enemy mercenaries' souls were half gone after being subjected to attacks that would stun them even individually. Right now, those mercenaries were trembling, not knowing from where this combat mage had come. Boldahak, reveal your reason for coming here. It's because of the treasure in the cave. Boldahak spoke through gritted teeth. As a seasoned mercenary, he knew well that lying was meaningless in front of a mage of that caliber. The moment he showed pointless defiance or pride, his skin would be torn, bones broken, and even his soul shredded. I see. Yihan nodded, pretending to listen. Then he whispered to Gubin, that fellow is quite meticulous. He even prepared a lie in case he was caught. Pardon. Gubin and Bijaidik, who had been wondering what the cave's treasure might be, were startled. That was a lie. Of course it was. There's no way a wanted man like him would answer obediently after a single question. Could it be that he's just frightened of you, Mr. Mage? Bijaidik spoke cautiously. Considering what had just transpired, and with an emerald-hued predatory summon growling beside them, it seemed even a mercenary with a bounty several times higher than Boldahak's would resign himself and speak the truth. Magic isn't that all-powerful. Please assist me, you two. How do you mean? Interrogate him with an adventurer's techniques. Ooh, the White Tiger Tower students looked at Gubin and Bijaidik with anticipation. Although they had trained as knights, this was their first time seeing adventurers conduct an interrogation. How would they go about it? Gubin and Bijaidik glanced at each other. A cold sweat broke out on their backs. We have to do our best. Understood, of course. Aararg, you son of a demon consorting father and monster fornicating mother. Aararg, Aararg, why don't you speak the truth already? You can't deceive the eyes of the mages here. Gubin and Bijaidik utilized all their veteran adventurer experience to interrogate Boldahak. Boldahak writhed in agony from the painful torture. I told you. Ask the other guys too. Shut up, hurry up and tell the truth. Crack, crack. Yihan and the White Tiger Tower students observed the interrogation with serious expressions. Englego whispered. So that's how they do it, inserting a rod between the legs and twisting. Seems quite painful, Raphael responded. I have to admit it's a good method. As our seniors said, there's much to learn from adventurers. When Boldahak passed out, Gubin and Bijaidik wiped the sweat from their foreheads and caught their breath. Yihan summoned cold water, put it in a pewter cup, and handed it to them. Take it easy. The subordinates were trembling pitifully, and 30 minutes later, the two adventurers spoke, looking extremely apologetic. We're sorry. With our skills, we can't, Mr. Mage. I apologize for daring to ask for magic, but is there no way for you to extract the truth from him? Unfortunately, I don't know such magic either. I did read his emotions, though. Is that so? Pardon, the two adventurers paused. If he could read emotions, couldn't he also discern whether it was the truth or a lie? Was he continuously lying? No, his emotions were close to the truth. Mr. Mage. I may not know much about magic, but doesn't that mean Boldahak was telling the truth? Yihan laughed as if asking what they were talking about and shook his head. One can control their emotions while lying, you know. Mr. Mage, Boldahak isn't at that level, absolutely. Even if the two adventurers didn't know much about magic, this much was certain. If Boldahak were a mercenary of that caliber, it wouldn't be bounty hunters coming after him, but the Emperor's royal knights. You bastards, may you be cursed forever. Boldahak shouted, tears streaming down his face, driven by resentment. He had spoken the truth to avoid the pain, yet he was still interrogated. He seemed genuinely aggrieved. I told you I'm sorry. Shut up a bit, will you? Boldahak immediately closed his mouth. Yihan had said it casually, but to Boldahak it sounded like, if you keep yapping, I'll rip out your tongue. So there's treasure inside that cave. The original mission was to subjugate the ghouls coming out of a cave near Burnt Hill. These ghouls were threatening innocent travelers, not only in the cave, but also on nearby roads. It was a troublesome mission for adventurers without knowledge or skills, as it required not only defeating the ghouls, but also identifying and dealing with the cause of their emergence. Which made it a good mission for Einregard students, including mages, to take on. However, Boldahak's story was slightly different. According to the testimony of some fellows who had entered and exited the cave, not to mention the Thieves' Guild, there was definitely an undiscovered ancient artifact inside the cave. What are you waiting for, Wardenaz? Let's go in. The White Tiger Tower friends were incredibly excited. Even the calm Daljiu's eyes shone. Few professions were as enthusiastic about ancient ruins, ancient dungeons, and ancient artifacts as mages. Lost magic or knowledge from the past was worth more than 1,000 gold pieces. However, Yihan was skeptical. Isn't this guy just stupid? Judging from the testimonies, this was the level. I got lost inside the cave, and there was this black light constantly emanating from one side. It must be the light of an artifact. It was a light that absolutely could not occur naturally. When I tried to approach, the ghouls suddenly turned ferocious and attacked, so it has to be an artifact. Yihan sighed and looked at his friends. This is why you guys keep falling into the principal's traps, swayed by such groundless rumors. Why you don't need to bring that up now. Principal, traps. The two adventurers were puzzled inwardly. Gyubin offered his opinion, gauging the situation. But Mr. Mage, among adventurers, that level of testimony is considered sufficiently valuable. Originally, even far more vague and absurd rumors would attract many seekers. If Gyubin heard a rumor of that level, he too would have gathered people out of curiosity to explore it. The mere fact that a mercenary of Buldahak's caliber had come this far with such preparations proved the value of that rumor. This doesn't seem like the Empire's outskirts, so I doubt there would be any useful artifacts remaining, but no, that's not true. Dungeons and artifacts often appear near cities, contrary to expectations. Due to various natural phenomena or the mana possessed by the dungeon or ruins themselves, they would frequently pop up while transforming the surrounding environment. In such cases, the adventurers who discovered them could make a fortune overnight. All right, we had to subjugate the ghouls anyway, so we're going in, and Glago shouted, brimming with excitement. No, the sun hasn't fully risen yet. It was dawn, but it was still too early to enter now. All right, even in this situation, and Glago was at a loss for words at Yihan's composed demeanor. This guy isn't even excited. There's something to do in the meantime. What is it, Wardenaz? Raphael listened attentively. Whatever else, Wardenaz never spoke nonsense when it came to magic. He must be about to say something necessary before confronting the ghouls. Since we're up, let's do some gathering missions too. Raphael, you're on snowgrass, and Glago, you're on geranium flowers. Dalju, you're on sleepy mugwort. I need to track the traces of Repella squirrels. As Yihan and his resigned friends left, Buldahak asked Gyubin, what's with those mages? Is that snowgrass? What do you even use your eyes for? Can you tell the difference between a skeleton and a ghoul? Is that how you gather flowers? Do the flowers look like monsters to you? Don't tell me you're plucking them like that to claim you defeated monsters when you return. Good work, everyone. By the time they finished gathering, the day had fully brightened. It was finally time to enter the cave. By the way, Mr. Mage, Bijaidik whispered so the mercenaries couldn't hear. What will you do with those fellows? If we leave them here, they might escape or attack us from behind. The best option was to take them to a nearby city, but everyone except Yihan was blinded by the treasure. We'll take them inside. Pardon, Bijaidik paused. Take them inside. He couldn't mean cooperating with them like when attacking alongside another party. They might escape or cause trouble inside. It won't be easy to control them. I've thought of that too. With those words, Yihan took out a bone fragment. Raphael had a hunch. Bones, bind my foe. Bones, bind my foe. Bones, bind my foe. Clank, 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 clank. Bone restraints were fastened around the mercenaries' ankles and wrists. It didn't end there. Bone hands were summoned, firmly grasping the mercenaries' necks. With a mere gesture from Yihan, they could immediately strangle them. Good, this should do. You're really unbelievable, Raphael spoke in a nauseated voice. A mighty dark mage, who could have stepped out of a fairy tale, stood before their eyes. Magic was a field of study that was better understood by those who were knowledgeable about it. Mages like Dalju and Englago, who had no interest in dark magic, were not well versed in it, but Raphael, who was learning dark magic alongside Yihan, could sense just how absurd what Yihan had done was. Even if it was a lower circle magic, summoning that many bone restraints, summoning bone hands, and controlling them all simultaneously was unbelievable. Bone magic was a type of elemental magic, and as Yihan excelled in elemental control, it was only natural for him to be proficient in it, but this was truly an impossible feat. Just how much mana and talent did one need to make this possible? Raphael, what are you doing? Aren't you coming in? Hey, what are you doing? You're telling me you don't have any thoughts after seeing this? Raphael asked Englago. Englago replied as if asking what he was talking about. Wardenaz has always been good at magic. This stupid bastard, seeing his friends who didn't know dark magic and couldn't recognize how amazing this was, Raphael beat his chest. Just how incredible was this? Mage, sir, how are we supposed to fight like this? One of the mercenaries spoke to Yihan, sobbing. It was an attempt to somehow break free from the restraints by appealing to his sympathy. Even in that state, you should be able to fight the ghouls just fine, right, if an unexpected situation arises. The cave is dark and the terrain is complex, so we don't know what might happen. Don't worry. The darkness won't be an issue since I'll cast light. As for the complex terrain, Shuriken will go in first and scout it out. There won't be any surprise attacks, so maintain your formation and fight well. The captured mercenary thought to himself. Mages were truly a detestable bunch to deal with. Then we'll head in now. Wait, I'll cast the Agile Step spell on you. Oh, the two adventurers who had only heard about the mage's enhancement magic were delighted to experience it firsthand. Yihan cast. The two adventurers shuddered at the power welling up deep within their bodies. This is enhancement magic. I can see why they tried to include an enhancement mage in the party no matter what. Now let's go in. Wait, I'll also cast a spatial perception spell on you. As the spell was cast, the two adventurers felt their sense of distance become very sharp and precise. This is enhancement magic. An enhancement mage, no matter what, All right, let's go in. Wait, I'll also cast the sharp hand spell on you. The two adventurers were slowly getting flustered. A mage's mana wasn't infinite, so was this really okay? It was great, but was it really alright to do this? Is this normal for someone from Einregard? Okay. I've cast everything, so let's go in now. Forward. Ian tightened his grip on the bone hand that was choking Buldahak's neck. Buldahak made a choking sound as he walked forward. Grrrrrrrr. Sherikan, having smelled the ghouls inside, let out a sharp cry. Stopped for a moment. Ian once again tightened his grip on the bone hand choking Buldahak's neck. Buldahak gritted his teeth and said, I can understand if you just tell me. Light appear. As a sphere of light with strong luminosity appeared at the entrance of the cave, the ghouls that had settled near the entrance began to crawl out, making terrible noises. They felt a strong aversion to the light and were trying to deal with the mage who had summoned it. Block them, the mercenaries were more desperate than ever. Normally, they would have loosely maintained their formation and moved freely to fight, but in the current situation where they were all forcibly bound together, they couldn't do that. They maintained a tight formation, shoulder to shoulder, and stabbed the ghouls to knock them down. Dalju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I didn't know mercenaries could fight with such coordination. It reminds me of the soldiers from noble families. Dalju, don't you see the bones attached to their necks, wrists, and ankles? Inside, Sherikan, keep scouting out the enemies. Ian pushed Buldahak and the mercenaries to the very front, and he followed behind them with his friends, maintaining their formation as they entered. The cave was wide enough for over a dozen people to pass through comfortably. Ian once again cast a sphere of light. The cave, which had become as bright as broad daylight, the ghouls, properly stimulated, charged out once more. The mercenaries shouted and desperately swung their weapons. A ghoul hit by a mace fell forward, and another ghoul slashed by a thick single-edged sword tumbled. Ihan levitated a water orb and launched it according to the signals sent by Sherikan. Ghouls that had been hiding behind walls or rocks angrily leaped out. Protect Wardenaz. As the cave was so wide and the ghouls were rushing in from all directions, some of them managed to break through the mercenaries' formation and reach the back. The White Tiger Tower students knocked down the ghouls with swords and shields. Raphael's performance was particularly active. Where do you think you're charging, you ghouls? Return to the land of the dead. How dare you, Raphael? You don't need to go that far. Wardenaz will be fine. Anglego was slightly taken aback by his friend's overly enthusiastic behavior. Even if he was worried about Wardenaz, wasn't this too much? It wasn't like Wardenaz would be defeated by one or two ghouls. What? No, what nonsense are you spouting? Choi, you explain it to him instead. Raphael lamented the sight of his foolish friends who didn't know dark magic. It's so frustrating to move together with those who don't know dark magic. In the meantime, the horde of ghouls that had rushed in were all defeated. The mercenaries lowered their weapons, panting heavily. Fighting while forcibly bound made them feel several times more exhausted than usual. Duh. As one of the mercenaries tried to turn his head, Ihan reflexively launched a water orb and tightened his grip on the bone hand. Guh. Ah, you crazy bastard, why are you falling over? The other mercenaries, who were also bound together, staggered and lost their temper as their comrade fell over. Ah, sorry about that. You shouldn't have turned your head then. Why did you do that? Rest. Okay, rest then. Perhaps something to drink too. You crazy bastard, can't you read the room? The mercenary next to him whispered in horror. They were caught while trying to ambush others with a bounty on their heads, and now he was asking for something to drink. If he didn't want to be dissected before reaching the city, he should just keep his mouth shut. There just had to be such a tactless guy. The kind of guy who immediately tries to take advantage when the other party shows a little leniency. It wouldn't matter if he died alone, but the problem was that he would drag others down with him. The mercenary lamented the fact that such a dimwit was part of their group. Water. Ihan summoned water and poured it over the mercenaries. The mercenaries let out screams of joy at the cold, life-giving water that washed away their sweat, blood, and heat. Do you want more to drink? Just a little more. Hey, you crazy bastard. The other mercenaries were horrified, but Ihan showed no particular reaction. He summoned another mass of water and poured it over the mercenaries. Buldahak inwardly cursed at the sight of the mercenaries immediately giving in. It was said that mercenaries were drawn to silver coins and fell for gold coins, but seeing it happen right in front of his eyes made his stomach churn. It was utterly infuriating. Let's move again. The group moved again just as they had done before. Sherikan would scout the path first, then Ihan would cast a sphere of light, and the mercenaries would deal with the rushing ghouls. Of course, things didn't always go smoothly. The path is blocked. We took the wrong fork. Let's go back. The cave was wide and the terrain inside was more complex than expected. If they took the wrong path, they had to go back the way they came. As they emerged from the path, Gubin said it would be best to leave a mark at the entrance so we don't go in again. Is that so? Light appear. Seeing Ihan cast a sphere of light at the entrance they had mistakenly entered, Gubin was taken aback. You can just use chalk to mark the wall, not magic. It could be erased, and doing it this way makes it easier to see from a distance, doesn't it? But your mana. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. It doesn't seem fine. Gubin and Bijaidik were in a dilemma. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem fine, but Yihan's other friends were acting as if it was truly all right. Was it because they didn't know magic? Even so, it seems like he's wasting too much mana. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Trap. Everyone stop. Is it a pressure-activated trap? That's right. The mercenaries murmured among themselves. Normally, encountering traps in caves or dungeons was a very dangerous sign. Ghouls who lacked intelligence and charged in recklessly could be dealt with without much trouble as long as they weren't unlucky, but traps hidden in the dark, dusty depths were difficult for even skilled adventurers to avoid. However, the situation was a bit different now. Some crazy mage was making the inside of the cave as bright as broad daylight. And above all, the presence of traps also meant a high possibility of treasures. After all, there wouldn't be traps in a place with nothing. Could this really be? SHH. Gubin, now's not the time to say that, Bijidek said, rolling up his sleeves. This was the moment for Bijidek's abilities to shine when traps appeared. Perhaps, yes, I learned the skills from a thief once. Bijidek spoke, glancing around slightly. When conquering ancient ruins or dungeons, having a trap disarming specialist like this was essential, but the people's perception of these specialists wasn't very positive. That's because these specialists were usually former thieves. Even if the specialist claimed, I've washed my hands of it, I don't steal anymore, or I was a righteous thief, from the perspective of the other party members, it was hard to trust whether that specialist would pick the lock of the ruins or the lock of their own backpack. So even those from thieves' guilds would often say they happened to learn the skills rather than admitting they were from a guild. Oh, I've also learned skills from a thief before. Yes. Bijidek couldn't believe his ears at Yihan's words. What did he just say? What did you say? I said I've learned skills from a thief before. Are you joking? How is that possible? Yihan asked back as if he found it absurd. Bijidek, you learned skills from a thief, so why is it impossible for me? Well, that's true, but right, then let's disarm it together. Bijidek walked alongside Yihan, feeling somewhat entranced. It seems to be a pressure-activated mechanism. Am I right? That's right. How did you? Shall we dig in from the side and disable the mechanism below, or should we just trigger the trap? It would be safer to disable it. I have the equipment, so I'll dig in from the side. Dig it out. As a pit instantly appeared, Bijidek quietly thought to himself, when I return to the city, I should save up some money and try learning magic. As Bijidek pondered, the trap revealed itself. Bijidek carefully inserted a lockpick into the mechanism buried in the ground. Click. With the sound of the device being disengaged, Bijidek slowly removed the pressure plate. We were lucky, Bijidek said. Lucky. It was skill. Yihan praised Bijidek's ability and took the pressure plate. Unique pattern letters were engraved on it. Why would a pressure plate have such a pattern? I have no idea what those ancient folks were thinking, Yihan said, dumbfounded by his White Tiger Tower friend's words. This is the ancient script of the Seherin Kingdom. It was a kingdom from a distant past, known for producing many golden artifacts during its time. As someone who had studied anything potentially profitable while in the Wardenaz family, reading it wasn't too difficult for Yihan. I don't understand why they engraved letters on a pressure plate. Seriously, those Seherin folks. What were the Seherin Kingdom people thinking? In a cave like this, Raphael and Englego quickly changed the subject. Yihan and Dalju tried their best not to look at their two friends with disdain. What does it say, Yihan? Those who touch the treasure will face death. Dalju was genuinely surprised. Then he whispered, with this, could there really be treasure? Sigh. Dalju. At Yihan's reaction, Dalju felt embarrassed. Sorry, I got too excited. If you were to do business, which location in Grandin City do you think would be good? Yihan quickly came to his senses and stood up. He couldn't let his imagination run wild with treasure he hadn't even obtained yet. Advance again. No gaps. Disgusting mage bastard. Boldahak racked his brain as he moved his feet. Normally, he would have found an opening to counterattack or escape, but the mage was thoroughly meticulous to a sickening degree. Not only were there bone restraints on his wrists and ankles, but a skeletal hand was attached to his neck, ready to strangle him at any moment. Do you desire power? Don't show any reaction. If they notice, you'll die immediately. I asked if you desire power. I do, at any cost. Yes, Boldahak unknowingly whispered. The voice coming from somewhere held a strong, irresistible temptation. Good, I shall grant you power. An opportunity will soon come to you, so seize it. Boldahak deeply thanked the unknown entity in the cave. If it were the usual cunning Boldahak, he might have been suspicious of such an offer. However, Boldahak's current situation left no room for suspicion. It was a situation where he had to swallow even poison if offered. What opportunity is coming? What opportunity? Boldahak endured persistently and waited, and that opportunity soon arrived. A massive lump of flesh ghoul, with a build completely different from the ghouls that had appeared so far, revealed itself. Shuriken barked sharply. It tried to sever the creature's ankles to restrict its speed, but the flesh lump ghoul reacted much faster. Thud, 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 thud. Before the mercenaries at the front could even scream, Yihan reacted first. It was the quickest reaction among those present. Excavate. First, a large pit appeared in front of the path where the flesh lump ghoul was charging. Unable to overcome its speed, the flesh lump ghoul's foot got caught in the pit, causing it to lose balance and fall. Heat distort the air. At the same time, Yihan cast spells without rest. Illusions resembling the mercenaries appeared in front of them, surprising them. Rise, warriors of bone. It wasn't perfect yet, but that didn't matter. As he threw bone fragments, skeleton warriors appeared. They were meant to divert the flesh lump ghoul's attention. Hand over the bow. Yihan snatched the short bow Englago was carrying. Then he cast consecutive enchantment spells. Become faster, become heavier, become sharper when facing a sturdy monster. And when there was no time to prepare, there was no need to elevate lightning or water magic to a higher level. As he had learned from Beishada, the hunter from it was sufficient to have firepower capable of penetrating the target. Of course, Beishada had never instructed Yihan to stack enchantment spells in such a manner and shoot. It was something Yihan figured out on his own. Yihan gave up on aiming-related enchantments and focused on power-related ones. He cast as many spells as possible on the bow and arrow. The distance is close anyway, with this much. And other low-circle spells were rapidly stacked using Yihan's high mana, transforming the bow and arrow into a brutal weapon that vibrated the surrounding air and exuded the power of mana. The flesh lump ghoul roared in anger and lifted its body. It momentarily hesitated at the sight of the illusions spread across the cave's wide space and the skeleton warriors, unsure which one to crush first. At that moment, an arrow flew in, shattering the air. Thwack. The arrow didn't just penetrate a vital point, it completely blew away the surrounding area. The flesh lump ghoul, with its head blown off, fell to its knees with a thud. Yihan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had timed it right. Got it. Wah what? Not only the mercenaries, but also the White Tiger Tower students were stunned. They hadn't expected such a large creature to be taken down in one shot. Englago, the owner of the short bow, repeatedly pointed at the bow and arrow, saying, "Why you? Did I use the bow well? I'm sorry for borrowing it in a hurry, but it was an unavoidable situation, you know. That's not it. How did you achieve such power with this?" Englago knew the limitations of his short bow well. It was a weapon meant for harassment, barely dealing damage to medium-sized monsters and above. Sigh. Englago. Yihan looked at Englago as if he were frustrated. Englago flinched, wondering if he had done something wrong. He felt like a student standing in front of a professor. It's enchantment magic. "You crazy bastard, I know that too." Englago momentarily lost control of his emotions and flared up. How dare he question his intelligence? "I'm asking how you achieve such power with just enchantment magic. I quickly cast multiple spells and stacked them. But how? Well." At Englago's question, Yihan was at a loss for words for the first time in a while. The answer was really just, "I did it." Cast one spell, maintain balance while casting the next spell so that the previous spell doesn't disperse. Cast the next spell in the same way. Cast spells as much as possible like that. Forget it. Seeing Yihan's expression, Englago bitterly retrieved his short bow. He felt that hearing the answer would only make him feel miserable. While the two were conversing, Buldahak was communicating with the voice in the cave. "You idiotic fool. Someone like you wants to receive my power. You're not even worthy of it. To miss an opportunity like earlier. Don't talk nonsense. You didn't even give me a proper opportunity. How dare you? How dare I? If that monster was sent by you, your ability is worse than a single arrow. Sending a monster that falls to an arrow, not even the mage's magic, and you talk about opportunity." Enraged, Buldahak growled. "If you're going to send something as an opportunity, at least give me a chance to escape. What opportunity are you talking about when it gets caught so stupidly in one go? You don't know your place. You're not even worthy of being used as material, yet when I showed mercy." At that moment, the voice in the cave was cut off. "Wait." Yihan raised his hand and stopped the group. "I just felt a flow of mana, didn't I? I didn't use any magic." "Neither did I. Did you sense it wrong, Yihan?" Dalji was puzzled. None of the mercenaries or adventurers could use magic. Moreover, the White Tiger Tower students hadn't sensed any flow of mana, so it was natural to think it might have been a mistake. However, Yihan remained unwavering. What he had learned at Einregard was to trust his own senses. Even when crossing a stone bridge, you should tap it first, check if the skull principal is nearby, turn around and take a different path. I definitely felt it, the artificial flow of mana that coursed through the cave. It was absolutely not a natural flow. "Who's there? Come out." The White Tiger Tower students immediately drew their weapons. The two adventurers also drew their weapons. As the air turned chilly, the mercenaries cried out in terror. It's not us, Mr. Mage. How could we? Didn't someone use a magic item? If we had something like that, we'd exchange it for gold coins, not carry it around." "Quiet. If you don't come out, I'll interrogate you one by one." Yihan looked around at the mercenaries. Then he called out the one with the most wicked nature first. "Crack, speak. What did you do?" Cough, cough, nothing. Yihan, who had been interrogating Buldahak without much thought, was surprised. Magic revealed that Buldahak's emotions were hiding something. What the hell? Was he really doing something? Yihan raised his guard. Even if they couldn't use magic, activating an artifact or spell scroll hidden in their pockets could create variables. There was nothing during the body search, but in life there's always the possibility of the unexpected. If you won't speak, die. Yihan increased the strength of the skeletal hand. Overwhelmed by that cold voice, Buldahak finally opened his mouth. Voice. See? Voice, a voice. What voice? A voice from inside the cave. Offered me a proposal. What a useless puppet, unable to fulfill its role properly. From deep within the cave, an eerie voice echoed, followed by an influx of overwhelmingly strong negative mana. The mercenaries felt their strength draining away and their will disappearing. Even the White Tiger Tower students, who had resistance as mages, were brought to their knees. Yihan paid no heed and immediately began preparing a spell in a low voice. Surge forth, Furkuntras. Instead of an instantly fired lightning bolt, condensed lightning discharged around him, creating sparks. Ak-kof ha ha ha, no, no. As the wave of mana ended, Buldahak screamed. His eyes rolled back and the color of his entire body changed. Yihan and Raphael, well-versed in dark magic, immediately recognized the phenomenon. Possession, the phenomenon of an evil entity without a body stealing a body. That conversation earlier was it. Yihan understood the situation. He had wondered why the flow of mana was felt, but it was clear that the evil entity in the cave had sensed Buldahak's existence and tempted him. Unlike the mages of Einregard who thoroughly learned about contracts, Buldahak, a mercenary, had no way of knowing how dangerous such temptation was. If their wavelengths matched and Buldahak even accepted, it would be entirely possible to steal his body like this. Buldahak's eyes turned an eerie color, and a deep, evil voice that couldn't be produced by a human flowed out. I am the king of ghouls, thunder, strike. Yihan unleashed the lightning with all his might, and he didn't stop there. Blaze up. 10 flames were created in the air and flew in fiercely. Buldahak's body, rapidly being destroyed by the lightning that no human body could withstand, burned once more and was completely incinerated. Is it over? This is not over, there is no way. A scream erupted from the depths of the abyss as if it would be cut off at any moment. The king of ghouls, who had thought all living beings would cower in fear at his descent, suffered a huge blow to both his pride and existence. Some fresh-faced young mage was brazenly preparing an attack, and what was most humiliating was the severity of the damage. With the possessed body destroyed, the main body was bound to take a hit as well, because of one stupid creature. I've lost a lot, I see. The king of ghouls gathered his strength, scorning the dead mercenary. If that greedy mercenary had done his job well, he could have possessed him at his leisure. Wasn't it because he tried to hastily possess him due to the mercenary's mistake that he took this much damage? At the spot where Buldahak had been, a dark power began to take shape, rippling. Strike down, Furkuntra's thunderbolt. You think the same attack will work twice, presumptuous mage. The king of ghouls scattered his form and dodged the lightning. Then he spoke in a voice filled with cold fury, a grating voice as if laced with noise. As the king of ghouls, I will graciously give you one last chance. Submit to me, kneel before me, and swear loyalty. As my vassal, then I shall spare your life. Don't be fooled, Wardenaz. Once the possessed body is destroyed, the creature will soon be summoned back to its own realm. Raphael shouted as he drew his sword. Unlike the swords of other knights, the swords of the Growl family were mixed with true silver and spirit stones. It was the wisdom of a family that had long fought the undead. Begone, undead. A bug dares to thrash about begging to be crushed. Raphael's sword strike dealt damage to the king of ghouls. As the blade touched, the sound of the form burning rang out, but the damage was far too meager. The king of ghouls struck Raphael without regard. Boom, with a roar, Raphael was sent flying. Unfold. Yihan transformed the shape of the water to catch Raphael, then drew his sword. A sword made of black purplestone, the morning star. As it was a sword that absorbed mana, it was suitable for dealing with beings from other realms that lacked substance. Lightning magic doesn't work. From the brief exchange just now, Yihan instinctively felt it. The enemy was reading the signs of magic. Moreover, it was a being that could avoid attacks by scattering its form at will. It would be difficult to land a direct hit with projectile or emission-type magic. In that case, whoosh, Yihan was propelled forward. Even the king of ghouls did not anticipate that speed. The morning star accurately sliced through its form. Damage went through, but the power felt from the enemy's form had clearly diminished. Yet an immensely powerful strength could still be felt. To think it was this strong even after the possessed body was destroyed and its mana absorbed by the morning star. It was unbelievable. Reminded of the strength of the king of frost giants he had encountered in the upper levels of Einregard, Yihan immediately revised his strategy. Daljiu, we're getting out, get ready. Don't you dare sacrifice yourself alone, Yihan. I have no intention to so move. Where do you think you can go? The king of ghouls' voice grew even colder and more frigid. The cave's temperature dropped to the point where breath could be seen, and ghouls began to rise from all directions. Even if the plan is delayed by decades, the bugs must be crushed today. Shut up, undead. How dare you act so arrogantly before the name of Wardenaz? Yehan, pondering his strategy, was dumbfounded upon seeing his friend's rebuke. These crazy bastards, who did they think they were provoking right now? Being summoned from other realms, especially evil ones, wanted to remain in this world for as long as possible, because the desires and suffering of mortals were a sweet nectar to evil beings. Of course, mortals did not leave the evil beings summoned from other realms alone either. As soon as word arrived, they would send forces to summon them back or at least succeed in sealing them if it proved difficult. The King of Ghouls was an evil being sealed in the distant past, long before the Empire. Originally, he should have been sealed forever with no chance of escape, but the long years and fickle fortune had destroyed the seal on the artifact and awakened the King of Ghouls. Having barely escaped the seal, the King of Ghouls gnashed his teeth at the enemies of the past who had captured him, but he knew well that it was a meaningless act. The lifespan of mortals was short, and his foes would have all turned to dust by now, so the King of Ghouls focused on recovery. The seal was broken, but his strength at his prime had all vanished, and he was in the pitiful state of relying on the artifact that had sealed him. If this artifact were to be destroyed, he would be summoned back to another realm as is. The King of Ghouls summoned ghouls with the few remaining feeble powers he had left and sent them out at night to drain the vitality of travelers, but it was far from satisfying. An immense amount of power was needed for him to manifest himself, and a few dozen travelers were woefully insufficient. Thinking there would be no end at this rate, the King of Ghouls changed his strategy. He would let a few creatures live to spread rumors. If rumors of treasure spread, wouldn't greedy adventurers come seeking it? If he could cajole such fools and steal their bodies, he could leave this cave without recovering his strength. But a mage stronger than expected had come. Wardenaz was it. That's right, you should fear that name. The White Tiger Tower student's shout made by Jidek, who had been sweating nervously, finally realized. The Wardenaz family, the Empire's greatest magic lineage. Why are you here? What are you saying, by Jidek? Get a hold of yourself. Gubin grabbed by Jidek's shoulders and shook him. As a veteran participating in the party, what meaning would there be if he couldn't step up when an unexpected situation occurred? He had to somehow find an opening in the enemy. Right, sorry, empty. Titles mean nothing to me. The King of Ghouls was prepared to wipe out all the intruders today, even if it meant consuming all the power he had gathered. Leaving them be, there was no telling what reinforcements they might call, and above all, the strength of the opposing mage was very tempting. If he could seize a body of that caliber, it would be a far better choice than that pathetic excuse of an adventurer earlier. Seize them. Melee. The most chaotic and fierce battle among all the fights today began to unfold. It seemed every single ghoul in the cave was rushing this way. Won't you compromise, King of Ghouls? If you let us go, we won't attack any further either. Yen shouted as he attacked indiscriminately, creating a path. The King of Ghouls let out a sneer-mixed reply, trying to deceive a king. With lies you think that will work, damn it. How did he know? Yen clicked his tongue inwardly. He had been prepared to put his family name and honor on the line if necessary, but the King of Ghouls had rejected any compromise. Split them with iron, my cloak. Tearing apart the charging ghouls with his cloak, Yen shouted again. I will warn you one last time, King of Ghouls. If you refuse to compromise, we have our ways too. Bluffing are we? The King of Ghouls paid no heed. The artifact housing his main body was located elsewhere, and he could read the opponent's magic before it was fired. As the battle continued, the King of Ghouls' power would also be consumed, but the other side would fall first. The limits of a mortal body were that absolute. Fine, Yen steeled his resolve. He didn't want to do this if he could help it, but seeing the enemy's strength now, the more he backed down, the more dangerous it became. Even if it was dangerous, he had to bluff. Blaze, what are you doing? The King of Ghouls was dumbfounded as Yen chanted the spell. After making such threats, to think he would use a low-circle flame spell at best. Moreover, it was a pure flame summoning without any additional form, speed, or other attributes. He had read and dodged even lightning attribute attacks, so there was no way he would be hit by such an attack. F-woo-woo-woosh. However, the flames Yen unleashed soared madly. The flames rose as if to pierce the high cave ceiling, and the King of Ghouls was finally startled by their range. What? It was a sight the King of Ghouls, who had defeated countless mages in ancient times, was seeing for the first time. When using a wide area flame spell, it was natural to use a high circle spell, and if one's level was insufficient and they used a low circle spell, they should use a narrow range, limited flame spell. But right before his eyes was a mage using a low circle spell to demonstrate a wide area effect. It was the epitome of inefficiency, but the effect was certainly impressive. Yen waved his staff, calling forth even more flames. Blaze, blaze, blaze. The flames, imbued with strong mana, overlapped and amplified each other, growing even more intense. At some point, Yen felt the flames in the cave were no longer under control. He had raised the scale of the flames to a level beyond his elemental control. What are you thinking? Can you run away like before in the midst of the flames? You will burn to death first. Can a mage control his own magic? You're more foolish than I thought. Though frantically anxious, Yihan spoke without blinking an eye. At that moment, the flames changed direction and struck Yihan. Damn it. Yihan circulated mana throughout his body and steeled himself. If it was revealed that these flames were uncontrollable, the situation would be complicated. At that instant, a warm power flowed through his body. It was the power flowing from the mark left by the phoenix. Yihan felt the phoenix's mark repelling and controlling the surrounding flames. I don't know how much time I have. Before the mark's power faded and ended, Yihan swung his staff. The surrounding flames surged like waves, sweeping away the nearby ghouls. See, you undead bastard. This is Wardenaz. It is the power of Mr. Mage. The students and adventurers, holding weapons dripping with ghoul blood and bodily fluids, let out a battle cry. They too had not thought these flames were uncontrollable. Sweep away the remaining ghouls as quickly as possible and create an escape route. While the king of ghouls hesitated, Yihan swung his staff once more, sending flames. The number of ghouls was greatly reduced. Separate from the king of ghouls considering Yihan a threat, Yihan had no intention of seriously defeating the king of ghouls. Turning the surroundings into a sea of flames to prevent escape, and then engaging in a life-or-death battle was something more suited to Professor Belatti than himself. Yihan just needed to escape somehow. If the opponent agreed to negotiate, that would be good, and if they didn't and hesitated, he had to take advantage of that. It's done, Yihan almost let out a cheer. While the king of ghouls was distracted by the flames, he had burned away all the ghouls gathered in the back. Now that an escape route had been created, they just needed to flee. Wardenaz, I understand. Raphael, I don't know what you understand, but right now shut up and I know why it's acting like that. With that much power, it makes no sense not to come out of the cave. And being that resistant to attacks even without a host, there's only one answer. That's an avatar. The artifact housing its main body is somewhere else. Yihan was about to reply, yes, you're so great, so let's go out and talk. Raphael, excited by his realization, shouted to Daljiu and Englago, let's go. It's the chance Wardenaz has risked his life to create for us. We must destroy the artifact. Raphael ran like a madman through the gaps in the flames, rushing deeper into the cave. Englago immediately followed after him. Daljiu looked back and forth between Yihan and Raphael, flustered like a donkey caught in a haystack. Yihan sighed. It's my fault for bringing along the White Tiger Tower bastards. Go, Sharakin. Help those guys, how dare. You should have let me out then, it would have been good for both of us. Flash forth. Yihan gritted his teeth and unleashed the spell. Perhaps it was his mood, but the lightning shot out far more violently than before. The king of ghouls lightly dispersed his body like before, dodging the lightning. However, the situation was different from before. Whoosh! The raging flames that had grown too intense for Yihan to control filled the vast cavern. Even for the king of ghouls, it was difficult to lightly ignore the fierce flames imbued with the mage's mana. If he got caught up in it and burned in his already exhausted state, the damage would be. The insects first, kill them first. The king of ghouls changed his mind, deciding to chase and kill those who had just escaped through the back instead of crushing Yihan. Flash forth, however, Yihan naturally did not let him do so. He frantically fired lightning along the trajectory. The king of ghouls was likely to move, advancing step by step. ZZZZ, 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 ZZZZ. Even the king of ghouls flinched at the fierce barrage of razor-sharp spells. Such a crazed bombardment was close to self-destruction. Wouldn't his mana be depleted in less than 10 seconds? The king of ghouls, with extensive experience fighting mages, was once again startled by Yihan's actions. However, Yihan neither ran out of mana nor collapsed. Rather, he made very good use of the time the king of ghouls had stopped. Whoosh! He had blocked the passage his friends had just escaped through and filled it with flames. Only then did the king of ghouls realize Yihan's intentions and become extremely enraged. How dare he? As I said, you should have negotiated when I offered. Now that the situation had come to this, Yihan no longer hid his true colors. He glared fiercely at his enemy and swung his staff. The pattern of the phoenix, which still had strength left, transmitted energy to Yihan's grip. The uncontrollable flames surrounding them tried to engulf Yihan but retreated, coming under control once more. Go! In the midst of such fierce flames, there was no need for shape transformation or manipulation. Yihan charged head-on. Huge waves of flames, several layers deep, began to surge and rush towards the king of ghouls. The master of all ghouls and the terror of mortals faced disrespect. The king of ghouls realized he could no longer stall for time. Their positions had completely reversed from before. Although it was regrettable to expend his strength, there was no other choice. Even death cannot repay this. Just as when he had tried to possess Buldahak's body and descend, a deep blue negative energy intensely condensed and shot out towards the waves of fierce flames. The flames that had been raging so violently began to die down, unable to withstand it. However, the king of ghouls still had not accurately judged his opponent. This was not an enemy that could be dealt with simply by binding his magic like other mages. Blaze forth. If the King of Ghouls had eyes, one would have seen them widen greatly. The flames that had been extinguished by the deep blue negative energy reignited, fueled by mana, leaving the King of Ghouls speechless. And only then did he realize it had been a mistake from the beginning to try to conserve strength and engage in a battle of attrition. That in itself had been his opponent's scheme. Whatever artifact he possessed, it was clear that his opponent had a means to recover mana. How impudent. The King of Ghouls' form became distinct and suddenly flew in like an arrow. As he penetrated the fierce flames engulfing the cave, the sound of burning came from his form. However, the King of Ghouls endured that damage and got close to Yihan. The mage wielded a sword and charged in. Yihan swung Morning Star with one hand. The King of Ghouls took Morning Star's attack head-on and got even closer. I'll do as you wish, quack. The King of Ghouls firmly grabbed Yihan's form, just as he had possessed Buldahak. Although most of his ability had vanished, among the powers the King of Ghouls still retained was this one, opening a realm gate filled with void and connecting the captured opponent's body to it. The empty void realm endlessly sucked in the mage's mana like a vacuum. A mage's greatest fear was running out of mana. Moreover, this connection did not end even when the mana was depleted. It continued until the mage's life force was converted into mana and exhausted. The King of Ghouls waited, expecting to see the captured mage collapse, bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. However, the situation that unfolded before his eyes was different from his expectations. Yihan spoke coldly and aimed his staff. At this distance, with the enemy grabbing him, there was no way to miss. Gather, condense, zizam, and explode. Hit accurately at close range. The King of Ghouls, who had already expended a great deal of strength using the realm connection ability, shattered into pieces with a silent scream. We have to find it, quickly, Dalju shouted urgently. If they had any leisure time when Yihan was risking his life to buy them time, that would be even stranger. Anglego and Raphael knew this too and thoroughly searched every corner of the cave. Shariken, the summon Yihan had sent, guided the way, sharply tearing through everything. Here, damn it, I saw wrong, you blind fool. Even a blind man would be better than you. When Anglego made a mistake, Dalju exploded in anger. Anglego was so startled that he couldn't even retort. He had never expected Dalju to react like this. Usually, no matter what mistake he made, his friend would say, "It's okay, it wasn't on purpose," but now, "I'm sorry." Instead of wasting time apologizing, shut up and search. Raphael, who was in front, was thoroughly intimidated by Dalju's momentum. If he made one more mistake, it seemed like Dalju would stab him with his sword. Grrrrrrr. Fortunately, Shariken opened the way. Sniffing the remnants of mana, Shariken tapped on the empty cave wall and signaled to the three. Here, it must be here. You think he's doing that for fun? Swing quickly. Dalju gripped his sword upside down and struck the wall like he was using a pickaxe, venting his anger. Sorry, got it. The White Tiger Tower students frantically swung their weapons. With enhancement magic active and being able to infuse some mana, their power was considerable. On top of that, Shariken joined in, tearing at the cave wall. Kang, kakakang, kakakakang. The sharp sounds repeated, and gradually the cave wall seemed to be getting thinner. Huff, huff, huff. Anglego experienced the sensation of sweat pouring from his entire body and his breath catching in his throat. It was only natural after running at full speed and swinging his weapon without rest. Don't stop, Dalju roared. Why yes, Anglego managed to squeeze out a response. Nevertheless, his hand slowing down was inevitable. I'd rather you collapse from swinging. Don't stop, huff, huff, huff. Dalju pushed his friends like a madman. How much time passed? Around the time when cracks appeared on the weapons and the White Tiger Tower students' palms were covered in blood. Finally, the sound of cracking was heard. Crack, crack, done, we did it. Get in and break the artifact quickly. At Dalju's shout, the White Tiger Tower students kicked the shattered wall. Inside, an empty tomb appeared. There were no other artifacts, but if there was one difference, it was the crystal skull emitting an ominous mana on the tomb. Anyone could see it was an artifact likely inhabited by an evil being from another realm. Raphael drew his sword. Break it. Kang, however, the sword bounced off without leaving a single scratch. Raphael was horrified by the evil negative energy climbing up his hand. As vitality vanished from his hand and strength left him, the sword naturally fell. Dalju swung his weapon with a battle cry. If you can't do it, get out of the way. Sorry. Anglego thought for a moment that Dalju was going to kill Raphael, given how ferocious his momentum was. Quang, even though the sword was swung, the crystal skull stubbornly endured. Dalju took out bandages and tightly wrapped his hands. Then he spoke. Wrap it, quickly. Why yes, swing, take turns. The three White Tiger Tower students began swinging their weapons in turns. The weapons cracked and vitality vanished from their hands, but they did not give up. Think of Yihan. Yes, he must be risking his life against that bastard right now. Why yes, I said swing faster. Yes, and then Yihan appeared from behind. Yihan spoke with a very tired and exhausted face. Guys, since I've destroyed the avatar, you can break it slowly. The three White Tiger Tower students, who were about to raise their swords and swing, froze in place. What? Yihan did not know exactly what kind of attack the King of Ghouls had used. Perhaps he had tried to consume mana using some means. However, that attack had barely dealt any damage. Rather, what had damaged Yihan was his own magic, which the creator himself insisted was a magic missile. Even though he had cast it with maximum control, the aftereffects of the mana explosion had still struck Yihan's entire body. A mage taking damage from his own magic like this. If the Skull Principal had seen it, he would have cackled. Since the main body was gone, relying on artifacts, and the avatar had been shattered, no matter how powerful the being, it would not be able to do anything for a while, so he could rest assured for now, but Yihan could not do that. Let's never use fire magic again. The flames Yihan had crazily unleashed were spreading in all directions. Moreover, the pattern of the phoenix seemed to have lost its power as time ran out and returned to its original form. In the end, there was only one thing Yihan could do: crazily and diligently extinguish the fire again. Yihan summoned lumps of water and poured them over the flames. The flames that had combined and emitted a terrible heat seemed unable to withstand the persistent attack and finally slowly died down. Having barely finished extinguishing the fire, Yihan moved in the direction his friends had gone. His friends seemed to have successfully found the artifact the King of Ghouls had inhabited and were swinging their weapons. Guys, since I've destroyed the avatar, you can break it slowly. While his friends were shocked, Yihan compressed a water orb tightly and added spin to it. Since he had time, he could prepare a sufficiently destructive magic. It's a shame to break such an artifact, but if he took it lightly, thinking it was a waste, and a problem arose after taking it out, it would be a huge headache. Wasn't it common to defeat all the enemies and then take the evil artifact, only for things to go wrong? Yihan was not foolish enough to leave behind potential trouble. Everyone stepped back. Okay, crack. The crystal skull shattered with a single blow. The evil being inhabiting it screamed and was reverse summoned to another realm. Raphael was deeply impressed by Yihan's decision to destroy the evil artifact without a second thought. Warden as, excellent, wait, you, what happened to your hand? Yihan looked at Raphael in horror. The tightly wrapped bandages were covered in blood and the exposed flesh had turned black and died. Dalju answered on his behalf from the side. It's like a medal. A medal? Yeah, Yihan. While you were fighting that bastard, it's a medal showing that we did our best. At Dalju's words, the other two friends nodded. Of course, Dalju's anger from before had left a slight scar on their hearts, but bringing it up now seemed too petty. No, Dalju, stop talking nonsense. I asked what happened to your hand. That artifact. Yihan nodded his head in understanding after hearing the explanation. The repulsive force of the negative mana absorbed the vitality from the hand. Why did you swing it so recklessly? We couldn't help it. We were so focused on the thought that we had to break it, Dalju said. The other two friends nodded their heads, unable to do anything else. There was much to say, but now was not the mood for it. Still, it's fortunate that it's not a major injury. Let's just treat what can be treated. Yihan cast the magic on Englego's hand. Then he hesitated. Oops, come to think of it, it wouldn't be good for Yihan to use it arbitrarily when there was no trustworthy professor around. If the healing magic failed, it could result in a more miserable state than if it had not been attempted at all. Not knowing Yihan's inner thoughts, Englego thanked him as the torn wound healed. Yihan slightly averted his gaze. Raphael, do you really need to use healing magic? Although Raphael didn't say it out loud due to his pride, he made the same expression as Gaynando when he lost in a card game. A look of sudden resentment and sorrow. Yihan inwardly sighed. Don't regret it. When the magic ended, Raphael tilted his head as he looked at his cleanly healed hand. What was there to not regret? Dalju, I'm fine, Yihan. Stop using magic, it must be tiring for you. No, it's not about the magic. Yihan whispered softly so only Dalju could hear. It's incomplete. What did you say? I said the magic is incomplete. I was also distracted and realized it belatedly. Dalju looked at Yihan with a shocked expression, then glanced at his friend's hands. If they had been unlucky, wouldn't the skin on their hands have stuck to the bandages? So just endure it for a bit and treat it with a potion. No, our friends did it, so I alone. Those guys were lucky and healed, so it doesn't matter. Just treat it safely with a potion. What are you two talking about? Raphael asked, puzzled. He wondered if there was some remaining evil in this cave. What is it, Smack? Who said you could run out on your own? Gubin, who had been waiting where the flames had swept through, sighed in relief when Yihan returned with his friends. It seemed to have ended well. You've worked hard. It's truly fortunate. We all worked hard together, didn't we? At Yihan's words, Gubin and Baijida couldn't help but be moved. What adventurer's heart wouldn't race after receiving respect from a mage who had shown such incredible magic? The mercenaries must have felt that excitement too, as they came over to express their gratitude. I really thought I was going to die. The attacks of the lump of flesh ghouls and the ghoul army, the descent of the king of ghouls, the raging flames that seemed to burn everything inside the cave. If it had been any other mission, even one of those would have been life-threatening, but they had experienced them all at once. It couldn't help but feel like a miracle to have made it out alive. Gyubin and Baijidik were newly surprised by the heartfelt loyalty of the mercenaries they had only met recently. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't understand. Even Gyubin and Baijidik felt a sense of loyalty towards that young mage. But to think that even those greedy mercenaries, who were practically criminals, would be moved, perhaps this was true magic. At Yihan's words, a nearby mercenary quickly held out his hand. He was ready to carry out any errand without complaint. Clank! The mercenary blinked as bone restraints were locked onto his wrists like handcuffs. Yihan summoned more and locked them around his ankles, and summoned a bony hand around his neck. During the battle earlier, he had unsummoned them all due to the situation, but now that it was over, it was time to put them back on. There. Next, no, mage, quiet. Next, Yihan tightly bound the mercenaries and formed a formation like when they had come. Gyubin cautiously asked, "Did the mercenaries do something unpleasant? Pardon, if not, why are you suddenly?" We need to take them and collect the bounty." Gyubin was at a loss for words. Aside from someone like Buldahak, the rest of the mercenaries here were essentially petty criminals. They would probably only receive a few coins, yet he was going to such lengths to capture them thoroughly just to collect that. What in the world? Is he really an adventurer? Have I been too lax and careless in my work until now? Gyubin suddenly felt remorseful at the madness-driven thoroughness shown by an adventurer on his first mission. Outside. Although they were tied up and dragged out, the mercenaries rejoiced and took deep breaths of the outside air. No matter how much light there was, the damp and eerie air inside the cave had made them weary. Yihan also stretched and said to Gyubin, "Could you please watch over these mercenaries for a moment?" "Pardon, that's not difficult, but is something." Gyubin was worried about Yihan. No matter how great a mage he was, there was no way he could be unscathed after such an intense battle. His outer robe was already in a mess, making him even more concerned. Could it be that he was heading to a secluded place without people due to the side effects of evil magic? I'm going to capture some repella squirrels. I see. Yihan took Sharakin and headed towards the forest. Gyubin blankly watched his retreating figure, and Baijidik spoke with a startled voice. "Wait, I told you. That mage is from the Wardenaz family, that famous mage family. What did you? No, wait, what did you say?" He had missed it earlier due to the chaos, but what Baijidik had just said was more surprising than the king of ghouls appearing inside the cave. Who was from where? Blanche, the elf receptionist at the Adventurers Guild in Grandin City, was first surprised by the sight of the mercenaries walking in line with sorrowful expressions, and she was secondly surprised by the sight of the Einregard students reporting with very tired faces. What did you say?" "There was an evil being from another realm in the cave at Burnt Hill. It called itself the King of Ghouls, and seemed to be a being that had been sealed quite some time ago." Blanche quickly wrote it down and immediately opened a drawer to take out an urgent contact paper bird. The paper birds that flew out through the guild window quickly soared away. They carried the contents that would make the Imperial officials working in Grandin City rush over in a hurry. "I'm truly sorry. A subjugation team will be formed and head there right away." Blanche spoke with sincerity. They had failed to identify such a dangerous being and sent Einregard students on their first mission there. Even if it wasn't intentional, they couldn't be free from responsibility. If an accident had occurred, how much would Einregard have protested? It was a great relief that they had escaped safely like this. It might be fortunate that they were Einregard students. The clever Einregard students had sensed the presence of that evil being and escaped. Otherwise, they might have been annihilated along with their clumsy mistakes. "You mean the subjugation team?" "Yes. An evil being that has crossed over from another realm can never be left alone, no matter how weak it may seem." About that, we exterminated it ourselves." "Pardon, for now we exterminated it ourselves. We had no choice due to the urgent situation." "What do you?" Bang! Dahil, the eldest son of the Dargard family whom Yihan had seen before, burst through the door. Then, trying his best to suppress his excitement and worry, he spoke. "I am Dahil, a special administrative officer from the Dargard family. I rushed here after hearing the news that a being from another realm had been discovered. Could you explain it accurately once more?" "Wait, what are you doing here?" Dahil was startled to see Yihan. The friend of his younger brother, who was from the Wardenaz family, was sitting with adventurers. "I discovered it." "Is that so?" "It's a misfortune turned into a blessing that an expert discovered it." Dahil sat in front of Yihan. Then he calmly took out a quill. "What did the opponent call itself?" "It called itself the King of Ghouls." "The King of Ghouls. About 3 beings with that title come to mind, but I haven't heard any information that all 3 of them are currently active." "That's possible. The one I encountered seemed to be a very ancient being. It wouldn't be strange if the Empire had no information on it." Indeed, as Dahil conversed with Yihan, he regained his composure. Unlike other adventurers who ramble on, his younger sibling's friend from the Wardenaz family was truly a comfortable counterpart to converse with. An adventurer who explains the situation in detail, following the 5W1H principle without omitting anything. It's certain that Asan has made a really good friend in Einregard. Dahil resolved that once he returned to the mansion, he would grab Asan and advise him to take his friend as a role model. Asan would surely appreciate such meaningful advice. Are you saying there was an attempt at possession? Oh dear, yes, and he kept summoning ghouls consistently. We must assemble a punitive force as soon as possible. Excuse me, Mr. Special Administrator. Clerk Blanche tried to interject. It seemed to her that Special Administrator Dayhull was missing something important. Could you please wait a moment? We're in a hurry right now, so I'll gather the information as quickly as possible and then give you a chance to speak. I'm sorry, no it's, so what abilities did the self-proclaimed King of Ghouls exhibit, dispersing its form, emitting dark energy, and possibly connecting to another realm, though I'm not certain about the last part. That's sufficient. We'll send a specialized expert right away. Bang, they've already dealt with it. Unable to hold back, Blanche kicked her chair away and shouted. Dayhull, taken aback, asked, what are you talking about? They've dealt with it, I tell you, they've taken care of it. What on earth? We did handle it. Yihan pulled out a shattered crystal skull. The chilling aura emanating from it made Blanche and Dayhull instinctively realize that some entity had been inhabiting this crystal skull. It was a being sealed in ancient times, but it seems to have escaped through a crack in the seal. So, you've really taken care of it? Yes. Dayhull was at a loss for words. The tip of the quill that had been writing eloquently stopped. Bang! The guild door opened forcefully again, and a knight belonging to the Grandin City Knights entered. Sir Dayhull, I have summoned the available knights upon hearing the news. I have also contacted the temples, so the priests will join us. We will depart immediately, so I will receive the information on the way. Ah no, it has been exterminated. Pardon, it has been exterminated. The knight saw Special Administrative Officer Dayhull losing confidence and hesitating for the first time. It was a truly shocking sight, and the shocking sights didn't end there. Wait, you guys. The knight noticed familiar faces among the adventurers sitting in front of Dayhull. They were young students from other knight families. Why are you wearing something like that around your necks? They had signs hanging around their necks that read, I will never disobey orders again. The young students from knight families lowered their heads with embarrassed expressions. Why? That's not what's important right now. An extermination, how did this happen? Bang, the lower part of the adventurers' guild door, which had been kicked too many times today, broke. The priests who had hurriedly entered apologized in surprise. We're sorry, we were in such a rush to enter. Everything is ready, so we can depart immediately. The extermination, wait. Let's all calm down and share information with each other. Dayhull spoke coldly. It seemed like he needed to sort out this situation. So while Mr. Wardenaz was holding down the King of Ghouls, the other students here broke the artifact he was possessing. Although it was hard to believe, the people gathered at the scene managed to piece together what had happened. Dalju said, actually, before we broke it, Yihan had already killed the King of Ghouls and returned. Did you say he killed it and returned? As the quill danced madly on the paper, Yihan stepped on Dalju's foot once and said, it was an avatar. An avatar. I didn't kill it, just temporarily incapacitated it. Englago asked as if he didn't understand. Isn't that the same as killing it? Yihan was about to hit Englago with his staff but stopped. How much did he sleep during the lectures at Einregard to say such a thing? A knight from the Grandin City Knights asked with a slightly embarrassed expression. Isn't that the same as killing it? No, it's not, the priest next to him whispered and explained on his behalf. In a situation where the main body is in an artifact and an avatar is sent out, it's not usually called killing it. Aha, but isn't that the same thing? Mages are usually a bit sensitive about terminology. Please be considerate. Yihan felt a headache coming on that he hadn't felt even after exterminating the King of Ghouls. It was like there was a wall between them in the conversation. Common sense being used in such a way. So after Mr. Wardenaz repelled the avatar of the ghoul, the students here destroyed the artifact. Actually, it was Wardenaz who destroyed the artifact too. Blanche, the guild clerk who was listening next to them, asked absent-mindedly, then what did you do? I'm sorry, no, I wasn't blaming you. There's no way I would blame mere first-year students. Yihan rubbed his brow with a tired expression and said, if my friends hadn't found the artifact and broken all the obstacles, I wouldn't have been able to destroy it. That's right, we did that. Englago seemed to have regained some confidence. The knight from the order asked Englago in a way only he could hear, but why are you wearing such a sign? We, ran on our own. When fighting the King of Ghouls, when that friend from the Wardenaz family was fighting, yes. The knight looked at Englago with the most contemptuous gaze as if looking at the filthiest thing in the world. They abandoned their friend who was fighting and ran on their own. No, there's a reason. Don't talk to me. You reek of something foul. I'm telling you there's a reason. Dayhull finished organizing and said, you've really worked hard. Instead of sending an extermination team, we'll send someone first to check the situation in the cave. For now, it seems you should get some rest. Dayhull signaled to the people gathered. It meant not to bother the already exhausted first-year students any further, send them off and handle the work with the remaining people. Let's do that. That seems to be the right thing. At the scene, Yihan suddenly remembered something and spoke to the clerk. I have something to tell you, if there's anything. Ian carefully put down his backpack and took out what was inside with delicate hand movements. Blanche and the others tensed up, wondering if it might be another fragment of an evil being. These are geranium flowers, snowgrass, and sleepy mugwort. I collected them while keeping the roots and leaves intact, so please check them. And these are repella squirrels. Ah, yes, Blanche recorded it on the document while feeling confused inside. What in the world? After Ihan and his friends left to rest, the remaining people organized a team and made plans to check the situation in the cave. No, above all, it's a matter involving Einregard students, and they even directly resolved it, so there's no way they would dislike it. The mages of Einregard are not such people. Dahil calmly spouted words that would make the professors of Einregard grab him by the collar if they heard. Meanwhile, Blanche organized the testimonies of the other adventurers and mercenaries. In fact, compared to Yehan's cold and specific testimony, their testimonies were quite messy. Especially the testimonies of the mercenaries who had attacked first and were caught were even more so. So Boldahak threatened to kill you if you didn't follow him. Yes, sob sob. All these people were threatened by a single person. Sob, to that extent, Boldahak. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call an interrogator, not me, to interrogate you. So, sorry. Blanche, who had organized the mercenaries' testimonies, looked at Gubin and Bijaidik with slightly expectant eyes. Why would the guild recommend the two of them? It was because they were seasoned veterans. Of course, they would give a calm and collected report. He tied up the mercenaries with bone handcuffs and took them inside. And summoned bone hands too. When the evil spirit appeared, he fired lightning magic in succession, but when it dodged, he immediately switched to flames. With a single staff, that wide cave was completely ablaze. The evil spirit tried to suppress the flames in a frenzy, but he swung the staff again and, wait. Blanche realized something was strange and restrained the adventurers. No matter how I think about it, isn't the amount of magic casting too much? How many potions did he use in the middle? I don't think he used any. What do you mean? No matter how I think about it, it's too wasteful. If he didn't use potions, it's even more so. That wasn't the mage always like this. He even lit a fire for us during camping and summoned water. When we entered the cave, he even provided light. He did what? Blanche dropped the quill in disbelief. What kind of odd jobs were these adventurers making the mage do? Ian woke up from his bed with a groan, still feeling sore despite resting the entire weekend. Considering the intense struggle he had with the King of Ghouls, it was fortunate that he only felt this much pain. As he thought about his friends from the White Tiger Tower, Ian hoped, except for Daljiu, I wish the rest of them suffer more from muscle pain. They had used several enhancement spells, so they must be lying in bed groaning by now. Wouldn't it be better for you to rest more? Sir Arlong asked, rushing over as soon as he heard that Ihan was awake. He couldn't help but worry after learning that Ihan had fought against an evil being in the cave. It's fine, Sir Knight. I don't have any issues moving around, Ihan reassured him. Still, more importantly, how did the cave matter turn out? Yes, it's a magic-related matter, isn't it? Moreover, students were involved too. Of course they had to participate. Ihan tilted his head. I don't think the professors would think that way, though. Truly fortunate, Sir Arlong said in a worried voice. From what I heard, the opponent was not an easy foe. It's a great blessing that you were able to win without getting injured like this. I was lucky. The other friends helped out too. Ihan mentioned his White Tiger Tower friends out of courtesy. The Adventurers Guild sent gifts as an apology and to express their gratitude. Pardon, of course they would recognize it. Sir Arlong didn't understand why Ihan said that. Ihan regretted it. Damn it, I should have exaggerated my contribution more. Now that he thought about it, the Adventurers Guild was also a place where people lived. Wouldn't they give something extra if a job was done much more splendidly than the given request? If he had known, he should have downplayed his White Tiger Tower friends a bit more. I should go and check. Do you have any appointments today? It's the day to go to the Macon family's alchemy workshop. Not only do you cherish your friendship, but you also don't neglect your studies. I'm just delighted. Yes, that's right, me. Ihan felt a bit embarrassed. He was going because they were giving a lot of silver coins. It's heavy. Ihan was satisfied after checking the silver coins he received for completing the request before going out. It was a prejudice that adventurers had to live an extravagant life, earning big and spending big. Soon, a new era of adventurers who earn big and consume efficiently would come. I'll have to take the White Tiger Tower guys out again once they recover. After stacking the silver coins neatly and putting them in the safe, Ihan reached out to another box. The small box made of antique brown wood evoked anticipation just by looking at it. It was a gift from the Adventurers Guild. Gold coins, gold statues, gold plaques, anything made of gold would be pleasing. Click, inside the box was a ring and a simple manual. To Ihan Wardenaz, who perfectly completed missions from the valuable to the trivial for the sake of his own honor, we present this ring with our sincere gratitude. Oh, Ihan put on the ring. Then he cast the magic as written in the manual. Ring, summon the lightning. One of the 3 gems embedded in the ring lost its color. The manual said it could be used 3 times a day, and it seemed one of those times had been consumed. A streak of lightning flew out the window. It was a very useful artifact that could conveniently shoot lightning without any mana consumption, but it's a magic I already know. Yihan was disappointed that it was not much different from what he had done. Rather, it was more inconvenient because the inscribed magic couldn't be finely controlled. What kind of? No. Yihan, who was about to complain, changed his mind. Come to think of it, lightning-type magic was quite difficult to handle even among elemental magic, and it was inscribed on a ring. This ring would be quite valuable. I should sell it. Other students might have said, "Why are you selling such a useful artifact?" But Yihan was different. There was no need when he already knew how to use the magic and had plenty of mana. Ah, right. Yihan rummaged through the luggage he brought from the academy. Something suddenly came to mind. Where was it? Here it is. From the dusty luggage, a helmet appeared. It was the sentient artifact, the Helmet of Wisdom, that he had discovered in Einregard's underground dungeon. You finally called for me. The Helmet of Wisdom seemed somehow very angry. Could it be that you're angry? How could that be? I am the Helmet of Wisdom. My only purpose is to provide wise answers to the seeker, not such personal, it seems angry. Yihan thought to himself. It was rare for someone who spoke in such a long-winded manner to not be angry. Of course, the Helmet of Wisdom was an artifact, but there was no rule saying it couldn't hold a grudge. Helmet of Wisdom. An artifact like you, with self-awareness and the ability to answer questions once a month, must be very rare, right? You could say that. The Helmet of Wisdom answered with delight. It thought that this young student had finally realized its value. The purpose of the Helmet of Wisdom was to explore and accumulate all the knowledge in the world. For that purpose, it didn't matter how much danger its owner faced. In order to pursue its purpose, the helmet's owner should keep asking questions while relying on the helmet, but this impudent student had thrown it into a pile of luggage and only picked it up after a long time. Still, it seemed he had realized its value now, so it could forgive him. Wait, why aren't you asking a question? Since you can ask once a month, it would be best to ask as many as possible, right? No, it's troublesome when selling. Wah. Yihan carefully packaged the helmet and put it in a wooden box. He was overjoyed at the thought of exchanging it for silver coins along with the ring. Yaner sighed as she saw Yihan walking from afar. She felt helpless that she couldn't stop her friend from walking into the Valley of Darkness. I really told you, right? You can't blame me later, okay? Yaner said worriedly several times. Yonan Makin's alchemy workshop, located in the Western Guild district of Grandin City. It was a notorious hell of an alchemy workshop that every alchemist who knew someone knew about, a place where not a single mistake or a single second of waste was allowed. Yaner had avoided going to this workshop since she was young, after being scared and crying while holding on to her sister's clothes when she went to play. Yihan, I like silver coins too, but life may not be all about silver coins, you know. Yaner never imagined such absurd and embarrassing words would come out of her mouth. Silver coins aren't everything. I know that too, but it's convenient to have silver coins, isn't it? That's true. Yaner and Yihan's personalities were too similar to deny what he said. While Yaner absent-mindedly agreed, Yihan opened the door of the workshop and went inside. Why? Splat. As soon as he entered, what Yihan saw was an alchemist pouring a potion on another alchemist's face. You made trash. Get out. I don't need someone like you. Wah, what do you know where I've worked to say such things? At the Green Pine Guild and Class and Workshop. I don't care where you've worked. I only look at your current skills. And you wasted more of my time with useless words. Before the words were finished, a golem appeared. The golem grabbed the alchemist's arms and threw him out the door of the workshop. The alchemist who gave the order didn't even say, "Get back to work." The alchemists in the workshop were focused on their own work without even glancing at them. Is this Einregard? That's why I told you, Yaner said in a weakened voice. She was worried about losing a friend after the break ended. Yonan greeted the two, fixing her amethyst glasses with her gloved hand. Nice to see you. I was waiting, but you came earlier than the promised time. Thinking about working in this renowned workshop in the city made my heart race and I couldn't wait. Yaner looked at Yihan with a gloomy expression. She knew her friend was good at flattery, but this was really. Yonan's eyes softened behind her amethyst glasses at the appropriate flattery, to already have this mindset while still being a junior. There's a reason for the rumors. I heard you overwhelmingly won against a mage from Baldergard. There's some misunderstanding about that rumor. You subdued a basilisk at the Imperial Prince's residence. That's true, but there's also, I heard you went and exterminated an evil being from another realm a few days ago. Is there something like a professor's bulletin board in the city too? Yihan shuddered at the fearsome social circles of Grandin City that shared information as quickly as the professors at Einregard. Of course, it wasn't bad for his reputation to spread. However, a reputation that didn't match his level would only be poison. What if they misunderstood him as someone who has a hobby of reverse summoning evil beings from other realms or catching basilisks? Yihan had already had such an experience once at Einregard. He didn't want it a second time. I don't think he exterminated a being from another realm. It must have spread incorrectly. Yaner took Yihan's side, looking puzzled. Yihan said bitterly, actually, I did. When with those guys from the White Tiger Tower after registering as adventurers, those guys attacked unnecessarily. Yaner gave up on defending her friend. At this point, it seemed like it wasn't Yihan's misfortune but his own doing. You don't have to worry too much. The tasks you'll do in the workshop aren't such dangerous things. Really? Yaner asked in a worried voice. She already felt like she was 30 minutes away from losing a friend. Of course, think about it, Yaner. The alchemists working in this workshop have at least 10 years or more of experience and are outstanding alchemists. No matter how talented, they can't immediately put a first-year student to work. Is that so? Yaner was slightly convinced by her sister's persuasion. Indeed, no matter how talented Yihan was, he hadn't learned all the complex secrets of alchemy yet. Yihan, who was listening next to them, whispered to Yaner. Yaner. I don't really want to say this, but you can fully exploit someone even if their level doesn't match. Just like Professor Bevel Verdu's, even if Yihan's magic level wasn't satisfactory yet, he had one outstanding advantage, an immeasurable amount of mana. So, right, Yaner, could you deliver this letter to Mrs. Want? Mrs. Want will be really happy to see you after a long time too. Yonan interrupted their conversation and handed Yaner a letter. Yaner, who received the letter, looked at Yihan with a mixture of anxiety and worry. It was as if she was afraid her friend would die if she took her eyes off him. Go and come back, I'll be fine. Be really careful, Yihan, remember what I said earlier. After Yaner closed the door and left, Yonan asked curiously, may I ask what my sister said earlier? She said life may not be all about silver coins. There's no way she would say that, right? Yihan was slightly taken aback by her firm trust in her sister. Well, anyway, now that my sister is gone, shall we start working? Yes, let's go. Yonan got up from her seat and started walking down the corridor of the workshop. The complex fragrances pouring out from all over made it clear that this was an alchemist's workshop. Do you know where this is? Is it Makin's workshop? You guessed well. Yonan waved her staff and summoned ingredients from the cupboard. The water in the cauldron rose and the medicinal herbs were ground above it. As the flames of the cauldron were drawn, heat rose. The potion I'm trying to make now is, do you know about it? I only know what kind of potion it is. Professor Uriger was a mischievous person, but he wasn't someone who threatened to make an impossible potion right now like a certain crazy vampire professor. In that sense, was a high-difficulty potion that Yihan couldn't make at his current level. It required several magics that Yihan couldn't use yet, and the ingredients and methods used were much more complex. Even knowing about it is amazing. Today, what Mr. Wardenaz will do is prepare the main ingredient of this soul amplification potion, Drafilla, and put it in. In summary, you'll be taking on the role of my assistant. At first glance, it sounded quite simple, but Yihan never let his guard down. Things in the world weren't so easy that you could earn silver coins that easily. Is there anything I should be careful about when putting it in? At Yihan's words, Yonan's eyes lit up. As expected of Einregard's top student, he was quick to understand without needing an explanation. Prepare it according to this picture, but do you know how to use the magic? You probably haven't learned it yet. If you teach me, I'll learn. Learn it within 30 minutes since we have a schedule today. Yonan slowly started to reveal her madness. If Yaner had been next to her, she would have stopped her, saying, please come to your senses, sister, he's my friend. What kind of mage would ask to learn a magic they've never seen within 30 minutes? I understand. However, Yihan wasn't surprised or startled. He had already experienced crazier people at Einregard. Yonan briefly explained the staff movements, incantation, and the flow of mana. It'll be easier if you think of it as an extension of the magic. I understand. Try it. Yihan waved his staff and succeeded on the first try. Yonan was amazed. She had expected it within 30 minutes, but to succeed on the first try. The anticipation that she had brought a really good talent rose. Excellent. Then extract and amplify the liquid components of Drafilla. This was also simple, but it was absolutely not a simple task. Drafilla, a plant in which the liquid components were firmly fixed inside the roots, was not an easy task to extract from the beginning. If you forcefully applied strength, the liquid would get mixed up messily before coming out as the roots were destroyed. To accomplish this, not only excellent mana control, but also an understanding and experience of the water element were needed. Squish. With a sound like squeezing a piece of cloth, the liquid components were extracted from inside the Drafilla. If there had been other alchemists in the workshop, they would have been shocked. No matter how outstanding, for a first-year student to be at this level already. However, Yonan shook her head. There are impurities in the components. You'll have to do it again. Yonan's full-fledged madness that Yaner had been worried about. A perfectionist personality that pointed out to do it again, even if the other person achieved 99 out of 100. If there had been other alchemists, they would have stopped her, saying, Madam Makin, this is why you can't find an assistant. Please calm down. But unfortunately, there was no one else in this workshop right now. I understand. Yihan extracted the liquid again. Yonan said regretfully, there's some waste in the extraction. You'll have to do it again. Yes, there was a problem with the amplification. There was a change in quality, so you'll have to do it again. No problem. Normally, if they were told to do it again for a trivial reason even after succeeding in such a high difficulty process, they would grit their teeth on the second try and run out the door on the third. However, unfortunately, there was no sane person in this workshop right now. How about this? It seems almost done. You'll have to do it again. Yes. Yaner opened the door panting. I'm back. Did anything happen? Not really. I told you the work was going well. Yihan and Yonan greeted Yaner with a subtle smile that meant, why are you making such a fuss? Yaner found their smiles strangely eerie. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, is he really okay? Yaner couldn't understand. Her sister, Yonan's specialty was to drive alchemists who were doing well enough to the point of mental breakdown. What was even more absurd was that she had no malice towards them. She was simply devoted to alchemy. Yaner had expected Yihan's face to be distorted or filled with pain when she returned. Even though he was the top student of his year who had shown the madness of taking all magic courses at Einregard, he might not run away, but still, wouldn't it be difficult to completely endure Yonan's mad obsession? However, Yihan's expression was too calm, like a lake without a single breeze. Did you not start working by any chance? Here. Yonan shook the potion in the flask, looking at it lovingly. Yaner had seen the potion a few times before, but she could feel that it was different from that potion. That deep color, is it the color of mana? If so, a friend called to work, his mana stronger than usual. Yaner couldn't help but think of Yihan. Did you help with the work? Yeah, wasn't it difficult? I only took on the role of an assistant though. Wah, what? Yaner was surprised by Yihan's words. Yaner knew well what the role of Yonan's assistant meant. There was no way her sister would have stayed still. Are you okay? It was difficult, but most of the work was done by Madame Macon here. Yonan had a truly satisfied expression. Yaner was honestly surprised by that rare sight. She really didn't make such an expression unless something extraordinary happened, an expression that was hard to come by unless dozens of alchemists were replaced. Are you really okay? No, just tell me what happened one by one. Don't do it here, let's talk while having lunch. Yonan gave her sister and her sister's friend a break. Yaner was surprised again by her generous attitude. Is it okay to have lunch while working? Don't do that too much in front of the guest. They'll misunderstand. Yaner blinked her eyes in frustration. Who was the one who usually ignored meals and everything else and focused on work if the work wasn't finished? There were many experienced alchemists in this workshop, but among them, no one wanted to take on the role of Yonan's assistant. Usually, an unfortunate newcomer would take on the role and run away crying. Forget it, let's have lunch, Yihan. I guess I'll have to go to the mansion to eat and come back. Meals are provided here at the workshop. Don't worry, they won't charge the alchemists working. Yihan, who was about to leave, stopped and nodded. This is a really good workshop. How can you say that when you saw it when you came in earlier? Pahusiak, an alchemist who had been working at the workshop for 8 years, didn't pay much attention even when Yaner from the Macon family visited with a friend. Whether it was Yaner's friend or the Emperor's friend, whoever took on the role of Yonan's assistant and worked wouldn't last long anyway. The last record was about 23 minutes, so they would probably make an excuse and leave in about 15 minutes. That's why Pahusiak couldn't help but be surprised to see the red-haired girl and the black-haired boy sitting at the table in front and having a meal. No way. It seemed that Pahusiak wasn't the only one surprised. Other alchemists were also whispering and looking at Yihan. What happened? An alchemist who was eating flat bread dipped in bean soup mixed with spices said in a small voice. Seems the new assistant survived. What did you say? SHH, your voice is too loud. Ah no, I'm sorry, I was just too surprised. Pahusiak almost dropped the bowl of fried rice he was holding. He endured the morning as Yonan's assistant. Moreover, surprisingly, he came out to have lunch. Didn't that mean Yonan allowed him to go have lunch? How in the world? Is it because he's a friend of her sister? You know, Madame Macon isn't that kind of person. Indeed, she's not that kind of person. The workshop alchemists quickly understood. Yonan wasn't someone who would go easy on her sister's friend. If she was someone who could be flexible and considerate like that, the dozens of people who had challenged for the assistant position wouldn't have all been driven out. Could it be? Could it be? It's really unlikely, but is there a possibility? What are you trying to say? That he passed as an assistant? Does that even make sense? The workshop alchemists firmly denied it. There was no way Yonan would easily pass someone as an assistant. There must be another reason. But another reason. Moreover, as far as I know, that boy from the Wardenaz family won against a mage from Baldergard this time in Boz. Whether he won against a mage or even defeated a basilisk, that's not important. Huh, you knew about it too. News travels fast. What are you talking about? No. Anyway, that's not what's important. You know, an alchemist's ability is completely separate. Anyway, there's no worse habit than hastily judging as an alchemist. Let's wait until we ask Madame Macon directly. It probably wasn't the role of an assistant. Is that so? Soon, when Yonan came out, some of the alchemists quickly walked over and asked questions. Payusiak was one of them. Madam Macon, that person hasn't left yet. Did he do well in the role of an assistant? Even as they asked the question, the alchemists were expecting a different answer. That he did other tasks in the morning, like inventory organization or tool inspection. However, Yonan shook the potion with satisfaction. That's impossible. Does the blood of the Wardenaz family overcome even Madame Macon's madness? The alchemist tried to accept reality, but it wasn't easy. How could such a young student? He's really amazing. Is it because he's from Einregard? You know it has nothing to do with Einregard. Mage who ran away last time was also from Einregard. Ah, right, this isn't the time for that. One of the alchemists came to his senses and started putting various foods on a plate. On top of the fresh oysters mixed with seasoning, the alchemist poured a little of the vitality recovery potion he was going to drink. Another alchemist took out smoked eel and sprinkled the powder of mental recovery he was going to eat instead of spices. Payusiak put a concentration potion in the pumpkin. It was a potion he had been saving, but that student deserved to receive it. Tak, please eat this too, this as well. Yihan, who was chatting with Yaner, was surprised to see the alchemists adding food and leaving. Is this some kind of initiation ceremony to welcome a newcomer? What does this mean? It means don't collapse and work for a long time, Yaner said with a sigh. As the alchemists who worked as Yonan's assistants fell like autumn leaves, it was natural for the workshop alchemists to have such expectations. Of course, from a friend's perspective, the actions of those workshop alchemists were very unpleasant. In short, they were telling him to eat potions and work for a long time. At Yaner's explanation, Yihan said with a slightly touched expression, "This is really a good workshop. Yihan, I think your standards for what's good are too low." Even after the meal, Yihan did a great job. No matter what task he was given, seeing Yihan completed in one go, Yonan seemed reluctant to send him back to Einregard. "You've really worked hard." "Not at all. I was able to learn a lot." Yihan shook hands with Yonan after finishing all the work. It wasn't that the work wasn't tiring, but the pouch of silver coins Yonan gave him made him forget such fatigue. Wasn't she a much better person, giving silver coins while making him work similarly to the professors at Einregard? "Sister, let go." "When do you think you'll come next?" I said. "Let go," Yaner whispered. Yonan wasn't letting go of the hand she was holding. "I think it will be difficult to attend this week because I have many other appointments." "What about next week?" "I remember next week, Wednesday might be free. Then will you come and help on Wednesday?" "I'll try. In case you forget, should I send someone to the Wardenaz family?" "No, I'll remember." Only after Yaner stepped on her foot several times did Yonan let go of his hand. As Yonan waved her hand and went into the workshop, Yihan muttered in a slightly worried voice, "Madame Yonan has some aspects similar to Einregard professors." Some. Ah, right, Yaner. Yihan took out the ring and helmet he had brought. Yaner was interested in the unfamiliar artifacts. "Why these to sell?" Yihan explained where he got these artifacts and why he wanted to sell them. If there were other friends, they might have said, "Still, we're mages. Isn't it a bit much to sell such artifacts for money? Let's disassemble and study them instead." Yaner immediately understood. "Of course, if it's like that. Right, I'm thinking of looking around the stores in the Central District." The Central District of Grandin City had stores that traded rare artifacts, as it was a district where the city's nobles resided. Yihan was planning to go around those stores and ask how much they would offer. "Should I introduce you to a store I know?" "Yeah, after being treated like that by my sister, I should at least do this much for you." I wasn't really mistreated. Yaner ignored him and guided the way. "Greenbull's Opportunity. Is it a store of the Greenbull family?" Yihan was intrigued by the name, having encountered someone with that family name during his last visit to the Dargard family's mansion. Despite the sun slowly setting, bright light flowed out from the window. By looking at the color or brightness of the mana light, one could guess the purity of the mana and whether they were using expensive or cheap artifacts. "It's definitely an expensive place. Welcome." A clerk with not a speck of dust on his clothes greeted the two politely, bowing so low that his forehead almost touched the ground. It was a natural reaction, as the visiting customers were important customers. There were a few customers who had arrived earlier inside, looking at artifacts while listening to the explanations of other clerks. "So this bracelet raises luck, you're saying?" "That's right, sir." "How much does it raise luck? Can I draw the card I want?" "I'm not a mage, but as far as I know, luck can't be quantified like that." "Sir, don't you have anything else? Something that can make me win more definitely, like shuffling the cards the way I want, or being able to see the cards the opponent is holding, something like that." The clerk's eyebrows rose slightly. Although it was a store that sold artifacts, it didn't sell all artifacts. As a store with class, it didn't deal with artifacts for blatant cheating. The clerk's expression now was close to, "As a nobleman, are you looking for an artifact to use for such trickery?" "Ah, no, I'm not trying to use it when playing card games." "Gainando?" Gainando turned his head, discovered the two friends, and was startled. Then he quickly covered his face with his cloak. "I'm not Gainando." Yihan walked over and pulled Gainando's cloak instead of answering. Gaynando, whose hidden face was revealed, said with an embarrassed expression, I wasn't looking for it to use. I was just curious about the principle. That's right. I need to know in advance so I won't be fooled later. I didn't say anything. Why are you here? You're here to find an artifact that can help you win card games too, right? Yihan and Yaner were momentarily at a loss for words at Gaynando's absurd accusation. Sometimes, when you hear too much nonsense, you can't react right away. Right, I guessed it, didn't I? No, stop talking nonsense. No, Gaynando was slightly discouraged. He thought they had obviously come to buy card game-related artifacts. Gaynando, if you want to win at card games, there's another way. Huh, really? Gaynando's eyes sparkled at Yihan's words. No matter what, Yihan was the top card game expert with the highest win rate in the Blue Dragon Tower. Change the composition of your deck a bit. No, they're all cards I cherish. Even though he died every time in the early game because he only put high-cost cards in his deck without a single low-cost card, Gaynando tried to believe in his cards until the end. Then there's another way. What is it? Don't whine even if you lose and accept defeat with courage. Gaynando glared fiercely at Yihan. He didn't mind being scolded for not being good at magic, but he couldn't stand being scolded over card games. Yihan, look at this. Yaner, who had been looking around ignoring their conversation, called Yihan. These glasses, don't they look useful? Are they alchemist's glasses? They definitely look good. Alchemist's glasses. These glasses, made by refining honestone from the Western Ikansel mine, have a perfectly balanced design adjusted by the Empire's top artifact craftsmen. Experience the effect of a powerful component analysis magic that lasts for 5 years. How much? Price 100 Imperial gold coins. Yihan momentarily lost his balance and staggered. Yaner was startled by his appearance. She thought the cruel mental attack from her sister had taken effect belatedly. Are you okay? Could it be because of my sister? The price, 100 gold coins. You startled me, Yaner. No matter how I think about it, isn't this strange? How can this be 100 Imperial gold coins? Yihan couldn't understand. Of course, the alchemist's glasses were indeed useful. Even people who couldn't use magic could easily analyze the components of various ingredients or reagents. But to Yihan, who was a mage, it was an excessively expensive price. Moreover, it wasn't even a permanent artifact, was it? If you gather the materials, cast magic, and work on it, the cost wouldn't even be 1 gold coin. Such an artifact was more expensive than Yihan's entire fortune. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm thinking wrongly. He had heard many times that artifacts were expensive, but if even such an artifact was this expensive, Yihan's dream of getting rich quick might not be a dream. This is expensive because of the design and decorations, not the magic. Yihan, look here. Yaner pointed below the glasses. The names of the craftsmen who participated in the creation of this artifact, their careers, and even the various gems used for decoration were explained in detail. After seeing that explanation, Yihan checked the artifact again. It was definitely a pair of glasses that looked expensive even without magic. Why did they do this? They could have just put magic on copper glasses. Well, because the people who buy want this kind of thing. Tusk, Yihan bit his lip. He resented the Empire's trend of focusing only on appearance and splendor without seeing the true value of magic. Then, even if Yihan worked hard to make them, he wouldn't be able to sell them at such a high price, would he? I get it. Let's stop analyzing and look at something else. Arg, why is it so expensive? Yaner and Yihan were slightly taken aback by Gaynando's exclamation. Gaynando wasn't the kind of friend who usually made such a sound. He was a friend with a never-drying allowance pouch. You didn't say that usually. What's wrong? That's, Gaynando said in a slightly discouraged voice. After the bloody battle with the basilisk at the mansion, it wasn't a bloody battle, it self-destructed. Yihan pointed out coldly. If he said it like that, others might misunderstand. Isn't that enough to be called a bloody battle? No, it's not. Anyway, after that, I received a lot of praise from my mother. She also praised my friends a lot, so I got excited. I told her about earning silver coins by working together with my friends. Then she praised me even more. Yihan had a slightly bad feeling. Could it be what I'm thinking? I said I don't need an allowance anymore, that I'll handle it with my own ability. Yihan and Yaner lamented at the same time. What a foolish thing to do. Of course, they understood getting excited after being praised, but kicking his own allowance pouch. It was a very stupid thing to do, doing such a thing just for pride. But I did well, right? Gaynando looked at his friends as if trying to mentally win. His eyes seemed to say this. Praise me. However, Yihan answered seriously, Gaynando. Go back and say you thought wrong. Say that an appropriate allowance seems necessary. That's right, you can't endure it. Why not? Gaynando was choked up by the cruel answers of his two friends whom he thought would cheer him on. Well, you don't really like working, do you? No, I'll work a lot too. Yihan and Yaner looked at each other. No matter how I think about it, he'll probably regret it. Right, but it's none of our business. Aren't we being too harsh on Gaynando? He needs to experience it to come to his senses. Yihan, I want to work together too. You'll regret it. At Yihan's words, Gaynando tapped his chest. I'm also an Einregard student, a proper mage. Seeing that, Yaner thought to herself, you're like that because you're from the Blue Dragon Tower. Listening to the stories of students from other towers, it was literally a series of desperate survival every day. If it weren't for Yihan, who was in the same tower and took care of his meals, Gaynanda would have come out half dead. All right, if I get a job offer, I'll call you too. Yihan called the clerk. Then he took out the artifacts he had brought. The clerk quickly recognized the value of the artifacts Yihan had brought. A ring with the magic of, that's right, it's a well-made artifact. Do you have the manual from the mage who created it? Here, Yihan handed over the manual he received from the guild. Seeing that, the clerk was surprised. Could it be a gift offered by the Adventurers Guild as a token of gratitude? Is there a problem with that? Are you perhaps Mr. Wardenaz who exterminated the evil being this time? Yihan was about to sigh deeply but held back. No matter how he thought about it, there must be a Grandin City information sharing bulletin board. That's right. Is there any discount? Your sense of humor is also amazing. I heard from my friend who works at the Adventurers Guild. I knew that the students from Einregard were outstanding mages, but it's rare to see someone so active from the first year. I was lucky. It wasn't a joke, but the fortunate thing was that there was no Grandin City information sharing bulletin board. Anyway, there's no problem. But I wonder what was wrong with the gift offered by the Adventurers Guild. The clerk asked cautiously. If there was a problem with the gift offered by the Adventurers Guild, it wasn't just one person's problem. It became a problem for several people, from the artifact craftsman who created it to the person in charge on the Adventurers Guild side who trusted that artifact craftsman and entrusted the request. There was no problem. It's just an artifact that I don't need. The clerk was surprised by Yihan's words. Saying that an artifact was not needed didn't simply mean knowing how to use that magic. A mage casting magic required more concentration and time than one might think. An artifact that compensated for that being unnecessary meant that the casting speed of the magic was on par with the activation speed of the artifact. Indeed, befitting someone who subdued the mage of Baldergard and defeated a basilisk. The clerk nodded, thinking something that would make Yihan grab the back of his neck if he heard it. The guild made a mistake. No, the thought behind a gift is what's important. Actually, I would have been satisfied even if they gave me gold coins. The clerk couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Then he made an embarrassed expression and recovered. Your sense of humor is truly amazing. Anyway, please wait a moment. I'll go appraise it and come back. Is this the only artifact you're entrusting? Ah, please take this helmet too. The clerk nodded and headed to the back of the store. An hour later, the clerk returned with the two artifacts. Gaynando slightly overturned the card game he was about to lose. This ring with the magic of is worth about 10 gold coins. In a remote town's antique or miscellaneous goods store, there might be clumsy negotiations, but in this noble specialized artifact store in the central district of a big city, there was no such thing. If they did that, they would immediately hear from the nobles, "Are you ignoring my honor now?" Not bad. Yihan was very satisfied. 10 gold coins. To earn that much, he would have had to work at the Macon family's workshop several times and take dozens of missions. It was a gift that conveyed the sincerity of the Adventurers Guild. Please exchange it right away. Yes, and this helmet is. Yihan was slightly nervous. Wouldn't it be quite expensive? It's a sentient artifact. Sentient artifacts must be rare, but it has too shabby an appearance. Damn it, should I have at least decorated it with jewels? No. If an amateur touched it, it would only have the opposite effect. It's a cursed artifact. Pardon, a cursed artifact. To be precise, it's an artifact with an evil inclination. It tends to lead its owner to ruin. You managed to avoid getting hurt. The clerk looked at Yihan with a gaze mixed with worry and respect. The fact that he was fine while possessing such an artifact proved the strength of his mind. Of course, Yihan was utterly absurd. It was a cursed artifact. Ah, no wonder Yihan met a lot of strange guys. Gaynando clapped his hands as if he finally understood. He had encountered unusually strong enemies many times, and it was all because of that helmet. It has nothing to do with me. He didn't even listen to me. The helmet tried to protest as if it was unfair, but the clerk quickly covered its mouth with a cloth of silence. There was nothing good about listening to the words of an evil artifact. We can't purchase this. I'm sure Mr. Wardenaz will handle it well, but please be careful as it's an evil artifact. Yihan glared at the helmet and took it. The helmet shut its mouth and fell silent at that gaze. After buying Gaynando a cotton candy and returning to the Wardenaz family's mansion together, a servant said to Yihan, "Young master, you have a guest." At this hour, it was almost night and a guest had come to visit. It was a visit that wouldn't be made unless they were quite close or quite rude. It must be the former. Is it a San? No. Dalju? No, I don't think it was your friend. And it was someone I met for the first time. What race was the guest, by any chance? A vampire. Yihan's face turned as pale as a vampire. Did you have a vampire friend? Gaynando, who hadn't fully grasped the situation, tilted his head. Yihan seriously considered staying at Gaynando's house tonight for a moment. He's here. However, Professor Belatti kindly blocked such worries. Seeing Professor Belatti walking out from inside, Gaynando said in surprise, "Why is the professor here? Shouldn't we call the guards and chase him away?" Yihan was momentarily intrigued but came to his senses. "Professor, I'm overjoyed that you visited my humble home." "It's not humble." Ignoring Gaynando's comment, Yihan threw a question with a hypocritical smile. "But how did you know to come here?" "The principal told me." "Should I really kill him?" Yihan thought about exterminating the evil Lick of Einregard along with the evil king of ghouls he had exterminated. Wait, did the principal also tell the other professors by any chance? Professor Belatti nodded. Yihan felt dizzy. This is crazy. The professors who might visit the mansion now. Professor Garcia Kim is fine. I should rather treat her well. Professor Ureger Gumdar is, well, not impossible to treat. Professor Bungiger Choidal probably won't come due to her personality. If Professor Ingerdal comes, Sir Arlong would be happy. After considering, there were about two of the most dangerous and difficult professors left, Professor Belatti and Professor Bevel Verdus, and one of them was in front of him right now. "Why are you here during the break, Professor?" Gaynando asked with an innocent face. Ian thought he did well to buy Gaynando cotton candy earlier. The cotton candy was worth it. "I have something to talk about." "Can't you send a letter?" "It's difficult with a letter." "Why? I have a lot to talk about." "Can't you write a long letter?" Professor Belatti gestured lightly. Gaynando, who had a silent spell cast on him, waved his hands in anger. How dare he attack an imperial prince outside Einregard? "Protest for me, Yihan, for the honor of the imperial family." "Sorry." Yihan avoided his gaze. As a professor's disciple, how could he stop what the professor was doing? "Let's go inside, Professor." "All right." Yihan personally carried the teacups and teapot instead of the servants. "I'll carry them for you." "Yihan, you're excellent." Despite being born with the blood of a great noble family, the servants were all moved by his admirable attitude of personally serving his teacher. Yihan almost threw the saucer. "Let's not take out my anger on innocent people." Professor Belatti sipped the green tea he poured and slowly opened his mouth. "I heard you defeat a basilisk." Cough. Yihan coughed while drinking green tea together. It felt like hot green tea was hitting his throat. "That's a misunderstanding." "What's the misunderstanding?" "That basilisk wasn't even an adult. A newborn basilisk, enhanced by potions, attempting petrifying evil eye recklessly and exhausted from the rebound. Is there anything wrong?" "Ah, that's right." Yihan was relieved to see Professor Belatti grasping the situation more accurately than he thought. He was worried about receiving absurd misunderstandings. "I didn't know you could deflect the petrifying evil eye with just mana." "Wasn't it because it was a newborn?" "Well, the penetrating power of the petrifying evil eye shouldn't differ that much." Professor Belatti carefully lifted the cage he had put down behind him. Inside, a familiar egg was well placed in a soft nest. It was the basilisk egg that Professor Belatti had obtained during his last outing. "I was going to use it for the second semester lecture, but I'm worried." "You don't have to worry too much. That basilisk last time was excessively careless." Despite Yihan's persuasion, Professor Belatti didn't stop worrying. Yihan suddenly felt self-loathing while persuading. "Why am I doing this to face a basilisk in the second semester?" The result of persuading the professor well was merely a future of confronting a basilisk. Thinking about it, it was truly bitter. But if left alone, Professor Belatti's personality would bring an even crazier monster. "I heard you repelled the king of ghouls." Cough, "Are you not feeling well?" When Yihan choked for the second time, Professor Belatti asked, raising his eyebrows. "No, I'm fine." Yihan coughed a few more times and regained his composure. Just like with the basilisk earlier, Professor Belatti would have grasped the accurate truth unlike others. Then there was no need to be more frightened than necessary. "I heard you overwhelmed the king of ghouls. Is that true?" Cough, cough, "You really seem to be unwell." Professor Belatti was genuinely worried. Unlike Einregard, where recovery is possible even if you make mistakes due to haste, it's impossible outside. Let go of your haste. "Ah yes," Yihan wanted to say, "I'm not the kind of person who goes around looking for basilisks and the king of ghouls to become strong like you think, Professor." But he didn't. It was a meaningless thing to do. "I didn't overwhelm it. It was because the opponent was so incomplete." "Yes, you overwhelmed it because it was in an incomplete state. You did overwhelm it, right?" Anyone could see that he had overwhelmed it, having defeated the king of ghouls and cleanly completed the nearby missions. If he hadn't overwhelmed it, he would have collapsed near the cave. Yihan, whose words were blocked by Professor Belatti's logic, regretted it. "I should have pretended to be sick." The king of ghouls wasn't in the records. Even if they were beings from another realm, those with a reputation were usually recorded, but there were always exceptions. Beings like the king of ghouls, who descended long ago and were sealed, couldn't have records. Yes, even so, it's better to be careful. Such beings are persistent. Yihan naturally knew that too. If it could generously let it go after being defeated by a greenhorn like Yihan and reverse summoned to another realm, it wouldn't be an evil being. It was probably recovering its strength and sharpening its blade in its own realm. However, Yihan wasn't very worried. Isn't it unlikely to meet again? After taking such a blow and being reverse summoned, it wouldn't dare to descend again for a while as it would be recovering, and then the remaining possibility was for Yihan to visit the realm where the King of Ghouls was and directly seek it out. Unless Yihan was quite crazy, there was no reason for him to do such a thing, so I prepared a way to deal with such beings. Yihan endured the hot tea water hitting his throat and swallowed. However, he couldn't hold back his eyes from bulging. Theirs. Such a method, yes, Professor Belati calmly began his explanation. Originally, the path Yihan was walking now was the path of perfected combat magic that mastered and fused magic from all other schools of magic. Of course, Yihan didn't think he was walking that path, but that wasn't important. Anyway, this path of perfected combat magic also valued the completeness of each individual school, so Professor Belati never rushed or urged. The disciple hastened easily due to talent, but Professor Belati understood as a teacher. If the teacher didn't understand that, who would? However, considering this King of Ghouls extermination battle, it was safer to accumulate combat magic experience related to dark magic now. That way, he could maintain an advantage even when clashing with the King of Ghouls again. I see. Yihan, who heard the explanation, nodded. In fact, he only nodded but didn't agree inwardly. Can't we just avoid it? If you could avoid it by avoiding, it wouldn't be an enemy. I heard from Professor Mortem. You've already mastered the 4 basic areas of dark magic: curses, poisons, bones, and necromancy. Yes, Yihan nodded with a bitter smile. He wasn't even surprised by this anymore. I hope he coughs more later. It's not a bad choice. They're the basics of the basics in dark magic, but beings like the King of Ghouls are difficult to deal with using the areas I just mentioned. That was definitely the case. It dodged lightning elements too easily as if it had precognition, and I had to use flame elements for area of effect to make it work. The powers of evil beings from other dimensions often surpass the wisdom of mages. Professor Belati wasn't surprised. Beings summoned from other dimensions often possessed not only precognition, but also bizarre powers that made precognition seem trivial, but there are ways to deal with them. One of them is dark elemental magic. Dark elemental magic. Among the various elemental types, dark elements were in the category of being difficult to learn, like lightning or cold. If lightning elements were difficult to control and cold elements were difficult to maintain, dark elements were in the category of being difficult for mages to conceptualize, in other words, imagine. Such beings enjoy using dark elements based on negative energy. If a mage knows how to handle it, it can also be predicted. I see. Professor Belati put down a book. The title was written in a familiar handwriting that he had seen many times. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Yihan suddenly realized, wait, does giving me a book mean he has no intention of teaching me directly? You're not going to teach me directly. Yes, I have something to do. Master it. Yihan pondered whether he should like this or not. It was fortunate that he could avoid Professor Belati's teaching of chasing him with a knife from behind, but... Is it okay to learn dark elements, which are already difficult, alone? I'll take it for now, and even if I say I couldn't master it later, he won't kill me, right? Yihan, who received the book, asked without much thought, may I ask what you have to do? Professor Belati answered while getting up from his seat. I'm going to meet you Medifos to prepare what I need for the second semester lecture. I see. Wait a minute, Professor. Professor, it's gotten dark, so why don't you stay the night? There are many rooms in the mansion. Professor Belati lightly greeted the servants and left the mansion's main gate. Yihan felt that the sight of Professor Belati disappearing far away was an ominous sign. I should have put sleeping pills in the green tea. Yihan said to the servant next to him, from now on, tell the other professors except the one who looks like a troll mixed blood that I'm not at the mansion even if they visit. I understand. The servant found Yihan's order strange but answered, what in the world? Yihan had a slightly late dinner with Yaner and Gaynando, who had been waiting. Gaynando picked at his food as if he had no appetite. What's wrong? The chefs will be disappointed. I ate too much cotton candy earlier. Yaner regretted bringing him to her friend's house. Feeling that gaze, Gaynando pointed at Yihan. Yihan doesn't have an appetite either. Does it look the same to you now? Putting having no appetite for dinner because of eating too much cotton candy and receiving an additional assignment from a professor during the break on the same level. In Yaner's view, Yihan would be innocent even if he attacked Gaynando. Yihan nodded and picked up the spoon. No matter how difficult and painful, one should always eat well. It's an intruder. Catch him. Wait, you'll understand when you hear my identity. I'm Professor Bevel Verdus of Einregard. Tack. Yihan put down the spoon in anger. Startled by his appearance, Gaynando hurriedly picked up his spoon. I'll eat well. Yihan looked at Gaynando with puzzlement. Why are you doing that? Ah, no, aren't you angry because I ate too many snacks? No, Yihan sighed and approached the window, and he shouted, it's the professor. See, I told you it's the professor. Professor Bevel Verdus, who had his face buried in the ground, struggled and shouted. The knights under Sir Arlong asked in confusion, but young master, why would the professor sneak in? I'm curious about that too. Yihan thought that but held back and said in a good way, there must have been a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Yihan ignored the knight's question as if he hadn't heard it. and he asked the servant, "Is it because you told him I wasn't here?" Given Professor Bevel Verduz's personality, it was highly likely. Wasn't he the kind of person who would recklessly break through and enter even if he heard Yihan wasn't at the mansion and wait? However, the servant's answer was unexpected. Ah no, he just snuck in without even asking and got caught. Yihan briefly considered just sending Professor Bevel Verduz to the Grand and City Guards. Professor Bevel Verduz, who had dusted off the dirt and sat down, said while chewing on tree bark, "So are you ready to make artifacts?" Even though the knights had caught him and buried his face in the ground at the mansion, Professor Bevel Verduz didn't care at all. He only cared about artifact production. Yihan played dumb. Artifact production? I don't know what you're talking about. Huh, didn't we agree to do it together? My memory is poor. If it were the skull principle, he would have grabbed his collar, saying, "Why are you playing tricks?" But Professor Bevel Verduz was naive in this aspect. "Ah, really? You said you wanted to participate in artifact production last time. You were extremely passionate. It's good that you can do it now." Stunned by Professor Verduz's blatant lie, Yihan was at a loss for words. What kind of person? Ah, Yihan finally remembered the helmet of wisdom. Come to think of it, there was no expert like Professor Bevel Verduz when it came to artifacts. "Professor, please take a look at this artifact." "What is it?" Professor Bevel Verduz received the helmet of wisdom, looked around, and answered immediately. "It's an artifact with a nasty disposition. It's cursed, as expected. Is there any way to break the curse? It seems difficult." There were two types of curses on artifacts. One was an evil curse placed on a normal artifact. In this case, the artifact could be used if only the curse was lifted. The other was an artifact created with an evil structure from the beginning. In this case, lifting the curse was meaningless. The moment it was lifted, the power of that artifact would disappear too. The Helmet of Wisdom was a typical example of the latter. Sentient artifacts usually have a restriction that prevents them from harming their owner, but this one doesn't have that. If it wants something, it will put the owner in danger as much as it wants. "I see. I thought you would have a way, Professor," Yihan muttered without much thought. Then Professor Bevel Verduz suddenly flared up and shouted, "I didn't say there was no way. No. Why are you angry? Just stay still and watch." Professor Bevel Verduz put down the tree bark he was chewing and started glaring at the helmet. Yihan was slightly taken aback by the unexpected reaction. Gaynando whispered next to him, "Isn't the professor too weak to provocation?" Certainly, if he was being told that by Gaynando, he was indeed too weak to provocation. However, Yihan left Professor Bevel Verduz alone. Isn't he going to change it into something useful? If that were the case, Yihan planned to sell it with a modifier like the masterpiece of Bevel Verduz, Einregard's top artifact craftsman. There's a way. What is it? Eliminate the artifact's ability to selectively disclose information. Yihan wondered what Professor Bevel Verduz was talking about, but when it still have the ability to endanger its owner, you can avoid that on your own. Regardless of what the Helmet of Wisdom said, if it didn't lie or omit information, the listener could make a rational judgment. That was Professor Bevel Verduz's argument. Is it correct? While feeling that Professor Bevel Verduz's logic made sense, Yihan somehow didn't want to admit it, but it was true that it was better than not changing it. Then let's change it. What do I need to do to change it? Cast a few spells to release it and change the incantation inside. If we start working now, we'll finish around sunrise. What should I help you with, you? There's nothing for you to help with, Professor Bevel Verduz answered honestly. These were magics that Yihan couldn't do yet, and there was no need to utilize his characteristic of having a large amount of mana. "I see. Then I'll go to sleep now." "All right, go to sleep." Professor Bevel Verduz waved his hand, forgetting his original goal. Yihan politely greeted him and left the reception room. "I should go to sleep. Good night, everyone." Is it okay? It's fine, it's fine." The servant was taken aback, but Yihan said goodbye to his friends and went to his room to sleep. The servant was left alone in the reception room, looking at Professor Bevel Verduz holding the helmet, feeling confused. Is this okay? Is this really okay? Morning, Professor Bevel Verduz hit the Helmet of Wisdom and asked, "Hey, tell me your purpose." "My purpose is to increase my wisdom even if it leads my owner to ruin." Good, it was truly an amazing achievement. Fixing the performance of a sentient artifact in just one night. It was a great skill that even decent artifact craftsmen wouldn't dare attempt. Despite such an amazing achievement, Professor Bevel Verduz had no particular emotion. He yawned once and asked, "Where's Wardenaz?" "We need to make artifacts." Young Master Wardenaz went out with his friends 30 minutes ago. He said he wouldn't disturb you because you seemed to be concentrating. Professor Bevel Verduz frowned. He wasn't sure, but he had a strange feeling of being deceived. "Will it really be okay? I just happened to go out early." Yihan answered like that. If he had to work with Professor Bevel Verduz forcibly someday, it was best to delay that time as much as possible. Then at least he could endure it using that until then. Ratford glanced back with a worried expression. He seemed to be worried about how Professor Bevel Verduz would react. "Let's stay at Gaynando's house today." "Really?" Gaynando's eyes lit up. Last time, other imperial family members who weren't even close came and interfered, but this time was different. He could call his friends and have a proper fun time. Gaynando wriggled his fingers and touched the card deck in his bosom. Just as Yihan, the top student of the year, could easily recite the contents of magic books with his eyes closed, Gaynando could also easily recite a list of games to enjoy with his eyes closed. Mage card game, polo, paytank, dice game, climbing the demon tower. I shouldn't play chess because Yihan is too strong. Ratford, did you bring it? Yes, Yaner, you said you have it too, right? I always carry it with me. Gaynando was even more excited by the conversation of the other friends. It was clear that his friends had brought mage cards. You brought them. Of course, we need something to do when we go to your house. Yihan answered and took out a book from his bag. It was Gaynando's face distorted with sadness and bewilderment. What's wrong? It's nothing. You brought a book too, right, Gaynando? Let's study dark magic together. I'm also planning to do some studying I've been putting off today. It's nice to study together like this. Seeing Yihan, Ratford, and Yaner talking and laughing in a friendly manner, Gaynando cried inwardly. Magic isn't everything in life. I understand why dark elements are difficult. Yihan, who borrowed a private room, closed his eyes and focused on the dark element. The basis of elemental magic was to feel that element and clearly embody it. In that sense, the dark element wasn't that difficult. In fact, this was also a difficult part for other mages, but Yihan had a different concrete concept in his head than other mages. This concept helped with handling the lightning element, and it was the same with the dark element. The problem was the next step. It's similar to the flame element. Even if one failed to control the water element, it rarely injured the owner, and even if one failed to control the lightning element, it disappeared before spreading, but the dark element was different. If control failed, it not only injured the owner but also didn't disappear. Just like the flame elements, if you make a slight mistake with this element. Whoosh, the private room with bright light coming in through the window suddenly darkened. It wasn't a natural darkness. It was an artificial darkness created by magic. Inside, negative energy wriggled, and a cold chill lingered somewhere. Yihan threw a leaf he had prepared. Then the vitality of the leaf withered and instantly turned into a dead leaf. It was a characteristic unique to the dark element, depleting vitality. If I'm not careful, I'll collapse. For dark mages who handle the dark element, accidents of depleting their own vitality and collapsing are like companions. First, this point should be paid the most attention to. Of course, the power of the dark element mastered for the first time is extremely weak. Even staying in such darkness for several hours won't make one out of breath. So at first, one should start by strengthening the power of the dark element. Yihan looked at the leaf that had just died from touching the dark element a little, and he looked at the part about strengthening the dark element. I can skip this part. Thus, once the power of the dark element is sufficiently strengthened, the foundation for elemental magic is now established. The key to operating dark elemental magic is that the mage must be able to control the characteristic of vitality depletion. If one fails to do so, that mage is wielding a sword that can cut oneself. It would be nice if he explained like this usually. After reading the unnecessarily detailed explanation in the book, Yihan summoned the dark element again. In short, a mage who handles the dark element should not be affected at all even when putting their hand into that element. In the end, it means being able to control the characteristics oneself. The power of magic increases in proportion to mana, and what rises together is the difficulty of control. For Yihan, who still couldn't fully handle the flame element and wore various artifacts to handle it, the dark element had an even higher difficulty, but he couldn't get rid of the mana he had. For now, until I can control it, I can only handle it in the size of a spark like the flame element. Unlike the flame element, the dark element would be meaningless if I do that. Yihan, Gaynando knocked on the door of the private room. Yihan closed the book and answered, How many hours have you studied? That's not important right now. A good job has come in. They said it's a job only dark mages can do. Can that even be a good job? Yihan was immediately suspicious. Mages were basically a high-class workforce that was in short supply compared to demand and were treated well wherever they went, but there were sometimes exceptions to that as well. In fact, there was no need to call them exceptions, they could just be called dark mages. Usually dark mages. Dark magic was fundamentally unpopular. Even I wouldn't go out of my way to call a dark mage. When there were many outstanding mages from other academies, there was no reason to specifically call mages from the Dark Magic Academy, but a job that only dark mages could do. It was very suspicious. Where did you hear that from? Ratford told me. Oh, if that's the case. Wait, something strange. Gaynando seemed to have felt something off about Yihan's reaction changing after hearing Ratford's name. What's strange? Let's just go. Yeah, I don't know what we'll be doing, but it'll be better than studying. Oops, your studies, not mine. Ratford wasn't a dark mage, but he had a friend who was learning dark magic. It was Immerg from the same tower. The friends from the Black Tortoise Tower closely shared any lucrative job opportunities with each other, so it reached Ratford's ears. That's true friendship. Yihan couldn't help but envy the friendship of the Black Tortoise Tower friends. The Blue Dragon Tower friends at most held parties at their mansions and invited each other. Long time no see. Immerg, long time no see. Nice to see you. There weren't many first-year students learning dark magic, so the students had no choice but to be close to each other. Did you call Raphael too? Why would I call that guy? We don't need him. Some students were closer than others. I told the White Tiger Tower too, but they said they need to rest because of fatigue. I see. What kind of knight can't even manage himself? HMPH. As much as he usually bickered with Raphael, Gaynando kept grumbling. But he's not seriously ill, right? Probably not. Yihan, who knew the truth, muttered. It must be because the fatigue from the last king of ghouls' extermination hadn't fully subsided, but he's less trained than I thought. Yihan turned his gaze, thinking that Raphael would grab his collar if he heard it. Raphael can't be helped, so let's work harder instead. So Immerg, is it this way? Aha. The place Immerg was guiding them to was the southern district of the city, the common district. This southern district had a different liveliness from the central district where nobles stayed or the western district where guilds were located. It was a liveliness that only emanated when people from all over were mixed together. A suspicious traveler with his whole body covered in a cloak, a merchant selling a dubious potion called, and a mercenary carrying 5 swords and even a spear didn't look strange here. I'm sorry. Of course, it wasn't a complete lawless zone. As they went down the road towards the outskirts of the city, there were fewer and fewer people. Ian suddenly became curious and asked, by the way, what kind of job is it? See, security job, security. Yihan was lost in thought at the unexpected name. Is there a reason to hire a mage, and a dark mage at that, for security? Mages were expensive. If security was needed, it was better to hire a few more experienced adventurers or mercenaries instead, even if they were hired at a high price. Surprisingly, many mages were not accustomed to combat. If an ambush or combat situation occurred, there was a high possibility that they wouldn't be worth the price. If we had to nitpick, there were ways to utilize them such as barrier or detection magic, but why specifically a dark mage? Do you know where the security is for? Aha, the public cemetery. Aha, Yihan immediately understood. If it was such a place, a dark mage might be needed. Pooh, public cemetery. We're going to public cemetery right now. Of course, Gaynando was different. When he looked at Immerg with a betrayed look, Immerg was also taken aback. Why is there a problem? The public cemetery is scary. Yihan and Immerg were momentarily dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Is that something a dark mage should say? Weren't there a few cemeteries around Professor Mortem's darkness chamber? That's why it was so scary. Do we have to go to a place where they're all gathered? Gaynando tried to resist, looking disgusted. You've summoned skeletons and will summon more undead in the future, so it'll be better to get used to it in advance. I can meet undead separately. Why do I have to go to a public cemetery? Gaynando followed, discouraged. Immerg asked worriedly, is it okay to do that? It's fine. Just buy him a cotton candy or something after the job is done. The gravedigger at the public cemetery on the outskirts of Grandin City was very pleased with the arrival of the three. Oh my, mages, welcome. I'm really glad to see you. I was worried about this. What were you worried about? I was worried about what to do if there were no Einregard students learning dark magic this year. There are already few dark mages in the city. The 3 students made a grim expression. Even at Einregard, there weren't many students learning dark magic. The easiest way to find a skilled and fundamentally solid mage in Grandin City was to hire Einregard students who came out during the break. But if there were no Einregard students learning dark magic this year, it would have been a serious problem. But I'm really happy that there are 3 of you. Ah, yes, but are there really so few dark mages? Gaynando asked, not understanding. Even if there were few from Einregard, it seemed like they could call dark mages from other places. Oh my. You're saying something that could cause big trouble. Dark mages need to have a much clearer identity and be more trustworthy than other mages. Why? Well, as the gravedigger hesitated, Yihan answered instead, in case they take corpses from the cemetery. I don't think that way. I'm just saddened by the prejudice against dark mages. That seems at odds with the accidents involving dark mages that seem to be consistently reported in the imperial newspapers. Now, I'll guide you to the cemetery. The gravedigger quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to list the accidents caused by dark mages in front of students learning dark magic. In the Empire, there are periods when negative energy regularly becomes stronger. When negative energy rises in all directions, the power of the dead also becomes stronger. Then, anomalies can occur in places like cemeteries. That's right, as expected of an Einregard student. The mono abundant in nature often caused all sorts of capricious phenomena. Even if it wasn't as much as a phoenix suddenly being summoned at Einregard, it wasn't uncommon for the dead to rise or beings from other realms to cross over through cracks due to the strengthened negative mana. Dark mages were indeed the best at dealing with these problems. No matter how bad the perception was, dark magic was one of the essential magics in the Empire. But we haven't learned the complex secrets of dark magic yet. It's all right. No matter what, we don't entrust everything to students who have come for the first time. There's a senior dark mage here to help you. Diarth. Yihan was surprised by the familiar name. If it was Diarth, it must be. I knew juniors would come, but more came than I thought. A crow-mixed-blood student flapping black wings on her back walked out of the tower of the public cemetery, waving her hand. It was Diarth, a fourth-year student at Einregard, majoring in the dark magic school. Senior, are you okay? Yihan habitually scanned the surroundings. Diarth nodded as if she understood. You don't have to worry about going to the punishment room for having a conversation here. I see, that's a relief, and you don't die from going to the punishment room. You should also learn to get used to the punishment room since you'll continue to attend Einregard in the future. Gainando disliked it, as if asking what she was talking about, but Yihan took it seriously. It's certainly good to prepare for the punishment room in advance. From how to escape when locked up to a plan B to at least take a comfortable rest when escaping is difficult. The fortunate thing was that he was close to Furkantra, one of the prison wardens, but he couldn't rely on Furkantra alone, and in Yihan's view, Furkantra was a bit prone to making mistakes at important times. Anyway, why did you two come? Aren't you from the Blue Dragon Tower? Diarth was puzzled by the sight of Yihan and Gainando. Usually students from the Blue Dragon Tower didn't do this kind of work. Gainando answered immediately. I'm earning the money I'll use myself. What? Why are you doing such a thing? You should go and receive it if you can. Gainando, who thought he would receive praise, became gloomy. Yihan didn't say, I'm crazy about silver coins. It seemed highly likely that he would be considered a strange person even if he said it. I thought it was an opportunity to train dark magic. Diarth looked at Yihan with a shocked expression. Come to think of it, this junior was a crazy genius who was taking all schools of magic. I see. Yihan felt something strange. The reaction was even more than Gainando's, but it's still good that 3 of you came. There were often fewer. Originally, a third year should explain this instead of me, but he went to the east to find usable corpses. I see. This time, it was Yihan and his friends' turn to stutter. The gravediggers begged so desperately, I couldn't refuse. It was also true that it was difficult for dark mages to refuse when gravediggers tearfully and earnestly begged. In the end, Diarth ended up attending to give an explanation like this. Excellent. Well, if they offer several times the compensation, refusing is a bit. What? No, the compensation is the same. Yihan was startled by Diarth's words. The compensation is the same? Diarth was flustered by the pressure exuded by her junior. The gravediggers deceived you, senior. I'll go and protest. No. We originally knew each other, so this much is. No. Especially if you know each other, money transactions should be done thoroughly. Seeing her junior being suspiciously serious about silver coins, Diarth suddenly had a strange thought. This junior couldn't have come to work because of silver coins, right? Basically, this job is more about prevention than post-incident response. Diarth tapped the ground with her staff and said, as such, you need to pay attention to the flow of mana. You juniors will be able to sense the negative energy-type mana a bit better as much as you've learned dark magic. While Diarth was explaining, adventurers passing by on the upper road of the public cemetery in the distance frowned. Tusk, they're grave robbers, aren't they? Are they trying to steal corpses again? Don't mind them. They wouldn't dare say anything to our faces. Now, wait, where did one of the juniors go? Diarth was startled by Yihan's disappearance. When she turned her head, Yihan was running towards the upper road. Before Diarth could even call out, Yihan had already swung his fist at the jaw of the adventurer who had just blurted out those words. Try saying that again. Yihan drew out Morning Star, still in its sheath, and without stopping struck another adventurer in the solar plexus. The adventurer, properly hit, foamed at the mouth and toppled forward. You crazy bee, I said, try saying that again. Thwack, 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 thwack. As the adventurers fell, Yihan pummeled them as if they were students from the White Tiger Tower. The response came immediately. We were wrong. What were you wrong about? That, well, you haven't been beaten enough. Yihan swung his sword again. The adventurers screamed and curled up their bodies. Passers-by looked on with interest, as if saying another fight broke out, but no one intervened. Kahuk, the dark mage, sir, we called you grave robbers. Still not enough. What do you mean, Kuek? Think about it, why can't the ones who creatively frame others as corpse thieves apologize creatively? When you get beaten up, even non-existent intelligence tends to emerge. The adventurers finally realized it. The great dark mage, sir. More, we apologize for framing the great dark mage, sir, who protect the city as something like grave robbers. That's right. It's already hard protecting the city, so how could you frame us like that? We were wrong. The beaten adventurers answered, staggering. Remember that words carry that much power. Since you've reflected, I'll forgive you. The adventurers inwardly cursed the crazy dark mages. They wouldn't even go near the cemetery in the future. Sneakily hiding a night. Pardon. The adventurers were taken aback by the logic they were hearing for the first time, but Yihan kindly persuaded them again. When he pointed the sword he was holding at them, the adventurers simultaneously shouted, Please let us help, I knew you would. Diarth, watching from below, asked in bewilderment, Does anyone know what he's doing right now? Indeed, in places with a strong flow of mana, you have to change the terrain to release the accumulated mana. The explanation continued. Yihan nodded at Direth's explanation. If an abnormal amount of mana gathered in one place, the possibility of abnormal phenomena occurring also increased accordingly, so they had to find such places first and somehow disperse the mana. Now then, dig out that soil, bring new soil and mix it. The adventurers silently picked up shovels and dug the soil. Yihan encouraged them, feeling pleased. You're doing well. Once you finish that work, let's proceed to the wall base over here. Everyone's working well. Gainando, you too don't slack off. I am not confident since I don't use earth magic. Then dig with your hands. Here. Direth thought this strange sight was quite different from what she had expected. She had imagined a heartwarming scene where seniors taught, juniors learned, and they worked together to prevent accidents, not this sight that resembled the labor of prisoners. The progress was fast, but, Yihan, is this really a place with a lot of mana gathered? You found it well. It is a place with more mana gathered compared to other places. Wah Wardenaz, what about here? Wait, it doesn't seem necessary to touch this place. Compared to other places, there isn't that much mana here, and the mana flow is fluid, so there's a high possibility it will go back down. However, except for catching passers-by and forcing them to work, Yihan was definitely an outstanding junior, with overwhelmingly superior mana detection abilities compared to others and a brain that efficiently carried out the work. Anyone who saw him writing a log on paper and organizing places where mana was likely to accumulate would think he was a dark mage who had worked for several years. With this much, there's nothing for me to teach. Senior, still, as a senior, I should teach him something. What should I teach? What useful dark magic was there? Yihan was puzzled when Direth was lost in thought by herself. What was she thinking about? Is there a problem? Huh, when did you come? I was in front of you just now. I came to ask what to do if we discover it too late and can't disperse the mana. Oh no, I should have explained that. Direth felt sorry. She had forgotten because the junior handled the work so well. In that case, you have to use a somewhat rough method. One way is to use the holy water or sacred objects blessed by the temple here. Objects blessed by the religious orders were incompatible with negative energy-type mana. If the two collided, the accumulated mana could be dispersed due to the conflict, or you could solve it with magic, but that's a bit of a difficult method. Junior, do you know how to use dark element by any chance? As Direth asked, she thought Yihan would not have learned it yet. Even the scope of dark magic dealt with in the first year was not easy. It was already overwhelming to keep up with those scopes, so how could he have mastered a high-difficulty elemental magic like dark element? I can only use the basics. Perfectly controlling it is impossible, but, right, of course. Of course what? Direth was startled after trying to brush it off. Was Professor Mordum crazy? Professor Mordum taught you. Why, when? Ah, it wasn't Professor Mordum who taught me. Another professor taught me, saying it was necessary. What kind of crazy person is it? Direth cursed the professor who taught Yihan dark element. No matter how necessary it was, did it make sense to teach dark element to a first-year student? That, I see, so that's how it was. As I said, perfectly controlling it is impossible, so I don't think you should expect much. I didn't expect it. What crazy senior would expect a first-year junior to use dark element? Direth shouted as if it was absurd. Then she recalled the events from the first semester, starting from the King of Frost Giants to the final exam task. That appearance was itself a wretched fourth year, who dragged a first year into her own work. No, even if you think that way, junior, I have nothing to say. Dark element. Of course it's impossible to perfectly control. Even I can't control it. Is that so? That's how high the difficulty of that element is. It's completely different from fire element and such. I can't perfectly control fire element either, though. Is that so? Direth was taken aback. Honestly, it was surprising that Yihan couldn't control an easy element like fire. Since everyone has different elemental aptitudes, don't worry too much about it. Junior, what elemental magic do you mainly use? First, water and that's why. Maybe fire element doesn't suit you. Junior, lightning and cold. Direth looked at Yihan as if it was absurd. Was he joking right now? After a conversation that was longer than expected, Direth could understand. Aha, because of mana. Right, if it's that, it makes sense. Junior, the King of Frost Giants in the final exam task of subduing a demon. If what Yihan had just explained was true, it made some sense. Of course, in a corner of her mind, there was still a thought, but how much mana do you need to have for that to be possible? Wait a minute, Junior. Didn't you say you know how to handle lightning element and cold element? Since you have a lot of mana, the already difficult advanced elements would be even more difficult, right? Ah, that's true. Is that all? They just happened to suit me well from the beginning. I can only say I was lucky. For the first time, Direth wanted to hit her junior. This was why geniuses were. In short, despite having a lot of mana, he was saying he was born with enough talent to control lightning element and cold element, taking that into account. It was truly an annoying statement. Moreover, the two elements were difficult to manifest in the first place, let alone control. If he could manifest even one of the two, he would be evaluated as having talent in elemental magic, but he easily knew how to manifest both. I think lightning and cold elements are enough, but I can't control fire or darkness well. Junior, don't wish for too much. You can't have everything. Moreover, those two elements have the property of expanding to the surroundings, so it will be even more difficult. Anyway, dark element. If you know how to handle it, it's convenient for this kind of work, but it's difficult. Diarth paused for a moment and waved her staff. Then dark shadows began to envelop Diarth's staff and transformed into the shape of a spear. Can you see? Answer quickly. It's hard. Junior, I can see it. In that state, Diarth lightly stabbed with the spear tip. The weeds located where it was stabbed lost their vitality and died. By the way, this isn't perfectly controlled. I just roughly shaped it. Look at the end. As Diarth said, the outer appearance of the spear was rough and rippling. It would be nice to be able to control it perfectly, but you can still use it even before that. Give up on perfect control and just use the properties of the element. Even if you're not a master of fire magic, everyone knows how to use a torch. In the end, it's a knack, indeed. Let's try it once. Junior, the simplest. Right, a sphere shape would be good. Try shooting it as a sphere. Yihan summoned the dark element as Diarth instructed, and like other elements, he gathered it into a sphere shape. Bam! Then, as if compressed flames were exploding, the dark element scattered in all directions. Darkness gather at this end. Diarth was startled and waved her staff to control the dark element. Why did it explode? It seems it's because there's a lot of mana. My bad, Junior. I was thinking based on my standards. Diarth frowned as if she had a headache. Unlike herself, rough control was not feasible for this junior. If he didn't control it with several times stronger force than other mages, the elements would run wild on their own due to that overwhelming mana. I'm fine. It's not your fault, senior. Wait a moment. Still, I'm your senior. Since I brought it up, I should at least give you some advice. Diarth fell into thought, drawing out all the knowledge she knew about the dark element. What kind of advice should she give to a junior like that to be helpful? Should I try to find an easier form to control? No, it won't make much difference. If he gives up on control altogether and uses it by summoning, that won't work. Fire is already dangerous, and darkness would be even more so. It would scatter in all directions, and if it scatters wrong, it would be like stabbing himself. Should I apply other magic? Come to think of it, he would have also taken enchantment magic. If he uses it with enchantment magic, it might be a bit safer. But enchantment magic isn't easy either. What other school of magic was there? Senior. At Yihan's call, Diarth raised her head. On top of the staff, a sphere made of dark element was maintaining its shape and spinning around. She was at a loss for words, seeing Yihan lightly overcoming the obstacle in the short moment she wasn't looking, while she was agonizing over whether there was another method. What in the world? Didn't the senior tell me to do it? If it were as simple as just doing what you're told. No, never mind. Junior, just be quiet and focus on control. It must be hard enough for you right now. Diarth was right. Unlike the stable form of the water orb, the darkness orb was fluctuating quite unstably. It felt like it could lose its form and scatter in all directions at any moment with a single mistake. In this state, sending it flying would be too much, but if we utilize it, it would be suitable for close combat. Junior, are you good at fighting? At the sudden question, Gaynando and Immerg coughed simultaneously. I only learned it for self-defense, Yihan replied. Well, you're from a noble family, so you must have learned swordsmanship to some extent. Again, his two friends coughed at the same time. A mage doesn't necessarily need to be good at fighting, but sometimes there are instances where you have to engage in close combat. In those cases, this kind of magic can be surprisingly useful. Junior, it would be more stable if you handle it with enchantment magic, but I guess we can't expect that much right now. Wouldn't the fire element be better for that? Yihan asked. There are surprisingly many enemies that can withstand fire well. Starting with monsters that had resistance to fire, experienced adventurers usually had one or two means of defense against fire. It was an element that was commonly encountered in real life. I see. Junior, how long are you going to maintain the dark element? Hurry up and release it. Yihan, who had been admiring it, came to his senses at Diarth's remark and released the dark element. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, when a problem arises because we couldn't prevent it beforehand, using an item with the opposite attribute is good, but if you know how to handle the dark element, this is also possible. Diarth looked around at the remnants left by Yihan's dark element explosion and grasped her staff. Darkness gather at this end. It was a magic that controlled existing elements, not summoning elements. Are you gathering all the dark elements around? You guessed it right, it's creating a kind of vacuum state. If the mage preemptively takes control of the dark element, undead or beings of that category become quite vulnerable. Undead were beings with extreme strengths and weaknesses. When dealing with such beings, it was more effective to target their weaknesses rather than clashing head-on with their strengths. If he had known this method when facing the king of ghouls, it would have been much more effective than turning the cave into a sea of fire. Indeed, knowledge is power, Yihan thought. Isn't it interesting, Gaynando? Gaynando, who had been dozing off next to them, was startled by Yihan's question and answered. He had little interest in dark elements or anything else. This guy, calm down, Junior. It's not something he needs to learn right now. It might just make his head more complicated while studying other things. When Yihan tried to pick up his staff, Dirth stopped him. Gaynando was touched inwardly. See, Senior. Excuse me, mage sirs. The captured adventurers holding shovels cautiously spoke to them. Yihan answered in a nonchalant voice. I told you I'd let you go today, didn't I? That's not it. There are strange sounds coming from inside the tower. The public cemetery on the outskirts of Grandin City did not only have graves. There were several small towers inside, surrounded by a wall. They were used as resting spaces for the gravekeepers, for storing equipment, or sometimes as the central core when dark mages cast large-scale magic in the cemetery. Of course, they did not store corpses inside. Then, did you thoroughly check the mana? Dirth asked, shedding the face of a senior teaching her juniors, and returning to being the dark mage in charge of managing the public cemetery. Yihan took out a memo and checked it as he answered, yes. The towers where they said they heard the sound are either Tower 1 or Tower 2, and both had normal mana levels. What about the possibility of a monster hiding among the luggage and entering while the luggage was being moved? To prepare for that possibility, we disassembled and scattered the luggage that obstructed the view. We cast spatial perception magic and dark vision magic to check, and after finishing, we closed the windows, so the likelihood of that is low. Dirth tried to focus seriously, but she couldn't help but feel a tingling sense of pride. Among the other schools of magic boasting about having many new students, there wouldn't be a junior like this one. Honestly, she wanted to take him out and show. But that junior is taking classes from all the other schools of magic too. Realizing the reality belatedly, Dirth felt bitter. Senior, either those adventurers heard it wrong. No, we all heard it correctly, or it came from outside. Is that possible? Yihan was puzzled. He could understand if it was hiding among the luggage, but a monster infiltrating from outside. Even though this was a remote place, it was still within the city. If a monster roamed the main road, it would likely be slaughtered in less than 30 minutes. I'm also curious about that, Junior. Are you sure those people didn't mishear it? Could it be something like this? Immerg raised his hand and spoke. So sometimes the soil underground can move too. Since there are corpses underground here, if the soil underground moves and pushes out of the public cemetery, if the soil underground shifted and moved the location of the corpses, and if mana unfortunately pooled around that area, an undead could be summoned outside the public cemetery, not inside. That sounds plausible, doesn't it? Well done, Junior. Immerg blushed at the praise from Yihan and Dirth. However, Gaynando glared at Immerg. Why? From now on, you're my rival. Gaynando, who had already defeated Raphael, at least he thought so, and had decided to exclude Yihan, couldn't let Immerg's performance go unnoticed. HMPH. Let's see who is the true #1 in dark magic. TH, that would just be Wardenaz. We're going to search. Undead, reveal yourself. With the incantation, a wave spread out from Dirth's staff, and then there was a flash and a sound of something breaking from the upper floor of Tower 2. It's over there, let's go. Please wait a moment, just in case I should go with some defense prepared. At Yihan's words, Dirth hesitated. What kind of defensive magic is he going to use? Even if it was the same defensive magic, it would be better for Dirth, a fourth-year student, to use it, but the other person was no ordinary junior. Dirth was honestly curious about what kind of defensive magic Yihan would use. Would he show magic that surpassed expectations again? Hey. Adventurers, take the lead. Why are you doing that? It's nothing. Yihan and Dirth, along with the adventurers, went to the top of the tower. Immerg and Gaynando stayed outside the tower. As they quickly ran up the stairs, Yihan asked, the creature must know that its location has been exposed, so won't it run away? The likelihood of that is low, Junior. It deliberately entered here from outside the public cemetery to increase its power. It's aggressive and fearless, I see. Just by the reaction it showed when it was detected, they could roughly grasp the characteristics of that undead. If it tried to quickly move away from the summoned location, it was a cautious and timid creature, and if it tried to establish its position instead of moving away, it was the opposite. In this case, since it was trying to absorb the mana flowing in the public cemetery and increase its power, there was a high possibility that it was an aggressive and greedy creature. It appeared. The adventurers who were climbing ahead screamed. The huge undead tumbled down the stairs from above as if rolling. Seeing its appearance, Dirth let out a groan. Damn, it's an undead chimera. The result of strong negative mana combining with torn and crushed corpses instead of a single corpse. As the individuality of multiple entities was mixed, it was difficult for mages to predict and troublesome to deal with. Dirth immediately prepared a weakening spell for the undead chimera. Decline. Bang. An explosion occurred inside the undead chimera's body, and about 1/4 of it was blown away. Gaining propulsion from the explosion, the undead chimera, instead of crushing the adventurers in an instant, collided with the tower wall. The weakened part of the wall collapsed, creating a hole. As the ferocious creature sacrificed a part of its body to break through the tower wall and escape, Yihan and Dirth were startled. They hadn't even fought yet, so why was it suddenly running away? Senior, please listen without getting angry. Why would I get angry at you, Junior? You can just say it. What is it? I think that creature ran away after seeing me. For a moment, Dirth was about to get angry and ask if this was the time to joke around. The adventurers standing in front unconsciously muttered, indeed. What do you mean indeed? So sorry. Among the undead, there are some with excellent mana detection abilities. I think it assessed my mana and ran away. Dirth finally understood Yihan's words. If it wasn't just a ferocious and aggressive creature, but one with mana detection abilities and enough intelligence to understand and retreat. This is going to get complicated, Junior. It's running away. It's running away. Hey, you bastard, you can't stand there. Shoot, Bones. Immerg, throw something, throw a rock. If I throw it wrong, people might get hurt. After coming down from the tower, Dirth and Yihan immediately started tracking. Contact the city guard and tell them that an undead chimera has appeared. We'll track it on our own, Junior. Understood. Originally, this was the responsibility of the gravekeepers. They should have checked thoroughly in advance to prevent the occurrence of undead. Of course, the gravekeepers also had a point of injustice. Who would have known that an undead would be summoned outside the public cemetery due to the moving soil underground? However, even so, if a problem occurred and the damage increased, it was true that they had to take responsibility. There's no need for everyone to be thankful. This is something that dark mages should do. Indeed, as it seemed like the senior was going to suffer a loss too righteously, Yihan intervened decisively. But I think everyone should know who solved this matter. Make sure to convey the facts properly to the city guard and tell them that there should be treatment befitting the honor. Understood. Dirth looked at her junior with a dumbfounded expression. What was he talking about when they were in a hurry? Senior, even if we're in a hurry, necessary information should be conveyed. No, is that necessary? Let's depart for now. Dirth tracked the mana left behind by the undead chimera. The creature that had escaped from the public cemetery was avoiding the main road and fleeing through the alleys. If it can sense mana and knows to avoid it, it would instinctively know that it should avoid people. It would be troublesome if it hides. We'll definitely catch it. I hope so. In the city, it's difficult to track if we're even a little late. Oh no, damn it. Dirth clicked her tongue. They had finally gotten out of the alleys, but of all places, the creature had entered the guild warehouse district. Why are you doing that? Let's explain the situation and go in. It's going to be difficult, Junior. Guilds were stubborn in this regard. If they let outsiders in and there was a problem with the supplies or a leak of confidential information, it would become an even bigger issue. Even if the undead chimera had escaped and entered, there was a high possibility that they would insist on catching it themselves. Still, I'll try to talk to them. All right, give it a try, but don't be too persistent. Anyway, after a while Yihan returned. They said it's okay. Let's go in. Dirth whispered in a startled voice, Junior, how did you convince them? I have a friend from the Black Tortoise Tower who gave permission. Oh, really? Wait, aren't you from the Blue Dragon Tower? Senior, that mana, isn't it from the undead? Dirth, who had been puzzled by Yihan's suspiciously wide connections, came to her senses at those words. Now wasn't the time to worry about that. Good find. Let's go. Bang. A wooden crate flew in from the back of the warehouse, accompanied by the sound of something breaking. Yihan immediately swung his staff. A thick water shield enveloped the flying wooden crate, making a dull sound. Dirth gritted her teeth. Whether it knew what it was doing or not, the actions of that undead chimera were striking at the party's weakness. If it tried to destroy all the items in the warehouse like that, it would be quite troublesome for the mages. They had barely got permission to enter, so if the items in the warehouse were broken, the guild members wouldn't just sit still. Salco, understand if we smash a few things. I got it, so just catch the undead. You're good at beating up the White Tiger Tower guys, so why can't you catch an undead? While Dirth was surprised, Yihan began firing lightning magic. Crackle, the undead chimera, sensing the ominous air, leaped behind a crate to avoid it. However, Yihan didn't care whether it hid behind or inside the crate. He would smash it with force. Flash forth, flash forth, flash forth, flash forth, a storm of magic. Dirth could only describe the current scene that way. To think he could create such a deadly density of barrage with low circle magic. This is really. As the inside of the warehouse was turned upside down, smashed, and there was nowhere left to hide, the undead chimera seemed to realize it wouldn't work and ran out of the compound altogether. Salco and the guild members, who had been stealthily approaching outside the warehouse, were dismayed at the sight. You should have snuck up quietly, not come with such blatant killing intent. The guild members here aren't mages or knights, so what do you expect? This is good enough. Hurry and chase the undead. Yihan thanked them first, leaving his anger for later. Let's go, Senior. As Yihan's party rushed out, the guild members finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been tense when they heard that an undead had run into the guild warehouse. Will it be okay? Chasing and catching something fleeing through the city isn't an easy task. Moreover, the opponent isn't even human. It'll probably be fine. The one chasing is even more of a monster, Salco said as he walked to the warehouse. and he was shocked to see the completely wrecked interior. Wardenaz, even with permission, isn't this a bit much? At first, the undead chimera fled upon seeing the mana, and then it fled upon seeing the lightning magic. Now it completely changed its movement. It moved through complex and tricky routes, trying to tire out the pursuers first. It seems the creature is waiting for us to get tired. HMPH. Even if we're mages, it's a misconception to think we'll get tired from this much. We're all from Einregard, aren't we? That's right. Yehan and Dirth nodded, and so did Immerg. Huff, ha ha. Gaynando was panting, out of breath. Yehan cast a spell on him. Feet grasped the earth. Although it was obvious that he would suffer from muscle pain when the enhancement magic ended, Yehan cheered Gaynando on. It's nothing. Gaynando, hang in there. Yeah, we're in trouble, juniors. Dirth spoke in a perplexed voice. Why is that? Of all places, it had to be the Greenbull family's mansion again. The Greenbull family, a city noble family deeply rooted in Grandin City, was not an easy family to deal with. They were quite closed off, and even more so in a situation like this. Even if an undead went in, they probably won't cooperate. Junior, do you happen to know someone in the Greenbull family too? Dirth asked without much expectation. No matter how much he was from the Wardenaz family in the Blue Dragon Tower, he couldn't possibly have connections with every noble family in the Empire. If he didn't have a connection, they couldn't just knock on the door and ask to be treated as guests in this situation. That would be rude. One moment. No way. As Yehan walked over like before, Dirth was perplexed. Could it really be? It's okay. Let's go in. You had a connection. Not close, but I met them before. Anyway, it's a long story, so let's go in first. Let's catch the undead. All right. Dirth entered the mansion with her junior, whose connections were suspiciously wide. Even after being told that an undead had infiltrated, the chief steward of the mansion had a calm face. There's no need to worry. Actually, even if you mages hadn't come to help, we probably could have caught it. At those words, Gaynando got needlessly fired up. You don't know how strong and clever this undead is. No matter how strong and clever it is, I don't think it can beat the people currently in the mansion. Tusk, you don't seem to know, but Yehan here is from the Wardenaz family, and recently he killed a basilisk in one blow. Shut up. Feeling Dirth's shocked gaze, Yehan shut Gaynando up. From the looks of it, there seem to be quite remarkable people here. May I ask who they are? The chief steward smiled and answered. There are knights from the White Wood Knight Order. Bykellance, a knight of the White Wood Knight Order, felt a bit sorry seeing the squires wolfing down food as if possessed. I apologize, Madam Greenbull. Not at all. Why mention such a thing? It's the age when they should eat a lot, right? As Aladni said, the squires were at an age when they sought a lot of food. Growing up while living the life of a knight order, they were always hungry. But even considering that, the sight of them sticking their noses in the soup bowl held in one hand while grabbing chunks of meat with the other was a bit embarrassing. I'll have to lecture them when we return. I've heard a lot about how the Whitewood Knight Order squires have been training around the city these days. Is the training going well? Do you need any assistance? Bykellance replied with courtesy. His answer just now was sincere, but there was also a slight hidden meaning. Although Aladni looked like a kind grandmother on the outside, she was by no means an easy person. It wouldn't be good to needlessly owe her a debt. As always, competition raises each other's skills. The students from knight families at Einregard and the squires of the Knight Order had a sense of rivalry with each other. The Whitewood Knight Order squires had even directly competed with them during the semester. Madam Greenbull, there's an intruder in the mansion. At the report from a servant who hurriedly ran over, Aladna's expression slightly hardened. What gutsy thief would dare infiltrate this mansion? Did you identify them? The dark mages confirmed it. They say it's the undead chimera that escaped from near the public cemetery. It's hard to trust the words of dark mages. They're students from Einregard. Ah, in that case. Aladni immediately changed her attitude. If they were students from Einregard, they had the qualifications to say such things, and one of them is the student from the Wardenaz family that Madame Greenbull mentioned before. Oh, that's unexpected. Aladni was surprised. She hadn't expected Yehan to be learning dark magic. Well, what magic one learned was a personal freedom. Allow them entry and treat them well. Leave the undead chimera to the students. Will it be all right? It should be enough. Not only is he from the Wardenaz family, I've directly seen his skills. Plus, think about the reason he chased it here. The reason he chased it here. Instead of answering, Aladni just smiled. Yehan from the Wardenaz family was a student with genius-level talent and ambition to match. The incident where he trampled the mage from Baldergard who had impudently crawled up, the incident where he defeated a basilisk in front of the royals, and even the incident where he tracked down and defeated an evil being from another world. Even if a mage had outstanding abilities, it was meaningless if people didn't acknowledge it. To fully utilize one's talent, a reputation to match was necessary. In Aladna's view, Yehan from the Wardenaz family was very coldly building up his reputation. After a few years passed, it wouldn't be surprising if Yehan's name was at the very top when discussing the Empire's top-up-and-coming mages. As such, it was best to let Yihan catch the undead chimera now. If she showed consideration to someone of his caliber, he would remember that consideration. Moreover, if she snatched the prey Yihan had chased all the way here, it would be akin to picking a fight. There was no need to needlessly make such a formidable enemy. It's a monster. Don't worry, Madame Greenbull will take care of it. Why? The Whitewood Knight order squires put down their bowls and drew their swords at the sight of the monster outside the mansion window, and before Aladni could stop them, they hurriedly rushed out. Left alone with Aladni, Bykelance wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gauged her reaction. I apologize. They're not usually so rude as to act on their own, but with a monster appearing, Aladni threw a cold gaze without heeding Bykelance's words. Bang! One of the squires charged in with a hearty tackle. The undead chimera lost its balance from the mana-infused body slam and fell to the side. The creature has fallen. Cut off its legs so it can't run away. The squires cheered and quickly surrounded the undead chimera. Having coordinated more than a few times, their movements were swift and precise. Yihan and Dirth admired them. They're good, they're good. Ah, no way, those jerks stole our prey, Gaynando shouted in dismay. He couldn't understand how the two could be so calm in this absurd situation. Gaynando, think carefully. Yihan, who had been nodding beside Dirth at his heartwarming words, flinched and looked puzzled. That's not what I meant. Huh, then, since they arbitrarily messed with what we were chasing, after they finish hunting, we can get angry and they'll have no choice but to apologize due to the justification. Then we'll have succeeded in the hunt without lifting a finger, so it's fine to leave them be. Junior, Dirth was shocked at her junior's political prowess. She had thought Yihan was extraordinary, but she couldn't believe Yihan had finished all those calculations in this short time. I thought Senior was also yielding with this intention, Yihan said. What do you take me for, Junior? Dirth asked. No, if that's not the case, there's no reason to yield. We chased it all the way here. That's so like you, Yihan. Gaynando nodded as if he had expected this. Not letting go of even a piece of bread without a fight was just like Gaynando's friend. Junior, it's good to be thorough, but if you act too harshly, it might spread bad rumors about dark mages, Dirth said. But Senior, dark mages already have a bad reputation, don't they? Yihan pointed out. Dirth's wings drooped slightly, hit by her junior's words. Gaynando whispered beside him, Why did you say that? Only ignorant people say such things. No, quite a lot of people would say that, Yihan said. Really? Why else would those guys, who got beaten and dragged here afterward, pick a fight with us while passing by? We have reflected on our actions, the two adventurers said, who had picked a fight, gotten beaten up, done chores in the cemetery, and ended up chasing an undead chimera. They could be called the most ill-fated ones today. Senior, you don't have to be sad about it. Those who know the truth won't be fooled, Yihan consoled. What's the point if everyone else thinks badly of us? Dirth asked. We'll change that. Dirth's eyes wavered slightly at her junior's progressive words. Perhaps her junior was right. Just like how they had dedicated themselves to the city today, if they steadily built up achievements despite others' suspicions, people's perceptions would change little by little, even if not immediately. To think I'd hear such words from my junior. I should have been the one saying that, Dirth thought, feeling ashamed as a senior. You're right, Junior, Dirth admitted. No, that's not what I meant, Dirth exclaimed, startled by her junior's aggressive words, which even a magic duelist would be tongue-tied by, attacking anyone who spoke nonsense to change their minds. What kind of? Bang! With a loud noise, two squire knights flew into the air. The cornered undead chimera had exploded its body, breaking through the encirclement. As the encirclement was breached, the squire knights shouted in surprise. The creature is escaping. Be careful. Ah, Wardenaz. It's Wardenaz. What? Wardenaz. That Wardenaz. Yes, that Wardenaz. When the squire knights who had visited the academy last time recognized Yihan's face and acted friendly, Yihan made a displeased expression. We're not that close. Wouldn't someone think they were quite close if they saw this? Wardenaz, catch it, if it escapes. Before the squire knights could even finish their request, Yihan was already holding his staff ready. How could he let the undead chimera escape after chasing it this far? The undead chimera made a growling sound and glared at Yihan. Its 9 eyes glinted as they stared at him. They were filled with wariness due to the severe beating it had received earlier. It seemed to be looking for an opening to strike Yihan and escape. Darkness, gather here, Yihan chanted. He didn't recklessly fire a lightning spell. It wasn't a good environment to shoot wildly with the squire knights behind him, and the creature's wariness was quite high. The advantage of a mage was the ability to flexibly respond to any situation. Having learned how to deal with it from Dirth, Yihan immediately gathered the surrounding dark elements. The undead chimera didn't know what Yihan was doing, but it seemed to feel its strength draining away. It quickly jumped back, trying to distance itself. However, it was of no use. The range. Among them, Dirth, the only dark mage who could handle dark elemental magic, could understand what was happening. That junior's magic was gathering dark elements from a much wider range than Dirth had done. Amazing. While Dirth was admiring her junior's magic, Yihan shouted urgently, Senior. Huh, why? A bit too much dark element has gathered. If I make a mistake, please help me. Hey, Dirth screamed when she saw the dark elemental sphere gathered at the end of Yihan's staff. At a glance, it was 2 or 3 times the size of the one he had cast earlier. Because he had cast it over such a wide range, even though he had used a shorter time than before, it had gathered this much in an instant. What are you trying to do? Even if he wanted to shoot it as a projectile, it needed to be controlled to some extent. If he forcibly fired it now, it could explode at the end of the staff and injure her junior. Dirth couldn't understand how Yihan was going to handle that dark element. Poof. Yihan solved it in a simpler and more straightforward way than expected. He charged forward with his staff and stabbed the sphere into the undead chimera. The creature couldn't dodge the charge that happened in the blink of an eye. Dirth was startled. Wait, dark elements have the opposite effect on undead. Yihan threw his staff to the side and drew his sword. The morning star flashed its blade light and split the undead chimera's body. From the beginning, the reason he had gathered the surrounding dark elements was to slow down the opponent's movements and bind its feet. Once that was achieved, there were several ways to destroy the opponent. The impact boosted by the exploding mana struck the undead chimera, and the following sword draw shattered its balance. After launching a series of attacks without a moment to breathe, he sliced off its neck and cheers erupted. As expected of Wardenaz, excellent, your swordsmanship is still the same. Your friends? To Dirth's question, Yihan answered firmly, not my friends. Bykellance, who arrived late, thanked Yihan. I only did what I had to do. Indeed, Bykellance spoke with a slightly impressed voice. Some people have prejudices and misunderstandings due to dark mages' magic, but if they saw the dark mages here dedicating themselves day and night like this, they wouldn't dare say such things. Yihan replied like that, but he had a different thought in mind. But other dark mages do cause too many accidents. Even if Yihan caught the undead that came out in the city for 100 days, it wouldn't be of much use if dark mages were caught stealing corpses from graves. Aladni, who arrived late, looked at the situation in front of the mansion with perplexity and asked, what happened? Mr. Wardenaz defeated it. The mansion's butler answered with a hint of disappointment. If it had been defeated by the guests of the mansion instead of someone from outside, it would have given more face to Madame Greenbull. Aladni thought she should admonish the butler once the guests left and shifted her gaze. The undead chimera was thoroughly smashed. There were traces of being hit by magic a few times, sword wounds seemingly inflicted by the Squire Knights and the fatal blow. Aladni thought she had seen it wrong. It seems to have been killed with a sword. Even when she looked again, thinking she had seen it wrong, nothing changed. It was clearly killed by a sword. Aladni became confused, wondering if the Squire Knights and dark mages gathered here were deceiving her. Why would they deceive her? No, not at all. You have stepped up for Grandin City like this, and I apologize for not being able to provide more assistance. Excessively friendly. Yihan found Aladni's attitude strange. Apart from the rumors of her being thorough and flawless, she was excessively favorable. Was it really because of the Wardenaz family's name? No matter what, is there a reason to go this far? Yihan couldn't even imagine it, that Aladni had mistaken Yihan for a formidable schemer. Yihan bowed politely once again and walked away. The Squire Knights who were acquainted with Yihan excitedly gathered around him. Seeing that, Aladni asked Bykellance, does the student from the Wardenaz family have a friendship with the Squire Knights of the Knightly Order? Ah, that's about what happened when we visited Einregard last time. What happened was. Bykellance began to tell the story as if it was a good thing. Meeting an excellent swordsman was always a pleasure. So, Bykellance didn't notice that Aladni's expression, who was listening to the story, was turning into shock and absurdity. Wardenaz, I heard you defeated the King of Ghouls. But do you know, the guys from the White Tiger Tower are actually hothouse greenhouse flowers. That's right, Wardenaz. What's truly strong are the wildflowers that have bloomed through harsh rolling in the wild. So let's go defeat the King of Ghouls together. Yihan thought to himself, these guys are crazy. Recalling the conversation with the squires, Yihan shook his head in disbelief. They had misunderstood the rumors about the White Tiger Tower students and Yihan defeating the King of Ghouls, and now they were burning with competitive spirit. But since they couldn't rival the White Tiger Tower as mages, the Squire Knights wanted to bring along a more powerful mage and a swordsman friend. Of course, from Yihan's perspective, it was nothing but nonsense. He immediately reported them. Sir Bykellance, those squires over there are plotting to hunt prey beyond their level. What? Those fools. Fortunately, Bykellance was in his right mind. Otherwise, the squires might have collapsed in some remote, unknown cave. Seeing Yihan's expression, Dirth asked with concern, are you all right, Junior? Is it due to the earlier magic usage causing mana deficiency? Ah, no, it's just the squires spouting nonsense. Dirth decided not to worry about this Junior's magic-related issues in the future. Returning to the cemetery, they spotted a familiar face among the gravekeepers. It was Dahul Dargard, the Imperial Special Administrator, whom they had met before regarding the King of Ghouls' subjugation. I thought it might be, but really, Dahil spoke with a voice filled with reverence upon seeing Yihan. It hasn't even been a week, and you're involved in such an incident again. Aren't you neglecting your own well-being? Junior, what did you do a week ago? Diarth was puzzled. She hadn't heard the news about the King of Ghouls yet. Yihan surveyed the graveyard and quickly devised a plan. Then he dropped to one knee with a thud. I used too much magic, so my body. That's why I told you. No matter how talented you are, it's meaningless if you can't manage your own body. But, as a dark mage, undead roaming Grandin City. Cough, cough. Diarth and Yihan's friends were at a loss for words as they stared at Yihan. They couldn't believe their friend, who hadn't shed a single drop of sweat until now, was staggering like this as soon as he passed through the cemetery's main gate. Immerg whispered, Is there poison in the cemetery? Poison wouldn't work on Yihan, right? What do you? Could it be? As the three whispered, Yihan pretended to be even more exhausted in front of Dahil. After the previous King of Ghouls' subjugation, he had realized something. Even when doing the same task, it was better to show that you did it with great difficulty. It was a trick that easily increased rewards. If this senior here hadn't helped me, I might have died. You must be Miss Diarth. I've heard a lot about you from the gravekeepers. I just did what I had to. The city people are too harsh on the dark mages who are so dedicated. I will make sure to speak strongly about this. No, the compensation is already sufficient. Cough, cough, cough. Yihan interrupted his senior's words with a fake cough. Of course, the compensation for the dark mages working in the cemetery was never bad. Dark mages were simply mages who suffered from groundless, or not so groundless rumors and prejudices, but they were certainly not pushovers. If the pay wasn't good, which dark mages would take on such a job? However, Yihan held the belief that even if it's the same job, it's a good thing if the compensation increases. No, Mr. Dargard, we were just dedicating ourselves to the city, so that's, if those who dedicate themselves don't receive rewards, who would dedicate themselves? I will strongly urge the city council to allocate additional budget. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Yihan coughed again. Cough, cough. Oh dear, please stop talking and rest. It seems like you haven't recovered the mana you expended in the last subjugation. They are truly excellent mages. Feeling Dahil's gaze, Yihan left the cemetery. Diarth, who had been quietly watching, unable to bring herself to interfere with her junior's acting, gently asked, By the way, Junior, what do you mean by the last subjugation? Cough, 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 tone it down. Yes. So some crazy squire bastards, unable to know their place, are saying they want to go subdue that thing again. They're completely insane, aren't they? I don't understand why the knighthood doesn't provide character education like Einregard. Yihan criticized the squires, filled with anger, but Diarth wasn't listening. The previous story had been too shocking. No, you should have run away from that. Why? I'm telling you, it's because of those White Tiger Tower bastards. Right. Diarth couldn't say anything more, seeing how wronged her junior looked. If Professor Mortem finds out, it's going to be quite troublesome. To think he encountered an ancient evil being not even recorded in history. If Professor Mortem found out, he would excitedly conduct all sorts of investigations, and the preparation for those investigations would fall on his disciple, and the subject of the investigations would be the person who experienced it most closely. That junior fit both criteria. Diarth pondered for a moment. She usually didn't like visiting noble families' residences because it made her uncomfortable, but it was a different story if her junior requested it. All right, I can't refuse if my junior says so. But Junior, yes, isn't that person a professor? Seeing Professor Beevil sitting and waiting in front of the residence's main gate, Yihan felt a slight twinge of guilt. While Wardenaz isn't eating, Yihan originally prefers studying over eating. Immerg's question was answered by Gaynando's pretentious remark. Of course, if Yihan had been beside him, he would have smacked the back of his head for saying that. Juniors, why is Professor Beevil here in the first place? Oh, he just came to visit. Yes, well, it does sound like something he would do. Diarth accepted it without even questioning it. It was something Professor Beevil was fully capable of doing. But still, no matter what, shouldn't he at least give him time to rest? Diarth put down the strawberry Madeline and spoke. The student had just gone through the trouble of hunting an undead chimera, so wasn't it a bit too much to take him away without giving him a chance to rest? Don't you think so? No matter how long he waited, it couldn't have been more than a few hours. Oh no, he came last night and waited. Considering it was evening now, he had waited for nearly a full day. He came last night. Wait a moment. It was strange for him to visit last night, but it could be because the professor and student were close. If he came last night, why did you go to the cemetery? Yihan told us to run away in the morning. Diarth lost her words and put down her coffee cup. Was this a case of reaping what one sowed? Did you wait long? I apologize. Yihan apologized with a hypocritical expression. After all, the other person was a professor. However, as expected, Professor Beevil didn't mind at all. No, let's get to work. I fixed the helmet. Yihan was genuinely delighted by Professor Beevil's words. I can sell it. How much would this fetch in price? Yes, who would buy something like that? It's a dangerous artifact. Oh, now that it's fixed, if the user is careful, isn't it safe? Well, that's true, but it's dangerous if they're not careful. People don't buy things like that. Yihan glared at the helmet. The helmet of wisdom cautiously spoke to him. Now that it's come to this, perhaps it's time to bring out the wisdom within me. Shut up, Yihan lost interest in the helmet. Once he knew it wouldn't make money, there was no reason to pay attention to it. Professor, I have a question. What is it? Can I make artifacts and sell them? That would be difficult. Professor Beevil answered immediately. Artifacts were expensive items, so the background of the person who made them was also quite important. In the case of a novice artifact maker, they had to consistently participate as an assistant in the creation of other artifacts to build up their experience and expand their connections. Then, when the opportunity arose, they had to showcase their own artifacts to make their name known in the empire. That sounds familiar. Every industry was harsh on newcomers. Yihan frowned at the words that it would easily take over a decade. Wait, what if we do this? Make them cheaply and sell them cheaply. Even in Einregard alone, there were imperfect, failed artifacts lying around. They were the remnants that seniors had made, failed, and discarded. Such artifacts, though not entirely useless, would certainly attract a bounty from the empire the moment they were sold at their real value. However, adventurers, for instance, might be tempted to buy artifacts at a relatively cheap price, even if they were incomplete failures. What? That's a waste of mana. Professor Beevil was negative about Yihan's business plan. A mage's mana was a limited resource. Even a handful of mana should be saved to create masterpieces, so why waste it on such things? And even if you only considered money, selling one masterpiece was better than selling dozens of cheaply made junk. Indeed, other than wasting mana, there are no other problems, right? However, Yihan selectively listened to Professor Beevil's words. So what if he wasted some mana? And so what if the cost-effectiveness was a bit poor? It's much better to earn little by little in advance than to work for 10 years to build up experience and start, and the failures will come out anyway while practicing. Yihan quickly drew up a blueprint in his mind to continuously sell artifacts with the most useful functions possible. All right, let's begin. Professor Beevil, unaware of Yihan's intentions, started laying out the equipment. Chisels and rulers, hammers, planes and saws, a small welding staff with extreme heat magic, glasses with lenses for various purposes, and so on. Professor, there's something I want to try. Oh, what is it? What is it? Professor Beevil asked excitedly when Yihan showed enthusiasm. I want to try making a water creation artifact or a dark vision artifact. What? Why would you make such junk? It's a waste of time, a waste of mana, and a waste of materials. Of course, even with his excitement, Professor Beevil wasn't one to easily heed Yihan's words. When it came to artifacts, the professor was very critical. Water creation artifacts and dark vision artifacts were uninteresting artifacts that any mage could make if they put in the time and effort, without much difficulty. There was no way Professor Beevil would prefer such a waste of materials. Professor, I've realized something while studying magic these days. Since I have so much mana, it seems I need to waste some of it to loosen up my hands. Really? Yes, if I try to use other magic, I can't adapt right away when I switch to enchantment magic. It seems my hands loosen up better when I practice with the same enchantment magic. Why are you so untalented? Sob, that's what I'm saying. Yihan answered with fake sadness. Professor Beevil was genuinely sympathetic to his student's lack of talent. What should we do? Will you be able to do enchantment magic well then? Oh, should I give up then? No, you can't do that. Damn it. Yihan clicked his tongue inwardly at Professor Beevil's unwillingness to completely fall for it. I understand, if that's the case. Even if it's a boring, unrewarding, and time-wasting artifact. Professor Beevil grumbled as he began to take out materials from his pocket. Yihan hesitated as he saw Professor Beevil take out a blue gem, an aquamarine, and place it on top of a spirit whale skin. Even though Yihan wasn't fully versed in all the materials yet, he knew very well that those two materials were ridiculously expensive. Wait, Professor, why? You're using aquamarine and spirit whale skin. Yeah, are those essential for a water creation artifact? Essential. Yihan felt once again that he had to ask Professor Beevil in a different way. I mean, will the water creation magic not work at all without them? That's not the case, but the efficiency will be trash. It's already a trashy artifact, but if the efficiency is also trashy, it really has no meaning. But it's too wasteful to use these materials for practice, and I won't be able to recoup the cost. There was no way Yihan, who was trying to obtain an optimized production method, could make artifacts with aquamarine or spirit whale skin. But if you exclude those, the efficiency becomes too trashy. To what extent? If we consider a leather water bottle of this size, it would take a week to fill up completely. Professor Beevil's words certainly made sense. A week is too slow. To think it would take a whole week to fill up a leather water bottle that could be worn at the waist. Yihan newly realized that a mage's magic was a miraculous power to those who couldn't use magic. That much preparation was necessary for those who couldn't use magic to utilize it. Isn't there another way, like infusing a lot of mana? That's possible, but the lifespan of the artifact will be shorter. If he used cheap materials and even over-invested mana, the lifespan of the artifact would inevitably be shorter. Moreover, it was a waste of mana. That's fine. Doesn't the efficiency improve anyway? That's true, but... Professor Beevil tilted his head as he looked at his enthusiastic student. Why does he like that so much? Does he enjoy making junk? Deer hide, koyak thread, copper ring. Those were the materials used in the water creation artifact, a portable leather water bottle. Yihan wasn't the type to greatly admire his own skills or talents or have self-confidence, but he couldn't help but feel proud when he made this leather water bottle. I did it. He had somehow managed to create an artifact that produced water using not-so-expensive materials. Professor Beevil, who had been drowsily nodding off beside him with a bored expression, yawned and asked, "Are you done?" "Yes, your hands are loosened up. All right." Then, Professor Beevil unfolded a blueprint he had been eagerly waiting for on the table. The blueprint was so long and complex that it filled the entire rectangular table. What is this? A flying galleon. Yihan seriously considered feigning illness again at the sight of Professor Beevil confidently bringing out a project with a difficulty level that seemed to require about 100 years of effort. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy. Wait, how many years has this project been going on? Yihan became curious after seeing the dates and worn traces written here and there, so he asked, "How many years have you been working on this?" 20. Yihan was shocked. He knew Professor Beevil was a madman, but to think he had been holding on to a single project for 20 years. 30, 40, I don't think it was 40 years. I can't remember. The numbers kept going up. Yihan was at a loss for words. Isn't this too long to be holding on to? It is. Could it be that it's just taking a long time, but there is definite progress? If that's the case, it would be understandable to pour time into it if it was too complex or delicate, as long as completion was possible. No, there are many parts where I'm stuck, so it's impossible in the current state. I see. It was absurd, but also a bit admirable, to think he kept challenging a project with no progress and many obstacles without giving up. He was a madman, but a scholarly madman was bound to be a little admirable. Even if it doesn't reach actual production, this much must have cost you quite a bit. It seems like you spent a lot of your own money. Did I? I'm not sure. I think quite a bit of my own money went into it, too. Yihan was surprised again by Professor Beevil's words. Of course, judging by Professor Beevil's personality, it was obvious that he had little interest in gold coins. However, it made no sense that there was no budget management while proceeding with such a project. If he didn't get money from somewhere, it wouldn't even be possible to proceed right. If you don't know, well, Professor, where did the money come from? I got investment from Ganedouts and that. I forgot the name, but I got investment from a duke over a decade ago, and that. Anyway, I got investment from someone else too. I forgot. Yihan began to seriously worry about Professor Beevil's life. It wouldn't be strange if an assassin came. To think he received investments and has been running away with the money for over a decade. If Yihan were the investor, he would have seriously gone to challenge him to a duel. Stop asking boring questions. I called you here to let you participate in this fun plan. Wow, excited. Yes, Professor Beevil couldn't distinguish well between wow and wow, but Professor, the parts I can follow here are, this, and this. Yihan pointed to the front sail, mast, bow, and watchtower. It was filled with magic too complex to follow, but based on the rough structure, he could guess the principle of gathering and amplifying the wind. In fact, it was indeed remarkable for a first-year student to grasp this much at a glance. Even the skull principle would have acknowledged it. However, Professor Beevil was cold. That's because you're stupid. Yes, you can study and catch up on that later. The important thing now is the hull here. The bottom of the hull is the key. Do you see it? Numerous magic circles were engraved on the large keel supporting the center of the hull's bottom. They were so complex and numerous that Yihan felt dizzy just looking at them. No matter which magic circle he pointed to, none of them operated separately. The sight of all the magic circles connected like gears and operating organically made his spine tingle. Obsession. The mad result of a genius pouring countless years into it was right in front of him. Yihan felt a sense of awe similar to when he saw the skull principle's unique world. Is that a magic circle possible with human wisdom? I see it. This needs to make the weight of the galleon lighter, reverse gravity, gather wind, create lift, and also strengthen the durability of the hull. Although Yihan still didn't know much about enchantment magic, he could tell that Professor Beevil was ridiculously greedy. I think you'll have to give up a few of those functions. Wouldn't it be better to just hire mages and put them on the ship? Then why are we doing this? Are you stupid? Professor Beevil grumbled at Yihan's common-sense suggestion. Yes, so the outer magic circles here are supposed to gather, maintain, and amplify the mana needed for the magic circles, but they seem to be lacking. Of course, to maintain all those functions, it seemed like mages would have to permanently reside and endure it, not just magic circles. No matter what, there should be a limit, so I had a thought. You see these mana stones placed in the outer magic circles? Yes. It would be nice if the magic circles could draw all the mana from nature, but in reality, it was often difficult to fully supply mana with just that. In such cases, gemstones with condensed mana, like mana stones, were used as auxiliary batteries. Of course, they couldn't be used or placed as is. They had to be processed and enchanted to fit the magic circles in order to be used as batteries. The outer magic circles Professor Beevil pointed to had mana stones densely placed, too many to count. Whoever made it, it seemed like they would shed tears of blood if they had to make it. We'll make all these mana stones into a mana oversaturated state and place them here. Will that supply the necessary mana? I don't know. We'll have to experiment to find out how much effect it has when oversaturated. It's too complex to calculate. Indeed, Yihan, who had been listening, suddenly thought of something and asked, "But Professor, who will make them into a mana oversaturated state?" "You have to do it, of course." "Anyone other than me? There isn't anyone else," Professor Beevil answered with an innocent face. Where else would there be a mage who could overcharge with almost infinite mana like Yihan every time he cast an enchantment spell? Aha. Yihan nodded and looked around. Shouldn't I kill him now? Fortunately, Professor Beevil had no intention of making all the outer magic circles needed for the galleon right now. The creepy part was that he might make them someday, but for now, Professor Beevil's basic goal was confirmation. How much mana could be secured using such a method? Carpet. I've engraved a makeshift magic circle on this carpet. You just need to prepare the mana stones that will go in here. Professor? Yeah, be quiet, please. It's noisy. Okay. There was a hint of venom in Yihan's voice as he worked late into the night without even having dinner. If he cast poison element magic now, it seemed like quite a strong, deadly poison would come out. The magic Yihan had just learned from Professor Beevil was, when cast on a mana stone, it would gain the property of slowly emitting the mana contained within. And this magic was a third circle magic. Should I have just endured and said I couldn't do it well? Yihan regretted his past self who had thoughtlessly waved his staff a few times and ended it with, "Is this how it's done? Like this?" "Ah, so it's like this." Embedding dozens of mana stones one by one into the magic circle and connecting them by drawing lines with mana ink, he felt like his mental strength was wearing out even though his mana was fine. Regardless, Professor Beevil was humming beside him, manipulating the magic circle on the carpet. Do you know why there are many mages riding carpets in old fairy tales? No. Usually, mages who ride these rely more on summoned beings they have contracts with rather than using magic themselves. Otherwise, the consumption would be severe. Yes, but in the past there were far more people who didn't know about magic, so riding carpets like this must have looked impressive. Yes, interesting, right? Haha. While Yihan mechanically rotated through 3 responses, someone knocked on the door. Diarth poked her head in with a worried look. "Isn't the junior going to sleep? It's fine. It's fine. What's fine?" For a moment, Diarth didn't understand what Professor Beevil meant by "it's fine." "I asked the junior, so why are you?" Oops, what am I saying to a crazy person? Diarth came to her senses. She had spent several years at Einregard, yet she chose a direct approach against a professor. "Junior, are you okay? Did your injury worsen?" Diarth conveyed her meaning through her gaze. Yihan was surprised by her actions, and he was impressed. That's the power of a senior. Cough, cough. It feels like my mana is suddenly twisting. That's why I told you not to overdo it earlier. You got beaten up so badly by that undead chimera. I apologize. Enchantment magic was just so fun. Still, there's a limit. You even got poisoned by the thorns the undead chimera stabbed you with earlier. Cough, cough. Can't you endure it a bit longer? Professor Beevil asked regretfully, but the 2 students ignored him as if they hadn't heard. You need to rest. Junior, go lie down quickly. What time should I wake you up tomorrow? The 2 students left the room, ignoring him again as if they hadn't heard. Early morning, as soon as he woke up, Yihan checked his surroundings. Fortunately, Professor Beevil wasn't waiting for him in the bedroom. "Young master, SHH, is Professor Beevil nearby?" "Pardon, he's not here, but you have a guest." Yihan, who was about to escape the residence through the window, hesitated. "Is it a professor?" "No, it's your friend, a priestess from the Prasinga order." Aha, Yihan was relieved. Fortunately, he seemed to have avoided the worst-case scenario of another crazy professor coming. Is it the religious event she mentioned before? Since Yihan had promised to participate in the Prasinga order's event, he was planning to go. It also served as an excuse to run away from Professor Beevil. Wait, Yihan became lost in thought. Come to think of it, there were few people as good as Professor Beevil when it came to artifact experts. What if he took Professor Beevil to the Prasinga order? I could avoid the mad work and might even be able to obtain and purify useful artifacts. Professor, why? Professor Beevil, who had been sleeping, woke up with a start. "Can't you cancel the promise?" "No, it was a promise I made with my honor as an individual, the honor of my family, and my pride as a mage at stake." Although Professor Beevil grumbled, he couldn't say anything more when Yihan put it that way. He had put his individual, family, and mage honor on the line, so how could he stop him? If you help, Professor, the work might end quickly, and if the work ends quickly, we can work on the mana stones. Yes, Yihan answered while biting his lips hard. Professor Beevil nodded. All right, I'll help. Priestess Tigeling was perplexed after hearing the conversation between Yihan and Professor Beevil. Was it such a heavy promise? Was it that kind of promise? I don't think it was. Priestess Tigeling. Memories usually change a bit. I think I made that promise with such determination at that time. Priestess Tigeling stared at Yihan. It was something she had been feeling these days, but this young man from the Wardenaz family might not be as cold and calculating as he appeared on the outside. He seems a bit more soft-hearted than I thought. What's the matter? It's nothing. Tigeling the priestess bowed her head slightly with an apologetic heart. In that moment, she felt ashamed of herself for having such thoughts. Thinking about it, the boy from the Wardenaz family had made so many sacrifices for her friends. Just considering the meals the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower had eaten, the priests couldn't even lift their heads in front of Yihan. I'm sorry. Yihan was puzzled by Tigeling's sudden apology. What was that about? Is it because they invited me to the religious order's event? For Yihan, who was already going with dark intentions, such an apology made him feel rather sorry. No, there's no need to apologize. She must be sorry for interrupting your work. Professor Beevil Verdu said as if he understood. How much must Wardenaz want to finish the magic stone work right now? Having to postpone it because of a trivial promise made before, it must feel like his insides were burning. Then there's really no need to apologize. Yihan spoke firmly with sincerity. The temple of the Prasinga order was usually visited by many cursed people. Some were cursed after unknowingly visiting a cursed area, or accidentally wearing a cursed artifact, and so on. The priests of the Prasinga order kindly treated all these guests without exception, purifying artifacts and sometimes even wearing them themselves. The last part was a bit strange, but anyway, for ordinary people who were cursed, few were as reliable as the Prasinga order. Priest, please help me. After wearing this bracelet, my arm turned into an undead's arm. Priest, my race. I don't want to live as a smelly dwarf. Boo-hoo. I went on a trip last week, and I must have touched something wrong because my skin turned into bronze. The carriage of the Wardenaz family, carrying the three of them, arrived in front of the temple's main gate. Professor Verduz looked at the people standing in line and said, interesting. It would be great for research. Professor, I think it might be better for you to keep your mouth shut until we enter the temple. If he said something like, you are a great research subject in front of people who were already on edge due to being cursed, a knife might come flying. Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, Priest Merid came running out in delight. He was wearing a strange helmet dangling above his head, perhaps having worn another cursed artifact since they last met. No, I just did what I had to do. Yihan answered humbly, but in fact, his heart wasn't as humble. Considering the dishes he had made for the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower, Yihan had the right to be proud. But why is the professor here? Merid whispered in a startled voice. Yihan knew that in this situation he had to be confident. He came to help. Pardon, that professor you mean? Ah no, it's not that I don't want him to. Yihan fully understood Merid's reaction. Even Yihan would be quite surprised if Professor Verdu said he came to help. As an artifact expert, he will be helpful for this event. That may be true, but it doesn't seem like he would be of much help. Ah no. It's not that I don't want him to. He's quite cold-hearted. Merid was a priest, but he was never the type to turn a blind eye to reality. He was a realistic priest after all. Don't worry. This time the professor will work hard to help. Is that so? What happened? He needs to take me and make me work quickly, so he wants the event to end soon. Merid looked at Yihan with a complex expression. Indeed, having one outstanding mage made it easier to help with the religious order's work. Professor Verdu sat with his arms crossed, and whenever someone came to him, he abruptly said, "You're cursed by fire." Pardon, I said you're cursed by fire. Yihan kindly explained on his behalf. He's saying that the accessory inside the box you're holding is cursed with fire. If you wear it carelessly, you may get burned. Is that so? The guest who brought the accessory blinked in fear. Then what should I do? Professor, can you handle it? Let me see it. I'm not a priest. I'm a mage. Professor Verduz took the accessory and began to remove the curse. The person who brought it bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude. Yihan got an inspiration from this. This could be a business opportunity too, hanging a sign saying, "We remove curses." The problem was the monopolistic system of the Prasinga order. Moreover, the most threatening aspect of this religious order was that it was free. Was there any place without a Prasinga order? Look at this. This is the curse of burns. Can you see the pattern engraved here? Even if you say that I don't know such magic, memorize it. Memorize it so that you can do it next time when the same magic appears. Oh, Yihan was surprised by Professor Verduz's shameless words. It wasn't memorize it so that it will help you later, but memorize it so that you can do it next time. Did he seriously intend to entrust the task of removing cursed artifacts to a first-year student? He's really crazy. Try infusing some mana here. Professor Verduz handed Yihan the magic tool he was holding for work. The light flickered as if the mana infused inside had been depleted. Yihan grabbed the equipment without much thought and infused mana into it. Professor Verduz was very satisfied with the surging mana. Wow, you're good at it. Oops. When Professor Verduz made an expression of finding another use for him, Yihan felt a sense of oops. It wasn't helpful for Yihan's life if Professor Verduz discovered more of his usefulness. Crack, 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 it's done, take it. The curse has been removed. That's amazing. The priest next to them expressed admiration for Professor Verduz's skills. Even the experienced priests of the Prasinga order couldn't solve it that quickly. It was truly remarkable. It's not amazing at all. Even a caterpillar could do it. Indeed. As the priest was perplexed, Yihan thought he should just speak on behalf of the professor. Professor, I'll just speak for you, so why don't you focus on your work? This one seems impossible to remove. Even Professor Verduz couldn't solve all curses. The bracelet with ominous patterns engraved on it was likely to shatter if the curse was lifted. The person who picked up the bracelet put it down with regret. They had come to appraise it, hoping there might be something good, but it turned out to be cursed. Items like this, which were impossible to handle, were usually taken care of by the religious order. Cursed artifacts were inherently difficult to deal with. But what kind of curse is on this item? As another guest left, Yihan stretched and asked, Mono emission suppression. Mono emission suppression. Is it like absorption? It's different from absorption. Are you stupid? Yihan nodded at Professor Verduz's gentle correction of his student's mistake. The mechanism must be different. Curse of mana absorption would suck out the mana of the person wearing it the moment they put it on, while the curse of mana emission suppression would limit the amount of mana that person could release. Both were curses used to restrict those who could use mana, but the methods were different. May I try wearing it once? Go ahead. Yihan put on the bracelet. It's better to experience it beforehand than to suffer at Einregard. If others had heard it, they would have been shocked, but Yihan was cold-hearted. It was better to suffer first than to suffer at Einregard. He could prepare a solution in advance. It doesn't seem to make much difference. Try using magic. At those words, Yihan summoned a water orb. The water orb that appeared in the air was well controlled without any problems. It works fine, though. Try something more complex. Something more complex. Yihan had already mastered the basic applications of water elements. To go further into more difficult areas, he had to move on to evaporation or spin. Let's go with spin. The spin attribute was something Yihan couldn't perfectly control yet. His limit was either spending a lot of time or adding it at an imperfect level. Swish. Yihan was startled. The water orb was rotating with a sharp sound. He hadn't poured in an enormous amount of time, yet it was at this level. What the could it be? Yihan grasped the situation. For example, the curse of mana absorption would continuously absorb one at a time. A person with 10 mana wouldn't last long, but a person with 10,000 mana could endure much longer. In contrast, the curse of mana emission suppression would limit the usable mana to 10, regardless of whether one had 100 mana or 10,000 mana. Normally, it would be a very troublesome curse, but the story was different for Yihan. Usually, he struggled to control his enormous mana, but when he was forced to use only a small amount of mana, the control became much easier. It felt like changing from heavy armor to light armor. Swish, swish. Yihan felt a thrilling sensation as the mana flowed as he intended. Mages experienced a near omnipotent thrill at times like this, controlling the power to change the rules of the world. What could be more ecstatic than this? Is this how other mages usually feel? In fact, it wasn't. The reason Yihan could use magic relatively easily despite having so much mana was because he had the talent for it. Now that he unnecessarily removed a large amount of mana, he felt this level of control, but other mages usually didn't experience such a thing. Professor, this is excellent. I didn't know there was an artifact like this. Why did Professor Garcia Kim give me a mana absorption artifact instead of this? Well, that's... Before Professor Verduz could explain, Yihan's bracelet shattered. Crash! Yihan looked down at the remains of the bracelet with a bitter gaze. Professor Verduz nodded and said, "That's what happens. You could have told me earlier." Unlike mana absorption artifacts, which rarely broke, mana emission suppression artifacts broke very easily depending on the mage's capabilities. Especially in the case of Yihan, who had endless mana, it was even more so. If he used magic incorrectly even once, it would simply shatter. To find something that could withstand any magic Yihan used, it would be faster to search for ancient relics. Still, there will be at least one more artifact with mana emission suppression function today. Right? Who knows? And it's not a function, it's a curse. Oops, that's right. At Professor Verduz's words, Yihan came to his senses. He was too greedy. Fortunately, 3 more artifacts with the curse of mana emission suppression appeared afterward. Crash, no, make that 2 more. Professor Beevil, upon seeing Yihan break another bracelet, asked with a curious tone, "Can I just break them from now on without releasing the curse? Wouldn't that be faster?" "No, you can't," Yihan replied firmly while cleaning up the debris. "I need to save them for when it really matters." Yihan carefully put away the remaining 2 bracelets. He planned to use them when there were important exams, or when Professor Belatti threatened him with a knife, saying, "If you don't master the spin attribute perfectly by today, I'll kill you." Can I ask how she got into the Makin family's residence? Beishada looked up at the Makin family's residence with a perplexed expression. He had no idea what trick she had used to stay inside. Did she threaten them with arrows? How the hell is she staying in there? Beishada muttered. Getsy, a hunter from the replied matter-of-factly, doesn't she have a friend from the Macon family? What nonsense are you talking about? Why would those arrogant nobles be friendly with the likes of us? Sometimes there are nobles with the soul of a hunter, you know. What? Is there such a thing? I've never seen one. Excuse me. Some passing children shyly spoke to them. The two hunters looked at them, wondering what was going on. Are you perhaps from the wasteland stargazers? That's right, Getsy nodded. Beishada felt a deep envy at the sight. Apart from the reputation of the wasteland stargazers, Getsy always had a strangely profound and melancholic aura about him, no matter what he did. Is it a matter of angle? While Beishada was confused and checking his own angle, the children asked Getsy for an autograph. Please write Wasteland Stargazers here. Here too, please do it here too. Now, calm down, I'm not going anywhere. Beishada glanced at the children, however the children didn't seem to recognize anything from Beishada's attire. Sob, that must be damn tiring, Beishada muttered. Getsy was puzzled. What did you say? Nothing. Just that I envy the Wasteland Stargazers. Really, I envy the Shadow Patrol more. For a moment, Beishada considered grabbing him by the collar. Is this bastard mocking me? The Shadow Patrol silently guards the northern mountain ranges without caring about false reputations. Compared to that, I understand the higher-ups' policy, but there are too many unnecessary visits from unrelated people. I see. Beishada was happy to receive the compliment, but also envious. Can't we just switch? Moreover, the Shadow Patrol even produced a student who enrolled in Einregard. There must be many young hunters with outstanding talent. Ahem. Beishada tried to manage his expression. Still, it didn't feel bad to hear him say that. Sorry for the long wait. Nilia came running out from inside the main gate. As they were both from the Shadow Patrol, they could recognize each other at a glance. Beishada shook his head. We didn't wait long. You're Nilia, right? Yes, that's right. Here, take this first. This is a gift from Pulem, who asked me to give it to you. This one is from Banda, who asked me to deliver it to you. And this, was it from Ale? Nilia was deeply moved by the hometown gifts sent by her fellow Shadow Patrol members. And who is this person? His name is Getsy from the Wasteland Stargazers. What? Nilia gave a look that said, why are you hanging out with someone like that? Beishada hastily explained. He's a kind and excellent person. We worked together on a job recently. I see. Nilia nodded in understanding but still had a slightly doubtful look. Beishada decided to change the subject. By the way, how are you staying here? A friend offered to let me stay with them. From the Macon family. Yes, oh my god, Beishada was surprised. He had no idea there was a hunter from the Shadow Patrol with such skills. He had always thought that the Shadow Patrol was just a bunch of guys who lacked social skills and couldn't adapt to imperial society. That's amazing. Is the era changing? Beishada hoped that one day, when the era of young hunters arrived, the Shadow Patrol might become as famous as the Wasteland Stargazers. Frankly, what could they possibly lack compared to the Wasteland Stargazers? Anyway, did you receive all the gifts here? Did you check? Then we should get going. Please wait a moment. Are you leaving right away? We don't really fit in with the city. Getsy nodded at Beishada's words. This city, where there was no open space, people appeared at every turn and spires pierced the sky, was a bit too much for hunters. Every time someone popped out from the side, their hands immediately reached for their bows. Still, if there's anything, I appreciate your consideration, but it's really fine. There's nothing we particularly want to do here. Wait a moment. If you're lucky, there's a place where you can get useful artifacts. Nilia recalled the event at the Prasinga Order that Yihan had told her about. She was planning to go there today anyway, and seeing the two hunters, she thought it was perfect. Even if the hunters had little interest in the city, if they could obtain useful artifacts, the story would be different. In fact, the two immediately showed interest. Really? Is there such a place? The Prasinga Order. They release cursed artifacts, right? Sounds like a good idea. But basically, those artifacts would belong to the priests of that order, right? Is it okay if you don't know anyone? I know someone there. Nilia shouted, hoping that Yihan was still there. You try releasing this one now. No. Yihan was at a loss for words when he saw Professor Beevil throw it to him to try after showing him once. If it weren't for the person waiting in front, he might have grabbed him by the collar. Endure it. I can't appear in the Grandin City newspaper as. Just as Professor Beevil had done earlier, Yihan carefully erased the lines starting from the outer part of the curse magic circle, approaching it step by step. As he gradually released the magic circle without disturbing the accumulated mana, he could feel the power of the curse weakening. I did it. Well done. Now do this one. I'll go eat something and come back. While he was seriously considering grabbing him by the collar, a familiar face visited. Nilia, no, Mr. Beishada, Warden as. Beishada was also surprised to see Yihan. Isn't he the student who showed monstrous performance among the White Tiger Tower students last time, although he wasn't sure why he was there? What are you doing here? I was helping the Prasinga Order. So you know each other. Beishada looked at Yihan, then at Nilia, and then back at Yihan before being shocked. How the hell does she get along with nobles with his skills? Even the Shadow Patrol member with the quickest feet, the one who could shoot arrows the farthest, and the one who caught the most prey would seem insignificant compared to the young patrol member here. He couldn't even imagine how she managed to be so friendly with the nobles. Is it magic? How did you become friends? Beishada whispered to Nilia. Nilia replied in confusion. Just like that, just like that. Beishada was thrilled by the answer that seemed profound. He had once asked an outstanding archer, how do you shoot so well? Come to think of it, that archer had also replied just like that. She's really not an ordinary socialite. Amazing, truly amazing. Beishada looked at Nilia with eyes filled with respect. Getzi also looked at Nilia with interest, being so friendly with nobles like that. Impressive. Someone from the wasteland stargazers shouldn't say that. There seems to be a misunderstanding. It's not like we get along particularly well with nobles. Nobles are always difficult to deal with. Although the wasteland stargazers were widely known in the Empire, they were still hunters in the end. Naturally, they couldn't be accustomed to mingling with nobles. At those words, Beishada suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. But that social skill is interesting. If it's okay, I'd like to hear some advice, so that I can deal with them well in the future. Ah no, Nilia was flustered. Why did the topic suddenly shift to learning Nilia's excellent social skills? And there was no such thing, there's nothing like that. I just put my heart into it. While the three were chatting, Yihan, who had successfully released another artifact, looked up. Was Nilia a socially outstanding person? Yihan was puzzled but said nothing for the sake of his friend's honor. Oh right, Nilia. Did you come to get useful artifacts? Yihan was rather embarrassed. Did she need artifacts that badly? It's not like she's going to use them for business or anything, so why? Is it possible to get something that these hunter gentlemen can use? Aha, so that's why. It shouldn't be difficult. Wait a moment. Let's go find some. Yihan got up from his seat, and he headed to where Tigeling and Priest Merid were. Useful artifacts, you say? Normally, they wouldn't allow them to be taken outside, but Priest Merid wasn't the type of person to flatly refuse a student who was as dedicated as Yihan, and the order placed importance on cursed artifacts, not the ones that had been released from curses. You can pick a few from these and take them with you. Although the two hunters behind her were having conversations like what kind of connections does she have, and isn't she a genius of eloquence? Which bothered her, Nilia tried hard to concentrate. Nilia, how about this one? Yihan held up a leather water bottle. He turned it upside down to empty the water inside, then set it upright and waited. The water slowly rose, sloshing. It wasn't incredibly fast, but it wasn't unusable in real combat either. Moreover, such water bottles were quite useful for hunters. When traversing mountain ranges, it was often difficult to find water. Nilia asked in amazement, it's good, isn't it? What kind of cursed water bottle is it? I made it. While others were struggling to turn a single page of a magic book, her friend was defeating a basilisk, the king of ghouls, an undead chimera, and even creating artifacts. Seeing this, Nilia reflected on herself. I need to live more diligently starting tomorrow. How is it? Is it okay? Yihan asked. I think it's fine, but how did you even make this? Nilia examined the leather water bottle up and down in amazement. It was even more astonishing that there were no special gems, unique materials, or reagents visible. But it only lasts about 2 weeks. 2 weeks, that's a bit disappointing, but still usable. If you were to buy this with silver coins, how much would you pay? Nilia was taken aback by her friend's sudden serious dive into market research. What was he trying to do? The hunters selected quite useful artifacts and expressed their gratitude. Beishada, who found a ring of strength enhancement, was very